Kakarot descended upon planet Vegeta, bearing the weight of 40 million pounds of divine essence, embodying the primal sacred body and the Saiyan bloodline. As Frieza's malevolent force threatened to obliterate the planet, the divine essence ignited, unveiling a chaotic azure lotus phenomenon that boldly defied the death beams. In the instant the azure lotus shattered, a tiny finger, entwined in the flames of celestial annihilation, pierced through the void. Thus, the Dragon Ball universe heralded the arrival of a Saiyan saint, transcending the corporeal realm, whose journey would traverse the stars and seas, ultimately returning to the obscured world. Chapter 1. The divine essence descends, the azure lotus splits the void. The wail of an infant echoed through the icy medical chamber of Planet Vegeta, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirring waves of panic. The source of the sound lay upon a colossal platform, a child, with sparse black hair and pale golden skin, appearing no different from a typical Saiyan infant. Yet beneath him was not a soft, swaddling blanket, but a mountain of crystalline structures radiating a mesmerizing violet glow. The sharply defined purple crystals rose like a mountain, each fragment pulsating with an exhilarating energy. The mere emanation of this energy thickened the air, suffocating all present with an overwhelming sense of dread. Researchers clustered around the platform, their faces ashen, eyes glazed, their usual composure shattered by the staggering revelation. On the main control screen, a frenzied array of fluctuating numerical readings resembled a countdown from the Grim Reaper. 4,000, 10,000 pounds? Croaked a voice, parched with disbelief. The energy readings continue to ascend. The instruments are on the verge of overload. Even the core of Planet Vegeta cannot rival this. What in the world is happening? It's the infant. He is tearing through space. Panic engulfed the chamber like a deluge of icy water. The heavy alloy doors slid open silently to a more oppressive aura, steeped in ironclad authority, surged forth, extinguishing all noise. The researchers bowed their heads in unison, as if their throats were constricted. King Vegeta entered. His crimson cloak draped regally, his visage hardened like iron, a blend of majesty and concealed anxiety etched upon his brow. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the prostrate crowd, landing squarely on the platform's center, fixated upon the wailing infant and the ominous violet crystal mountain, exuding a deadly allure. The king's pupils constricted suddenly. His heart raced, driven by the crystalline embodiment of pure energy before him. An instinctual greed surged within him, swiftly overshadowed by a deeper sense of vigilance and cold apprehension. Frieza, he advanced step by step, his footsteps echoing like a funeral dirge. The thick energy pressure bore down like the depths of the ocean. Straining to suppress his tumultuous emotions, his gaze remained locked on the infant, who seemed to sense his presence, the cries diminishing as the child furrowed his brow in agitation. "Lift your head," he commanded in a low voice, imbued with an undeniable authority. A researcher tremblingly presented the latest model of the portable power detector. King Vegeta adeptly affixed the detector to his left ear, the emerald lens springing forth. He leaned down, directing the scanning focus toward the tiny infant. Within the lens, the green dot representing the child suddenly blazed like a star. Data streams spiraled wildly. Beep, 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 beep. The shrill alarm sliced through the silence. The lens instantaneously flooded with blinding crimson light. Warning: energy overflow. Calculation impossible. The frigid electronic voice screeched in urgency. King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying pressure, emanating from the very essence of life itself, erupted without warning from the infant. It was as if a slumbering primordial beast exhaled a breath in its dreams, imbued with the weight of millennia. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated. The high-end power detector on King Vegeta's left ear splintered. The lens and its intricate components instantly adorned with a spiderweb of fractures, the emerald glow, extinguishing, transforming into a lifeless hunk of scrap. Silence. An absolute silence. The researchers stood frozen like statues, their eyes bulging, expressions a blend of sheer terror and confusion. King Vegeta's body momentarily stiffened. He slowly raised his hand to remove the defunct detector, the cold metal shards digging into his palm. Gazing at the wreckage, he then looked up at the infant, who seemed to stir slightly before succumbing to slumber once more. The child's chest rose and fell gently, the violet crystal mountain pulsating with light, casting an almost surreal glow upon the infant's cherubic features, presenting an astonishing tranquility. Within King Vegeta, tumultuous waves roiled. A detector had been obliterated by the unconscious aura of an infant. Unprecedented. Unheard of. Your Majesty, a voice trembled, nearly unrecognizable. This infant and these crystals. King Vegeta abruptly raised his hand to halt the speaker. His expression fluctuated: greed, astonishment, doubt, and a flicker of fear intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a profound, resolute gravity. Top secret. His voice was as cold as iron scraping against stone, laced with a chilling decree. What has been witnessed today must not be uttered, not a single word. Those who disobey shall be annihilated along with their entire team. The air thickened with murderous intent, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Understood, Your Majesty, they stammered in response. King Vegeta's gaze returned to the resplendent violet crystal mountain. 4,000, 10,000 pounds, divine essence? With it, perhaps he could truly. He extended his hand cautiously toward the slumbering infant, fingertips mere inches from the pale golden skin. Report. A piercing, terrified scream erupted from outside the medical chamber, accompanied by the sound of a heavy collision. The alloy door was violently thrust open. A blood-soaked Scion scout stumbled in, his battle armor torn and stained with charred marks and violet blood, an arm broken, and his face bearing the horror of one returned from the abyss. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He collapsed at King Vegeta's feet, his voice warped and distorted. Frieza, the main fleet has arrived, just beyond the planetary orbit. Boom, Frieza. The main fleet. It's over, it's all over. Despair and terror erupted in an instant. King Vegeta's countenance darkened upon hearing Frieza's name, transforming into a mask of icy dread. The shadow of annihilation loomed over the planet. He scarcely had time to process the shock brought forth by the infant and the divine essence. He clenched his fist tightly, nails digging into his palm. Abruptly, he turned, casting his gaze once more toward the detection platform. The infant remained in peaceful slumber, the violet crystal mountain glowing with a captivating allure. 4,000, 10,000 pounds, divine essence. A frenzied thought struck him like lightning in the darkness, cleaving through despair. A gamble. Only a gamble remained. Come forth. King Vegeta's voice, tinged with desperation, rang out hoarsely. Transport this infant, all of the violet crystals, immediately to the Star Core Barrier Command Center. Now, his shout resonated amidst despair, infused with a reckless determination. Asterisk, asterisk, in the cold vacuum of the cosmos, a fleet vast enough to stifle breath hung like a mountain of steel outside the orbit of Planet Vegeta. Asterisk, asterisk, the menacing spherical flagship loomed, like a colossal beast, shrouding the brilliance of distant stars and casting shadows of despair. Countless small attack vessels swarmed around it like a ravenous school of fish, their crimson engines resembling millions of malevolent eyes. In the dimly lit and frigid command room of the flagship, a diminutive figure cloaked in white floated before a vast observation window. His smooth exoskeleton enveloped his form, while a long tail swayed gracefully. On his childlike face, deep violet eyes glimmered with the cold indifference and cruelty of one surveying mere ants beneath him. Frieza. He tilted his head slightly, a chilling smile devoid of warmth curling at the corners of his lips as he gazed down at the marble-like planet of Vegeta. His interest piqued. Ho ho ho! His sinister laughter reverberated through the chamber. How nostalgic. This bothersome monkey planet. He elegantly raised a skeletal finger. Mr. Cyberman, what do you think would be a fitting finale? Should it burst into fireworks? Or shall we relish the expressions of despair? Ho ho ho. Standing at his side, the green-skinned Cyberman instantly adorned his face with a sycophantic grin, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, Frieza is truly wise. The Scion monkey's audacious schemes are worthy of their demise. Whatever form of obliteration you bestow upon them will be their supreme glory, a scheming audacity. Frieza's smile deepened, his violet eyes glinting with icy mockery. Insects always wish to escape their confines. Alas, the bottle shall forever remain in my grasp. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze penetrating the hull of the ship and landing on a specific point within the capital of the planet. I sense an intriguing aroma, a pure, unfamiliar energy fluctuation. Right there, his bony finger pointed with precision at the Star Core Barrier. The Central Defense Hub.0? Cyberman exclaimed in surprise, immediately activating the scanning devices. I shall scan at once. Strong interference, chaotic energy readings, but indeed, an exceptionally powerful energy source exists. Deep within the Scion Command Center, a formidable energy source? Frieza's interest intensified. Has King Vegeta concealed a trump card? How delightful. However, his smile abruptly vanished, leaving only pure, frigid resolve. Before absolute power, any struggle merely enhances the spectacle of annihilation. Frieza slowly raised his right hand, his skeletal finger elegantly extended towards the capital of Planet Vegeta. An indescribable terror of energy gathered at his fingertips, condensed to its utmost, a chilling, deep violet hue. At its core, the fabric of space twisted and collapsed, emitting faint cracking sounds. All instruments in the command room blared alarms frantically. Cyberman's complexion turned pale as he recoiled, fear flooding his eyes. Let the planet, along with that little secret, Frieza's voice echoed like a decree from the abyss, be reduced to dust. Death beam, sizzle. A beam of deep violet light, as thick as an arm and refined to perfection, erupted suddenly, silently. It tore through the vacuum, instantly penetrating the atmosphere. Like a red-hot iron rod piercing through cream, its target was the star core barrier. Within the core protection chamber of the star core barrier, 40 million pounds of divine source crystals piled high, encircling the specially designed life pod containing the infant Kakarot. A thick purple halo exuded a tangible presence, and viscous energy streams twisted and surged, humming deeply. The air shimmered with intense heat. King Vegeta stood beside the life pod, his face ashen, sweat pouring down. His hands pressed firmly against the energy input port. Desperate Saiyan energy surged uncontrollably, attempting to guide and activate that desperate divine source power. Ugh! King Vegeta roared like a beast, muscles bulging, veins protruding. Inside the pod, Kakarot's body trembled violently, golden light flashing beneath his skin. The divine source's glow flickered erratically. Move! Move, damn it! King Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot. He felt as though he were stirring a vast ocean with mere straws. The slumbering ancient holy body was akin to a ferocious beast shackled by countless chains, merely quivering without awakening. Time. Boom. The entire star core barrier was struck, as if by a cosmic hammer. A violent tremor erupted. The shrill sound of tearing metal filled the core chamber. The so-called indestructible dome of special alloy above them was forcibly ripped open like tinfoil by an unimaginable force of destruction. Molten metal flowed at the edges of the gaping hole. The deep violet, soul-freezing beam of destruction pierced through that opening like the gaze of death itself, locking onto the infant Kakarot within the life pod. An aura of obliteration froze the very space around it. King Vegeta's head snapped up, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. It was over. Futile. Before Frieza's might, no divine source holy body could withstand. Despair drowned him. Yet, just as the destructive purple light was about to engulf the infant in an instant, buzz, a monumental will, unprecedented and originating from the most ancient source of life, suddenly awakened from the small form within the life pod and erupted forth. Chaos unfurled. The majesty of primordial creation. The life pod exploded with a tremendous roar. Fragments scattered in all directions. Amidst the swirling metallic debris and viscous purple light, a vast, unmatched phantom expanded, centered around the infant Kakarot. The boundless sea of chaos surged and roiled. At its center, a verdant lotus plant took root, piercing through the chaos. The lotus stem curled like a dragon, its emerald leaves unfurling, inscribed with the runes of the Tao, flowing with the essence of the heavens. 3 lotus leaves formed barriers between realms. At the apex of the lotus plant, a massive bud swayed gently, facing the descending beam of death. The bud remained tightly closed, exuding the supreme rhythm that nurtures all things while also bringing them to an end. The ancient holy body manifested, the chaotic seed of the green lotus. The essence of the holy body awakened passively under the dual stimuli of destruction and divine source energy. Boom! The death beam struck fiercely against the swaying green lotus bud. Time stretched and froze in explosion. The annihilating purple light, capable of piercing the star core, collided with the bud in an instant, as if a mud cow had entered the sea. The violent energy was furiously absorbed, decomposed, and annihilated by the swirling chaotic aura and the runes of the Tao on the bud's surface. Zzz. The sound of annihilation echoed like a million insects gnawing. The green lotus bud swayed violently, its emerald brilliance flickering wildly, and the surface was soon covered with minute cracks. Though it was extraordinary, it was still a nascent phantom, passively awakened, and faced with Frieza's full force strike, the pressure was monumental. The light visibly dimmed. It seemed on the verge of being pierced and annihilated. In the cosmos, aboard Frieza's flagship, Dado, for the first time, Frieza displayed genuine surprise and amusement, stroking his smooth exoskeleton chin. The chaotic seed of the green lotus? An infant? A Saiyan infant? How intriguing, so very intriguing. A cruel smile blossomed further in his violet eyes. However, his voice dripped with condescension, penetrating the atmosphere and echoing above the remnants of the star core barrier. A mere illusion can withstand the death beam. Insects will always be insects. Let there be destruction. At his fingertip, the deep violet beam suddenly condensed. The light surged, the aura of annihilation soared. Sizzle. The deathly beam of light roared forth like a venomous dragon awakened to life. The azure lotus bud could no longer withstand the pressure, and the fissures rapidly expanded. The vibrant green radiance dimmed sharply. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it. At the heart of the immense azure lotus bud, a grotesque gash was violently torn open. The annihilating purple light surged forth like a toxic deluge, frantically infiltrating through the crevice. Its target, the infant Kakarot, nestled within the chaotic sea at the core. Within the core chamber, King Bay lay slumped, his eyes devoid of hope. It was over, just as the destructive purple light was poised to engulf the infant. Deep within that rift of the torn azure lotus bud, amidst the intertwining core of obliterating purple light and roiling chaotic energy, a singular point of pure, resplendent golden radiance ignited, seemingly capable of incinerating all realms. Then at the center of this sudden golden brilliance from the depths of the fissure, a tiny finger emerged, delicate and tender. It belonged to an infant. Yet it was ensconced in roaring, concentrated golden flames. The flames danced with a ferocity that could obliterate the very fabric of existence, exuding not mere heat, but a pure destructive force and boundless martial spirit that sent shivers through the soul. That finger, wrapped in golden fire, pointed unwaveringly towards the surging death beam, a symbol of Frieza's absolute might, embodying both the fearlessness of a newborn calf and the tyrannical legacy of ages past. The fingertip faced the beam, the minuscule against the vast, in the profound silence of despair. Only that finger, enveloped in golden flames, shone forth like the first ray of dawn piercing through the bleak night, resolutely and defiantly. Confronting the torrent of annihilation, time froze. Chapter 2. As the golden flame consumes the sky and stars fall. At that moment, time lost all significance. The infant's finger, entwined with the world-consuming golden flame, collided fiercely with the deep violet beam that embodied the Emperor's will for annihilation, before the chaotic seed of the azure lotus tore through the fabric of reality. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sound that froze the very essence of the soul, as matter was forcibly erased from the realm of existence. It resembled countless thin ice crystals shattering simultaneously at absolute zero. Gold and purple, two starkly contrasting colors, both representing ultimate power, annihilated each other at their point of contact, devouring and dissolving in a frenzy. That golden flame, pure and devoid of any impurity, was not merely a temperature of combustion, but a manifestation of the will to destroy rules and burn away illusions. It danced with a tenacity and fighting spirit, rooted in the blood and marrow, originating from the primal essence of the ancient sacred body. The deep purple beam of death was an extension of Frieza's cold will, a pure, distilled energy of destruction, capable of ruthlessly erasing stars from the cosmic canvas. In that instant of collision, a rumble erupted, not a deafening roar, but a mournful cry of space itself. From the point of impact, visible ripples spread outward with alarming speed. Where they passed, the alloy walls crumbled silently like weathered wood, disintegrating into dust. The viscous flow of divine essence in the air was violently displaced, evaporating. The entire spatial structure of the core protection chamber groaned and twisted. Within Frieza's flagship, a gleeful chuckle erupted into a hearty laugh, as his deep violet eyes sparkled with an unprecedented intrigue, akin to a child discovering the most fascinating toy. How delightful! A finger, ablaze with golden flames, capable of obliterating my death beam. He elegantly stroked his smooth, bony chin. His interest peaked as he fixated on the minuscule, yet astonishingly powerful golden point on the monitoring screen. This power was peculiar, primal, imbued with a rather distasteful, tenacious vitality. Frieza's tone carried a hint of playful inquiry. Mr. Zabo, do you sense it? That flame seems to be burning not only energy, but the very essence of destruction itself. Quite an astonishing little trick. Zabo was already rendered speechless, cold sweat beading on his brow. And Master Frieza, this exceeds all known data on psiots. The detectors have completely failed. This energy signature has never been encountered. Never encountered? Frieza's smile deepened, tinged with a cold cruelty. Then let it become the ultimate resonance of the universe. The more it struggles, the more captivating its annihilation will be. Wouldn't you agree? He remained poised and composed within the spacecraft, yet his right hand, encased in white bone armor, subtly clenched. The deep purple beam piercing through heaven and earth instantly became denser and thicker. The aura of destruction surged, akin to an invisible mountain, pressing down with renewed ferocity across the vastness of space. Let me see how long your little flame can endure, insect. At the core of the star's barrier, the epicenter of the obliteration storm, the infant's finger, enshrined in golden flames, trembled violently under the onslaught of Frieza's infused death beam. The solidified golden sacred flame dimmed at a visible rate, The flame seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force, its range contracting, while the vigor of its dance became laborious. Crack, crack. A faint yet heart-stopping sound of shattering emerged once more from the enormous azure lotus bud. The torn fissure, under the violent onslaught of the golden and purple energies, spread like cracks in glass struck by a hammer. More deep violet beams surged in like a flood of venom, flooding through the gaping rift. The chaotic sea churned, the great azure lotus swayed, and the entire phantasmagorical scene flickered, as if on the verge of total collapse. The life pod had long since ceased to exist. The small body of Kakarot, the infant, lay fully exposed within the tempest of destructive energy. The mountain of 40 million pounds of divine source crystals beneath him was now being consumed at a terrifying speed. Buzz. The purple divine source halo roared like an ignited sea of oil, boiling and ablaze. The dense purple energy torrent no longer dispersed chaotically. It was being drawn in by an unseen force, akin to rivers converging into the sea, surging into the infant Kakarot's diminutive form, and through that outstretched finger, transforming into golden sacred flame to counter the death beam. The divine source was depleting rapidly. The height of the crystal mountain visibly diminished, as its dreamy purple glow quickly thinned and faded. Ugh! Ah! Beneath Kakarot's tightly shut eyelids, his eyes rolled in agony, his cherubic face contorting, and a minuscule, involuntary whimper of pain escaped his throat. This was not an awakening of consciousness, but rather his body instinctively enduring a terrifying burden beyond its limits. Beneath the pale golden skin of the ancient sacred body, the delicate veins bulged ominously, revealing a near-transparent, energy-riven horror. His body resembled a fragile vessel forcibly filled with the ocean, on the verge of bursting apart. King Vegeta slumped amidst a heap of twisted metallic wreckage, drenched in blood, a result of the previous spatial ripples. He stared blankly at the incomprehensible scene before him, his mind a void. What is that? What is that colossal lotus phantasm? What is that golden flame? An infant has truly blocked Frieza's death beam, even if only momentarily? A profound sense of absurdity and a flicker of hope, as faint as it was, entwined around his heart like a poisonous vine. But then, he beheld the rapidly depleting, dimming divine source crystal mountain, the terrifying fissures emerging on the infant's body, and the increasing cracks on the massive lotus phantasm. Hope was instantaneously devoured by a deeper despair. The power disparity was insurmountable. The divine source was swiftly consumed. The infant's body could scarcely endure. Huh. King Vegeta emitted a sound like a broken windbag, his gaze vacant. Planet Vegeta was ultimately destined to perish, along with this divine child who fell from the heavens, bringing a glimmer of elusive hope. Just as King Vegeta was about to plunge into the abyss of despair, an unexpected transformation occurred. Upon the enormous azure lotus bud, a vast crack extending to its heart finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the death beam and the dual tearing of the golden and purple energies. Crack. A sound far clearer and more powerful than before. That immense lotus petal violently shattered from the bud. The petal did not dissipate into energy, but was instead violently hurled by the chaotic energy currents surrounding it, like being cast by an invisible giant's hand. It transformed into a streak of emerald light, imbued with primordial energy and a trace of chaotic essence, spinning majestically, penetrating the heart of the obliteration storm, piercing through the layers of the star's barrier and the shattered alloy dome, shooting forth into the cosmos. Its target was not Frieza's fleet in the void of space, but rather a figure at the edge of the chaotic battlefield, Bardock. This lower-class warrior, drenched in blood, clad in tattered battle gear, his face marred with grime, bore eyes aflame with fury and reckless abandon. He sensed the terrifying energy explosion in the direction of the capital, the aura of destruction surrounding the royal palace, and felt a faint yet unsettling pulse that made his heart race. He yearned to return. Even in death, one must perish beside their own offspring. However, just as he broke through the blockade and prepared to accelerate once more, a resonant hum echoed. An inexplicable, ancient force, so heavy it seemed capable of collapsing the very stars, descended without warning. Bardock's pupils constricted in shock. He had no time to react. Not even a flicker of fear had the chance to rise within him. That emerald radiance, that immense azure lotus petal, transcended the boundaries of time and space, striking his chest with unparalleled precision and silence. There was no anticipated impact, no searing pain. The petal seemed to melt upon contact, transforming into a vast, overwhelming, yet frigid torrent of green energy, violently surging into his limbs and core. Ack! Bardock emitted a cry that bore no resemblance to human sound. His body, as if struck by an invisible hammer, plummeted towards the ground at a speed far surpassing his own sprint, like a cannonball. A deafening crash ensued, creating a massive crater in the earth, shrouded in dust and debris. He curled up at the bottom of the pit, his body convulsing violently, with a strange emerald glow flickering and flowing beneath his skin, as if countless green serpents were writhing and tearing within him. An ancient and weighty will, foreign to him, surged chaotically through his turbulent consciousness. No, Raditz, Kakarot, Bardock's dwindling awareness struggled amidst the agony and chaos, letting out a desperate, beast-like howl. He attempted to regain control over his body, to rise, but that verdant energy was like a multitude of shackles, binding him fiercely, rendering even the simplest movement of a finger an insurmountable challenge. He could only watch helplessly as the energy fluctuations from the capital grew increasingly horrific, unleashing a silent roar of despair. Within the core protective chamber, the moment the lotus petal shattered, the entire chaotic manifestation of the azure lotus dimmed drastically. The already precarious defenses revealed a gaping vulnerability. A torrent of death beams, sensing the scent of blood, surged madly through the breach. The infant's finger, entwined in golden flames, trembled violently. The golden holy fire at its tip flickered like a candle in the wind, its range compressed to an extreme. Baby Kakarot's body quivered even more intensely, cracks spreading across his skin like a spider's web, pale golden blood oozing from tiny fissures, only to be instantly evaporated by the terrifying energy. The divine source crystal mountain beneath him consumed energy at an alarming rate. The originally resplendent purple glow had dimmed significantly, with the accumulated height reduced by nearly a third. A massive amount of divine essence was forcibly extracted, transformed into fuel to combat annihilation, yet this only exacerbated the infant's physical collapse. Sing! The sound of obliteration grew sharper and more piercing. The golden holy flame was gradually and resolutely suppressed by the deep purple beams. That tiny finger, along with the fragile body it protected, was on the brink of being completely engulfed by the tide of destruction. In the cosmos, Frieza's playful smile turned increasingly frigid. The game was coming to an end. Little insect, your performance has been somewhat captivating. He elegantly raised another hand, the fingers covered in white bone armor bending slightly, seemingly prepared to exert further force to entirely extinguish this insignificant resistance. Yet, at that critical moment, a more primal, more ferocious, and more unruly will erupted violently from the infant Kakarot's nearly shattered body. This was not the ancient rhythm of the holy body. It was the wild battle intent born from the deepest recesses of the Saiyan bloodline, ignited by the dual threats of death and the potential of the holy body. It was the madness of being on the brink of annihilation, a fierce roar imprinted in the genes of a warrior race. Ugh! A weak yet soul-piercing cry of the infant resounded amidst the obliterating storm, filled with a profound agony and boundless rage. This cry served as a signal. Within Kakarot, the residual divine essence that had been forcibly infused, nearly bursting him apart, the nearly collapsing essence of the ancient holy body and the boiling Saiyan bloodline. At the moment of impending death, under the unyielding will born from the most primal instincts of life, resonated in a cataclysmic manner. Boom! The golden holy flame, entwined at his fingertip and on the verge of extinguishment, surged violently, as if doused in scalding oil. Its color transformed from pure gold to a haunting dark red, imbued with the essence of burning bloodlines and the madness of mutual destruction. In that instant of dark red golden flame erupting, it momentarily resisted the advance of Frieza's death beam, even causing a small section of the incoming purple light to be annihilated in reverse. A flicker of genuine surprise flashed in Frieza's eyes for the first time, his previously nonchalant elegance momentarily faltering. He sensed the abruptly unleashed, entirely different will within that flame. A barbaric, primal, and destructively inclined battle intent. Desperate struggles could not alter the outcome. Frieza's voice turned frigid, a hint of annoyance at being provoked by an ant quietly rising within him. He straightened his outstretched fingers abruptly, but it was too late. The eruption of Kakarot's dark red golden flame was not an act of retaliation, but rather a final bid for escape. Just as the dark red golden flame surged, momentarily pushing back the death beam for a fraction of a second, beneath Kakarot, the remaining two-thirds of the divine source crystal mountain erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of purple light from its core, the most refined and concentrated divine crystals. These crystals were not being drained of energy, but were instead enveloped and compressed by a force born from the dying explosion of the holy body. Alongside the infant Kakarot himself, boom! The last remnants of the core protective chamber's structure were utterly obliterated by this implosive force. A meticulously condensed, purple gold sphere, enveloping baby Kakarot and hundreds of core divine essences, erupted just as the chaotic azure lotus manifestation collapsed completely, and the myriad green light points dissipated. Shooting forth like a meteor from the gap, where the dark red golden flame collided with the death beam at an unimaginable speed. It did not fly into space, nor towards any known direction. As it burst forth, the surrounding space was torn apart like fragile glass, creating a pitch-black, distorted rift emanating chaotic energy. Fueled by the dying potential of the holy body, the burning divine source, and the Saiyan battle intent. Swoosh! The purple-gold sphere plunged into the dark rift without a moment's hesitation. The rift sealed instantly. All that remained was a vast void, entirely hollowed out as if devoured by a colossal beast, and the deep purple death beam, now lost its target, continued to rampage uncontrollably. The beam, having lost its obstruction, instantly penetrated the crust of Planet Vegeta, delving deep into its core. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Planet Vegeta, under Frieza's cold gaze and amidst the desperate wails of countless Saiyans, erupted like a powder keg, unleashing the final and most spectacular light of destruction from within. The star perished, and at the edge of that cataclysmic inferno, within the deep pit, Bardock, bound by the power of the azure lotus petals and flickering with emerald light, felt the chaotic ancient will within him stir, seemingly prompted by the planet's annihilating force, forcing open a sliver of his confinement at the last moment. He abruptly lifted his head, his face smeared with blood and dust, his eyes fixated intently on the space where the violet golden orb had vanished. Deep within his pupils, the fleeting image of a pitch-black rift and the shimmering light that had vanished within it were reflected. Kakarot, a name that carried an unbelievable shock and a hint of complex emotions he could scarcely comprehend, mingled with blood, was forced through his clenched teeth. In the next moment, a cataclysmic shockwave, potent enough to vaporize tectonic plates, engulfed him along with the deep crater entirely. Chapter 3. The Starborn Lotus Seed's Mutation. The explosion of Planet Vegeta illuminated the cosmos like a fleeting yet brutal firework, rapidly expanding in the cold void of space. The blinding wave of destruction devoured everything in its path, fragments of the planet entwined with the remnants and despair of countless Saiyan warriors. Propelled by the ferocious energy into the depths of the universe, transforming into a lifeless, slowly drifting cloud of metal and rock debris. At the edge of this newly formed graveyard of star remains, distanced from the most violent epicenter of the explosion, a faint violet-golden glow flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to pierce through the dense cloud of dust. At the core of this luminescence lay an infant, Kakarot. He curled up, his small form enveloped by a layer of solidified, translucent purple crystal. This crystalline shell was not flawless. Its surface was marred by a network of fissures, through which glimpses of his pale golden skin could be seen, revealing wounds that had not fully healed from the immense power he had endured, presenting a dull, lusterless gold, reminiscent of battered ancient gilding. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, ensnared in the deepest slumber of self-repair. The crystal encasing him was formed from the essence of hundreds of core divine sources, fused with the primordial essence of the ancient sacred body and the final surge of Saiyan battle intent. This violet golden shell, akin to the most resilient amber, safeguarded the fragile spark of life within, remaining unscathed amidst the onslaught of cosmic rays and high-velocity debris. It emanated a weak yet tenacious force field, propelling the crystalline shell that encased Kakarot like a solitary vessel navigating a turbulent sea. Following a completely random trajectory dictated by the residual forces of the explosive shockwave and spatial rifts, gliding into the unknown depths of dark space. In the profound recesses of Kakarot's slumbering consciousness, however, there was not silence. A vast, boundless sea of chaos flickered uneasily, a reflection of the primordial sacred body's essence. Above this tumultuous expanse, where the roots of the chaotic blue lotus phenomenon once flourished, only a faint, indistinct outline remained. The ethereal image of the lotus that had pierced through the chaos was nearly dissipated, its leaves fragmented, and the massive blue lotus bud had completely crumbled, leaving only wisps of lingering emerald essence, flickering weakly like a candle in the wind. Yet, above this desolate sea of chaos, at the core of the nearly extinguished phenomenon, a minuscule yet vibrant green point of light stubbornly floated, brimming with boundless vitality. It was neither divine energy nor the ferocious battle intent of the Saiyan bloodline. It was a seed, a fragment of the primordial blue lotus essence encapsulated within the last shattered petal, forcibly stripped away and compressed at the moment of the phenomenon's collapse and the sacred body's near demise, deeply embedded within Kakarot's primordial core. At this moment, this tiny green seed gradually and greedily absorbed the energy radiating from the violet golden shell encasing Kakarot. This energy was the remnants of divine essence. The life force exuded during the self-healing of the sacred body's essence, intermingled with a trace of the Saiyan bloodline's indomitable fighting spirit. With each absorption, the luminosity of the green seed grew brighter, and within it, faint yet intricate runes seemed to flow and reorganize slowly. Akin to a parched traveler drawing sustenance from everything it could reach, attempting to take root amidst the ruins of the sacred body's essence. A remarkably slow yet inexorably transformative change was quietly occurring deep within the sleeping infant's essence. The direction of this transformation was unknown even to the slumbering Kakarot himself. The collision of the ancient sacred body with the Saiyan bloodline became increasingly intricate and unpredictable due to this foreign seed, derived from the essence of the phenomenon. In another distant, silent region far from the debris of Planet Vegeta's explosion, on a massive fragment of the planet, its surface smooth as black glass from extreme heat and rapid cooling, a heavy, metallic sound echoed eerily in the absolute silence of the void. Bang, bang, bang. A hulking figure, like an unyielding machine, relentlessly pounded his fist, clad in tattered battle armor, against the black glassy rock beneath him. Bardock. He was still alive. Yet, the state of his existence could only be described as inhumane. He knelt partially on the rocky surface, his muscles coiled like iron. But his skin exhibited an extraordinarily bizarre condition. Most areas bore the Saiyan's characteristic bronze hue, yet vast patches were covered in a rough, resilient, deep green layer resembling the bark of a millennium-old tree. These green layers spread along his spine, shoulder blades, and the outer sides of his arms, even slightly protruding at the sides of his forehead, forming two inconspicuous, budding-like bumps. His tattered battle armor was stretched to the brink of destruction, revealing a more horrifying sight beneath. Instead of muscle fibers, thick energy veins coiled like dragons, emanating a faint emerald glow, coursed beneath his skin. Gah! Each time his fist struck down, a primal roar of agony erupted from Bardock's throat. That roar was not born from the recoil of his fist, but from an unending internal torment. As if countless steel needles were piercing his marrow and fiery agony consumed his organs, the blue lotus petal that had forcibly embedded itself within him did not kill him. Rather, it preserved his life amidst the cataclysmic shockwave of the planet's explosion in a bizarre manner. The cost was the overwhelming, profound energy of the primordial blue lotus and the remaining traces of its celestial resonance, which, like the most domineering alien virus, thoroughly infected and transformed his body. His Saiyan cells were being torn apart and reassembled by this ancient, cold, and weighty energy. With every breath and heartbeat, a brutal war raged at the cellular level. The wild combat instinct of the Saiyan bloodline clashed violently with the primordial blue lotus's heavy resonance, which encompassed and subdued all within him. Pain surged like a tide, each wave stronger than the last, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. Sweat mixed with the tainted blood seeping from his pores, glowing faintly with emerald light, pooled beneath him into a viscous liquid. Get out! Bardock's eyes, bloodshot, flickered between the Scion's ferocious golden radiance and the primordial blue lotus's tranquil green glow. He attempted to expend his strength in the most primal way, using pain to suppress pain, battling against the relentless torment within his body. His fist struck the hard rock surface, his knuckles long since bloodied and raw, exposing white bone shards, yet they quickly healed under his formidable regenerative abilities, only to be battered anew. In his mind, fragmented memories flashed like shattered mirrors, wildly sparkling under the stimulus of excruciating pain. In the frigid confines of the testing chamber, mountains of violet crystals loomed ominously while the wails of an infant pierced the air, accompanied by the brittle crack of a detector. Vegeta's countenance was etched with a deep pallor, and the sinister shadows of Frieza's fleet loomed large. A deathly purple light pierced the heavens, chaos surged, and a colossal azure lotus swayed, its buds trembling in the tumult. Within the fissures, a tiny finger, entwined in the consuming golden flames of annihilation, reached out, culminating in a rift that tore through space and vanished into the void, heralding the name, Kakarot. This name seared into his consciousness like a branding iron, burning fiercely in its depths. Kakarot. Bardock suddenly lifted his head, unleashing a hoarse roar into the dark abyss, his voice swallowed by the vacuum, leaving only the tremor of his vocal cords echoing within his skull. His eyes, flickering with alternating golden and green luminescence, were filled with fury, anguish, and bewilderment. Alongside a cold scrutiny, implanted by the chaotic resonance of the azure lotus, even he was unaware of. That infant, his son, what kind of monstrosity was he? What were those violet crystals he had brought? What was that gigantic lotus apparition? The golden flames that erupted forth, and that rift in space. Frieza's death beam had failed to extinguish him. He had escaped. This realization exploded in Bardock's chaotic, tormented mind like ice water thrown into a boiling cauldron. Escaped? A newborn infant, escaping Frieza's full-force strike. Absurd. The sheer absurdity crashed against the remnants of his sanity. Yet, the vivid memory of golden flames clashing against death beams, and the last purple and gold silhouette fleeing through the rift, felt overwhelmingly real. Bardock emitted another anguished howl, his body convulsing and curling from the internal turmoil. The small green protrusions on either side of his forehead seemed to swell in tandem with his agony, the verdant energy veins beneath his skin glowing ever more brightly. He suddenly slammed his forehead against the rocky ground beneath him. Bang! The obsidian rock shattered, leaving a shallow pit, as blood, mingled with emerald luminescence, flowed down, offering a fleeting moment of physical clarity. He could not die. He must not die. Frieza. The destruction of Planet Vegeta, and that monstrous child who had fled. The flames of vengeance, interwoven with the pride of a Saiyan warrior and the boundless humiliation wrought by his current torment, blazed fiercely within his chest like the most potent fuel. This burning resolve miraculously subdued, if only temporarily, the excruciating conflict of the two primal forces within him, granting his chaotic thoughts a moment of respite. He had to survive. He must grow stronger, strong enough to tear Frieza apart, strong enough to find that little monster named Kakarot and unravel this enigma. Bardock ceased his futile pounding and thrashing. With great effort, he adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged upon the cold, black rock surface, akin to a wounded lone wolf tending to its wounds. He closed his eyes, relinquishing the futile struggle against pain, directing all his remaining willpower, like an iron clamp, to forcefully compress the chaotic, violent torrents of energy that tore through his body. There was no guiding method, no path of cultivation. Only the most primal, savage will to crush, like taming two ferocious dragons that raged within him. The agony surged to unprecedented heights. Bardock's body trembled violently, the green keratin layer upon his surface flickering erratically, the veins beneath his bronze skin threatening to burst. Sweat, blood, and a murky fluid laced with emerald specks seeped out. Yet he bit down hard, his gums bleeding profusely, and did not utter a single sound of pain. Only ragged breaths, heavy as a wind-battered bellows, reverberated silently in the void of the cosmos. Survive. Grow stronger. Avenge. This near-obsessive thought became the solitary beacon guiding his consciousness against the tumultuous torrents within. Time lost all meaning amidst the drifting cosmic debris. Bardock stood as a statue of green stone, frozen in suffering and struggle, undergoing a brutal metamorphosis unknown and incomprehensible to any other, enveloped in absolute darkness and silence. Each forceful suppression of his will further integrated the energy of the chaotic azure lotus into his Saiyan cells, expanding the rough green keratin layer further, and rendering the small protrusions on his forehead even more pronounced. Uncertain of how long he drifted, the purple-gold crystalline shell encasing Kakarot finally exhausted its last vestiges of propulsion, nearly depleting the remaining essence of divine source energy. The surface cracks became denser, the glow dimming to that of a firefly. Ahead, a planet's silhouette gradually emerged against the dark cosmic backdrop. It was not a habitable world. From afar, the planet's hues presented a chilling, disconcerting dichotomy. One half was a blinding, lifeless pallor, shrouded beneath a heavy ice cap and eternal glaciers, a frigid hell. The other half roiled with dark red luminescence, an ocean of magma, its scorching breath seemingly capable of traversing the vast void. The boundary between ice and fire twisted grotesquely, like a vast scar marring the planet. The thin, chaotic atmosphere was rife with lethal cold currents, searing ash, and violent electromagnetic storms. This was a planet torn asunder by extreme environments, teetering on the brink of death, a desolate corner of the universe. The purple-gold crystalline shell, ensnared by the planet's erratic gravity, subtly adjusted its trajectory, as if guided by an unseen hand, plunging toward the boundary where ice and fire entwined, like a colossal scar. The crystalline shell pierced through the thin, tumultuous atmosphere, its surface rasping against the violent particle streams, emitting faint hisses as it trailed a brief, dim light. Gaining speed, it aimed for a relatively calm area at the edge of the boundary, a locale where a vast glacier encircled a yet-to-solidify lava lake. Here, glaciers and magma interwove, creating a myriad of fissures steaming with vapor and bubbling mud. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and frigid ice crystals. Boom! The purple-gold crystalline shell crashed down like a meteor onto a relatively hard black basalt platform at the juncture of glacier and lava lake. The tremendous impact sent shockwaves through the entire platform. The shell embedded deeply into the hard rock, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading out for dozens of meters. The point of impact erupted in a cloud of dust mixed with ice crystals, rock fragments, and sulfurous steam. As the dust gradually settled, the purple-gold crystalline shell, now deeply embedded in the rocky pit, extinguished its glow completely. Its surface, once vibrant with purple and gold, faded into a dull, gray stone shell riddled with cracks. It fulfilled its final mission, delivering the fragile spark of life contained within to the harsh surface of this unforgiving planet. Inside the shell, the curled-up infant Kakarot, shaken by the violent impact, furrowed his brow slightly, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible groan of pain. He remained in slumber. Yet his body instinctively began to adapt passively to the dual stimuli of the extreme environment surrounding him, the bone-chilling cold and the searing heat of the earth, acting upon his cracked, pale golden skin like two sharp files. The formidable vitality of the ancient sacred body began to accelerate its operation slowly, passively, in the silence. The dim gold beneath his skin appeared to recover a glimmer of luster, albeit at an exceedingly sluggish pace, under the extreme stimuli of ice and fire. The distant glaciers groaned ominously, while the lava lake nearby bubbled with scorching bubbles. This child, cast away from his ruined homeland, would commence his unknown and arduous journey of survival and growth on the precipice of this inferno of ice and fire. Meanwhile, in the distant cosmic debris where Bardock floated, the green silhouette, seated in a meditative posture, sensed an almost imperceptible yet fundamentally familiar wave of energy the moment Kakarot plunged into the ice-fire planet. As his body instinctively began to adapt to the extreme environment, Bardock's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, deep within his pupils. The flickering gold of ferocity and the tranquil green momentarily converged, coalescing into a remarkably intricate and enigmatic radiance. His face, marred by blood and green stains, twitched slightly. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes piercing through the frigid, dark void, gazing vacantly yet intuitively towards an entirely unknown direction. A raspy sound escaped his throat, akin to sandpaper scraping, mingled with a metallic tang. Stars, the sea. The voice shattered into a husky whisper, laden with endless agony and a nascent, chilling ambition. Chapter 4, The Ice-Fire Purgatory, The Awakening of the Sacred Body. The resounding echoes of the violet gold crystal shell's impact reverberated through the desolate expanse of ice and fire, only to be mercilessly engulfed by the cracking of glaciers and the tumultuous roiling of magma lakes. The crystal shell, deeply embedded within the black basalt crater, had completely lost its last glimmer, appearing as dull as a stubborn stone, marred by a web of cracks. The dust and debris from the impact, mingled with the acrid sulfur vapors and shards of ice, slowly settled, revealing the curled form within, the infant Kakarot. The lethal chill and searing heat, akin to two invisible torrents with serrated edges, surged through the fissures of the crystal shell, relentlessly battering his frail body marked by faint golden cracks. The extreme cold sought to freeze the flickering flame of his fragile life, while the scorching heat aimed to desiccate him from within. The violent tug-of-war between these two extreme energies caused his body to involuntarily convulse, even in the depths of his profound self-repair slumber. A faint, agonized groan escaped his tightly pressed lips, his small face contorted, as the golden light beneath his skin flickered uncertainly, like a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. However, the ancient resilience of the sacred body, stemming from the very origins of life, was forcibly awakened in this environment that transcended limits. It was not a conscious awakening, but rather a primal survival instinct. A faint yet remarkably tenacious pull emanated from beneath his cracked skin. From the left, an icy gale from the towering glacier, laden with particles of frozen souls, was inexorably drawn into the fissures of his left side. As this frigid energy penetrated, it felt as if countless icy needles pierced through flesh and bone, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet the essence of the sacred body ravenously absorbed and transformed this pure, extreme cold. On the left side of his dim golden skin, the edges of the fine cracks began to coalesce at a visible pace into a delicate layer of gossamer, emanating a chilling aura through the formation of pale blue ice crystal patterns. From the right, the searing heat from the edge of the lava lake, infused with turbulent fire energy, was similarly drawn in, surging into the cracks on his right side. The burning agony intensified instantly, as if he were submerged in a furnace, with the flesh beneath his skin emitting faint sizzling sounds. Yet the essence of the sacred body welcomed this fierce heat, forcibly incorporating and refining it with a near-primitive ferocity. On the right side of his pale golden skin, dark red, lava-like patterns emerged along the edges of the cracks. Ice and fire, two diametrically opposed forces capable of instantly obliterating ordinary life, now became the sustenance for this ancient sacred body, teetering on the brink of disintegration. They were forcibly absorbed and, under the guidance of the sacred body's instinct, simultaneously repaired the horrific internal injuries inflicted by Frieza's destructive power while passively refining this nascent treasure. Kakarot's body transformed into a battlefield, a crucible, The intertwining ice blue and dark red patterns expanded across his small form, clashing yet achieving an exceedingly fragile and painful equilibrium under the ancient aura of the sacred body's essence that embraced all. With every breath, he experienced the torment of being torn apart and remade between the extremes of ice and fire, the agony washing over the edges of his slumbering consciousness like a relentless tide. Deep within the sea of his slumbering consciousness, the image of the dilapidated chaotic sea seemed to respond to the external energies of ice and fire, rippling with faint undulations. The verdant seed of destiny, suspended within the core of his essence, began to absorb energy at an accelerated pace. It greedily drew in the more refined life essence released during the transformation of ice and fire energy by the sacred body, along with a trace of the indomitable warrior spirit inherent in his Saiyan bloodline. The runes circulating within the seed appeared to grow clearer, emanating a barely perceptible surge of vitality. It was taking root, adapting to this extraordinary sacred body tempered by ice and fire. Time lost all measure on this planet, torn asunder by ice and fire. Only the slow movement of glaciers, the unceasing churn of lava lakes, and the gradual growth of the ice blue and dark red patterns on the infant's body bore witness to the passage of time. Unbeknownst to how long it had been, perhaps days, perhaps weeks, the gray crystal shell encasing Kakarot finally emitted a groan of unbearable strain, succumbing to the relentless onslaught of ice and fire energy and the planet's own gravitational pull. Crack, crash. The largest fissure on the surface of the crystal shell abruptly widened, followed by a chain reaction that caused the entire shell to shatter completely. It crumbled into a heap of dull, gray-white rubble, scattering at the bottom of the crater. The infant Kakarot's tiny form lay fully exposed to the air of the ice-fire purgatory. A bone-chilling wind immediately enveloped his left side, icy crystals striking against him as the dark red lava patterns illuminated fiercely, striving to resist. The seething heat from the right surged forth, while the pale blue ice crystal patterns on the left side radiated an even stronger chill in defiance. Devoid of the last vestige of cushioning provided by the crystal shell, the onslaught of ice and fire energy escalated dramatically. Kakarot's body arched violently, as if struck by an invisible force. His slumbering consciousness was forcibly jolted by this sudden, overwhelming pain that far exceeded anything experienced before. Just as his awareness teetered on the brink of breaking free from the abyss of slumber, a faint humming resonated. A profoundly subtle, yet deeply pulsing wave of energy penetrated through the thick layers of rock and the chaotic environment of ice and fire, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, clearly transmitting to the depths of Kakarot's being. This wave originated from the depths of the earth, from the core of this ice-fire planet. This wave was not merely pure energy. It bore a trace of the same origin as the divine crystal shell enveloping Kakarot. Yet it was more ancient, more substantial. It seemed to resonate from a long-buried vein of ore, echoing through the ages. This sudden pulse from deep within the earth struck like a silent thunderbolt in the night, crashing against the cusp of Kakarot's awakening consciousness. It momentarily delayed his body's instinctive absorption of the ice-fire energy. Simultaneously, in the cosmic depths, amidst the floating graveyard of star remnants, Bardock's green silhouette, seated in meditation, trembled violently the instant Kakarot's crystal shell shattered, exposing his body to the ice-fire purgatory and being impacted by the pulse of the divine mineral vein from the planet's depths. Within him, the relentless agony, akin to being pierced by a million steel needles, unexpectedly afforded a fleeting, almost imperceptible respite. In that 1,000th of a second, Bardock's tightly shut, bloodshot eyes sprang open. No longer did his pupils exhibit the chaotic interplay of feral gold and tranquil green. This time, the frigid, emerald hue emanating from the chaotic blue lotus, akin to a frozen abyss, held absolute dominance. The ferocious golden aura of the Saiyan was forcibly suppressed, flickering weakly and defiantly in the depths of his eyes, reminiscent of embers trapped beneath a sheet of icy green. The two small protrusions on his forehead, once barely noticeable, now stood distinctly visible, resembling the deep green, unbloomed cores of lotus seeds, embedded deeply within the flesh, radiating a ghostly luminescence. The coarse, deep green carapace enveloping his entire body had expanded beyond the bronzed skin of a Saiyan, forming a grotesque ridge along his spine, akin to the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. The verdant energy veins coiling beneath his skin, while subdued in brilliance, appeared more solid and weighty. A heavy, icy pressure, imbued with an ancient, primal aura, emanated from him like invisible ripples, gradually spreading outward, causing the tiny fragments of celestial debris floating nearby to momentarily stagnate. Bardock slowly lowered his head, his palm, covered in the green carapace, clenched and relaxed, emitting a creaking sound akin to dry wood rubbing together. He gazed at his hands. Now foreign and grotesque, devoid of fear, only a cold scrutiny sharpened by excruciating pain. In the fleeting moment of agony, an exceedingly faint yet familiar resonance stirred within him. His expressionless face, cloaked in green carapace, belied the intensity of his gaze, piercing through the frigid void, locking onto a direction sensed in the depths of fate. From deep within his throat, a low, raspy sound emerged, resembling the grating of stone. Find you. Chapter 5. The Pulsation of the Star Core. The initial cry of the awakened beast. At the cold, black basalt pit's bottom, shattered remnants of grayish crystal littered the ground, reminiscent of faded bones. Kakarot's diminutive form lay entirely exposed to the hellish atmosphere. The biting cold winds, laced with icy crystals, struck him with the ferocity of a million poisoned steel needles. Piercing his left side. On the right, the scorching earth's breath, laden with sulfurous miasma, seared his skin like an invisible branding iron. The pale blue crystalline patterns on his left side erupted with a piercing chill, fiercely resisting the invading cold. On the right, the dark red lava patterns blazed with fervor, combating the surging heat wave. The powers of ice and fire clashed violently upon his fragile form, and the tearing pains surged like relentless waves, each more powerful than the last. Assaulting his slumbering consciousness, a faint whimper of pain escaped his tightly clenched teeth, his small body trembling violently, each quiver aggravating the delicate, light golden cracks beneath his skin, oozing tiny droplets of blood imbued with a faint golden glow, only to be instantly evaporated by the extreme temperature. Just as this agonizing torment threatened to shatter the barrier of his consciousness, a humming sound reverberated. The pulsation from the depths of the earth resonated once more. This time, it was clearer and more intense, no longer a vague resonance. Kakarot's near-collapsing body became akin to a resonance chamber forcibly tuned to frequency. Distinctly hearing the call from the star core, it was not merely a sound, it was a suffocating pulse of energy. A force that was of the same root as the divine source that once enveloped and protected him, ultimately consumed by his own flames. Yet vast and magnificent like a primordial mother, imbued with the weight of countless ages. Star core divine source. This thought struck like lightning, cleaving through the chaos at the edge of his consciousness. Not a contemplation, but an instinctual yearning and recognition for the shared source energy, emerging from the deepest core of his ancient sacred body. Boom. This intense resonance and longing, akin to plunging ice water into boiling oil, instantaneously ignited the already precarious balance of ice and fire within Kakarot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pale blue and dark red patterns representing the forces of ice and fire on either side of his body blazed to their utmost brilliance. The ice blue patterns voraciously absorbed the glacial chill, while the dark red patterns devoured the geothermal heat. The extreme energies that were forcibly consumed and refined were no longer merely utilized for repairing and honing his body. Rather, they were brutally transformed into two surging torrents of energy by the awakening instinct of the sacred body. One was bone-chillingly cold, freezing all in its path. The other was wildly scorching, incinerating all that lay before it. These two temporarily transformed torrents of energy, whose natures were starkly opposed, rampaged within Kakarot's body. Yet their targets were remarkably aligned, akin to two colossal hammers manipulated by an unseen hand, striking fiercely at the dormant core of the ancient sacred body. Grievously wounded by Frieza's death beam, akin to a desolate riverbed, rumbling in the depths of his consciousness. The shattered illusion of the chaotic sea was violently stirred by these two frenzied external forces, unleashing towering waves. An agonizing, piercing cry, filled with endless suffering and nascent fury, erupted from Kakarot's throat. This sound pierced through the howling cold winds and the roaring magma, echoing sharply across the desolate ice and fire wasteland. The dormant will, under the extreme pain of internal and external assault and the summoning of the star core divine source, was forcibly yanked from the abyss. He abruptly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Deep within the pupils, there was no infantile innocence. Instead, two distinctly different flames burned fiercely. The left eye was ice blue, seemingly holding the frigid essence of millennia-old glaciers, devoid of any emotion, embodying a pure will to freeze all. The right eye was dark red, akin to a roiling core of lava, pulsating with the wrath of destruction and the desire to incinerate everything. The wills of ice and fire intertwined and collided madly within his awakening gaze. A violent headache pierced through his skull like a steel needle, nearly causing his newly coalesced consciousness to disintegrate once again. However, just as this clash of icy and fiery wills threatened to tear apart his nascent awareness, a hum resonated. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the green seed, suspended in the core of the chaotic sea, which had silently absorbed energy, seemed to be stirred by this intense clash of wills, and for the first time, radiated a circle of extremely faint yet remarkably resilient and tranquil emerald light. This aura, like the gentlest of veils, swept across Kakarot's tumultuous and pained consciousness. It imposed no forceful suppression, nor did it seek to mediate the conflict. It simply brought forth a tranquil embrace that encompassed all, a deep-rooted resilience that had endured the creation of the universe without fading. This thread of tranquil resilience, akin to a stabilizing anchor, instantaneously steadied Kakarot's consciousness, which was on the verge of being torn apart by ice and fire. The ice blue of the left eye and the dark red of the right eye continued to burn. Yet the extreme sensation of conflict threatening to shatter his very soul was tempered, leaving behind an unusual state where coldness and heat coexisted, pain and clarity intertwined. A suppressed groan, laden with endless pain and confusion, escaped Kakarot's lips. His nascent consciousness clung to existence like a small boat amid a tempest. At that moment, roar. A deafening, violent, and greedy roar erupted, akin to thunder from a clear sky, resonating from behind a massive glacier in the distance. The murderous aura embedded within the sound instantly dispersed a portion of the sulfurous steam, causing the air itself to solidify. Following this, the earth trembled heavily. The shattering sounds of the glacier echoed one after another. A colossal figure shattered the towering ice blocks, obscuring his vision, emerging within the blurred confines of Kakarot's sight. It was a monster. Its size rivaled that of a small spaceship. Its overall form resembled an enlarged, armored armadillo, clad in heavy rock-like armor. The surface was not covered in scales, but rather in large, angular plates, polished to a sheen akin to obsidian, with dark red, viscous light flowing between the gaps in the armor. The colossal head resembled a battering ram, crowned with a spiraling, metallic horn that glimmered with a chilling sheen. Four robust claws rested upon the junction of glacier and lava, each step leaving profound imprints in the hardened black rock, the edges oozing with molten traces. A tail, clad in the same rocky armor and terminating in a massive hammer-like appendage, thrashed restlessly behind, striking against the rock face with a thunderous sound, sending shards flying. Its eyes were twin orbs of burning magma. At this moment, these fiery spheres were fixated intently on the diminutive figure at the pit's bottom, exuding an extraordinary energy fluctuation. Reminiscent of a delectable delicacy, Kakarot, the recent whale, laden with anguish and fury, alongside the pure life essence emanating from Kakarot as he passively absorbed the energies of ice and fire, served as a beacon in the night, finally attracting the true predator of this ice and fire hellish planet, the lava-armored dragon. This behemoth, positioned at the apex of the planet's food chain, clearly regarded Kakarot as a rare and potent treasure from beyond the stars. It opened its massive maw, revealing a throat akin to a molten tunnel and serrated teeth glistening with sulfuric saliva, emitting an even more fervent and greedy roar. A foul, scalding gust rushed forth. In its immense, lava-like eyes, only the primal desire to devour remained. Lowering its massive form slightly, the muscular hind limbs, encased in rocky armor, surged forth with the force of a collapsing black mountain, accompanied by a suffocating gust and the stench of burning flesh, lunging toward the infant Kakarot, who had just opened his eyes and was still ensnared in the chaotic torment of ice and fire. The gaping maw overshadowed the entire pit in an instant. Scalding, corrosive saliva dripped down like molten rain. The scent of death, reeking of sulfur, descended upon him. In the depths of the cosmos, upon the drifting remains of a celestial body, Bardock's eyes, cloaked in a crystalline frost of emerald green, flickered with suppressed fury at the moment Kakarot emitted that anguished cry, triggering the eruption of ice and fire energy and awakening the lava-armored dragon. Deep within his pupils, the repressed golden gleam of a scion flared with sudden intensity. Beneath the deep green carapace covering his body, the verdant energy veins coiled tightly as if gripped by an invisible force. Ugh! Bardock emitted a stifled groan. A pain, sharper and more profound than before, erupted within him without warning. It felt as if something connected to his very bloodline was under dire threat. This anguish surged with such ferocity that it briefly unsettled the barriers he had erected to contain the two primal forces within him. Boom! The violent will of the Scion bloodline exploded forth like a detonated powder keg, taking advantage of the momentary slack in his mental defenses. A golden torrent of fury surged forth, breaking through the emerald icy confines, creating a tempest within his consciousness. It clashed violently with the heavy, cold chaos of the azure lotus path. Roar! Bardock could no longer maintain his meditative posture. He arched his back violently, unleashing a roar of agony that was anything but human. His fists, clad in the green carapace, smashed against the black obsidian rock beneath him. Boom! The resilient stone crumbled like fragile cookies. The two deep green lotus seeds on his forehead emitted an even deeper glow, as if something were about to burst forth from within. The verdant energy veins beneath his skin ignited like a lit fuse, flaring brilliantly as they frantically drew in the ambient energy from the cosmos, forcefully infusing it into his near-uncontrollable body. Pain. Excruciating agony. The turmoil from his bloodline and the chaotic conflict within him threatened to tear his very soul asunder. His face, lined with green carapace and bulging veins, contorted like a demonic visage. One eye was completely frozen in emerald ice, cold and numb, while the other burned with a primal rage, ignited by the golden light of a Saiyan Father's fury, a flicker of anguish that even the chaotic azure lotus path could not extinguish. Kakarot, a hoarse and fragmented growl, mingled with pain and frenzied wrath, escaped his bloodied teeth, akin to the whimper of a wounded beast. His hands, stained with blood and verdant liquid, clawed desperately into the shattered rock beneath him, the knuckles groaning under the burden of exertion. Far away, on an unknown planet, his son, the newborn who had already exhibited monstrous strength, was confronting death. Yet here he was, trapped on this icy celestial remains, enduring a dual torment of body and spirit, powerless. Despairing rage surged through him like molten lava, raging against the confines of his body. Chapter 6. The Devouring Behemoth, the Emergence of the Path. The Shadow of Death. Entwined with the searing winds and corrosive saliva expelled by the lava-armored dragon, enveloped the pit as if a collapsing lava dome had descended upon it. The massive maw descended, the serrated teeth glinted with a cold light of annihilation. At the pit's bottom, Kakarot's newly opened eyes burned with icy blue and dark red fury. The soul-rending pain, the dual torment of furnace and ice cave, the chaotic confusion of nascent consciousness. Everything compressed into a singular point before the gaping maw that obscured his vision. Reeking of death, that point emanated from the most primal, instinctual desire for survival within the ancient sacred body. Buzz. In that infinitesimal moment before the lava maw would close and consume him, the two torrents of ice and fire within Kakarot, forcibly transformed and spiraling out of control due to pain and resonance with the core of the star, found their sole outlet. They no longer violently tore at his body and consciousness, but were forcibly twisted into a singular force by the imminent threat of death and the ultimate will to survive. No technique, no form, only a primal, reckless counterattack ignited by the crisis of death from the depths of his bloodline. Ugh! A sound, sharper than before, filled with endless agony and nascent fury, erupted from the infant's throat. This sound transcended mere crying. It was a shockwave tearing through the air, infused with the dual forces of ice and fire. Kakarot's tiny right fist, adorned with faint golden cracks and icy fire patterns, surged forth with all the remaining strength he could muster, aimed directly at the descending lava maw, instinctively and without flair. As the fist shot out, the pale blue icy patterns along his left arm erupted with a piercing cold radiance. The chill did not diffuse. Instead, it coalesced into a visible, spiraling icy blue mist, enveloping the fist. Wherever it passed, the air froze instantly, leaving a fleeting trail of frost. The rocks along the edge of the pit were swiftly coated in a thick layer of white frost. Meanwhile, the dark red lava patterns on his right arm blazed intensely. The raging heat coalesced into a spiraling, dark red-black stream of destructive flame around his fist. The high temperatures warped the air, emitting sizzling sounds, while the rocks surrounding his fist melted into dark red magma. The icy blue mist and dark red flame, two opposing forces that should annihilate each other, bizarrely twisted together for a brief moment on the same fist, like two venomous dragons biting at each other, yet sharing a common target. The fist was aimed squarely at the lower jaw of the lava-armored dragon. Time seemed to stretch. In the burning gaze of the lava-armored dragon, the minuscule, spiraling fist, entwined with the dual forces of ice and fire, reflected back at it. The energy fluctuations emanating from the fist instinctively instilled a sense of unease. Yet more prominently, it ignited a furious wrath at the audacity of such a diminutive prey daring to resist. Its devouring motion showed no signs of hesitation. Boom! The infant fist, entwined with the dual streams of ice and fire, struck firmly against the most resilient and robust section of the obsidian-like carapace beneath the jaw of the lava-armored dragon. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a disconcerting and sharp shattering sound, reminiscent of matter being instantaneously obliterated. Crack! Hiss! The icy blue frost erupted upon contact. The extreme cold, akin to countless blades of ice, surged into the thick carapace with breathtaking swiftness. The resilient armor, capable of withstanding the searing heat of lava, crumbled before the ultimate frost summoned by the primal essence of the ancient holy body, as fragile as decayed wood. Visible frost fractures rapidly spread from the point of impact. Immediately thereafter, dark red flames erupted with a mighty roar. The raging heat, capable of incinerating all, surged through the myriad minuscule fissures gnawed open by the freezing energy. Burrowing deep into the carapace like maggots in flesh. Ice and fire, the epitome of destruction. Absolute cold freezes, structural integrity shatters. Intense heat ignites, causing internal explosions. Hiss. The hardest section of the lava-armored dragon's jaw, akin to glass thrown into a hell of ice and fire, instantaneously became laced with spiderweb-like cracks amidst the intertwining flashes of icy blue and dark red, before bursting apart with a thunderous explosion. It shattered into countless fragments, enveloping ice crystals and molten lava, scattering across the landscape. A deafening roar erupted from the lava-armored dragon, a sound reverberating with unimaginable pain and terror. No longer a furious snarl, it was now filled with disbelief and dread. The mighty head was violently thrown back by the terrifying force contained within that punch. A gaping, horrific wound, with edges oozing lava and frozen blood, was torn open on its armored jaw. Thick, sulfurous blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Agonizing pain and terror swiftly overwhelmed its ravenous desire to consume. For the first time, within the eyes of this planetary overlord, the shadow of death flickered. Its colossal form staggered backward, massive claws carving deep furrows in the ground as it sought to distance itself. However, with a single punch delivered, the tumultuous torrent of ice and fire within Kakarot was instantaneously released. What followed was an even more overwhelming agony and a terrifying void. His body felt as though it had been drained of all strength, softly collapsing backward. The icy blue and dark red glimmers in his pupils rapidly dimmed. Consciousness once again dragged toward the abyss of darkness by excruciating pain and weakness. He was powerless to pursue. Yet, at the very moment he leaned back, on the brink of succumbing once more, an extraordinary transformation occurred. On the right arm that had unleashed that punch, the faint blue and dark red patterns, which had merely passively emerged to absorb and transform external ice and fire energy, seemingly underwent a mystifying metamorphosis in that fleeting moment of extreme eruption. When the energies had briefly fused, buzz, a layer of incredibly faint, yet strikingly clear arcane radiance flickered upon the surface of his arm's skin. This was neither icy blue nor dark red. Instead, it was a deeper, more ancient hue, as if imbued with the essence of cosmic truths, a chaotic grayish color. Within this grayish glow, several exceedingly delicate yet unmistakably engraved patterns appeared beneath the skin, as if freshly inscribed, momentarily flashing into existence. These patterns were rudimentary and indistinct, akin to a novice's hasty scribblings, but bore an ineffable weight and power. They were not static, but rather flowed slowly and spontaneously, intertwining to form a remarkably incomplete and indistinct outline of a design. The primal essence of the ancient holy body's Tao patterns began to manifest. This was the first trace of power, a natural derivative born from the ancient holy body's struggle between life and death, under extreme duress. In conjunction with the absorption of extreme ice and fire energy, emerging from the depths of its essence, the instant the Tao patterns appeared, a faint yet tenacious pulling force suddenly emanated from Kakarot. Its target, the heavily wounded lava-armored dragon, now retreating in terror. Buzz. From the enormous, gruesome wound on the lava-armored dragon's jaw, wisps of visible blood mist, infused with immense life essence and energies of fire and earth, were forcibly drawn out by this pulling force originating from the Tao patterns of the holy body. As if caught in an invisible tether, they surged across space, rushing toward the small, unconscious figure at the pit's bottom. Roar, whimper. The lava-armored dragon emitted a cry of terror and despair, sensing that it was losing not only blood and energy, but also the very core of its life essence. It struggled to flee, but the severe injury to its jaw and the rapid depletion of its life essence rendered its steps unsteady, its massive body teetering precariously. The torrent of energy, brimming with the colossal vitality of the beast, surged into Kakarot's near-exhausted form like a deluge. The faint golden wounds on his skin, which had reopened due to the extreme outburst, began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate under the nourishment of this pure life energy. The dim golden skin regained a glimmer of resilient luster. The nearly depleted essence of the holy body greedily absorbed this replenishing force, like a parched land welcoming a much-needed rain. Moreover, deeper within, the desolate ocean of chaos in his consciousness seemed to calm slightly upon receiving this influx of pure life energy. The verdant Tao seed, suspended at its core, accelerated its energy absorption. It no longer merely absorbed the essence transformed by the holy body, but began to actively and dominantly siphon the life essence of the colossal beast. The radiance of the Tao seed solidified at a visible pace, verdant and dripping. The runes swirling within it appeared clearer, more profound. It resembled a gluttonous seed, flourishing atop the ruins of the ancient holy body, hastening its growth with the influx of foreign nutrients. The immense form of the lava-armored dragon, amidst its mournful cries as its life essence was relentlessly devoured, finally succumbed to exhaustion, crashing to its knees at the edge of the pit. Its massive head drooping in defeat, the light in its lava-like eyes dimming rapidly. Its once proud carapace lost its luster, fading to a dull gray under the weight of its diminishing life force. At the bottom of the pit, the unconscious infant Kakarot was enveloped in a faint haze, a mixture of the colossal beast's life essence and the energies of ice and fire. Beneath his skin, the nascent, rudimentary chaotic Tao patterns, nourished by the devoured energy, flowed slowly, stabilizing and becoming more pronounced. Meanwhile, beneath him, the black basalt ground, violently shaken by the earlier heavy trampling of the lava-armored dragon and the impact of Kakarot's ice-fire punch, revealed a deep crack previously concealed beneath layers of rock. From the depths of the crack emanated a richer, purer essence, imbued with the weight of countless ages, intertwining the cold and the searing heat, akin to the breath of a slumbering giant, steadily and persistently wafting forth. This was the essence of the star core divine source vein. It had been forced open, unveiling a passage to the surface through this brief, yet brutal battle. The glacial winds swept through, carrying ice crystals across the battlefield, imbued with the stench of sulfur and blood. The corpse of the colossal beast cooled rapidly at the pit's edge, stiffening. At the bottom of the pit, the unconscious infant, through passive absorption, was restoring itself, with a fissure leading to an unknown treasure beneath him. The purgatory of ice and fire bore witness to the true significance of the ancient holy body's inaugural battle, simultaneously unlocking the gateway to the profound secrets of this planet. Chapter 7. The heartbeat of the vein. The lotus pattern splits the void. At the bottom of the pit, a peculiar amalgamation of sulfur, blood, and energy permeated the air. The massive carcass of the lava-armored dragon knelt at the edge of the pit, as though offering itself as a sacrifice to whatever lay below. The horrifying wound on its jaw has ceased to bleed, and the once glimmering rock armor that enveloped its entire body has utterly lost its luster, presenting a moribund shade of gray. The fiery eyes, once ablaze like molten lava, have transformed into two cold, murky orbs reflecting the faint silhouette shrouded in ethereal mist at the bottom of the pit. Kakarot lies unconscious. His body has become an unthinking vortex, greedily devouring the resplendent life essence and residual fiery energy that continuously waft from the gaping wound of the colossal beast. Tendrils of visible crimson and dark red light traverse the space, incessantly streaming into him. On his skin, the pale golden fissures, torn asunder by extreme eruption, are visibly mending, healing at an astonishing rate under the nurturing touch of pure life energy, leaving behind only faint traces of gold. His once dull skin is rejuvenating with a resilient sheen, appearing even more refined than before. Newly birthed, rudimentary chaotic patterns flicker beneath the skin of his right arm, flowing with an almost imperceptible grace as the energy surges within, deepening the grayish glow ever so slightly. Deep within his consciousness, the shattered chaotic sea's phantoms are calmed by the life energy, the waves subsiding. The floating core's verdant seed, at this moment, becomes its greatest beneficiary. It ravenously absorbs the life essence that floods in, akin to an unfathomable abyss, transforming into a dripping emerald hue, plump and rounded, with runes swirling visibly on its surface, radiating an ever stronger vitality. It even begins to emit faint yet resilient tendrils of emerald energy, seeking to embed itself into the chaotic sea's phantoms around it, truly taking root. However, just as Kakarot's body and the seed are swiftly recovering and subtly enhancing through this voracious consumption, a heavy, slow energy fluctuation, resonating with the pulsations of the earth, continuously emanates from the profound rift beneath him. This fluctuation is none other than the breath of the star core divine source vein that had previously forcefully shaken his consciousness and summoned the lava-armored dragon. At this moment, the breath is no longer merely a call from the same origin, but carries a weighty pressure akin to a mountain. It feels as though a slumbering giant deep within the Earth's veins is being gradually awakened by the external combat and energy fluctuations, each breath sending tremors through the ground. As this heavy pulsation persists, the divine source aura emanating from the rift deepens, becoming more potent and pure. It is far more ancient and substantial than the divine source crystal Kakarot bore when he fell, as if it were the essence forged through eons of geological pressure. The contrasting qualities of cold and heat merge perfectly within, forming a unique and heart-pounding energy field. This rich divine source aura serves not only to continuously nourish Kakarot's unconscious body, but also resonates wondrously with the newly birthed chaotic patterns within him. With a hum, the rudimentary chaotic patterns beneath Kakarot's right arm glow faintly with a grayish light in response to the potent divine source aura. An even more proactive and insatiable pull emerges, no longer confined merely to the carcass of the colossal beast at the pit's edge, but extending like invisible roots down into the profound rift. The target, deep within the chasm, where the star core divine source vein exudes its rich essence. Boom. It is as if a drop of cold water has fallen into a seething cauldron of oil. Chapter 8. The Stomach Furnace, the azure lotus breaking the boundary. The heavy thumping of a heartbeat resonates like a war drum, each beat striking upon the very essence of the soul, surging forth from the abyssal rift. Crack. The black basalt platform beneath Kakarot completely shatters. The vast rift opens like a voracious black maw, instantly engulfing the unconscious infant. Darkness, frigid and suffocating, mingled with the scent of sulfur and rock dust, envelopes Kakarot's diminutive form. The sensation of weightlessness tugs at him, pulling him downward with alarming speed. That terrifying heartbeat draws ever closer, each pulse triggering violent reverberations in the surrounding rock walls, causing debris to cascade down upon him, inflicting new dull pains, yet failing to rouse him from his profound stupor. Only the rudimentary chaotic patterns beneath his skin flicker erratically with a faint grayish light. Akin to fireflies in the dark, he continues to plummet. The descent never ceases. The air grows scorching and viscous, the stench of sulfur thickening to near suffocation. The source of the heartbeat looms ever nearer, a terrifying will of heaviness, savagery, coldness, and cruelty grinding against the fragile edges of Kakarot's consciousness. Crash! His rapidly descending body suddenly plunges into a viscous, searing mire, exuding a vile, acrid stench. It is not merely a swamp. It is gastric fluid, the digestive liquid of the terrifying beast that lies dormant within the depths of the star core divine source vein, now awakened. Sizzle. Like sulfuric acid splashing upon metal, this terrifying digestive fluid, potent enough to corrode the lava-armored dragon's shell, instantly envelopes Kakarot's entire body. The resilient skin of his ancient holy body, marked with pale golden cracks and fiery patterns, immediately emits thick, foul-smelling white smoke upon contact with the digestive liquid. The intense searing pain is akin to millions of red-hot needles piercing simultaneously. Kakarot, still in a stupor, instinctively arches his body, convulsing in unconscious agony. The pale gold upon his skin dims visibly, even beginning to show signs of slight charring. The newly healed wounds split open once more, as pale golden blood seeps forth, only to be instantly evaporated by the boiling digestive liquid. Death, a genuine threat of being digested alive looms. Yet, just as this horrifying digestive liquid is poised to completely erode his body, a heavy, vast, and chilling aura, steeped in the weight of endless eons, surges forth from beneath Kakarot. This aura pierces through the viscous, boiling digestive liquid with unparalleled clarity. It is the divine source, the purest form, tempered through countless ages by the Earth's veins, coexisting alongside the giant beast within the star core divine source vein. Kakarot's body, in its descent, crashes directly upon the bottom of the beast's stomach, nestled against the core of the vein. This sudden, rich divine source aura, so dense it could not be dispersed, is akin to pouring molten lava upon the dying embers. It instantaneously ignites the slumbering essence of his ancient, holy body within. It also thoroughly activates the newly birthed chaotic patterns beneath his skin. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming force, originating from the most ancient source of life, erupts centered around Kakarot's body. No longer a passive absorption, it resembles a glutton that has starved for eons, greedily opening its gaping maw. The target, the star core divine source vein exuding endless cold, heavy essence beneath him. The rock layers beneath tremble violently. The hard, divine source energy-laden ores, in the face of this terrifying pull from the holy body's essence, seem to meet their nemesis. Pure, exquisite divine source essence, appearing deep purple bordering on black, yet radiating a crystalline chill, is forcibly extracted from the ores. This divine source essence is far more ancient and substantial than the divine source essence Kakarot carried during his fall. It contains an ice-type energy that is pure to the extreme, carrying the chill capable of freezing souls, yet also embodying the vast life essence akin to the earth. Sizzle. The moment the first strand of pure star core divine source essence surges into his body, The agony from the digestive liquids burns suddenly lightens. The frigid energy swiftly neutralizes the corrosive heat of the digestive fluid. Moreover, a colossal torrent of life force, akin to a flood breaking its dam, rushes into his nearly collapsing form. The charred areas upon his skin quickly recede, the dim golden hue rekindling, even more brilliant and refined than before. The wounds, corroded and torn, rapidly healed and rejuvenated under the cleansing force of the pure divine essence, astonishingly quick. An unprecedented sensation of icy refreshment temporarily overwhelmed the agonizing pain of digestion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The greed of the sacred body's origin was ignited in its entirety. The radiance of the chaotic Tao patterns blazed with an unparalleled fervor. The gravitational pull was akin to that of a black hole, voraciously siphoning the essence of the minds beneath. More deep violet, nearly black, divine essence, shimmering with a crystalline chill, surged into Kakarot's body like a torrent that had found its outlet. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the dilapidated chaotic sea phantom stirred as waves of pure, vast, icy energy flooded in, instantly conjuring a tempest of monumental proportions. The phantom became remarkably solid. As if it were transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible, chaotic energy surged and roiled, depicting the primordial scenes of creation. The emerald Tao seed, suspended at the core, emitted a joyous hum. It greedily absorbed the most refined divine essence, its verdant glow intensifying. The tendrils of energy that extended outward, akin to roots, now thrived as if nourished by celestial nectar, growing wildly and spreading. The resilient green tendrils plunged deep into the churning chaotic sea, securing themselves firmly. The Tao seed itself, under the nurturing of the divine essence, slightly swelled, its surface runes animated, swirling ceaselessly, radiating an ever-growing vitality and an enigmatic Tao rhythm. However, this frenzied consumption thoroughly enraged the owner of the gastric sac. A deafening roar, filled with anguish and wrath, erupted within the furnace of the gastric sac where Kakarot resided. This sound originated not from an external heartbeat, but resonated from every corner of this space, carrying a soul-shaking impact. The entire gastric sac space distorted violently, contracting. Viscous, scalding digestive fluids boiled like heated tar, surging tumultuously. A terrifying digestive force and repulsive will, 100-fold stronger than before, assaulted Kakarot's body like countless invisible giant hands, attempting to crush and digest this greedy parasite entirely. The recently acquired restoration and nourishment were abruptly interrupted by this overwhelming pressure and digestive power. Excruciating pain surged anew like a tide. The chaotic Tao patterns beneath his skin flickered under the immense pressure, and the speed of divine essence extraction was suppressed. Kakarot once again found himself ensnared in extreme agony and a deadlock. On one side, he was madly consuming divine essence to repair himself. On the other, he endured the horrific digestion and pressure of the colossal beast's gastric sac. It felt as though he was ensconced within the most brutal of furnaces, undergoing repeated tempering. Deep within the chaotic and tumultuous spatial currents, there existed a forbidden zone of life. Here, there was no sense of up, down, or the passage of time. Only an endless, dimension-shredding storm roared, capable of easily tearing apart stars. Multicolored fragments of space whirled like frenzied blades, slicing through all intruders. Amidst this absolute storm of destruction, a figure struggled to traverse. Bardock, his body, draped in a deep green carapace, was now riddled with scars. The hardened carapace bore deep white marks, etched by dimensional blades. And some areas had even cracked, oozing viscous blood mixed with emerald glimmers. The green energy veins coursing beneath his skin flickered urgently, akin to an overloaded engine. His state was exceedingly peculiar. The two split lotus seed cores on his forehead continuously emitted a concentrated emerald radiance, forming a thin, shimmering shield that barely resisted the surrounding savage spatial cuts. It was this shield, born of the chaotic blue lotus's residual resonance, that prevented him from being instantly torn apart within such terrifying turbulence. However, within the shield, Bardock's face bore the unceasing conflict of pain and chaos. One eye resembled a cold emerald abyss, devoid of ripples, steadfastly locked onto an unseen direction. The other eye, however, was entirely engulfed in a frenzied golden flame, reflecting the chaotic dimensional storm, ablaze with reckless madness and urgency. Kakarot, the hoarse roar, mingled with emerald coldness and golden fury, escaped from his clenched teeth with each arduous movement. The pulsation and warning from his bloodline served as the only beacon in the darkness, guiding him through this labyrinth of destruction. He could sense that the pulsation grew increasingly intense, laden with an agonizing proximity to the limit and a looming threat. With each movement, It was an ultimate drain of will and power. The sealing force of the chaotic blue lotus forcefully stabilized the spatial fragments ahead, carving out a fleeting passage. Yet, the savage will of his Saiyan bloodlines surged within, desperately attempting to break free of this heavy restraint, striving to surge forward with greater speed and directness. The clash of these two wills rendered every action accompanied by internal rending agony and violent fluctuations in the shield. Suddenly, a powerful, exceptionally pure, cold and weighty energy wave pierced through the layers of chaotic spatial currents, like a lighthouse beam, abruptly penetrating Bardock's perception. It was divine essence, an immensely vast and refined stellar core divine essence. Furthermore, it bore Kakarot's aura. That aura was wildly merging with the divine essence, yet it revealed a sense of pain being suppressed and devoured by a terrifying force. Roar! The remnants of Bardock's rationality ignited at this clear perception. The eye ablaze with golden flames erupted with a fury that could incinerate the void. The Saiyan bloodline within surged as though doused in boiling oil. A torrent of ferocious power instantly shattering the restraint of the chaotic blue lotus Tao rhythm. The two lotus seed cores on his forehead trembled violently. The surface fissures widened instantly. Give me a path. A roar, laced with excruciating pain, fury, and a protective obsession, erupted from deep within Bardock's throat. He ceased to maintain balance. He poured every conflicting force within him, the heavy sealing power of the chaotic blue lotus and the world-burning golden flames of his Saiyan bloodline, unreservedly into his right fist, covered in the green carapace. With a punch, the emerald shield instantly contracted, coalescing at the fist's edge, transforming into the most formidable sealing mark. The golden flames raged madly outside the mark, roaring as if they intended to burn through the heavens. Boom! The fist, embodying all chaos, pain, and obsession, struck fiercely at the heart of the most ferocious dimensional storm ahead. There was no sound, only the lament of space. The spatial turbulence ahead collapsed inward violently, as though a massive stone had been thrown into a boiling cauldron of oil. A colossal vortex of darkness, swirling and adorned with wildly dancing emerald runes and golden lightning, was forcefully cleaved open by this punch that transcended all limits. Within the depths of the vortex, chaotic scenes flickered by, a roiling lava gastric sac, boiling digestive fluids, and at the bottom of the gastric sac, that faint golden figure, wrapped in deep violet and nearly black divine essence and scalding digestive liquid, curled in pain. Found it. Bardock's heterochromatic pupils suddenly constricted. The icy emerald and the furious gold achieved an uncanny unity at that moment. Without a shred of hesitation, he, enveloped in the carapace and entwined with emerald golden flames, lunged toward the violently swirling vortex, akin to a moth drawn to hellfire, resolute in his determination to plunge headlong into the tempest, ready to be consumed. As his figure vanished into the vortex, crack! The two lotus seed cores on his forehead, burdened by the output of power beyond limits, saw their fissures widen once more, nearly shattering entirely. A more refined, more profound emerald lotus pattern phantom flickered within the depths of the core's cracks. Boom! The spatial vortex, upon the entry of Bardock, seemed to have fulfilled its final mission, abruptly collapsing inward with a cataclysmic explosion. The frenzied spatial energy utterly shattered that region. The chaotic dimensional turbulence continued to roar, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in a dimension beyond this tempest of destruction, deep within the furnace-like belly of the star-core behemoth, a glimmer of intertwining emerald and gold light suddenly erupted, akin to the dawn that rends through the depths of hell. Chapter 9. The Azure Lotus Town of Hell. Father and son share the same source. Within the behemoth's furnace-like stomach, viscous and scalding digestive fluid bubbled like boiling asphalt in the inferno, churning with lethal acidic bubbles. The terrifying digestive power, capable of corroding stars, and the immense weight of the stomach wall mercilessly ground the greedy foreign object at its base. Kakarot curled up in the corner, pressed against the divine source vein, his diminutive form spasming violently under the dual torment of destruction. The faint golden glow on his skin flickered erratically under the searing caress of the digestive fluid, while newly formed chaotic runes flashed like an engine operating beyond its limits, desperately siphoning the pure essence of the divine source from the vein beneath him. Deep purple, nearly black, the crystalline coldness of the divine source surged in, barely resisting the corrosive digestion and mending his wounds. Within his consciousness, the chaotic sea roared under the nourishment of the divine source, and the emerald seed of the Tao hummed joyously, its verdant roots greedily burrowing into the chaotic sea, voraciously absorbing nutrients, expanding in size, its runes swirling, teeming with life. Yet this frenzied consumption was akin to continuously provoking a slumbering volcano. Roar! The furious bellow of the star-core behemoth reverberated within the stomach wall. The entire space suddenly contracted inward. The stomach wall, resembling a mountain of flesh come to life, exerted tremendous force, squeezing mercilessly. The churning digestive fluid surged into greater acidic waves, the temperature soaring, and its corrosive power intensifying. Kakarot's freshly mended skin instantly charred and cracked anew. The suction of the chaotic runes was forcibly suppressed. The influx of divine essence abruptly diminished. Agonizing pain pierced through every nerve like countless searing steel blades. Consciousness teetered on the brink under the impact of such torment. The phantom of the chaotic sea violently trembled, and even the rapidly growing emerald seed emitted an unstable hum. The stench of death, rife with sulfur, once again tightened around his throat. In this critical moment, as Kakarot was on the verge of being utterly crushed and digested, a thunderous roar echoed. Above the stomach chamber, the dome swirling with viscous digestive fluid collapsed inward without warning. This was not a physical collapse. It was a spatial collapse. A terrifying whirlpool of darkness, spinning and bordered by wildly leaping emerald runes and golden lightning, opened like the eye of hell within the dome of the stomach. The violent spatial turbulence surged like a flood bursting its banks, sweeping in lethal dimensional fragments, instantly flooding this furnace of hell. Sizzle. The chaotic spatial turbulence violently collided with the scalding digestive fluid, annihilating it with a piercing shriek. The entire stomach chamber shook violently. A figure, akin to a meteor or a demonic entity tearing through hell, plummeted from the ferocious spatial vortex. Bardock, his body, covered in a deep green carapace, was battered and scarred, marked by deep white gashes carved by dimensional blades, with viscous blood mixed with emerald luminescence oozing from the ruptured areas. His forehead was riddled with cracks resembling lotus seeds, nearly shattered, while the emerald halo emanating from within condensed to its utmost limit, forming a thin shield of light that struggled to withstand the chaotic energy surrounding him. Most unsettling were his eyes. One pupil had transformed into a cold, emerald abyss, devoid of emotion, reflecting the inferno below. The other, ignited by the golden flames of wrath that could consume the world, pierced through the roiling acidic liquid and turbulent space, firmly locking onto the curled, faintly golden figure at the base of the stomach. Kakarot found him. The cold emerald and the burning golden flames clashed violently in Bardock's mismatched eyes, ultimately merging into an almost apocalyptic fury and protective will that transcended pain. Roar! Bardock unleashed a battle cry from his throat, a fusion of emerald chill and golden wrath. This roar no longer belonged to a mere human. It resonated as though it came from an ancient behemoth. His carapace-covered, battered body twisted in midair, disregarding the influx of spatial turbulence and the churning digestive fluid below. Channeling all his remaining power, the heavy sealing force of the chaotic azure lotus and the world-consuming golden flames of the Saiyan bloodline, into his tightly clenched right fist. On the edge of his fist, the emerald light coalesced into a heavy, ancient azure lotus phantom, as if capable of suppressing the heavens. Beyond the lotus, golden flames raged furiously, roaring as though intent on incinerating this furnace. The target was not Kakarot below, but the thick, meaty wall of the stomach that was relentlessly squeezing and compressing, seeking to crush Kakarot. Seal. The hoarse yet majestic roar echoed like a decree of the laws of nature. The fist struck. The azure lotus phantom, entwined with the world-consuming golden flames, crashed down like a chaotic meteor tearing through hell, striking fiercely against the stomach wall that was madly compressing down upon Kakarot. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a suffocating, thunderous sound as space was forcibly solidified. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The boiling digestive fluid, as if instantaneously frozen, maintained its bubbling form suspended in midair. The splattering acidic droplets hung in suspension. Even the raging influx of spatial turbulence appeared to collide with an invisible wall of size, its momentum abruptly stalling. From the point of impact, a visible ripple, infused with emerald chaotic Tao rhythms, rapidly spread outward like waves on water. Where the ripple passed, the impacted stomach wall appeared as if it had endured the heaviest erosion of time. The once vibrant, writhing tissue lost all luster and elasticity in an instant, turning gray and brittle, akin to ancient, cracked stone. The crushing force disintegrated like melting snow. The terrifying will to digest was forcefully suppressed and frozen. The remnants of the chaotic azure lotus phenomenon unleashed their sealing power. This punch not only temporarily froze the lethal compression and digestion, but also shattered the precarious balance Kakarot had been desperately maintaining, akin to ice water splashing into boiling oil. At that moment, as Bardock's fist, infused with the sealing power of the azure lotus and the world-consuming golden flames of the Saiyan bloodline, struck the stomach wall, unleashing a ripple that froze time. A resonating hum echoed. Kakarot, curled at the bottom of the stomach, jolted violently, not from the shockwave, but from an unprecedented tremor and resonance originating from the depths of his bloodline. Father. This word, like a brand, instantly pierced through Kakarot's chaotic consciousness, dulled by pain. Not a memory, but an instinct. A resonance born of their blood connection. The power unleashed from Bardock's fist, that heavy, cold sealing force of the chaotic azure lotus. Shared an origin with the emerald seed of the Tao, madly devouring the divine source, rooted in the chaotic seed deep within Kakarot's consciousness. They were even of the same kind. That sensation was akin to lost limbs re-establishing their connection. Even more invigorating was the ancient sacred body essence boiling within Kakarot. Spurred by the world-consuming golden flames entwined around Bardock's fist, the ferocity, indomitable spirit, and the will to burn through everything ignited a resonance with Kakarot's own Saiyan bloodline. Like dry tinder meeting an inferno. Boom. In the face of internal strife and external threats, the dual resonance of bloodline and Tao rhythm emerged as two keys, simultaneously penetrating the nearly collapsing body of Kakarot. The chaotic Tao patterns, suppressed to the brink of stagnation within him by the overwhelming force of his stomach, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, ashen glow. The Tao patterns whirled and intertwined madly, no longer confined to his right arm, instantly spreading throughout his entire being. A rudimentary yet nascent shadow of a chaotic Tao diagram began to flicker beneath his pale golden skin. Simultaneously, deep within his sea of consciousness, that vibrant green Tao seed, nourished by divine essence, sensed the binding power of the chaotic blue lotus, as if summoned by an emperor, and erupted with an unparalleled emerald radiance. The resonant sound pierced through his sea of consciousness. Beneath the Tao seed, the deeply embedded green roots, akin to billions of tentacles receiving a command, suddenly stiffened. A terrifying suction force, tenfold stronger and 100-fold more refined than before, surged through the roots, forcefully piercing into the core of the stellar core divine essence vein beneath him. No longer merely extracting vitality, but devouring the very essence. Buzz. The deep purple, nearly black core of the divine essence vein dimmed suddenly. A pure, vast torrent of cold divine essence, akin to a starry river, was mercilessly and frantically drawn out by the roots of the Tao seed. No longer a trickle, but a deluge, like a river breaching its dam. This terrifying torrent of divine essence, surpassing all prior levels, did not directly enter Kakarot's body to heal his wounds. Rather, it was entirely consumed by the green Tao seed. In that fleeting moment of devouring this immense divine essence, the Tao seed expanded dramatically. The surface runes erupted with a dazzling emerald light. The entire Tao seed became transparent, resembling the most exquisite jade carving. Crack. A faint yet earth-shattering sound of cracking resonated deep within Kakarot's sea of consciousness. A clear crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the maximally expanded green Tao seed. It was not destruction, but the sprouting of new life. A tender green lotus petal shadow, glistening with dew and adorned with profound chaotic Tao patterns at its edges, emerged from that crack, akin to a newborn sword, exuding an unparalleled Tao rhythm that promised to pierce through chaos and establish order. The ancient sacred body's origin underwent a transformation. The chaotic blue lotus Tao seed sprouted. The first lotus petal broke free. At the moment the petal shadow emerged, a heavy, vast, and all-encompassing ancient aura erupted from the center of Kakarot's body, instantly resonating perfectly with the chaotic blue lotus's sealing power unleashed by Bardock's fist. The two, bound by blood and shared Tao rhythm, created an invisible wave of resonance that swept across the temporarily frozen space of the stomach. Above, on Bardock's horned visage, the cold emerald pupils reflected a clear tremor for the first time. He sensed the ancient and pure chaotic blue lotus Tao rhythm emanating from below. Was that the power from his son? Below, the newly sprouted lotus petal shadow in Kakarot's sea of consciousness gently swayed, its Tao rhythm not only resonating with Bardock's power, but also subtly guiding and enhancing Bardock's waning sealing power, making it more refined and enduring. The grayish area of the stomach wall rapidly expanded under the resonance. The solidified digestive fluid emitted groans under the unbearable strain. Roar. The stellar core beast sensed an unprecedented threat. The excruciating pain from deep within the stomach, coupled with the suppressive forces of the two resonating sources, drove it into a frenzy. The very core of the planet trembled under its roar. A more terrifying and brutal will, intertwined with destructive energy, surged from the depths of the stomach, attempting to break free from this dual suppression. The frozen space began to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the solidified digestive fluid. The green lotus shadow upon Bardock's fist flickered violently, the emerald shield teetering on the brink of collapse. The recently sprouted lotus petal shadow in Carlot's sea of consciousness swayed rapidly, transmitting a powerful sense of crisis. After a brief moment of respite and the shocking resonance, a far greater peril loomed. The father and son found themselves bound together like two enraged stellar core beasts on a single vessel, facing an even more violent backlash. Chapter 10. Azure Flame Sealing, Lotus Devouring Star Essence. The roar of the stellar core beast transformed into an energy storm, no longer a mere sound wave, but a tempest infused with the wrath of the entire planetary core. The stomach furnace exploded as if a barrel of explosives had been thrown into it. Boom! The temporarily frozen space, ensnared by Bardock's chaotic blue lotus sealing power, shattered like a fragile glass mirror, instantly covered in a web of cracks. The solidified digestive fluid, unleashed like a torrent of lava, cascaded down with a ferocity that carried countless corrosive bubbles. The grayish-brown, frozen walls of the stomach quaked violently, their rocky surface fracturing inch by inch, revealing the dark red, writhing, terrifyingly active tissue beneath. Deeper still, a dark golden digestive torrent, far more viscous and searing than before, surged forth like a waking hellish dragon, infused with a will to annihilate all. The ultimate counterattack of the stellar core beast. It sought to crush, incinerate, and digest these two audacious intruders, along with the divine essence they had pilfered. The oppressive force descended like a tangible hammer, striking down. The newly sprouted chaotic blue lotus petal shadow in Carlot's sea of consciousness swayed violently, sending out a tearing warning. The blue lotus shadow upon Bardock's fist flickered wildly, the emerald shield groaning under the unbearable strain. Death! An even more complete and savage storm of death loomed. Yet, just as this tide of destruction threatened to engulf all, a resonant roar erupted. Seal! Devour! Two distinct yet perfectly resonant roars reverberated within the depths of their bloodline and Tao rhythm, like twin thunderbolts tearing through despair, simultaneously detonating within the stomach furnace. Bardock's golden-eyed fury erupted, burning with a determination to annihilate the void. His battered body, clad in deep green armor, surged forward like a colossus bracing against a collapsing mountain. In his tightly clenched right fist, the near-collapsed blue lotus shadow did not retreat. Instead, under the infusion of its master's violent will, it ignited fiercely. Boom! The edges of the emerald lotus shadow erupted in a torrent of golden flames that consumed the heavens. The emerald sealing power and golden Saiyan fury, driven by the instinct to protect his offspring, underwent an unprecedented, brutal fusion. No longer entwined, but ablaze. The golden flames, fueled by the blue lotus shadow, blazed fiercely. The emerald sealing Tao patterns flowed within the flames, akin to divine gold being tempered in a furnace. A terrifying force, heavy as a stellar core and violent as a supernova, exuding the breath of both destruction and rebirth, erupted from the burning azure flames. Chaotic azure flames sealing. Pointing with his fist, the oncoming dark golden lava torrent collided with an invisible wall of size. The boiling magma was forcibly stilled. The infernal temperatures capable of incinerating stars were madly devoured and neutralized by the burning azure flames. The horrific impact was staunchly resisted by the weighty sealing Tao patterns. The divine essence, or beneath Bardock's feet, disintegrated into powder, yet his fiery azure fist stood firm, creating a narrow, tumultuous safe zone amidst the tidal wave of destruction, enveloping the curled-up Carlot within. The cost was severe. Bardock's arm, shrouded in armor, groaned with a piercing agony, the emerald energy veins beneath his skin glowing at their maximum, akin to an overloaded filament. The lotus seed, cracked at 2 points on its forehead, quivered violently, the surface fissures widening perilously, threatening to shatter completely. Viscous blood, mingled with emerald light, gushed forth from his mouth, nose, and the ruptured layers of his skin with frenzied intensity. He was igniting his very life, consuming his essence. Simultaneously, within this confined space, supported by his father's life, the nascent emerald lotus petal apparition in Karo's consciousness erupted with unprecedented desire and ferocity. Spurred by the monstrous pressure of the star core beast's ultimate counterattack and his father's fervent protective will, ablaze in azure flames. Buzz! The lotus petal apparition trembled violently. The chaotic patterns at its edges glowed with an intensity beyond comprehension. A more domineering and insatiable will to devour surged forth, penetrating deeply into the verdant roots that burrowed into the mineral vein, piercing fiercely into the very heart of the star core divine source. It was no longer an act of mere extraction. It was an act of plunder. It was a consumption of the very essence. Crack! Crack! The incredibly hard divine source or beneath Kakarot crumbled instantaneously, akin to weathered wood, revealing an expanse of deep purple, nearly black. Viscous liquid flowing beneath, the core of the star core divine source. The purest essence, forged over eons by the very marrow of the planet. Devour. Accompanied by a roar from the depths of Kakarot's consciousness, primal and instinctual, the emerald lotus petal apparition radiated with unparalleled brilliance. Numerous robust, emerald roots, imbued with chaotic patterns, plunged into the thick, deep purple stellar essence like a giant serpent sensing blood. Hiss, like a leviathan drinking in the ocean. The viscous divine essence was voraciously drawn up by the emerald roots. No longer a mere torrent, but now, a river of origin. This essence, pure to the utmost degree, was consumed entirely by the lotus petal apparition. The apparition solidified and thickened at a visible rate, its emerald glow growing profound. The chaotic patterns at its edges becoming increasingly intricate and esoteric. A heavy, boundless aura, as if capable of nurturing the very stars themselves, emanated from this lotus petal. As the lotus petal expanded, a more formidable restorative power surged back into Kakarot's body through the roots. The rudimentary chaotic diagram beneath his skin became instantly clear and stable. A grayish glow flowed, exuding an aura that suppressed his being, an embryonic path that was impervious to all forms of attack. Under the cleansing of the star essence, his body felt as though it was being reshaped by celestial gold. His once pale golden skin became as translucent as jade. All cracks vanished entirely, even exuding a faint, warm, internal radiance. The expended power rapidly rejuvenated, and an unprecedented sense of overwhelming strength, originating from the ancient sacred body, awakened within his small frame, roaring forth. More crucially, as the lotus petal consumed vast amounts of star essence, solidifying and thickening, radiating an unparalleled aura, a buzz. An even more refined and concentrated chaotic azure lotus sealing aura, resonant with Kakarot's own essence, rippled outward from his body, like waves in water, rapidly expanding. This newly born aura seamlessly integrated with the sealing domain sustained by Bardock's burning azure flames above. Father and son, sharing the same essence, resonated in their path. Bardock trembled violently. The azure lotus apparition, flickering with golden flames and on the verge of collapse, surged with renewed vigor upon merging with the more refined chaotic azure lotus sealing aura from his son, as if injected with a powerful stimulant. Buzz. The azure lotus apparition solidified fiercely. The golden flames at its edges blazed not only without extinguishing, but grew even more intense and ferocious. The emerald patterns flowed amidst the raging flames, akin to divine gold branding. The sealing domain, threatened by the dark golden lava torrents, stabilized and expanded instantly, heavy as a mountain, annihilating all. The power of the chaotic azure flames, under the resonance of the father-son bloodline, surged in intensity. Roar. The star core beast felt unprecedented agony and threat. The divine source in its gastric core was being frantically plundered. The force suppressing it not only remained intact, but grew even stronger. It let out a more frantic and despairing howl. The energy from the entire planet's core was mobilized, and the dark golden lava torrents within the gastric space surged violently, temperatures soaring to extremes. Yet at this moment, Bardock, bolstered by his son's resonant aura, transformed into a fearsome prison deity. His azure flame-fueled fist steadfastly resisted the onslaught of destruction, refusing to yield. Those eyes, a chilling amalgamation of fury and coldness, remained locked onto his son, who was voraciously consuming the divine source, as well as the star core divine source's heart, rapidly dimming under his son's relentless extraction. Plunder. Seize the opportunity to claim its life. Within Kakarot's consciousness, the nascent emerald lotus petal, having ingested a colossal amount of star essence, had become as solid and weighty as an emerald sculpture, exuding a heart-stopping chaotic aura. It seemed to be satiated? No. Its greed surpassed all imagination. The lotus petal trembled slightly, conveying an even more domineering intent. Take root. It demanded more nourishment. It needed to establish a firm foundation. Buzz. Several thicker emerald roots, their edges swirling with clear chaotic patterns, plunged into the dimly glowing depths of the star essence with the force of a dragon breaking the earth, embodying the will to create. This time, the goal was no longer to consume the liquid essence. Instead, it was to take root. To root itself in the core essence of the planet. To root itself in the very heart of the star core that birthed the divine source veins. Splat. The moment the roots penetrated the star core's heart, the entire gastric space, no, the entire planet, seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, emitting a profoundly mournful wail. Chapter 11. The Star Falls, the Lotus Blooms, and the Desperate Journey Through Deep Space. as the roots pierced the star core's heart. The entire planet let out a mournful groan. This was not merely sound, but a violent convulsion at the level of space and matter. Beneath Kakarot, the area flowing with deep purple star essence, akin to a heart gripped by an invisible force, abruptly collapsed inward. The emerald roots, taking root in the star core, acted like greedy vampiric vines, voraciously siphoning the most primal essence of this planet. This was the very womb that nurtured the divine source veins, the lifeblood sustaining the planet's very existence. Roar! The star core beast's roar transformed into an anguished wail of the utmost severity. The dark golden lava torrents surging within its gastric space lost their vigor, as if stripped of their spine. The frantically writhing walls of the gastric cavity instantly lost all power, slumping like lifeless flesh. The temperature within the gastric furnace plummeted sharply, the churning digestive fluids rapidly cooling and solidifying. The life fire at the core of this ice-fire planet, existing for eons, was being forcibly extinguished. Within Kakarot's consciousness, the emerald lotus petal apparition, taking root in the star core, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The edges of the petal, adorned with swirling chaotic patterns, greedily absorbed the purest, most primal essence of the earth. The petal itself rapidly solidified, expanded, and thickened. Its volume multiplied several times, the emerald glow deepening like an abyss, emanating a magnificent aura capable of nurturing the heavens and stabilizing the earth. A surge of life essence and chaotic power, far exceeding previous levels, rushed back through the roots, cleansing Kakarot's body. Buzz. The chaotic diagram of Kakarot's entire being became extraordinarily clear. The grayish patterns flowed beneath his translucent, jade-like skin like living entities, intertwining to form a simple yet burgeoning diagram, embodying a nascent aura of suppression against all forms of attack. His body, infused with this overwhelming power, felt as if it had been tempered by divine fire. Each inch of flesh bursting with explosive strength, his bones gleaming faintly with a jade-like luster. A terrifying, oppressive force, akin to the weight of ancient mountains and emanating from the primal sacred body, surged forth uncontrollably. Above, Bardock, feeling the sudden alleviation of pressure, violently expelled a torrent of viscous blood imbued with emerald glimmers. The ethereal figure of the azure lotus, ablaze with golden flames, gradually faded away. His form, enveloped in a deep green carapace, trembled violently, barely maintaining its stance, while the shocking fissures on his forehead, resembling hardened lotus seeds, were a sight to behold. And the emerald aura dimmed perilously close to extinguishment. In the chilling depths of his green pupils reflected the horrific pressure emanating from his sun below. Alongside the verdant lotus petals entwined with the stellar core, for the first time vividly manifesting a sense of shock and an unrecognized complexity. Yet, the threat of annihilation had not dissipated. Rather, it descended in an even more terrifying guise. The core of the planet was forcibly extracted, its life essence rapidly waning, triggering a chain reaction far beyond imagination. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire planet began to quake violently. This was not a mere localized tremor. It was the harbinger of a catastrophic disintegration, reverberating from the core to the crust. Enormous glaciers shattered like fragile glass amidst the deafening cacophony. The lava lakes, unshackled from the energy of the core, surged forth like a colossal beast breaking free from its cage, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami of molten rock. The tectonic plates of the earth, accompanied by a spine-chilling tearing sound, became misaligned, buckled, and collapsed. The sky was utterly shrouded in volcanic ash and crystalline frost. As if the apocalypse had arrived, this planet, ravaged by ice and fire, began its final, self-destructive collapse under the agonizing pain of its core being plundered. Go! Bardock's eye, ablaze with golden flames, erupted with resolute brilliance. His hoarse roar drowned out the earth-shattering tumult. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, his colossal hand, covered in the carapace, lunged downwards, disregarding the unfamiliar yet potent pressure emanating from his sun, seizing the now lustrous yet still youthful form of Kakarot. The weight was staggering, as if grasping a piece of divine iron imbued with the power of the stellar core. At the moment Bardock clasped Kakarot, a deafening explosion reverberated above them. The dome, torn asunder by spatial turbulence and partially sealed by the gastric walls of the stellar beast, shattered like a fragile eggshell under the catastrophic force of the planet's disintegration. It was not merely rocks that flew, it was the total rupture of space itself, an immense, grotesquely twisted aperture, filled with violent spatial storms, and the incandescent flames of planetary obliteration loomed before them. Beyond this gaping maw lay the cold, silent void of the universe, alongside the rapidly expanding waves of destructive light, consuming all in its path. The only path to survival. yet also the gateway to the deathly cosmic storm. A primal roar erupted from Bardock's throat, a beastly howl driven by the remnants of his will, as he fiercely shielded Kakarot against his chest, enveloped in the protective carapace. The two fissures on his forehead radiated a feeble, yet resilient emerald glow, barely coalescing into a thin shield of light that enveloped them both. With a final surge of strength, he surged forth like an unleashed arrow toward the terrifying breach, filled with the storm of annihilation. Just as they were about to breach the aperture, below them, at the core of the planetary nucleus, now a swirling vortex of chaotic energy, the emerald lotus petal, having devoured vast amounts of stellar essence and become immensely dense, seemed to sense the departure of its host and erupted with its final, most potent intent to consume. A low hum resonated as the thickest, emerald tendrils, edged with chaotic runes, retracted violently from the collapsing stellar core. At the ends of these tendrils lay a fist-sized, deep purple crystal, radiating the terrifying energy fluctuations of a miniature star. This crystal, perfectly spherical and nearly black in its deep purple hue, contained within it the essence of a swirling nebula, exuding a frigid, profound, and divine luminescence that nurtured all. It was the crystallized core, the most refined product of the planet's eons of geological refinement and the stellar core's divine essence. The lotus petals entwined around this priceless gem, akin to a triumphant general, swiftly retracted into the depths of Kakarot's consciousness. The emerald lotus petals' ethereal form glowed brightly, contentedly enfolding the stellar core's essence at its center, gently rising and falling like a lotus cradle cradling a precious pearl. With the last essence being plundered, it was as if the final straw had broken the camel's back. The disintegration of the entire planet accelerated to its utmost limits. Bardock, shielding Kakarot, had just surged forth from the terrifying breach, when behind them, the planet once ravaged by ice and fire erupted like a lit powder keg, illuminating the cosmic tapestry with the most magnificent yet despairing light of its destruction. Blazing white, an indescribably brilliant white light instantaneously consumed all within sight. The violently surging wave of energy, akin to the wrathful lash of a cosmic titan, struck fiercely against the fragile emerald shield behind Bardock. Crack! The shield shattered like a soap bubble. Bardock, as if struck by a tremendous force, expelled another torrent of viscous blood mixed with internal fragments and emerald glimmers. His back, covered in the deep green carapace, instantly charred and fissured. The horrifying impact crashed against his spine like a colossal hammer. The body he held to protect Kakarot was flung into the depths of the cosmos like a leaf caught in a tempest, hurled away by the cataclysmic shockwave. Excruciating pain. A soul-rending agony. Bardock's vision darkened, his remaining consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. The only thing he could do was muster the last remnants of his will to safeguard the small, jade-glimmering form radiating immense pressure against his chest, shielding it with his own back from the remnants of the obliterating stars. In the cold, silent void of space, the two figures drifted like stones flung from a catapult, illuminated by the destructive flames of the planet's explosion, tracing dim trajectories as they tumbled into the unknown darkness. Bardock's life force dimmed rapidly, akin to a dying campfire. His back, covered with charred carapace, lay in disarray, while the fissures on his forehead no longer emitted light, only the silence of decay. Yet Kakarot, clutched in his embrace, was enveloped in a layer of warm, subtle golden jade light. His eyes were tightly shut, seemingly entranced in a profound metamorphosis. In the depths of his consciousness, the emerald lotus petal, rooted in the stellar core and having commandeered the essence heart, gently rose and fell, radiating a weighty and majestic chaotic resonance, continuously nurturing the nascent ancient sacred body. As star remains drifted, fleeing into the deep void, one lay dying while the other was reborn. The terminus of destruction was also the genesis of the unknown. Chapter 12. The star remains orphan, the azure flame's first cry. In the cold, silent void of space, the cataclysmic flames of the planet's explosion rapidly expanded, diffusing like a fleeting death blossom, momentarily illuminating this starfield in a pallid hue. The violent wave of energy surged forth like an invisible tsunami, engulfing countless burning fragments and lethal radiation, sweeping away all in its path. At the brink of this tide of annihilation, two figures tumbled like leaves in a fierce gale, cast into the abyss of darkness by the tremendous force of the shockwave. Bardock, his robust form curled protectively, resembled a wounded lone wolf safeguarding its cub, fiercely clutching the small figure against his chest. His back, cloaked in deep green carapace, was ravaged, resembling scorched earth battered by meteor showers, riddled with gaping wounds and searing craters. The viscous blood, mixed with internal fragments and emerald glimmers, trailed behind him. creating a fleeting crimson icy crystal trail, soon to be frozen in the vacuum of space. The 2 points on his forehead, resembling hard lotus seeds, had entirely dimmed. Fissured like shattered stubborn stone, no trace of light escaping their depths. The breath of life had waned to its utmost limit, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Each weak inhalation accompanied by painful convulsions and the surge of blood. His consciousness had long since plunged into an abyss of boundless darkness, with only the indelible imprint of a protective obsession seared into his very soul, acting as a final anchor, compelling those scarred, keratin-covered arms to remain bound like iron shackles around the child cradled within. The pride of a Saiyan warrior and the profound, chaotic essence of the azure lotus had, at this moment, transmuted into the most primal and clumsy gesture of guardianship, utilizing a broken body to withstand the remnants of destruction that loomed behind. In stark contrast, the child, Kakarot, exhibited a completely different state. His diminutive form was enveloped in a gentle, understated glow, reminiscent of exquisite jade, radiating a soft golden hue. His skin was translucent and flawless, devoid of any scars, emanating an extraordinary sheen that transcended both gold and jade. The terrifying pressure of the ancient sacred body was reined in, yet it imparted a weighty stillness to the surrounding space. His eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes appearing ink-dipped in the luminous glow, breaths long and steady, as if he were ensconced in the deepest metamorphic slumber. Deep within the sea of consciousness, a phantom of verdant lotus petals, having seized the core essence of the star, slowly rose and fell. The petals were thick and solid, resembling intricately carved jade, their edges swirling with profound and esoteric patterns of chaos, emanating a weighty and vast essence of chaotic rhythm. At the heart of the petals, a deep purple core, akin to a revered jewel, rotated languidly, ceaselessly releasing pure, frigid, and dense divine essence. This essence was absorbed and transformed by the lotus petals, morphing into pristine life force and chaotic power, akin to gentle streams that continuously nourished, cleansed, and fortified every inch of Kakarot's flesh, bones, and even his very soul. The slumbering sacred body was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Time slipped away in the cold void of space, uncertain how long they had drifted. The brilliance of the exploding planets behind them had long faded into obscurity, leaving only the frigid light of distant stars, resembling indifferent eyes, observing this desolate graveyard of celestial remains. Ahead, the silhouette of a colossal planet gradually became distinct within the darkness. Its atmosphere was murky and earth-toned, its surface riddled with gigantic craters and traces of dried riverbeds, appearing barren and lifeless. A few dilapidated ships, adorned with ghastly skull insignias, floated nearby, circling the planet like vultures. This was a favored hideout for cosmic pirates and outcasts, a forsaken junk planet in the desolate star belt, caught in the chaotic gravitational pull. The drifting figures of Bardock and Kakarot were ensnared by the gravity well of this junk planet, their trajectories subtly altered, akin to 2 meteors drawn by an invisible hand, plummeting towards a vast expanse of debris-laden plains marked by metallic wreckage. Their speed intensified, the thin, ochre atmosphere rasping against their bodies, producing a faint, hissing sound. At the edge of the debris plains, within a rudimentary fortress constructed from the remnants of abandoned ships and massive alloy plates, several raggedly dressed space pirates, their bodies marred with grease and scars, huddled around a flickering screen. The screen displayed a rudimentary energy detector that had picked up 2 high-velocity energy signals plummeting through the atmosphere. "Boss, something's falling," shouted a one-eyed pirate, pointing at the pulsating red dot on the screen, his voice tinged with excitement. The trajectory indicates it's landing near the eastern scrap hills. The energy readings seem peculiar. One is weak and nearly gone, while the other resembles an energy cell, but the fluctuations are significant. The one referred to as the boss was an exceptionally robust being with rock-like gray-brown skin and 4 muscular arms, a member of the rock arm race, named Krug. One of his mechanical eyes flickered with a crimson glow as he fixated on the intense energy signal representing Kakarot, licking his thick lips and revealing a greedy grin. Significant fluctuations? That implies instability. Perhaps it's the escape pod of some unfortunate soul, or even a valuable energy ore. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us not let this fat sheep escape. The heavy alloy gate of the fortress thunderously swung open. Several armed tracked vehicles, modified to resemble mobile iron hedgehogs and belching black smoke, roared out, stirring up clouds of dust as they sped towards the direction indicated by the detector. In the eastern part of the debris plains, a mountain of metallic refuse formed from towering heaps of discarded engines, twisted ship hulls, and shattered armor plates loomed. Boom, boom. 2 muffled impacts resonated almost simultaneously, stirring a tremendous echo within the silent debris hills. Startling a flock of grotesque creatures resembling massive steel bats that had been resting in the crevices of the metal. Bardock, shielding Kakarot, crashed into a small hill formed from the shells of abandoned transport ships like a cannonball. The immense force caused the entire hill to tremble violently, sending countless fragments of metal and rusted components cascading down like a torrential rain, instantly burying the two deeply. Almost simultaneously, Kakarot's tiny form struck the ground less than 100 meters from Bardock's point of impact, landing on a relatively flat area strewn with metallic debris. The warm jade glow surrounding his body flickered at the moment of impact, acting as the most resilient cushion that perfectly absorbed the force. Upon landing, the hard metallic surface seemed to be smoothed by an invisible force, forming a shallow indentation, with his small body lying securely at the center. The jade glow swirling around him, unscathed, still in slumber. Dust and rust settled slowly. A few armed tracked vehicles, akin to hyenas sensing blood, roared forward, their blinding searchlights locking onto the small figure radiating a gentle jade glow amidst the wreckage. Gasp! All the pirates witnessing this scene inhaled sharply. This was not an escape pod, nor was it an energy ore. It was a baby lying amidst the metallic ruins, emanating an unusual jade glow. What in the world? Stammered the one-eyed pirate, rubbing his eyes, his voice trembling. What is this thing? Krug threw open the hatch, his four rock-like arms gripping the top of the vehicle, his crimson mechanical eye fixated on Kakarot with an insatiable greed. Whatever it is, that energy fluctuation is undoubtedly a treasure, worth more than all the energy blocks I've ever seized combined. Capture it. Several pirates leaped from their vehicles, wielding crude energy rifles, cautiously surrounding Kakarot, their faces a mixture of greed and a hint of trepidation towards the unknown. Just as they approached within 10 meters of Kakarot, one pirate could no longer restrain himself and reached out, attempting to touch the warm jade glow. Buzz, a weighty, mountain-like pressure, as frigid as ancient ice, erupted unexpectedly from Kakarot's slumbering form. This was not mere energy but a pressure of a higher order, derived from the essence of life. It was as if an ancient, slumbering beast had unconsciously shifted in its sleep, releasing a hint of its aura. Thud, thud. The few pirates who had drawn near were struck as if by an invisible hammer, their chests crushed, unable to emit a scream, their faces turning as pale as paper, blood spurting from their mouths, collapsing to the ground like marionettes with their strings severed, their gazes vacant, falling into unconsciousness. Their energy rifles clattered to the ground, producing a jarring metallic sound. What? Krug's pupils dilated, his mechanical eye flashing wildly. He felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the essence of life itself, sending a bone-chilling sensation through his rock-like skin. Yet, greed overwhelmed fear. Witnessing his subordinates drop to the ground, Krug did not retreat. Instead, a more savage glint shone in his rock-like visage. Damn it! Indeed, a monster. Charge. Use the stun nets. Capture it alive. The remaining pirates were incited by a fierce rage, leaping from their vehicles. Some raised energy weapons to aim, while others tore off metallic net launchers crackling with blue electricity from the vehicles. In that tense moment, a roar erupted, far more violent and ferocious than before, echoing like the dying counterattack of a wounded beast from the metal mound where Bardock lay buried. Boom! The mountain of discarded metal exploded as if detonated from within. Countless twisted steel plates, shattered pipes, and broken parts flew like cannonballs in all directions. A towering figure, cloaked in a deep green carapace, yet marred with charred cracks and tainted blood, surged forth from the smoke and debris of the explosion like a demon returning from the depths of hell. Bardock, his eyes blazed crimson. One pupil burned with the cyan golden flame that consumed all, while the other was frozen in a lifeless, cold gray-green. Two cracked lotus seed cores on his forehead resembled bleeding wounds. He emanated an aura of chaos, fury, and imminent death, yet remained dangerously formidable. Ignoring the pirates surrounding Kakarot, his fiery gaze, akin to a searing iron, fixed relentlessly on the distant horizon of the garbage plain, where several reconnaissance ships adorned with the Frieza Force insignia descended slowly. A chilling intent to kill, tangible as a frigid current, instantly froze the air. Frieza! His voice rasped and shattered, mingling with boundless hatred and brutality, resonating like the death knell of hell, thundering across the desolate garbage plain. Chapter 13. The Seal of the Green Flame, Coordinates of the Death Whisper. Bardock's roar, steeped in immeasurable hatred and savagery, tore through the silence of the garbage plain like thunder erupting from a furnace of hell. The sound waves, infused with palpable murderous intent, crashed violently against the Frieza Force's reconnaissance ships, the crimson insignia of the Frieza Force, akin to a dripping curse. was branded upon the cold metallic hull of the reconnaissance vessels. In that moment, this emblem ignited the fuse of destruction within Bardock's blood-red pupils. What worthless pirates! What unknown threats! In the face of the deep-seated enmity of his annihilated race, they amounted to mere dust. Kill. Only slaughter. It was only with the blood and wails of Frieza's minions that he could momentarily cool the inferno of hatred consuming his crumbling soul. Boom. Bardock, clad in a deep green carapace and riddled with charred cracks, shattered the ground beneath him. The hard alloy debris crumpled like fragile biscuits beneath his feet, twisting and bending. Driven by hatred, he disregarded the distance of several dozen meters and the pirates encircling Kakarot. His target locked firmly on the Frieza reconnaissance ships that had just come to rest at the edge of the garbage plain. His speed surpassed the realm of mere shadows, leaving only a fleeting white turbulence in his wake, born from the extreme compression of air. Enemy attack. Highest level threat. Fire. Fire. The communication channels of the reconnaissance ships were instantly drowned in the piercing alarms and frantic commands. Hissing. A dozen blinding crimson energy beams shot forth from the ship's cannons like the fangs of a venomous serpent. They wove into a deadly net of firepower, precisely sealing off all escape routes for Bardock's charge. The pirate leader, Krug, and his surviving subordinates were already paralyzed with terror, scrambling to hide behind the armored vehicle. Horrified as they witnessed the terrifying conflict that exceeded their comprehension. Confronted with the oncoming beams of death, Bardock's eyes, ablaze with golden flame and lifeless gray-green, betrayed no intention of evasion. Only the purest, all-consuming fury remained. Roar! An inhuman bellow erupted from his throat. His left arm, shrouded in a carapace, crossed protectively over his chest, while his right fist clenched tightly. From the depths of the already dimmed and cracked lotus seed core, a faint yet concentrated emerald glow ignited as if defying the odds. Buzz. A thin, nearly transparent layer adorned with heavy, chaotic patterns enveloped his left arm's carapace in an instant. The remnants of the chaotic blue lotus, the power of the seal, the final embers. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson energy beam struck fiercely against the green glowing shield on his left arm. There was no explosion, only a painful, teeth-grinding hiss as the energy was forcibly frozen and annihilated. The death beams, capable of piercing battleship armor, collided with that thin emerald barrier as if hitting an invisible wall of size. The energy structure of the beams was forcibly solidified, shattered, and extinguished by the heavy sealing patterns. Only a few charred marks and rising wisps of white smoke remained upon Bardock's left arm. The cost was immense. The already cracked lotus seed core on Bardock's forehead trembled violently, a new fissure suddenly splitting open. Viscous blood mixed with emerald light burst forth from his eyes and nostrils like tears. The force of his charge was momentarily halted by the tremendous impact. His speed significantly reduced. Target defenses abnormal. Energy weapons ineffective. Initiate shockwave. Maximum power. The cold electronic command echoed within the reconnaissance ship. Buzz. At the ship's underbelly, several circular devices ignited in blinding white light. An invisible, high-frequency shockwave powerful enough to shatter mountains enveloped Bardock's position like an unseen hammer. Crack, crack, crack. The metallic ground beneath Bardock's feet instantly became a web of fractures. The surrounding debris of discarded metal emitted a piercing, metallic wail as if being crushed by an invisible hand. The air screamed in terror under the ultra-high-frequency tremors. Ugh! Bardock let out a muffled groan of pain. The deep green carapace covering his body cracked like porcelain struck by a heavy blow, immediately riddled with fine fissures. The emerald energy veins coursing beneath his skin flickered urgently, as if on the verge of collapse. His body felt as though ensnared in an invisible mire, movements becoming exceedingly rigid and sluggish. His internal organs were churned within the shockwave. The sealing aura fluctuated violently, unable to maintain its form. Now is the moment. The hatch of the reconnaissance ship slid open instantaneously. A dozen lizard-like warriors clad in standard Frieza Force combat attire, wielding standard energy rifles, leaped out with the agility of trained hounds, their cold muzzles locking onto the beleaguered Bardock. Target suppression successful. Capture alive. Extract biological samples. The icy command echoed through the helmets of the lizard warriors. Dozens of cold red targeting lasers, like the kiss of death, precisely settled on Bardock's vital points. However, in that moment when Bardock was suppressed and trapped in despair, a heavy, vast pressure, imbued with the pure resonance of nascent lotus petals, surged forth from 100 meters away in that metallic expanse. Kakarot. Within his consciousness, the emerald lotus petal phantom, rooted in the core of the star, devouring the heart of divine essence, suddenly awakened in response to his father's dying roar. The terrifying shockwave, and the abrupt interruption of his own transformation. The slumbering will was forcibly yanked back to reality. A suppressed moan, laden with endless pain and nascent fury, escaped from Kakarot's throat. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was no longer the intertwining of icy blue and dark red. Instead, a chaotic gray mist emerged. At the center of that gray, a droplet-like emerald lotus petal mark, akin to the first breath of life in the dawn of creation, slowly rotated, emanating the heavy resonance capable of suppressing the heavens. The ancient sacred body began to take shape. The imprint of the chaotic blue lotus first revealed itself. His diminutive form, once enveloped in a warm jade glow, suddenly withdrew. As the nascent chaotic Tao diagram beneath his skin transformed into a vivid and tangible manifestation, the grayish Tao patterns flowed as if alive, exuding an aura of invulnerability to all forms of malevolence. Within his being, the colossal power amassed from devouring the star core's divine essence roared like an awakened dragon, surging through the newly formed meridians of his sacred body. He witnessed his father Bardock, suppressed by shockwaves and targeted by a dozen laser beams. His back riddled with scars and tainted with blood. A surge of primal bloodline instinct and an indescribable fury instantly shattered his initial bewilderment. A shrill yet youthful scream, laden with a soul-rending rage, erupted from Kakarot's lips. The sound wave acted as an invisible shockwave, sweeping across the battlefield. The unconscious pirates were struck, blood gushing from their orifices, meeting instant demise. Those hiding behind the vehicle, such as Krug, were left reeling, their eardrums shattered, as they clutched their ears in agony. Amidst the cacophony, Kakarot's small body stirred. He neither ran nor leaped. Instead, he instinctively raised his tiny right fist, swirling with gray Tao patterns, towards the direction of his father Bardock and the lizard warriors locking onto him, displaying the fearless bravado of a newborn calf and the overwhelming power of his nascent sacred form. With a punch, there was no ice or fire energy, no technique, only the purest essence of power, drawn from the primordial source of the sacred body, and a heavy Tao rhythm instinctively conveyed from the emerald lotus petal phantom within his consciousness. Buzz! An invisible, mountainous force field descended with Kakarot's punch, enveloping the space occupied by the lizard warriors. Thud! Thud! The elite soldiers of the Frieza force crumpled as if their bones had been instantaneously extracted, unable to utter a sound before collapsing like mere puddles. Their energy rifles clattered to the ground, their bones and organs shattered under the crushing weight of the force field. Blood and viscera spraying from their orifices, they fell lifeless on the spot. The chaotic azure lotus Tao rhythm exerted a gravitation seal. The first cry, this sudden, incomprehensible horror sent shivers down the spines of the remaining Frieza reconnaissance ship pilots. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the control stick. The engine emitted a piercing wail, and the ship's rear thrusters erupted in blinding blue flames, attempting to ascend and flee. Yet, this shriek ignited Bardock's final madness. Want to escape? Bardock's eyes, ablaze with golden flames, radiated a fury that could incinerate the void. The suppression of the shockwave faltered momentarily due to the spatial tremor caused by Kakarot's furious scream. In that infinitesimal fraction of a second, within Bardock surged the nearly exhausted Saiyan bloodline, the fractured chaotic azure lotus Tao rhythm, the fervent desire to protect his offspring, and the vengeful wrath of his annihilated kin, all ignited at the brink of death, forged anew. Die for me, his hoarse, shattered roar, mingled with the frigid green chill and golden wrath, erupted like a volcanic eruption from the depths of hell. He no longer sought to maintain any semblance of balance. He poured every last fragment of conflicting power, the final remnants of the chaotic azure lotus heavy seal, and the Saiyan bloodline burning to its zenith into his clenched right fist, in the most frenzied, reckless manner. On the tip of his fist, the green light had long since dimmed, yet it coalesced into a core of unparalleled weight. Surrounding this core, the golden flames of wrath blazed like a runaway stellar flare, roaring in fury. No longer a fusion, but a cataclysmic detonation. The chaotic azure flame sealed. The ultimate self-detonation. Punch unleashed, targeting the Frieza reconnaissance ship that was hastily ascending. A beam of energy, refined to its utmost, heavy with green hues internally and wrapped in destructive golden flames externally, shot forth like a spear of chaos cleaving through space from Bardock's searing fist. Its speed surpassed light. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling, spine-tingling whisper of matter forcibly erased from existence. The chaotic azure flame beam struck the reconnaissance ship's engine exhaust with pinpoint accuracy, like a heated iron rod piercing through solidified butter, the robust ship armor, intricate engine structure, and searing plasma flows dissolved into mere phantoms before the chaotic azure flame beam, vanishing without a trace. The beam penetrated the engine, maintaining its momentum, and instantaneously pierced through the entire hull of the ship. Boom! The reconnaissance ship, now breached at its core, erupted into a colossal fireball as the internal energy conduits and reactor detonated in the aftermath of the explosive beam. Twisted metal shards and burning debris scattered like fireworks. Instant kill. Yet, in the fleeting moment before the ship was entirely obliterated, buzz, a faint, yet frequency-specific emergency spatial communication pulse, akin to the dying hiss of a venomous serpent expelling its last breath, was triggered from a concealed communication unit within the ship, piercing through the chaos of the explosion and transmitting into the unknown depths of the cosmos the coordinates of the dying message. Sent. Bardock, who unleashed this cataclysmic strike, felt as though all his vertebrae had been extracted. His towering form swayed violently. The deep green carapace enveloping him lost all luster, flaking away like desiccated bark. The emerald energy veins beneath his skin extinguished completely. The two cracked lotus seed cores on his forehead shattered with a sound, crumbling into dull fragments. Blood, mixed with green luminescence, gushed forth from his mouth, nose, and every fissure in his body like a fountain. The burning golden-eyed gaze dimmed rapidly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, until it was extinguished, leaving only a desolate gray-green. The sole remaining cold azure eye, too, became vacant and hollow as life swiftly ebbed away. The last vestige of strength evaporated. The protective obsession, having confirmed the safety of his son and the obliteration of his enemies, dissipated like a kite severed from its string. Bardock's imposing form, marred by cracks and oozing blood, collapsed like a mountain crumbling under its own weight, burdened with exhaustion and liberation, crashing down onto the cold ground littered with metallic debris. Father! Kakarot's youthful yet heart-wrenching cry echoed, akin to the lament of a wounded cub, resonating amidst the remnants of the explosion and the desolate wasteland, piercingly mournful. Chapter 14. The Azure Lotus First Cry, the imprint of the deceased. Father! The tender yet anguished wail reverberated across the ashes of the explosion and the silent garbage plain, resembling the final elegy of a young beast bereft of its shelter. Kakarot's small figure froze in place. In the center of his grayish pupils, the emerald lotus petal mark spun wildly, reflecting the sight of his father collapsing like a mountain. The overwhelming power of the nascent ancient sacred body surged through his veins, yet for the first time, he tasted the chilling essence of powerlessness. It was too swift. From the moment he opened his eyes to his father's fall, only a few breaths had passed. He witnessed the azure glow and burn marks erupting from his father's left arm as it clashed with the beam, the tragic scene of the carapace shattering under the shockwaves, the resolute penetration of the chaotic azure flame through the enemy's ship, and most heartbreakingly, the final extinguishing light in his father's eyes. Alongside the gushing blood mixed with emerald luminescence. That was not mere blood. It was the last embers of life. Buzz, deep within his consciousness. The emerald lotus petal phantom cradling the star core's divine essence trembled violently. The chaotic patterns at the edges of the lotus petals flickered erratically, transmitting waves of turmoil, embodying not only the fury of a transformation abruptly interrupted, but also an ineffable void and tremor arising from the collapse of shared resonances. The guardian was gone. That figure, who had shielded him with a broken body and extinguished foes with the last vestiges of strength, had vanished. A bone-chilling agony pierced through Carlot's heart, as if even the chaotic sea could freeze in its wake. This pain far surpassed the searing burns of lava or the biting chill of ice. It was the excruciating rupture of a bloodline being violently severed. A suppressed whimper escaped his clenched teeth. Deep within his ashen-hued pupils, the glimmer of emerald lotus imprint contracted sharply. The nascent chaotic diagram pulsated violently beneath his skin, the gray patterns swirling in a frenzy akin to a startled serpent. Power, newly awakened, potent enough to crush lizard warriors, now felt utterly pale and impotent. It could not save his father, so near yet so far. It could not fill the gaping void left in his torn heart. Boom! The remnants of Frieza's reconnaissance ship, penetrated by Bardock's annihilating beam, finally disintegrated in an explosive energy release. A colossal fireball ascended into the sky, scattering burning metal shards like a rain of fire, crashing down upon the surrounding mounds of refuse with a deafening roar. This tremendous sound struck Carlot's chaotic consciousness like a cold whip. It also roused the terrified pirate leader Krug, who had been cowering behind an armored vehicle. Monsters, both of them. Krug's rock-like, gray-brown visage twitched violently, his mechanical eye flickering madly, reflecting the burning wreckage in the distance, the mangled bodies of lizard warriors strewn about, and that trembling jade-glow infant exuding an aura of terror amidst the blood. A profound fear gripped his heart like a cold serpent. Run. Must flee. The farther from that little scourge, the better. Drive. Accelerate, damn it. Get out of here. Crew bellowed hysterically, his massive stone-like hand slamming down on the armored plate of the vehicle. The engine roared piercingly, tracks kicking up a cloud of rust and dust. While the remaining pirate vehicles, akin to lost dogs, recklessly turned their paths towards the fortress, fleeing in a frenzied panic. The cacophony of the engine's roar and the grinding of metal under the tracks merged with the thunderous crash of burning debris falling from the sky, creating a chaotic symphony of death, assaulting Kakarot's fragile nerves. Chaos, noise, the stench of death, and his father's body, growing colder. Kakarot suddenly clutched his head, his small frame curled up, and within his ashen pupils, the emerald lotus imprint flickered like a candle in the wind. The tremors of the lotus petals phantom in his sea of consciousness reached a fever pitch. The verdant roots, embedded in the core of his celestial essence, thrashed violently, desperately drawing upon the essence of divinity, striving to quell the sudden, soul-wrenching agony and confusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The celestial core of his divine essence spun wildly in his consciousness, releasing a torrent of frigid, overwhelming energy. This terrifying power, far surpassing his current capacity, surged through his nascent holy veins like a raging river breaking its banks. Pain soared to an unbearable zenith. The gray chaotic diagram beneath his skin flared intensely, attempting to forcibly contain and refine this deluge, but it seemed utterly powerless. The diagram flickered violently, with fine cracks appearing along its edges. Internal strife and external threats, the soul-wrenching agony and the uncontrollable violent energy within him tore at his coalescing consciousness like two burning pincers. The ancient holy body of jade light pulsated violently, sometimes radiant as the sun, at other times dimming to the brink of extinguishment, just as Kakarot teetered on the edge of collapse. His consciousness about to be overwhelmed by the torrent of pain and chaos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint yet profoundly familiar heavy pulse penetrated the clamor of chaos, cutting through the tempest of uncontrolled energy and the torment of his soul, clearly resonating deep within his perception. It was a heartbeat, not his own, nor that of a living being. That heartbeat emanated from his fallen father, from Bardock's chest, marred with cracks and growing cold. Weak, slow, carrying an icy weight of deathly stillness. Like a heart about to sink into the eternal dark sea, it echoed its final remnants. Yet the rhythm of this heartbeat, the heavy, cold cadence, perfectly harmonized with the chaotic resonance of the emerald lotus petal in Kakarot's sea of consciousness. Of the same source and kind, it was the lingering resonance of the chaotic green lotus. The fragmented seed core within Bardock, at the precipice of life's end, resonated with the lotus petals in Kakarot's consciousness, creating a final communion. This faint heartbeat resonance anchored Kakarot's dissipating consciousness like a thread of silk, descending into the abyss of darkness. Father had not completely vanished. This realization struck like a cold stimulant, piercing through the chaos of pain. Father. Kakarot abruptly raised his head, his ashen pupils locking onto the direction where Bardock lay. The emerald lotus imprint erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The violently uncontrolled divine energy in his sea of consciousness, under the dominion of this nearly obsessive will born of bloodline protection, was seized as if by an invisible giant hand. Run. The instinct of his body transcended the chaos of his consciousness. The small figure erupted with astonishing speed. No longer a stroll, but like an arrow of jade, it tore through the air, hurtling towards the place where Bardock had fallen. The metallic ground beneath him collapsed silently, contorting as he passed. Metal fragments scattered along his path were swept aside by an unseen force, crushed. His speed was such that he left behind a fleeting jade afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Bardock's side. Thud! His small knees slammed down onto the cold, blood-stained ground, littered with metallic debris. He did not even glance at the burning wreckage or the fleeing pirates. Trembling, his small hand, covered in grayish patterns, touched Bardock's chest, which was marred by charred cracks and sticky blood, with a reverence tinged with fear and longing. The touch was cold, rigid, like touching a stone abandoned in the winter chill. But at the moment his fingertips made contact, buzz. The location on Bardock's chest where the shattered seed core had fragmented into dull shards suddenly illuminated with a faint yet pure emerald glow. This light flickered like a candle in the wind, fiercely resisting the encroachment of death. Simultaneously, the emerald lotus petal-s phantom in Kakarot's sea of consciousness resonated violently. The celestial core of divine essence, supported by the lotus petal, spun wildly, and a stream of pure, icy divine essence surged uncontrollably through Kakarot's touching fingers, flooding into Bardock's cold, rigid chest. As if stimulated by this shared power, the faint emerald light on Bardock's chest brightened slightly. Then, the fragmented pieces of the lotus seed core, under the infusion of divine essence, transformed into slender streams of emerald light, flowing up along Kakarot's fingers. Like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Swoosh! The emerald light seamlessly merged with Kakarot's fingertips, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, Kakarot felt a searing warmth deep within his consciousness. Buzz! A profound, ancient emerald mark, resonating with Bardock's final echoes of chaotic green lotus and protective will, clearly materialized at his forehead. The outline of the mark revealed two tightly intertwined, fragmented lotus petals, the imprint of the deceased, a bequest from his father. At the moment of the branding's formation, the last flicker of emerald light upon Bardock's chest extinguished, as if fulfilling its final duty. His rock-like frame completely lost the last vestiges of life, becoming cold and heavy. Father, you have truly departed. Yet, the profound emerald brand upon his forehead emanated a weighty and familiar essence, akin to a frigid gravestone, or perhaps a final beacon, indelibly inscribed deep within Kakarot's soul. Kakarot knelt in a daze beside his father's lifeless body, his small hand still resting on that cold, rigid chest. In his ashen eyes, the green lotus imprint slowly revolved, mirroring the nascent brand upon his brow. There were no cries, only an overwhelming, icy void, reminiscent of the primordial nothingness of the universe, consuming all his newly awakened emotions. In the desolate expanse of refuse, only the crackling sounds of burning debris and the dull echo of the pirate fortress's gates slamming shut could be heard. The cold light of distant stars shone down like indifferent spectators upon the orphaned souls of this starry sea. One lay utterly frozen, while the other, bearing the brand upon his brow, knelt amidst the ruins of metal and blood fire, cradling his deceased father. Chapter 15. The Mark of the Heart. The initial path of blood and fire. The cold light of the stars fell like a merciless spotlight upon the metallic graveyard of the garbage plain. Kakarot's diminutive figure knelt motionless beside Bardock's frigid corpse. A tiny hand, veiled in ashen patterns, gently pressed against the charred and cracked remains of his father's chest. The lingering sensation at his fingertips was a blend of metallic chill and rock-like rigidity, coupled with the coarse texture of congealed blood. Upon his brow, the two deep emerald marks, reminiscent of ancient jade imprints, radiated a faint yet undeniably clear essence. This heavy brand served as the final testament of his father's existence. A remnant of the chaotic jade lotus's resonance, a gravestone of protective will, weighing heavily upon his soul, like a cold anchor, preventing him from slipping into the abyss of despair. A profound emptiness engulfed him. The nascent ancient sacred body, possessing the terrifying power to crush lizardmen warriors, appeared so feeble and powerless before the cold form of his deceased father. Within his sea of consciousness, the ethereal green lotus shadow, cradling the star core's divine essence, seemed to descend into a state of somber sorrow following the resonance of the brand's formation, its brilliance subdued, gently floating upon the tumultuous sea of chaos. No longer exhibiting violent fluctuations, but steadily and slowly absorbing the essence of the divine core, nurturing this sorrow-laden, nascent sacred body. Time lost all significance. Only the occasional crackling of burning spacecraft debris and the shrill cries of disturbed steel bats deep within the junkyard served as reminders of this realm of death. Until, once again, the roar of engines approached, cautiously yet insatiably probing, shattering the silence that enveloped the desolate landscape. Several modified armed tracked vehicles prowled like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood, circling back yet again. This time, they did not draw near, but instead halted several hundred meters away, their dark gun barrels and flickering blue metal net launchers locking onto the small figure kneeling amidst the ruins. Separated by burning debris and scattered corpses, Krug's enormous rocky head emerged from behind a vehicle turret, his crimson mechanical eye scanning frantically. On the energy detector, the light representing Kakarot remained bright and stable, yet the previously overwhelming aura of terror seemed to have dissipated, leaving only a heavy, subdued energy fluctuation, akin to a dormant volcano. Damn, that little monster seems to be unmoving, a pirate whispered, trembling with the aftershocks of survival. Boss, what now? Krug's stony visage twitched, greed and fear clashing violently within the crimson glow of his mechanical eye. The horrific demise of the elite lizardmen warriors haunted his memory, yet the aura emanating from that infant, akin to an invaluable energy core, tantalized him like a devil's temptation, igniting an insatiable itch in his heart. Fortune favors the bold, and starvation befalls the timid. Krug gritted his teeth, slamming his rocky fist against the vehicle's body. Use the paralysis net. Maximum power. Cover fire. Just seize him, and I'll reward you tenfold. With the Frieza Legion's remnants obliterated, no one would contest their claim. Under the lure of substantial reward, the pirates' ferocity reignited. Several rugged metal net launchers were hastily deployed, arcs of ghostly blue electricity leaping chaotically across the netted metal strands, emitting a chilling crackle. Fire, buzz, multiple nets, shimmering with blinding blue light, descended upon Kakarot like a predatory swarm, propelled by powerful kinetic energy and high-voltage currents capable of incapacitating colossal beasts. Tearing through the air towards the kneeling child, the lethal blue light rapidly enlarged in his pupils. A frigid sense of danger pierced through Kakarot's sorrow-numbed nerves like a steel needle. The two deep emerald brands upon his brow suddenly glimmered with a barely perceptible radiance. The tranquil green lotus shadow in his sea of consciousness quivered slightly, instinctively emanating a heavy, cold protective essence. Buzz, a layer of exceedingly thin, nearly transparent grayish aura instantly manifested upon Kakarot's surface. Sizzle, sizzle. Several high-voltage paralysis nets descended violently upon the grayish aura. The terrifying energy capable of incapacitating large star beasts erupted in a frenzy. The blinding blue light entirely engulfed Kakarot's diminutive figure. However, amidst the hissing sound of searing electricity, that seemingly fragile grayish aura merely quivered slightly. The rampant currents collided with an invisible insulating barrier, forcefully repelled by the heavy, cold essence, dissipating into nothingness. The writhing electric snakes flailed futilely against the surface of the aura, vanishing without a trace, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The resilient alloy netting, upon contact with the aura, buckled under an unseen immense force, emitting a groan of strain as it twisted and deformed. Kakarot remained knelt in place, his small body motionless amidst the encasing net and the glow of blue light. His ashen pupils slowly lifted, reflecting the astonished, greedy, yet fearful faces of the pirates in the distance, as well as Krug's distorted, shocked rocky visage. With the nascent ancient sacred body taking form, it was impervious to all forms of attack. How could a mere electromagnetic net hope to bind him? What in the hell? The paralysis net is ineffective. The pirates' terror swiftly overshadowed their greed. Energy weapons. Blast him to pieces. Don't care about the consequences. Destroy him. Krug had utterly lost his composure, his rocky arms flailing as he roared in madness. Sizzle, sizzle. The crude laser cannons and particle beam weapons mounted on several armed tracked vehicles opened fire in an instant. Blinding crimson and pallid beams tore through the air, radiating searing heat and destructive energy, precisely targeting Kakarot beneath the net's cover. This time, Kakarot moved, not to evade, nor to block. He simply raised his small right arm, covered by the net, in the direction of the incoming beams, with a slow, almost indifferent gesture. The movement was languid, yet imbued with an ineffable sense of gravity. The chaotic patterns upon his fist blazed to life. That layer of thin aura enveloping his body coalesced upon his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Several devastating beams struck solidly against Kakarot's lifted fist. There was no explosion, no flames, only an excruciating sound, akin to energy being forcibly obliterated, and matter undergoes extreme compression as the beams collided with the gray fist. It was as if a cow had plunged into the sea. The frenzied energy was forcefully dissipated and obliterated by the heavy, frigid chaos runes. The searing heat was instantaneously neutralized, leaving only fleeting, faint scorch marks upon Kakarot's lightly golden fist, which was adorned with runes. Beneath his feet, the metallic ground silently caved in, distorting into a clear imprint of his foot. All the impact was flawlessly channeled into the earth by the terrifying physique of the ancient holy body and the chaotic diagram. With bare hands, he annihilated the energy beams. The breath of the pirates halted instantly. Fear surged like a chilling tide, engulfing everyone in an instant. This was no longer a mere monster. This was a demon god. A monstrous terror. It was uncertain who first let out a shriek of despair, but the remaining pirates completely lost all will to fight, akin to frightened rabbits. Scrambling onto their vehicles as the engines emitted a dying wail, the treads frantically churning, heedless of everything as they fled towards the fortress. The massive rock figure of Kruger froze, his crimson mechanical eye fixated on the diminutive silhouette that knelt beside the lifeless form of his father, slowly lowering its arm amidst the dissipating energy dust. A primal fear, stemming from the essence of life, coiled around his heart like a chilling serpent. He understood that he had provoked an entity that must never be provoked. Escape. He must escape. He slammed his enormous rock hand down on the accelerator. The vehicle let out a piercing roar, swerving to join the frantic escape. The garbage plane fell silent once more. Only the burning wreckage, the cold corpses, and the silent father-son duo remained. Kakarot's ashen pupils gradually lowered, resting once more upon his father's cold, rigid visage. The two emerald imprints on his brow gleamed like frigid stars, reflecting the frozen countenance of his deceased father. The brief, instinctual battle had not dispelled the void within his heart. Rather, it had rendered that coldness ever more palpable. Power he possessed. Father he had lost. He slowly withdrew his small hand from his father's chest. His fingertips were stained with a chilling mixture of dark red and emerald blood. He looked down at his palm. Tiny, adorned with gray runes, yet now tainted with the final remnants of his father. A heavy sorrow, rooted in his bloodline, mingled with the overwhelming sense of power newly acquired, surged silently within his small chest like cold magma. He gradually rose to his feet. His petite frame stood straight, akin to a newly sprouted bamboo, bearing the icy gaze of this realm of death. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze traversing the burning wreckage of Frieza's ship, the twisted corpses of the lizard warriors, and the trails of dust left by the fleeing pirates, finally settling upon his father's form, resembling a slumbering giant rock. He could not remain here. Frieza's minions had perished, but the death coordinates had already been transmitted. The pirates had fled, yet greed would not vanish. Here lay only danger. Devoid of refuge, he needed a place to lay his father to rest, a place of temporary safety. His gaze fell upon the distant makeshift fortress, constructed by the pirates from the debris of abandoned spacecraft and massive alloy plates. There resided metal, energy fluctuations, and perhaps a temporary sanctuary. Kakarot bent down, his small arms, imbued with the burgeoning power of the holy body, cautiously maneuvered through Bardock's charred, cold armpit and kneecap. It was heavy. His father's body felt like a cold, fallen meteorite. Yet he held it steadily. He gently rested his father's cracked, blood-caked head upon his own small shoulder, which was adorned with gray runes. The cold, rough texture seeped through his thin garments. The two emerald imprints on his brow seemed to sense the proximity of their host, warming slightly. Clutching his father's icy corpse, his diminutive figure appeared extraordinarily small against the backdrop of the vast ruins and burning wreckage, yet bore an indescribable weight and determination. He stepped forth. Treading upon the icy metallic debris and desiccated pools of blood, he walked towards the pirate fortress, which resembled a steel tomb, one step at a time. With each step, the hard metallic ground silently buckled beneath him, distorting. The small footprints were deeply imprinted upon the cold steel carcass of the garbage plane, like a silent declaration. The imprint of the deceased anchored his heart. The journey of blood and fire had commenced. On this desolate garbage planet, the orphan scion of the holy body, cradling his father, took his first true step in the profoundest sense. Chapter 16. Beneath the iron tomb, the flames of blood ignite. The wind of the garbage plane, laden with the scent of rust and the charred odor of burning wreckage, wailed as it weaved through the towering metal graves. Kakarot, cradling his father's frigid body, advanced step by step. His tiny footprints sank into the ground, mixed with desiccated blood and metallic debris, each fall silently warping the refuse beneath. Bardock's robust form leaned against his frail shoulder, the cold, hard head resting against his rune-adorned neck. The weight of death pressing heavily upon his heart and upon the nascent holy body. The two deep emerald imprints on his brow glimmered like cold stars, emanating a familiar and burdensome resonance. With every breath, every heartbeat, it felt as if he were silently conversing with these marks. His father's legacy, the remnants of the chaotic azure path, the tombstone of protective will, they transformed from mere symbols of power into cold anchors embedded in his bloodline, firmly binding him to this desolate land bereft of kin. In the distance, the fortress occupied by pirates loomed like a steel behemoth lurking in the shadows of the garbage mounds. Its twisted alloy shell reflected the cold light of distant stars, while the dark shooting holes appeared as the indifferent eyes of this monstrous entity. The dust kicked up by the fleeing pirates had not yet settled, and the fortress's heavy, twisted alloy gate had already slammed shut with a thunderous echo, akin to a beast sealing its mouth that devours all. Deep within the fortress, in the highest watchtower. It's locked. Damn it, it's locked. Kruger's massive rock hand slammed down upon the control panel, causing the oil-stained dashboard to buzz violently. His crimson mechanical eye fixated on the screen, where a small figure was clearly visible, inching closer while cradling the cold corpse. The readings from the energy detector were unervingly stable. The terrifying fluctuations hidden beneath the restrained jade light sent shivers through Kruger's rocky skin. Boss, that little monster is coming. He's carrying that big monster's body. A scrawny, monkey-like pirate stammered, pointing at the screen. What are you panicking for? Kruger growled, forcibly suppressing the fear swelling within him, his eyes glinting with malice. Activate the fortress's energy shield. All automated turrets, lock onto that little brat. He pointed his massive rock finger at the area beneath Kakarot's feet, which was relatively flat and paved with thick alloy plates. Do you see that empty space? It's directly beneath the fortress's absolute dead zone of fire coverage. Damn it. I want to see what he intends to do. On the outer layer of the fortress, a thin but visible blue energy ripple suddenly ignited, enveloping the entire distorted structure. Simultaneously, several hidden automated turrets silently emerged from the fortress's outer wall, their crimson targeting lasers locking onto the slowly moving jade light below. Kakarot remained oblivious to the murderous intent locking onto him from above. Or rather, he was entirely indifferent. His ashen pupils reflected only the relatively flat metallic clearing shrouded in the shadow of the colossal fortress ahead. That clearing was the place he had chosen. He walked to the center of the clearing and halted, surveying his surroundings, the mountains of discarded engines, the twisted skeletal frames of ships, and the shattered armor plates formed a natural barrier that partially enclosed this open space, obscuring most angles of fire from the fortress. Above, the shadow of the immense fortress loomed, oppressive and foreboding. Here, it was sufficiently quiet and adequately concealed. Kakarot cautiously laid the cold, rigid body of Bardak down, gently placing it on the frigid alloy ground. His movements were delicate, as if he feared disturbing something. The blood-stained face, cracked and charred epidermis, and the completely shattered forehead, with its dull and lifeless fragments resembling hardened lotus seeds, all radiated a chilling starkness. He knelt, his small palm, adorned with faintly visible patterns, gently pressed against his father's icy forehead, his fingertips brushing against the solidified emerald blood crusts that resembled tear stains. "Father," a dry, hoarse voice escaped his throat, imbued with the innocence of childhood, yet weighed down by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. There was no reply, only the unceasing whisper of the wind across the plains of debris. Kakarot withdrew his hand, and within the depths of his ashen-hued pupils, the faint green lotus imprint swirled slightly. He rose, his gaze sweeping across the towering piles of metallic refuse surrounding the clearing. Power surged within his diminutive frame. He approached a nearby mound formed from the wreckage of a derelict starship engine. The engine loomed as large as a house, rusted and cold. Kakarot extended his hands, marked by gray patterns, pressing them against the edge of one massive engine casing. There were no roars, no howls. Only the emerald lotus petals in his mind's eye sank slightly, and a profound, chaotic resonance coursed through his arms. Buzz. His palms exerted force. A grating, metallic distortion erupted. The massive engine casing, weighing several tons, crumpled as if manipulated by an invisible hand, instantly deforming and concaving. Immediately, under the terrified gaze of the pirates within the fortress's watchtower, the colossal engine was effortlessly lifted by those tiny hands, as though it were mere building blocks. Boom. The heavy engine was slammed down onto the ground beside Bardak's body. The tremendous impact caused the entire clearing to tremble slightly. The hard alloy surface instantly caved in and warped. Kakarot did not pause. His small figure moved like an indefatigable machine towards his next target, a colossal broken alloy beam. He wrapped his hands around one end of the beam, the gray patterns glowing, and the heavy column was lifted as if it were a mere straw, forcefully driven into the alloy ground at Bardak's feet. It sank several feet deep. Next came the twisted armor plates, the enormous engine nozzles. All the heavy metallic wreckage lost their original weight and solidity beneath his small hands adorned with patterns. They were torn, twisted, and molded, like the most obedient clay. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sound of impacts echoed beneath the fortress's shadow. Each resounding crash accompanied the tremors of the ground and the mournful wails of contorting metal. Inside the watchtower, the pirates before the light screens stood in stunned silence, cold sweat soaking their tattered protective gear. "What is he doing?" A thin monkey-like pirate stammered. Building a grave." Krug's eyes were glued to the screen, his crimson mechanical eye flickering madly, reflecting the astonishing scene below, where that small figure was furiously stacking the vast, heavy metallic debris like bricks around the cold body. A massive and grotesque metal tomb, constructed from twisted steel and shattered engines, was rising from the ground at a visible pace beneath those tiny hands. He was constructing an iron grave for his monstrous father. Krug's voice carried a hint of fear and chill that he himself was unaware of. Kakarot's movements showed no sign of relenting. His small body weaved between the massive metallic components, every exertion precise and stable. Enormous armor plates were raised, forming walls like gravestones. Twisted engines were stacked to create a heavy base, and broken beams were interlaced, resembling swords guarding the grave. All the metallic components were forcibly compressed and fused under his terrifying strength, emitting shrill sounds of metal grinding and warping. Sweat trickled down his smooth forehead, cascading down his cheeks, leaving streaks on his dust-covered little face. Within his mind, the core of stellar energy continuously released pure power, nourishing his nascent sacred body and sustaining this extraordinary physical exertion. The gray chaotic patterns flowed steadily beneath his skin, each exertion perfectly timed. The final piece, a massive, bullet-riddled hull armor plate, was hoisted high by Kakarot. He stood atop the iron grave, his diminutive figure appearing so insignificant beneath the colossal steel tomb. He lowered his head, his ashen pupils gazing deeply into the depths of the metallic grave, at his father's cold, rigid face encircled by twisted steel. Then, with a sudden forceful motion, he pressed his arms down. Boom! The enormous armor plate fell like a guillotine, embedding itself into the twisted metal base below with a deafening crash. The entire iron grave shuddered, sealing completely. A grotesque and heavy steel tomb, assembled from discarded metal and the terrifying power of the nascent sacred body, stood as a silent monument beneath the fortress's gigantic shadow. The cold, metallic edges reflected the indifferent light of the star, emanating a primal, chilling sense of slaughter and sorrow. Kakarot stood atop the iron grave, his small figure silhouetted against the massive metallic tomb as if he were atop a mountain peak. He slowly raised his head, his gray pupils scanning the cold surface of the iron grave, ultimately penetrating the hundreds of meters to fixate on the glimmering observation window of the fortress's highest watchtower. His cold gaze was like a tangible ice spear. Within the fortress, all pirates in front of the light screens felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Krug's massive, rocky form involuntarily stepped back, his crimson mechanical eye flickering dangerously, nearly overloading. Fire! Fire! Blast that iron grave to bits. Destroy that little monster. Krug's deranged roar, laden with unmistakable fear, echoed piercingly within the fortress. Buzz! Outside the fortress's walls, all automated turrets instantaneously charged to full power. Blinding beams of energy converged furiously at the gun muzzles. The lethal crimson targeting lasers, like the tentacles of death, densely locked onto the tiny figure atop the iron grave. The fortress's energy shield flared dramatically. The last refuge transformed into the most lethal cage and artillery platform. Beneath the iron grave, the deceased father lay in slumber. Above the iron grave, the sacred body's orphan stood alone. The cold gun muzzles flickered, and the shadow of death descended. The initial path of blood and fire faced an unavoidable conclusion before the silent steel tomb. Chapter 17. Blood flames burn the city, the purple sun peaks. The shadow of the fortress loomed like a frigid giant's hand, tightly gripping the grotesque iron grave constructed from twisted steel. Atop the grave, Kakarot's small figure stood tall, like a solitary peak. His gray pupils pierced the hundreds of meters distance, colliding across the void with Krug's crimson mechanical eye in the fortress's watchtower, a silent chill penetrating the souls of all pirates like a tangible ice spear. Open fire! Open fire! Reduce him to ashes! Krug's rocky visage contorted, a roar of fear and ferocity erupted within the fortress, like a beast driven into a corner. The final madness completely overwhelmed reason. Buzz! The fortress's outer wall erupted with the piercing shriek of charging automated turrets. The energy light at the gun muzzles shifted from dim to bright, from red to searing white. The lethal energy fluctuations distorted the air around them. Dozens of scarlet targeting lasers, akin to the venomous fangs of a serpent locking onto its prey, were densely pinned upon the jade figure atop the iron grave. The thin blue energy shield encasing the fortress surged with a radiant glow, resembling an inverted colossal bowl pulsating with an aura of peril. The prelude to annihilation had already commenced. Atop the iron grave, Kakarot remained utterly still. Deep within his ashen-hued pupils, the small emerald lotus imprint whirled slightly, reflecting the increasingly blinding beam of death emanating from the fortress's cannon. The two profound green markings at his brow, like cold stars, radiated a weighty and familiar aura of Tao. Beneath him lay his father's frigid resting place, while behind him loomed the endless void of desperate space. There was no escape, no retreat. A chilling ferocity, instinctively derived from the sacred body, mingled with a resolute determination to guard his father's eternal slumber. Like the silent magma of a dormant volcano, roiling within his diminutive chest and heating up. A piercing yet youthful scream erupted from Kakarot's throat, shattering the silence. No longer a lament of sorrow, but a primal roar of a newborn beast confronted with a threat, a fierce declaration of mutual destruction. The howl surged forth like an invisible tempest, sweeping all in its path. Boom, 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 boom. The fortress's cannon roared almost simultaneously. Dozens of thick, blinding energy beams tore through the air, carrying the searing heat of annihilation and destructive force, akin to divine spears descending from the heavens, converging upon the small figure atop the iron grave with ferocity. The brilliance instantly engulfed Kakarot. A blazing white orb erupted atop the iron grave. The terrifying energy shockwave crashed against the twisted steel shell of the grave like an invisible hammer. The shrill sound of metal tearing, the explosive roar of energy annihilation, and the sizzling of molten steel merged into a symphony of destruction. It struck true. Within the watchtower, the gaunt pirate screamed in ecstasy. His face contorted with twisted joy. Yet, Krug's crimson mechanical eye remained fixated upon the screen, his rock-like visage devoid of any delight, only reflecting sheer horror. On the screen, the energy detector's readings soared to their zenith upon the moment of impact, only to plummet at an incomprehensible speed, as if the cataclysmic energy had been instantaneously devoured by an invisible black hole. At the core of the blazing white orb, Kakarot's tiny form stood resolute. He crossed his arms protectively before him. The grayish chaotic Tao diagram enveloping him radiated with unprecedented brilliance. The Tao patterns coursing beneath his skin resembled a living river of molten lava, exuding a heavy, cold, and overwhelmingly powerful aura of Tao, the destructive beams crashing against him, upon touching that layer of finely condensed grayish halo, felt as though they had collided with a wall of size. The violent energy did not explode. Instead, it was forcibly decomposed, compressed, and obliterated by the weighty and frigid chaotic aura. The searing heat was instantaneously neutralized. Only the immense force, like an invisible hammer, ruthlessly struck against Kakarot's nascent sacred body through the Tao diagram halo. Crack, crack, crack. The platform at the summit of the iron grave, composed of heavy armored plates forcefully fused together, instantly splintered with spiderweb-like cracks upon bearing the full brunt of the impact, resembling a fragile cookie. Kakarot's feet sank deeply into it, the metallic edges contorted like melted wax. Yet, he did not retreat an inch. His ashen-hued pupils, illuminated by the searing white light, burned with a cold ferocity. The two profound green markings on his brow, far from dimming after enduring the catastrophic impact, erupted with blinding emerald brilliance, akin to ignited stars, piercing through the grayish Tao diagram that enveloped him like twin pillars of light parting the mists. Buzz, deep within his consciousness, the emerald lotus petal, cradling the heart of the star core, awakened for the first time in true significance. Spurred by his desperate will to protect and the overwhelming energy of annihilation from the outside, the lotus petal transformed from a mere illusion into a solid, weighty form, akin to a carved jade gem. The chaotic Tao patterns swirling at its edges became strikingly clear, emanating the supreme aura of creation and destruction. At its center, the deep purple star core spun wildly, vast amounts of cold, heavy divine essence greedily consumed by the lotus petal. Nourishment, no longer a trickle, a torrent of unprecedented, pure, and vast life essence and chaotic Tao power surged into Kakarot's body, which was on the brink of collapse, like a bursting dam. The source of the sacred body roared. The chaotic Tao diagram celebrated. Power. Power sufficient to incinerate all threats before him. Kakarot suddenly withdrew his crossed arms. His diminutive form appeared to be bolstered by an invisible force, standing upright. The grayish Tao diagram light enveloping him retracted in an instant, as if compressing all power to its utmost limit. He raised his small hand, covered in Tao patterns, towards the fortress, which spewed forth beams of death like a porcupine. His fingers spread wide. In his palm, a point of pure, heart-stopping purple light ignited abruptly. This purple hue was not merely the glow of energy. It was profound and viscous, akin to molten amethyst. It exuded the unique cold and weighty aura of the star core heart, yet was set ablaze by the chaotic Tao aura of the emerald lotus petal within his consciousness, imbued with a frenzied will to annihilate everything. The star core heart formed the foundation. The chaotic green lotus served as the catalyst. The sacred body source acted as the furnace. Purple flames. World-consuming purple flames. A scream surpassing all limits erupted from Kakarot's throat. The lotus petal in his consciousness trembled violently. The viscous, profound purple light in his palm exploded like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Whoosh! A pillar of flame, pure and roughly the width of an arm, condensed to perfection, erupted from Kakarot's palm like the first spark of destruction that opened the heavens. Where the light beam passed, the space groaned under the immense burden. The air was instantaneously ionized and vaporized, leaving behind a fleeting, distorted vacuum trace. At the front of the beam, the temperature soared to unimaginable heights, warping even the light itself. The blue energy shield encasing the fortress, before this pure purple crystal beam, resembled a fragile soap bubble. Pop! A soft sound. The shield barely managed to withstand a fraction of a second before being punctured and obliterated. The beam surged onward, akin to a red-hot iron spike piercing through cream, striking precisely at an automated turret on the fortress's exterior that was unleashing a torrential fire. There was no explosion, only a sickening sound, as the material was instantaneously melted and vaporized. The sturdy turret's alloy armor, complex energy core, and heated barrel melted away like snow under the sun. before the terrifying temperature and obliteration properties of the purple crystal beam. The turret, along with the thick fortress wall it was anchored to, was instantaneously melted through, creating a massive gaping hole from which molten red metal flowed. The internal energy lines and ammunition caches detonated, triggering a series of muffled explosions deep within the hole. But this was merely the beginning. Kakarot's small arm did not lower after unleashing the world-consuming purple flame. His ashen-hued pupils locked onto the fortress, and his arm swept horizontally with great force. Whoosh! The condensed purple crystal flame beam, as if an extension of his arm, sliced through the fortress's heavy, twisted alloy exterior with ferocity. Sizzle! The deafening sound of severed metal rent the air. The purple crystal beam, akin to the sharpest blade of the divine, effortlessly sliced through the thick alloy wall as though it were butter, cleaving it open. The massive armored plates twisted and rolled, melting under the intense heat. The internal pipelines, structures, and even the lurking shadows of pirates were obliterated in an instant, turning to ash before they could even emit a cry as the purple flames swept through. The fortress resembled a colossal cake, severed by an invisible blade. A gaping, jagged fissure, from which molten metal flowed, erupted from the breached turret, swiftly spreading upwards with the sweeping motion of Kakarot's arm. It tore through layers of armored plating, ripping apart the intricate internal passageways, culminating in a thunderous boom. The highest tower of the fortress, along with the vast structures below, was cleaved by the purple crystal beam, crashing down like a beheaded giant, accompanied by the terrified, desperate screams from within and the violent blaze of a cataclysmic explosion, crashing heavily towards the wasteland below. No. Within the watchtower, Kruger's roar, filled with fear and despair, was drowned out by the cacophony of metal splintering and the howling descent. The massive wreckage of the tower, entwined with flames and thick smoke, plummeted like a meteor onto the refuse mound below, creating a deafening roar. Smoke and flames surged skyward. The main structure of the fortress was pierced by that colossal gash, with molten metal flowing from its edges, akin to a disemboweled behemoth. The internal structures, pipelines, and the remaining pirates burned in the residual warmth of the purple flames. Wailing in agony, exposed to the cold light of distant stars, a chaotic hellscape. The purple crystal beam gradually dissipated. Kakarot stood atop the iron grave, breathing slightly heavier. The residual heat lingered in his palm, the chaotic light patterns beneath his skin swirling gently, calming the overwhelming surge of power. His ashen eyes reflected the sight of the steel fortress, grievously wounded by his strike, burning and howling like a dying beast, and the billowing dust from the collapsed watchtower. The cold light of distant stars bathed him, shrouding his small figure and the silent iron tomb beneath him in a solemn stillness. The nascent purple flames, emblematic of the world's destruction, blossomed before his deceased father's iron grave. The initial journey of blood and fire was sanctified by the collapse of a pirate fortress. On the desolate refuse planet, cradling the sacred vessel marked by his father's imprint, he let out his first true roar into the frigid cosmos. Chapter 18. The purple sun suspended, the mark of the fallen star. The cold light of distant stars shone down like an unfeeling spotlight, illuminating the steel hell upon the refuse plain. The massive pirate fortress appeared as a beheaded beast, cleaved apart by an invisible blade. The enormous gash, which pierced the fortress's core and spilled forth molten metal, lay grotesquely exposed to the harsh light of day. Thick smoke and flames billowed from the depths of the fissure and the wreckage of the collapsed watchtower, carrying the acrid scent of burning flesh and charred remnants. Amidst the shattered walls, faint groans and desperate wails of dying pirates echoed like funeral dirges from the depths of hell. Atop the iron grave, Kakarot's diminutive figure was bathed in the ashes of destruction and the cold starlight. The lingering heat of the purging purple flames remained in his palm, the chaotic patterns beneath his skin flowing gently, calming the tumultuous energy within him. His ashen eyes reflected the image of the burning, collapsing steel cage ahead. There was no joy in vengeance, only a chilling indifference. Beneath him lay the steel barrier where his father lay in eternal slumber. The coldness of his fallen father intertwined with the searing heat of the burning fortress, weaving a tapestry of desolate silence in his heart. He slowly lowered his arms, his gaze sweeping over the twisted, burning wreckage deep within the fissure, finally resting upon the cold iron grave beneath him. Within the depths of his ashen pupils, the faint green lotus imprint spun gently. After the release of his power, a profound emptiness washed over him like a cold tide, silently engulfing him. He needed to depart this place. The death signal coordinates had been dispatched. Frieza's minions could arrive at any moment. The destruction of this fortress had merely driven off the hyenas, only to attract more terrifying vultures. Yet, just as Kakarot prepared to turn away for one last look at his father's cold resting place, a faint hum resonated. a slight but distinct cold wave, imbued with a unique spatial frequency, pierced through the cacophony of the burning fortress and the silence of the refused plane, reaching his senses. It did not emanate from the wreckage. Rather, it came from the sky. Kakarot's head snapped up. His ashen pupils contracted in an instant. Above the murky, thin atmosphere of the refuse planet, within the cold, dark vacuum of space, a flicker of ghostly blue light ignited like a will-o'-the-wisp. Following that, a second, a third, and dozens of ghostly blue lights emerged like the eyes of venomous serpents, swiftly outlining a massive and menacing silhouette. A ship. No, multiple ships, covered in cold, bony armor and resembling ferocious sharks. Frieza's fleet was disengaging from stealth mode. The ghostly blue engine flames silently erupted from the ship's rear, akin to the chilling breath of a colossal beast. Beneath the bow of the ship, the crimson emblem of Frieza, symbolizing the absolute dominion of the Cosmic Emperor, flickered ominously under the cold starlight. They arrived too swiftly, far quicker than anticipated. Guided by the death signal coordinates, Frieza's hunting dogs had precisely locked onto this refuse yard, recently scorched by blood and fire. Inside the dimly lit command bridge of the lead ship, a figure clad in the uniform of a high-ranking Frieza officer, with skin akin to rough tree bark and 4 compound eyes, gazed coldly down at the refuse planet. This being Giguma focused one of its compound eyes on the detection screen, locking onto the jade light point that radiated a staggering energy fluctuation amidst the fortress's ruins. Target confirmed. Energy nature, highly abnormal. Threat level, extremely high. Giguma's voice, cold and unfeeling, commanded the execution of standard extermination protocols. Main cannon charging. Eliminate the source of the threat and surrounding area. Leave no survivors. Affirmative, responded the crew in synchronized, icy tones. The ship's fearsome shark-shaped bow opened slowly, revealing a colossal cannon resembling the eye of a monstrous beast. Blinding crimson light surged within the depths of the cannon. The terrifying energy fluctuations began to warp the surrounding space. Destructive energy capable of vaporizing small mountains was rapidly condensing within the cannon. Target locked on Kakarot atop the iron grave, and the steel tomb beneath him. The shadow of death descended like a cold net, enveloping the entire refuse plain. A terror 100-fold greater than that of the pirate fortress's artillery. Atop the iron grave, Kakarot's muscles tensed instantaneously. In his ashen pupils, the faint green lotus imprint erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The 2 deep emerald marks upon his brow ignited like frozen stars, emanating a chilling aura and profound resonance. Within his consciousness, the ethereal green lotus petal, cradling the core of stellar essence, trembled violently. The chaotic patterns along the edges of the lotus petal danced wildly like enraged dragons. Danger. Mortal peril. The annihilation locked onto him from the cosmos instilled a primal dread within his newly formed sacred body. More condensed and lethal than Frieza's death beam. There was no escape. His father lay here. The conviction to protect surged like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming his instinct to flee. He leaned forward, crossing his arms once more in front of him. The chaotic patterns beneath his skin glowed with unprecedented fervor, the ashen markings resembling a living river of lava, surging wildly. A layer of nearly tangible ashen radiance enveloped him, exuding a heavy, frigid, and overwhelmingly powerful aura. Simultaneously, the ethereal green lotus petal in his consciousness fervently siphoned the energy of the stellar essence. A massive influx of cold, dense divine essence was forcibly converted into a tremendous source of life and chaotic power, continuously injected into his sacred body, sustaining this defense that transcended limits. He would withstand it. With this nascent sacred body, I shall shield my father from the cataclysmic strike descending from the starlit void. At the moment when Kakarot elevated his defenses to their utmost, bracing for the annihilating barrage from the colossal cannon, a sudden hum reverberated through the air. An unforeseen transformation unfolded. The 2 profound emerald sigils upon his brow ignited with fury upon sensing the familiar, destructive aura emanating from the Frieza force. Akin to a dormant volcano erupting explosively, the sigils blazed with an intensity unparalleled, their piercing emerald radiance slicing through the ashen shroud enveloping him. 2 columns of concentrated green light, laced with heavy, chaotic patterns, erupted from Kakarot's forehead like enraged dragons breaking free from their shackles, piercing the heavens. Their target was not the charging mothership, but rather the seemingly empty void of space before it. Where the light beams traversed, space groaned under the unbearable strain, rippling violently like the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone. In that instant, as the 2 emerald beams pierced into the abyss, the designated Area S spatial structure collapsed inward like a glass mirror struck by a boulder, twisting grotesquely. A gargantuan vortex. adorned with frantically pulsating green runes and filled with tumultuous spatial turbulence, was violently torn apart by the power of the deathly sigils derived from the chaotic remnants of the azure lotus. The chaotic dimensional storm surged forth like a deluge unleashed, spewing forth lethal dimensional blades, warped fragments of space, and savage torrents of energy, akin to a myriad of uncontrolled serpents lunging toward the nearby Frieza mothership. The mothership's charging annihilation cannon was the first to bear the brunt of this onslaught. The violent spatial turbulence sliced mercilessly at the condensed crimson energy core of the cannon, like countless invisible blades carving into bone. The cacophonous sound of energy disintegration echoed as if millions of insects devoured steel. The energy structure of the cannon was instantly disrupted, torn asunder, and obliterated by the feral storm. The once stable crimson core became exceedingly unstable, its light flickering erratically, distorting. Warning: the energy core of the cannon is experiencing interference from an unknown spatial storm. Energy backlash imminent. Overload imminent. Within the mothership's bridge, the shrill alarm reverberated like the death knell, erupting with urgency. Aghast, the visage of Chikuma, with his bark-like skin, displayed an expression of terror for the first time. His four compound eyes fixated on the screen, where the energy readings of the cannon were being devoured by the storm, their brilliance rapidly distorting. Interrupt the charging. Immediately halt. His command faltered as the mothership's prow erupted, the colossal cannon's maw ignited like a powder keg. Succumbing to the dual effects of the spatial storm's interference and its own energy backlash, exploding into a colossal, uncontrollable crimson fireball. The terrifying detonation instantaneously consumed the entire bow of the ship. The sturdy bone-like armor was torn and melted as if it were mere parchment. Internal conduits and structures, along with crew members who could not escape, were vaporized in the surging tide of destructive energy. The shockwave from the explosion crashed upon the nearby escort vessels like an invisible tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious bursts of flame illuminated the frigid vacuum of space, akin to fleeting yet brutal blossoms of death. The Frieza Force's hunting fleet suffered devastating blows from the dual strikes of the storm conjured by the deathly sigils and the backlash of the cannon, with at least 3 escort ships disintegrating in the explosion, perishing in a fiery demise. The bow of the mothership was utterly annihilated, trailing billowing smoke and burning debris, resembling a giant serpent severed at the neck, thrashing wildly in chaos. Above the garbage plains, the ominous clouds of destruction were temporarily rent asunder by the sudden spatial storm and the flames of the fleet's self-detonation. Atop the iron grave, Kakarot's ashen-hued pupils reflected the tumultuous explosions and the violent spatial vortex in the sky, while the emerald sigils upon his brow rapidly dimmed, becoming somewhat blurred. The immense backlash force jolted his diminutive form, causing a trickle of faint golden blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Within his consciousness, the ethereal image of the green lotus petals also waned slightly, dimmed by the sudden withdrawal of the sigil's power. Yet the crisis had not abated. The spatial vortex continued its rampage. The wreckage of the Frieza fleet, akin to burning meteors, plummeted toward the atmosphere of the garbage planet. Further afield, more cerulean lights flickered to life, like a pack of sharks sensing blood, hastening through the void. More warships of the Frieza Force, guided by the coordinates of the deathly whispers, were racing toward the scene. This place had become a deadlock. An immediate retreat was imperative. Kakarot abruptly turned back, casting a final, profound gaze upon the silent iron tomb beneath him. The cold, twisted metallic edges mirrored his father's last, frozen visage. "Father," he uttered, a low, shattered call, akin to a sigh carried by the wind. There was no time left. He swiftly pivoted. His small form unleashed all its might. No longer glancing at the chaos above or the falling debris, his ashen eyes locked onto the depths of the garbage plains, toward a labyrinthine mountain of colossal, abandoned ship hulls. "Run!" His jade-hued silhouette tore through the air like a beam of light, hurtling toward the metallic maze with reckless abandon. With each step, the silent metallic ground beneath him collapsed. His speed soared to its zenith, leaving behind a fleeting trail of jade light. Above him, the burning wreckage of the fleet rained down like fallen stars, howling with a mournful wail as it struck the garbage plains. Colossal fireballs erupted into the void. Shockwaves stirred a maelstrom of metallic fragments. Behind him, the grotesque iron grave that guarded his father's eternal slumber stood silent amidst the violent tremors and falling debris. A final monument amid the ruins of the burning fortress. And the 2 emerald sigils upon Kakarot's brow, now blurred, remained like 2 cold stars, deeply etched into the depths of his soul. His deceased father's legacy, the blood feud of his people, and the genesis of his flight into the depths of the void were all contained within. The mark of the fallen star served as a solemn invocation. the blood fire of his journey yet to extinguish. The jade light, amidst the falling rain of fire and the pursuing shadows, plunged into the endless darkness of the steel labyrinth. Chapter 19. Lotus fire consumed the sky, a desperate maze. The steel labyrinth, composed of countless wreckages of abandoned starships, massive engines, and shattered armor plates, rose like the skeletal remains of ancient behemoths. The passages twisted like intestines, the light fractured by the towering, warped metallic cliffs. While the air was thick with the pungent scent of rust, machine oil, and the distinct acrid odor of decaying metal, Kakarot's diminutive figure surged forth like a jade beam of light, racing through the labyrinthine, complex metallic corridors. His speed reached its peak, each footfall upon the oil-stained and debris-laden metal floor leaving behind a distinct, slightly molten footprint. His ashen pupils, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the dim light, meticulously examining every fork, every shadowy corner that might conceal danger. Above him, the symphony of death never ceased. Boom, boom. The tremendous explosions reverberated like a relentless hammer from above the labyrinth. Each detonation sent violent spasms through the entire metallic mountain. The towering cliffs groaned under the shockwaves, distorting as massive fissures spread like black lightning. Rusted rivets shot forth like bullets, and broken steel beams plummeted like the javelins of titans. The remnants of the burning Frieza fleet, enveloped in devastating heat and shockwaves, pierced through the relatively fragile shielding of the labyrinth above like a meteor shower, crashing violently into the depths of the passage. Boom! A massive fragment of the ship, ignited by azure flames and oozing molten metal from its edges, fell upon a junction less than 10 meters behind Kakarot, resembling a tombstone from hell. The scorching airwave, accompanied by lethal metal shrapnel and toxic smoke, surged forth like a raging tide. Buzz! The chaotic diagram on Kakarot's surface suddenly illuminated. A layer of condensed radiance formed an invisible barrier, forcefully repelling the oncoming shockwave and debris, obliterating them. The searing winds tousled the strands of hair on his forehead, revealing the two increasingly profound emerald imprints on his brow, exuding a sense of cold heaviness. He did not falter for a moment, even leveraging the force of the explosion's shockwave to accelerate further. His diminutive form nimbly darted through the collapsing metallic passage, making sharp turns to evade the heavy objects falling from above and the metal obstacles that crumbled ahead due to the tremors. Within his mind's eye, the verdant lotus petal phantom, cradling the core of the star's divine essence, steadily absorbed the essence of divinity at a constant pace under the persistent threat. The chaotic patterns at the edges of the petals surged endlessly, continuously nourishing the holy body, sustaining this desperate flight beyond the limits. He could not afford to halt. The shadows in the sky were intensifying. Through the vast cracks and collapsed gaps above the labyrinth, Kakarot's dull pupils caught sight of more menacing warships, adorned with the crimson insignia of Frieza, swiftly closing in from the frigid depths of space like a school of sharks sensing blood. Their main cannons flared ominously with scarlet light, akin to the singular eye of death, relocking onto this chaotic metallic graveyard. The coordinates of demise writhed like maggots. The relentless pursuit of Frieza's legion would not rest until annihilation. Target energy fluctuations locked in. Area saturation strike. Quadrants A3 to D7. Prepare for bombardment. The cold, merciless command echoed through the fleet's channel, reverberating in the frigid vacuum of space. Buzz! Several thicker and more refined scarlet energy beams, resembling blood-red spears tearing through the firmament, pierced through the thin atmosphere of the garbage planet, striking precisely at the metallic labyrinth where Kakarot was situated. Boom, boom, boom. The cataclysmic explosions merged into a singular cacophony. The entire metallic maze resembled scrap iron thrown into a furnace. The areas directly hit by the beams vaporized instantly, like fragile tin foil. The terrifying shockwaves crashed upon the interior of the maze like an invisible, giant hand. The passages wailed as they collapsed en masse, twisting in agony. Mountains of abandoned metal were hurled skyward, then melted in the searing heat, cascading down like a lava waterfall. Lethal radiation and chaotic energy surged frantically within the narrow confines. The maze instantaneously transformed into a hellish furnace. A relatively wide main passage where Kakarot stood twisted like a raging python amidst the violent explosions. The towering metallic cliffs on either side pressed inward, crumbling. Above, a massive engine core, lifted by the shockwave of the explosion, laden with destructive kinetic energy and molten metal, plummeted towards the jade-hued radiance below like the hammer of divine retribution. Shadows enveloped instantaneously. There was no escape. Kakarot abruptly looked up. His dull pupils reflected the looming shadow of death that obscured his vision. The emerald imprints on his brow erupted with blinding radiance. Within his mind's eye, The verdant lotus petal phantom seemed to sense its host's dire predicament, and for the first time, it was truly enraged. Buzz! The lotus petal trembled violently. The core cradling the star's divine essence spun wildly. An abundance of cold, heavy divine essence was no longer merely employed to nourish the holy body, but was devoured and transformed by the petal in an almost frenzied manner. The chaotic patterns at the petal's edges illuminated to their utmost, a heavy, vast, yet terrifying power imbued with the will to annihilate all things surged forth, crashing into Kakarot's tightly clenched right fist. This time, it was no longer mere defense. Roll away! A piercing cry, a blend of innocence and boundless fury, erupted from Kakarot's throat. His diminutive body halted abruptly, twisting at the waist. His right fist, coiling with unprecedented, solidified violet flames, shot upwards towards the plummeting engine core. Striking out with ferocity, fist unleashed, no longer merely a beam of light. Instead, it manifested as a blossoming violet flame lotus. The flames exuded a profound, viscous violet hue, with the contours of the petals adorned with intricate, arcane chaotic patterns. Only palm-sized, yet radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating stars and a will of destruction. It spun, tearing through the air with a domineering force akin to the creation of the universe, pushing defiantly against the sky. Boom! The violet flame lotus collided fiercely with the enormous engine core, resembling a small mountain. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the chilling sound of matter being instantaneously melted and vaporized by extreme heat. The superalloy engine core, capable of withstanding starship warp pressures, became as vulnerable as its kryptonite before the horrifying obliteration properties of the violet flame lotus. The contact point turned crimson, softening and melting instantly. The indestructible metal flowed like molten wax, splattering in all directions as the fire lotus spun like a red-hot drill, effortlessly penetrating the thick alloy. Wherever it passed, it left behind a massive hole with smooth edges, flowing with searing molten metal. Hiss! The violet flame lotus pierced through the engine core, its momentum unabated, crashing mercilessly against the collapsing and pressing metallic cliffs above the passage. Sizzle! The piercing sound of metal melting resounded once more. The heavy metallic cliffs melted through like butter under a hot knife, forming a massive aperture. The violent heat even forcibly severed and fused the surrounding collapsing metal structures. A fleeting escape route, with edges flowing with molten metal, was brutally carved out by this world-consuming lotus fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakarot propelled himself like an arrow released from a bow, leaping through the molten passage. Boom! The breached engine core, finally devoid of support, crashed down with molten metal and destructive kinetic energy, striking where Kakarot had just stood. The entire passage was thoroughly buried. The searing wave and molten metal surged forth like a flood from the breached opening, inundating the inferno below. Kakarot landed on a relatively intact metallic platform above, gasping heavily. The residual heat of the world-consuming lotus fire lingered in his palm, while the chaotic diagram beneath his skin glimmered, calming the power within. His dull pupils swept across the passage below, completely entombed by lava and ruins, and the seething scarlet molten metal still flowing at the edge of the breach. The world-consuming violet flame, has it evolved? The lotus fire? Within his mind's eye, the verdant lotus petal phantom swayed gently, seemingly satisfied with the recent eruption, the patterns at its edges becoming even more distinct. Yet, the threat above was far from abated. The saturation bombardment from the Frieza fleet continued unabated. More explosions ignited throughout the labyrinth. The entire metallic mountain groaned like a dying beast, collapsing ever more rapidly amidst the tide of destruction. Suddenly, buzz! A powerful, cold scanning wave, imbued with a specific spatial frequency, surged forth, akin to an invisible net, penetrating through layers of collapsing metallic barriers, precisely locking onto Kakarot, who had just unleashed the lotus fire. High energy target confirmed. Coordinates locked. Main cannon charging at 70. Prepare for secondary strike. In the fleet channel, the frigid commands echoed like the pronouncement of death itself. An ominous warning surged within Kakarot's mind. His grayish eyes abruptly narrowed. He beheld a gaping void above, where a monstrous Frieza warship's menacing cannon flickered with a deadly crimson glow, unwaveringly targeting his platform. Flee! Immediate evacuation was imperative. His gaze darted rapidly. To one side of the platform lay a narrow maintenance passage, partially obscured by a collapsed metallic structure, ascending like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakarot transformed into a stream of jade-hued brilliance, hurtling towards the entrance of the passage. Just as he was about to dive into the corridor, a resounding boom erupted. A beam of crimson light, even more concentrated and lethal than before, tore through the breach, disregarding the multiple layers of metallic barriers, and unerringly shot towards Kakarot's back with ferocious intent. The velocity surpassed the very limits of perception. The chill of impending death instantaneously froze his blood. Chapter 20. The Shattered Lotus Falls, the Prelude to Oblivion. The crimson of death, akin to solidified ice shards, instantaneously halted Kakarot's fleeing blood. That spear of judgment, a meticulously refined beam of light, cleaved through the collapsed metallic dome, dismissing the vaporous obstacles in its path, with pinpoint accuracy locking onto his back. The speed transcended the boundaries of awareness, and the frigid aura of murder gripped him like tangible shackles, constricting his throat. There was no escape, no defense. The nascent sacred body, confronted by the overwhelming force of the fleet's main cannon, remained as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, in the fraction of a second before annihilation struck, a resonating hum emerged. Within Kakarot's consciousness, the verdant lotus petal, cradling the core of stellar divine essence, erupted with an unprecedented ferocity, igniting a cataclysmic fury. The lotus petal no longer exuded tranquility. It surged and trembled violently. The chaotic patterns at its edges ignited like a lit fuse, flashing madly. At the center, the deep violet core of stellar divine essence, akin to fuel thrust into a furnace, unleashed a torrent of cold, dense, yet forcibly ignited divine essence. This terrifying flood of energy, far beyond Kakarot's capacity to bear, no longer adhered to the constraints of the path, but was forcibly compressed and molded by the lotus petal's tumultuous will. Boom! Kakarot scarcely had time to turn. He felt a soul-rending agony erupt from the depths of his consciousness. His body, driven by instinct, twisted violently. His right arm, covered in grayish patterns, moved as if controlled by an invisible hand, striking back towards the oncoming beam of destruction, adopting a posture that transcended the limits of his physical form. In his palm, there was no longer a fire lotus. Instead, it was a core of purplish crystal energy, compressed to its utmost limit. This core, scarcely the size of an infant's fist, radiated a hue of profound, nearly pure, violet black. Its surface was no longer alive with flames, but was adorned with countless minute, frantically swirling chaotic patterns. It emitted a heart-stopping, exceedingly unstable wave of annihilation, reminiscent of a supernova core forced to the brink of collapse. The ultimate form of the world-incinerating purple flame, the lotus of annihilation. The fist shot forth. The star core was released. There was no howling, no brilliance, only a grim, oppressive hum, as if space was being forcibly drawn inward and collapsing. That purplish-black core of the lotus of annihilation, like the universe's most profound black hole, silently met the rending crimson beam of judgment. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill in that moment. The crimson beam of destruction, bearing the cold will of Frieza's army, collided forcefully with the deep purple-black core. There was no anticipated cataclysmic explosion. Instead, there was a sensation of matter and energy being obliterated from the very fabric of existence, leaving souls frozen in terror. Zing! The piercing sound of annihilation transcended the limits of auditory perception, akin to countless steel needles stabbing mercilessly into the mind. At the point of impact, space collapsed inward like a fragile glass mirror, twisting into a visibly chaotic, swirling micro-black hole. The crimson energy of destruction, the purple-black core. Everything was greedily devoured and torn apart by this micro-black hole, reduced to the most primordial void. The silent storm of obliteration radiated outward from the collision point. Wherever it passed, the massive metallic structures that had collapsed vanished without a trace, as if erased by an unseen eraser. The molten metal cooled instantaneously, solidifying into gray-white dust. Even the rampant energy turbulence and deadly radiation were forcibly subdued by this storm of annihilation, returning to a state of eerie silence. A cylindrical passage, several dozen meters in diameter, of absolute nothingness, instantaneously pierced through the crumbling metallic maze. The edges of the passage gleamed like a mirror, bearing the faint traces of space being violently torn apart, marked by delicate black electric sparks. That Frieza warship, which had locked onto Kakarot and was sustaining the bombardment, bore the brunt of the annihilation storm. The aftershock of the obliteration swept across the ship's hull like an invisible ripple of death. The sturdy bone-like armor emitted a piercing wail, as if mercilessly scraped by countless invisible blades. The armored plates visibly dulled, losing their luster, and crumbled like a weathered sandcastle, disintegrating silently. The internal pipelines, structures, and reactors, along with the crew caught off guard, were rendered to nothingness before they could even struggle, as the absolute force of annihilation overwhelmed them in an instant. Just from the aftershock, boom, the entire warship erupted like a powder keg ignited, exploding into a massive, eerily silent gray-white energy fireball under the dual forces of the annihilation storm and its own uncontrolled energy. There was no sound, only the violent distortion of space. The fireball rapidly expanded, completely engulfing and obliterating the remnants of the warship, leaving behind a fleeting void, flickering with black electric sparks. Instant kill. Annihilation. The cost was catastrophic. Puff. Kakarot felt as if struck by a colossal hammer. His small frame was hurled forward. He coughed up blood mixed with faint golden sparks. Within his consciousness, the once luminous green lotus petal that had forcibly detonated the core dimmed to near extinction. Its surface marred by spiderweb-like cracks. The star core, cradled at the center of the petal, had visibly shrunk, its glow significantly diminished. The immense backlash felt like millions of scorching needles stabbing into every corner of his being. The chaotic path flickered violently, its grayish light wavering erratically. On the verge of collapse. Excruciating pain. A torment surpassing that of a furnace's hellish fires. His body felt as if it were being wholly torn apart. He crashed heavily onto the oil-stained metallic slope at the entrance of the maintenance passage, rolling into the depths of the corridor, leaving a glaring trail of faint golden blood. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, violently swaying in the tide of agony, on the brink of extinguishment. Target acquired, high-energy explosion. Annihilation energy strike. The warship has lost signal. Energy readings, chaotic. Target's life signs, rapidly declining. In the fleet channel, the cold electronic voice held a noticeable tremor of uncertainty for the first time. Kikumina's bark-like face twitched violently. His four compound eyes fixated on the energy dot representing Kakarot on the screen, dimming rapidly, yet pulsating with destructive waves. Capture. At any cost. Alive or dead. We must see him. Deploy the hunting hounds. Immediately. Buzz. Several smaller, streamlined black assault crafts, akin to harrowing hyenas sensing blood, shot forth from the belly of the mothership. They ejected ethereal azure streams from their tails, soaring at speeds that far surpassed ordinary warships. Deftly navigating through the fiery rain and debris above the collapsing metallic labyrinth, diving with precision towards the entrance of the maintenance passage where Kakarot had plummeted. Deep within the passage, Kakarot curled upon the frigid, greasy metal floor, his small frame convulsing incessantly from excruciating pain. Each spasm tugged at the nearly shattered lotus petal phantasm in his consciousness, inflicting a soul-rending agony. Pale golden blood mingled with sweat, saturating his tattered garments. The chaotic diagram flickered dimly, akin to a candle about to extinguish, struggling to prevent the annihilating forces from utterly obliterating his being. The core of the star's divine essence slowly revolved at the center of the dim lotus petal, releasing a cold, dense divine essence, like a trickle nourishing the crumbling foundation of his sacred body, mending the horrific wounds. Yet, the pace of this restoration was far too sluggish to keep up with the advancing pursuers. Above him, the shriek of the assault vessel's engines echoed like the sinister laughter of the Grim Reaper, piercing through layers of metallic barriers and drawing near with alarming speed. The dense, scanning waves, akin to frigid tentacles, swept repeatedly across the area, precisely locking onto his weakened position. Danger. Mortal peril. Kakarot struggled to rise. Yet the pain acted as invisible chains, binding him firmly. His ashen eyes, clouded by suffering, reflected the rusting dust that fell from the vibrating ceiling above. At that moment, buzz. The two deep green imprints upon his brow erupted with an unprecedented, chilling radiance, triggered by the dual stimuli of the external pursuer's icy killing intent and his own imminent collapse. This time, the light did not coalesce into beams. Rather, it spread like ripples on water, instantly enveloping his entire forehead. Deep within the imprint, the last remnants of Bardock's chaotic azure lotus rhythm resonated with the nearly shattered lotus petal phantasm in Kakarot's consciousness, creating an unprecedented, desperate resonance at the brink of life and death. A peculiar wave of heavy, cold, and death-laden essence surged forth from the depths of Kakarot's being, akin to the sigh of a dying behemoth, the initial resonance of the departed. This strange wave of the departed disrupted the assault vessel's precise scanning lock, causing the energy light representing Kakarot on the display to become blurred, distorted, and even split into multiple illusory phantoms, as if thrown into a serene lake. Interference. Strong interference. Target signal lost. Unable to lock on accurately. Within the assault vessel, the communication channel of the Hound Squad was suddenly drowned out by a shrill alarm. Damn it. Split up and search. The target is gravely wounded and cannot have gone far. We will dig him out even if we have to scour the earth. The cold command carried a hint of exasperation. Several assault vessels flitted about like headless flies above the collapsing labyrinth, scanning in an attempt to recapture the target signal disrupted by the wave of the departed. Deep within the passage, Kakarot's curled form seemed to resonate eerily with the cold metal and the pervasive aura of death surrounding him, under the influence of the initial resonance of the departed. The light of the imprint on his brow gradually retracted, leaving a deeper, more profound chill, as if infused with death itself. He struggled, expending the last vestiges of his strength, dragging his pain-ridden body deeper into the darker shadows of the maintenance passage, inch by inch. Behind him, pale golden blood trailed in the grease, leaving a sporadic path leading to an unknown abyss. The initial resonance of the departed momentarily blinded the hound's eyes. Yet, the shadow of death remained ever present. After the extinguishing lotus fire came an even more arduous struggle for survival. Chapter 21. The Abyss of the Departed, the Whisper of Bronze. The cold, oil-soaked metallic slope resembled a slide leading to hell. Kakarot's small body curled within the deepest, relatively dry shadows of the maintenance passage, each faint breath accompanied by tearing pain. Pale golden blood smeared an intermittent trail in the grease, akin to the last struggles of a dying star beast. Within his consciousness, the once vibrant green lotus petal phantasm now lay dim, its spiderweb-like cracks alarming to behold. Each weak heartbeat of the divine essence drew forth agonizing tremors from the petal, releasing a backlash of pain akin to needles piercing his marrow. The light of the chaotic diagram flickered faintly, like a candle struggling in the wind, desperately maintaining this body on the verge of collapse. Above, the shriek of the assault vessel's engines circled like a vulture of death, repeatedly passing overhead. The icy scanning waves, akin to invisible probes, penetrated layers of metal, repeatedly plowing through the passage. With each scan, the two deep green imprints on Kakarot's brow flickered with a barely perceptible, cold light. The lingering echoes of the initial resonance of the departed remained. That heavy, cold wave, imbued with the essence of death, functioned as the most perfect disguise, seamlessly merging his feeble life force and energy fluctuations into the depths of this labyrinth, steeped in metallic decay and the resentful spirits of the departed. On the scanning display of the assault vessel, his existence became like a drop of clear water in an ocean of ink, obscured and assimilated by the very essence of death itself. No anomalies in Area A. Energy readings in Area B are chaotic, suspected structural collapse interference. Blood traces detected in Channel C7. Track it. Damn it, the signal has vanished again. Is it residual energy dissipation? Fragments of the Hound Squad's frantic communications faintly penetrated the heavy metallic barriers, reaching Kakarot's pain-clouded consciousness. The protection of the departed temporarily blinded the pursuer's eyes, but it also acted like a cold shackle, binding him firmly within this shadow steeped in the aura of death. He lay as a phantom, lurking among the corpses, achieving a strange symbiosis with this steel graveyard. Time flowed amidst torment and the cold embrace of protection. The star's divine essence continued to release a gentle stream of divine essence, slowly nurturing the cracks of the lotus petals, mending the wounds of the sacred body. The pain receded like the ebbing tide, slowly, exceedingly slowly, leaving behind a deep-seated weakness and chill. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the shriek of the assault vessel finally faded, and the scanning waves ceased entirely. The pursuers seemed to have temporarily abandoned their search for this area, redirecting their efforts to other sections of the labyrinth. The crisis had momentarily abated. Kakarot struggled to move his fingers. His arm, covered in ashen patterns, pushed against the cold metal floor, gradually, agonizingly lifting his frail body. Each movement tugged at the cracks in the lotus petals within his consciousness, inducing waves of dizziness and tearing sensations. He leaned against a cold, condensation-covered metallic wall, breathing heavily. His ashen-hued eyes scanned the surroundings. This sloping maintenance passage was deeper and older than he had imagined. The material of the passage was no longer the rough alloy of the outer layer, but a special metal presenting a deep gray hue, more dense and as frigid as ancient ice. The walls were adorned with large, long-dormant pipe interfaces and abandoned cable troughs. The air was cold and damp, suffused with a more rancid metallic scent and an indescribable aroma, as if it emanated from the very end of time. Laden with ancient dust, ahead lay a profound darkness, impenetrable even to the fledgling vision of his sacred body, extending silently like the throat of a gigantic beast. Here, something was amiss. This was not merely a maintenance passage. The pervasive aroma of ancient dust seemed to suppress the omnipresent decay of the junk planet itself. The two green imprints upon his brow pulsed faintly as they encountered this darkness, signaling a subtle, yet clear resonance. Not danger, but rather a call from an ancient essence of the same origin. Kakarot strained to straighten his body. His weakened legs trembled slightly, but the light of the chaotic diagram slowly resumed, supporting him so that he would not collapse. He inhaled deeply. The frigid air, tinged with the taste of dust, pierced his lungs, granting a fleeting moment of clarity. He must depart from this place. The sanctuary of the dead path is not a sustainable refuge. Frieza's hounds could resurface at any moment. Within the depths of this passage, perhaps lies a chance to escape this desolate realm, or perhaps a more profound trap. He set his feet in motion, no longer running, but dragging his weakened body step by step towards the profound darkness ahead. Each step was overwhelmingly heavy, leaving shallow footprints stained with faint golden blood upon the icy metallic ground. The echo of his footsteps reverberated in the deathly silence of the corridor, amplifying his solitude. The darkness enveloped him like viscous ink, devouring the light. Yet, after adapting to the gloom, Kakarot's grayish eyes could barely discern his surroundings. The walls of the passage, composed of special metal, emitted an exceedingly faint, star-like blue glow in the absolute darkness, outlining the twisted ascent of the corridor. As he ventured deeper, the ancient scent of dust intensified, and the cold air seemed to crystallize time itself. The pipe interfaces and cable channels upon the walls grew larger and more intricate, with remnants of long-solidified energy crystals, exhibiting a dark golden sheen, embedded within the rocky surface like ancient amber. Time slipped away, and the corridor began to widen. Ahead, it was no longer a singular path, but a vast, shadowy entrance shrouded in darkness. A more pronounced draft, carrying the chill of dust, wafted from the depths beyond the entrance. Kakarot halted at the threshold, his grayish eyes scanning the unfathomable abyss ahead with vigilant caution. He extended a hand, his fingers adorned with runes, gently brushing against the cold, hard metal of the entrance's edge. Buzz! The two emerald symbols on his forehead flared to life, without warning. This time, the radiance was no longer a mere defensive mechanism, but bore a distinct directional clarity. Like a needle drawn by a magnet, it pointed deep into the darkness. Simultaneously, the nearly shattered green lotus petal image within his consciousness seemed stirred by some essence emanating from the depths of the entrance, resonating faintly. Something was there. A kindred essence. No longer hesitating, Kakarot inhaled deeply, suppressing his physical frailty and the agonizing pain within his mind, and stepped into the vast expanse of absolute darkness. The cold, the silence. It felt akin to stepping into a colossal tomb forgotten at the universe's edge. Here, even the vision of the holy body was greatly suppressed. He could barely discern beneath him a massive platform also crafted from deep gray special metal. At the edge of the platform lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness. In the center stood the indistinct outline of some gargantuan object, resembling a shadowy mountain in the absolute void. He cautiously approached the massive outline at the center of the platform. The sound of his footsteps stirred a faint echo in the vast emptiness, adding an eerie quality to the atmosphere. As he drew closer, the details of the massive outline gradually sharpened under the faint blue glow. It was not a mountain. Rather, it was a grand altar, forcibly assembled and welded from countless immense, twisted, bronze-colored pipes and enigmatic mechanical components. The altar's form was grotesque and distorted, exuding a sense of primitive and chilling technology that did not belong to this era. Its surface was adorned with cryptic, intricate etchings, obscured by the ravages of time. Some of the recessed patterns even retained dried, dark golden remnants of energy. At the apex of the altar, amidst the twisted bronze components, Kakarot's breath caught abruptly. His grayish pupils narrowed in shock. There, it was not empty. A massive, fractured metal plate, glistening with a profound bronze hue, stood at an angle atop the altar like a severed tombstone. The surface of the metal plate was relatively smooth, covered in denser, clearer etchings. At its center, encircled by the intricate designs, lay an astonishing relic. This relic was no larger than a palm, composed of a material neither metal nor jade, presenting a subdued, warm grayish hue. The edges of the broken tablet were smooth as a mirror, as if severed by some supreme force. Upon its surface, several ancient characters were inscribed, their strokes reminiscent of the imprints of the Tao, exuding an ineffable aura of antiquity. Kakarot was entirely unfamiliar with this script. It transcended the knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, perhaps even surpassing most ancient texts of the sky-covering universe, appearing as if it originated from the primordial patterns of the universe's inception. Just as his gaze fell upon those archaic symbols, a resonating pulse erupted within his mind. Buzz! The nearly shattered, dim green lotus petal image in his consciousness exploded with unprecedented, almost frenzied brilliance, illuminating his entire mental space. The cracks upon the lotus petals rapidly mended in the glow. An indescribable, ancient longing and tremor, rooted in a shared origin and transcending time and space, surged forth like a deluge, engulfing Kakarot's awareness. Simultaneously, the two emerald symbols on his forehead ignited like flaming ice stars, radiating blinding light. Deep within those symbols, the chaotic echoes of Bardock's azure lotus seemed to sense the ancient aura of the gray-white relic, conveying a feeling of shock, confusion, and an instinctive reverence. The ancient symbols upon the gray-white relic, stimulated by the lotus petal image and the radiant symbols, appeared to awaken from eons of slumber. They were no longer cold etchings, but seemed to possess life. A faint yet profoundly pure and esoteric resonance of chaotic Tao rippled from the gray-white relic, like the first heartbeat of a slumbering giant, gradually spreading forth. The vibrations swept through Kakarot's body. There was no attack, no rejection, only a warmth and sense of belonging akin to a wanderer returning home, a connection through blood, an exceedingly ancient and faint whisper, seemingly transcending endless time and space, resonated deep within Kakarot's soul, echoing softly as if the dust had settled. We'll see. The voice was indistinct, yet bore an ancient weariness and an indescribable weight that pierced through the ages. We'll see. These two words struck Kakarot's chaotic consciousness like a thunderbolt. The frantically shimmering green lotus petal image in his mind suddenly froze. The brilliance of the symbols on his forehead solidified instantly. The relic, the symbols, the we'll see. Could it be? Kakarot's grayish pupils widened in alarm, fixating intently on the mysterious gray-white relic atop the altar. His heart raced violently within his chest, nearly threatening to burst forth. Chapter 22. The relic reflects the sea, the bronze funeral song. We'll see. That ancient whisper, transcending time and space, crashed into Kakarot's silent soul like a stone cast into a still pond, provoking a colossal upheaval. We'll see. These two words cleave through the chaos of his consciousness like a divine thunderbolt. The temporarily halted green lotus petal image erupted forth with even more dazzling and ravenous brilliance. The cracks upon the petals rapidly mended and vanished, the chaotic symbols at the edges becoming clearer and more intricate. An ultimate yearning for the Tao, emanating from the very essence of life, surged forth like a waking leviathan, instantaneously consuming Kakarot's entire consciousness. His grayish pupils remained locked onto the gray-white relic atop the altar. The gentle and restrained material, the ancient and enigmatic Tao patterns, in this moment, transformed in his eyes from mere cold engravings into the singular path leading to the source of power. It became the only hope for rescuing this nearly shattered sacred body. The soul escaped from the relentless pursuit. Buzz. At the apex of the altar, the gray-white remnant tablet, embedded within the enormous bronze slab, seemed to awaken completely from its millennia-long slumber, spurred by the frantic yearning of the ethereal lotus petals within his consciousness. The ancient Tao patterns upon the surface of the tablet began to flow as if imbued with life, a wave of clarity and purity, as if containing the primordial mysteries of the universe, rippled outward from the center of the remnant tablet like water's gentle undulations. This time, the vibrations were not merely imbued with warmth and a sense of belonging. They carried a guiding essence, a will of inheritance. Kakarot's body, drawn by the pulsating Tao waves, lost all semblance of control. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he dragged his still frail and agonized form, stumbling yet resolutely climbing toward the twisted bronze altar's summit. The cold bronze components chilled his touch, and the sharp edges tore at his garments, leaving faint white marks upon his skin adorned with gray Tao patterns. Yet he remained oblivious. His consciousness burned. The lotus petals roared. The star-core divine essence spun furiously, unleashing a torrent of divine source essence, greedily devoured by the lotus petals, transforming into the strength that sustained his ascent. At last, he reached the pinnacle of the altar. The icy bronze platform loomed before him, and the colossal fractured slab stood like a tombstone. The gray-white remnant tablet was now within arm's reach. The ancient and profound Tao patterns were vividly etched before his eyes. Each stroke seemed to embody the trajectory of the great Tao, the ultimate truths of the universe. Merely gazing upon it made his nascent sacred body tremble with elation. Kakarot extended his quivering hand, cloaked in gray Tao patterns, toward the gray-white remnant tablet, pressing down with an almost reverent desire. The moment his fingertips grazed the tablet's surface, a cataclysmic surge of indescribable, universe-spanning information erupted forth from the gray-white remnant tablet. Like a bursting dam, this torrent of chaotic Tao rhythm surged violently into Kakarot's consciousness. A cry of anguish erupted from Kakarot, more beast than human. His small frame arched backward as if struck by lightning. From his 7 orifices, a pale golden mist of blood gushed forth. Within his consciousness, the recently restored emerald lotus petal phantom, under the impact of this unimaginable deluge of information, dimmed instantly like a leaf tossed into a storm, its surface riddled with even finer cracks. The star-core divine essence trembled violently, nearly crushed by the onslaught. Excruciating pain. A soul-rending agony, far surpassing anything experienced before. It felt as though his entire consciousness was on the brink of being obliterated by this overwhelming tide of information and Tao rhythm. Yet, just as his awareness teetered on the edge of collapse, buzz, the ancient Tao patterns flowing upon the gray-white remnant tablet suddenly detached from its surface. They transformed into several streams of gray-white radiance, distilled to perfection, exuding a primal Tao rhythm that disregarded the barriers of Kakarot's body. Plunging directly into the palm pressed against the tablet. Swoosh! The gray-white radiance surged upward through his meridians, akin to the most precise navigation, instantly penetrating the depths of his consciousness into the tumultuous chaotic sea. The moment the radiance merged with the chaotic sea, boom! The entire space of his consciousness quaked violently. The previously illusory chaotic sea solidified as if struck by a divine anchor, rapidly transforming from ethereal to tangible. The gray mist surged and coalesced in a frenzy. At the heart of his consciousness, those streams of gray-white light cleaved into the core of the chaotic sea like a colossal axe, delivering a thunderous crack that resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the soul. The core of the chaotic sea was brutally split open, revealing a vast, unfathomable chasm. At the bottom of the chasm, it was not void. A viscous, heavy, dark golden liquid, seemingly containing the very essence of life, erupted forth like a long-sealed spring. The bitter sea, the inception of the first secret realm of the ancient sacred body, the Wheel Sea, emerged. This newly birthed bitter sea was unlike any ordinary practitioner's bitter sea. It manifested a dark, somber gold, thick as mercury, heavy as a mountain. Above the surface, chaotic energies roiled and howled, depicting the primordial spectacle of creation, a vast and overwhelming force, infused with the essence of life capable of subduing all, surged forth from this dark golden bitter sea, instantly sweeping over Kakarot's nearly collapsing consciousness and body. Buzz, the emerald lotus petal phantom on the verge of shattering within his consciousness burst forth with unprecedented vitality the moment the bitter sea opened and the dark golden liquid surged forth. The cracks upon the lotus petal rapidly healed and vanished under the cleansing of the dark golden liquid. The petal itself became denser, more substantial, a vibrant green. The chaotic Tao patterns at its edges resonated with the swirling chaotic energies of the bitter sea, emitting an even more profound Tao rhythm. The star core divine essence at the center of the lotus petal seemed to receive nourishment, its dim glow deepening. The overwhelming primordial power of the bitter sea, mingled with the pure Tao potency from the lotus petal, washed over every corner of Kakarot's body like a warm torrent. The horrific internal injuries caused by the explosive eruption of the star core, the ruptured meridians, the weakened sacred body, rapidly healed and strengthened at a visible pace under the nurturing of this shared source of power. The gray chaotic Tao diagram beneath his skin became unprecedentedly clear and refined under the infusion of the bitter sea's essence. The Tao patterns flowed like living entities, exuding an oppressive aura that was as solid as a mountain, impervious to all power. An unparalleled sensation of power awakened within his small frame, roaring. This power transcended mere brute strength. It was a force derived from the essence of life, imbued with the vast Tao rhythm of chaos. However, the price and crisis of inheritance had not yet concluded, just as the bitter sea opened and the power surged forth. Buzz, a fiercely potent spatial fluctuation, imbued with rage and destruction, erupted suddenly from the entrance of the bronze altar-esque space, like the hiss of a disturbed serpent. "I've found you, little insect." Shikuma's furious roar, a blend of metallic friction and the tearing of bark, pierced the cold space like the wails of death. His immense figure, clad in specialized armor, surged forth like a demon breaking through the gates of hell, accompanied by several ferocious Frieza elite hunting dogs, brazenly invading this long-silent bronze realm. Shikuma's four compound eyes instantly locked onto the tiny figure atop the altar. In the energy detector, the previously weak and dim light point now soared like a supernova, emanating an oppressive force that pierced his very soul. "Stop him. He is absorbing something. Interrupt him." Shikuma's barked orders twisted his bark-like face with fury. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several beams of crimson energy, imbued with destructive potential, erupted from the weapons of the hunting dogs like the fangs of a venomous serpent, tearing through the cold air and hurtled toward Kakarot, who was trembling in anticipation of the inheritance atop the altar. Kakarot's eyes snapped open. In the depths of his grayish pupils, what reflected was no longer chaos and confusion, but a churning, roaring dark golden bitter sea. And above the bitter sea, the verdant green lotus, rooted in chaos, cradling the divine essence. Power. A force potent enough to incinerate all obstacles before him. Faced with the oncoming beam of death, he did not flinch. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. which had just been pressed against the remnants of the broken stone, adorned with intricate, chaotic patterns. In the palm of his hand, there was no longer the violet flame, no longer the star core, but rather a single drop, a single viscous and weighty drop, emanating a dark golden hue. As if it had concentrated the very essence of the bitter sea, the dark golden bitter water. As the bitter sea began to unfurl, its essence manifested. The first drop of the bitter sea's life, spring essence. Barry, a cold, youthful character, yet imbued with the resonance of cosmic creation, erupted from Kakarot's lips like a decree of the laws. The drop of dark golden bitter water, with a gentle push of his palm, silently soared forth. At the moment the drop departed from his hand, it expanded in the wind. Boom! That drop of dark golden bitter water detonated like a compressed ocean of dark gold. Instantly swelling, it transformed into a surging, tumultuous wave of dark golden bitter sea. As heavy as a mountain. Within the waves, chaotic energy roiled and roared, and the faint outlines of verdant lotus petals patterns were discernible amidst the turmoil. This wave of the bitter sea, carrying the supreme resonance of annihilating the heavens and erasing all existence, ruthlessly surged towards the several incoming crimson beams of light, and beyond them, the pursuing Frieza soldiers intruding into the bronze burial ground. Upon the ancient bronze altar, the remnants of the stone flickered faintly. The dark golden bitter sea roared and churned, the emerald lotus shadows floating within. The intruding pursuers, akin to moths drawn to a destructive vortex. The whispers of death were entirely ignited by the initial cry of power. The funeral song has commenced. Chapter 23. Bitter sea buries the enemy, the bronze elegy. Bury. The chilling sound of the law echoed like the first decree of creation, resounding throughout the silent bronze space. The drop of dark golden bitter water propelled from Kakarot's palm. At the moment of separation, detonated like an ancient star ocean. It erupted violently, transforming into a surging, tumultuous wave of dark golden bitter sea, as heavy as a mountain. Within the waves, chaotic energy surged and roared. The patterns of verdant lotus petals floated like colossal vessels, radiating the supreme resonance of annihilating the heavens and erasing all existence. This was no longer merely an energy assault. Rather, it was a realm of death, an enforced manifestation of a microcosmic bitter sea, one that harbored the primal power of the ancient sacred body and the chaotic resonance of the azure lotus. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several piercing crimson beams of destructive light tore through the air, akin to venomous snakes lunging into a furious sea, crashing fiercely into the oncoming waves of dark golden bitter sea. There was no explosion, no annihilation, only a nauseating hissing sound, as energy was forcibly decomposed, assimilated, and obliterated. The beams of destruction, capable of piercing through battleship armor, faced the viscous and weighty dark golden bitter water, as if a mere cow had plunged into the sea. The ferocious energy structure was instantaneously disintegrated, dissolved, reverting to its most primal particles, mercilessly consumed by the surging waves of the bitter sea. Nourishing the expansion of this microcosmic bitter sea, the beams vanished. Impossible. A frontline hound warrior let out an incredulous shriek. The energy weapon in his hand still bore the residual heat of its discharge, yet the unleashed beams of destruction were as if devoured by an invisible maw. Without even stirring a ripple, the waves of the dark golden bitter sea, after consuming the beams, not only did not weaken but surged forth with even greater ferocity. Bearing the terrifying will to annihilate all, they rushed forth like a collapsing ancient mountain towards the intruding Chikuma and several hound warriors, mercilessly crushing everything in their path. Retreat. Chikuma's four compound eyes filled with terror in an instant. His bark-like skin twisted in a wild frenzy. The ultimate warning born from the instinct of life compelled him to emit a rending roar. His massive form abruptly retreated, while his specially armored arms crossed defensively before him. A thin layer of energy shield flickered to life. Yet it was too late. The waves of the dark golden bitter sea, seemingly slow, were in fact faster than lightning. The heavy resonance of the law locked down space, ensnaring all beings within its shroud, as if they were mired in an invisible quagmire. Thud, thud. Two hound warriors at the forefront, attempting to evade, collided with an invisible wall of resignation, instantly imprisoned by the overwhelming resonance of the bitter sea. The terror etched on their faces froze, and before they could even emit a scream, they were entirely engulfed by the oncoming dark golden bitter waves. Zzz. The piercing sound of corrosion and obliteration rang out. The sturdy Frieza army battle suits disintegrated like fragile paper, their enhanced bodies, under the onslaught of the bitter water imbued with the resonance of erasure, melted away like snowmen under a blazing sun, their muscles, bones, and organs dissolving into nothingness at a visible pace. Even the anguished wails of their souls were forcibly crushed by the heavy resonance of the bitter sea, returning to silence. Instant annihilation. Total obliteration. No. Chikuma's eyes widened in horror. Watching his subordinates vanish into thin air, an immense dread coiled around his heart, like a cold serpent. The energy shield enveloping his form quivered violently under the oppressive weight of the bitter sea's waves, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. He frantically channeled energy within him, attempting to break free from this invisible shackle. Yet, the awakening of the ancient sacred body and the fusion of the chaotic azure lotus's resonance manifested a realm of bitter sea, whose weight and obliterative power far exceeded his imagination. His movements became sluggish, as if in slow motion. Every step back was excruciatingly laborious. Boom! The surging waves of the dark golden bitter sea crashed against Chikuma's crossed arms with the force of a raging tide striking rocks. Crack! The piercing sound of shattering echoed. That thin layer of energy shield, as fragile as glass, instantly became marred with spiderweb-like cracks before shattering explosively. Zzz. The viscous and weighty dark golden water, carrying the resonance of obliteration, instantly stained Chikuma's armored arms. Ugh! Chikuma let out a scream of unimaginable agony. His bark-like, resilient skin and special alloy armor, under the corrosive obliteration of the dark golden bitter water, felt as if they had encountered a nemesis. His tough skin rapidly dulled, losing its luster, flaking away like weathered rock. The alloy armor emitted a screeching wail, its surface caving in, melting away to reveal the sizzling flesh and bones beneath. The excruciating pain felt like countless venomous insects gnawing at his very soul. Even more terrifying was that the heavy obliterative resonance, akin to a festering sore, madly infiltrated his body from the point of contact, destroying his energy circuits, corroding his very essence. Give me strength. Chikuma, under the extreme agony and the threat of death, unleashed a power that surpassed his limits. He bit down hard on his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of emerald blood mixed with viscera. A torrent of violent energy, mingled with toxic blood mist, erupted from his mouth, forcefully crashing against the bitter sea waves mere inches away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood mist collided fiercely with the bitter water, annihilating it. Seizing this fleeting moment of backlash, Chikuma was propelled backward like a broken sack struck by a giant hammer, his massive form crashing heavily against the cold bronze wall at the entrance, producing a thunderous sound. His arms were a wreck, charred and rotting, revealing stark, white bones, with viscous emerald blood continuously dripping, his breath waning to the utmost limit. The few remaining compound eyes he possessed were filled with boundless terror and resentment, fixed intently on the small figure atop the altar, no longer daring to linger. His massive form, resembling a frightened behemoth, violently broke through the collapsing metal debris at the entrance, fleeing desperately towards the labyrinth's exterior, not daring to look back. The waves of the dark golden bitter sea, after casting Chikuma aside, gradually lost their sustaining force, slowly subsiding, dissipating into the frigid air. Only the entrance remained, a chaotic tapestry of corroded remnants, mingled with the nauseating stench of charred flesh and blood that hung heavily in the air. Atop the altar, Kakarot retracted his palm with deliberation. The drop of dark golden bitter water had long since evaporated, leaving only a faint ripple of Tao rhythm in its wake. His diminutive frame swayed slightly as the newly birthed dark golden sea of bitterness churned within his consciousness, a testament to the terrifying power it had just unleashed, consuming an immense amount of energy. The ethereal glow of the emerald lotus petals dimmed slightly, yet they steadfastly upheld the core of the star nucleus, continuously drawing in energy to replenish what had been expended. His ashen-hued pupils swept across the dreadful marks left by the corrosive sea below, as well as the disarray left by the fleeing Kigama, cold and unperturbed, as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome insects underfoot. Power. This was the sensation of wielding power. His gaze returned to the weathered, gray-white remnants of the steel embedded in the massive bronze slab. The ancient and arcane Tao patterns flowed with an enigmatic grace, exuding an unsettling aura of antiquity. The cataclysmic emergence of the bitter sea and the surge of power had stemmed from this very source. The Wheel of Sea's secret realm and the bitter sea were merely the beginning. A fierce longing ignited within Kakarot's heart, akin to a wildfire raging uncontrollably. He desired this steel. He craved the complete legacy inscribed upon it. He yearned to command the formidable strength capable of vanquishing formidable foes and dictating his own destiny. He reached out once more, his small hand adorned with distinct chaotic Tao patterns, imbued with an unmistakable resolve, grasping towards the gently glowing gray-white remnants of the steel. This time, it was not a mere acceptance of information through touch, but a forceful seizure. Buzz! Just as Kakarot's fingers were poised to grasp the remnants of the steel, the entire colossal bronze altar trembled violently, without warning. The indistinct etchings upon its surface ignited with a blinding crimson radiance, as if infused with a potent stimulant. A surge of wrathful chaos, imbued with an aura of annihilation, erupted from the core of the altar like an ancient feral beast awakening from slumber. Warning. Core energy out of control. Self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown. 10, 9. A cold, mechanical voice echoed, devoid of emotion, resonating like a death knell in the desolate bronze chamber. Kalot's pupils constricted sharply. His fingers were mere inches from the remnants of the steel. The altar shook violently. The surface of the massive bronze slab, which housed the remnants of the steel, bore veins of crimson that spread like raging blood vessels. The structure of the altar emitted a metallic lament, strained under the mounting pressure. At the edge, the unfathomable abyss of darkness began to roil violently, exuding a terrifying pull. Self-destruction. After millennia of silence, this ancient bronze altar had initiated its final self-destruct sequence upon the activation of the core legacy, intending to entomb all intruders along with itself within the grave of this alternate dimension. The countdown's chilling electronic voice rang like a harbinger of doom. 8, 7. A fierce glint sparked in Kalot's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated his grasp towards the remnants of the steel. His fingers, enveloped in Tao patterns, acted like the most resilient claws of divine metal, fiercely clenching onto the gently glowing gray-white remnants of the steel. Give it to me, come forth. The terrifying power of the ancient sacred body erupted explosively, bolstered by the essence of the Wheel of Sea. The chaotic Tao diagram blazed with brilliance. His fingers gripped the edge of the remnants tightly, yanking outward with all his might. Rip! The shrill sound of tearing metal resonated. The gray-white remnants of the steel were indeed wrenched from the massive bronze slab. Where the steel connected to the slab, dark golden energy crystals and writhing crimson energy threads remained. In the instant the remnants were extracted, the destructive energy fluctuations emanating from the altar's core surged to their zenith. The light within the bronze chamber was instantaneously consumed by the crimson blaze. The colossal bronze constructs began to warp, melt, and disintegrate under the onslaught of the terrifying energy. The platform tilted violently. The abyss of darkness at the edges gaped like the maw of a colossal beast, devouring everything that fell. 3, 2, 1, 0. The cold electronic voice delivered its final note. Boom! An indescribable light of destruction erupted violently from the altar's core, like a supernova igniting within a confined space. A cataclysmic shockwave of energy, mingled with molten bronze fragments and shards of spatial debris, surged like a tide of annihilation, instantly engulfing the entire bronze chamber. Everything tangible was vaporized and obliterated in an instant. Just as this light of destruction was about to consume all, Kalot shielded the seized gray-white remnants of the steel tightly against his chest. Within his consciousness, the dark golden sea of bitterness roared ferociously under the threat of annihilation. The ethereal glow of the emerald lotus petals erupted with their final resplendent radiance. The energy of the star nucleus was drained by more than half in that fleeting moment. Buzz. A layer of chaos, meticulously condensed from dark golden bitter water and the ethereal green lotus shadow, enveloped his diminutive form in an instant. Boom! The tide of destruction crashed violently against the chaotic light shield. The barrier warped and twisted, emitting groans under the overwhelming strain. Kalot was hurled like a marionette severed from its strings, propelled away by the impact of the star nucleus. The gray-white remnants of the steel that he clutched at his chest quaked violently. A trickle of pale golden blood, mingled with internal fragments, erupted forth, splattering upon the gentle surface of the steel. He was swept away by the torrent of destruction, colliding forcefully against the collapsing, dark abyss that threatened to swallow the twisted barriers of the bronze space. Rip! The spatial barrier, fragile as fabric, was violently torn apart by the destructive energy and the force Kalot bore. A tremendous fissure opened, its edges flowing with molten spatial material. Beyond the crack lay not the cold void of the universe, but a realm of chaotic turbulence, filled with deadly dimensional storms and spatial turbulence, a rift into the unknown. The torrent of destruction enveloped Kalot's injured body and the bloodied remnants of the steel, hurling them into the frenzied chaos of the dimensional rift. As his silhouette vanished, the rift collapsed inward, twisted, and ultimately sealed shut under the dual forces of destructive energy and spatial turbulence. In the aftermath, only a vast void, completely obliterated and transformed into absolute nothingness, remained. Along the edges of the void, bronze slag drifted like stardust. The final act of the bronze altar, through total self-destruction. cast away the remnants of the sacred body and the mysterious steel into the turbulent abyss of an unknown dimension. Chapter 24. The Abyss of Turbulence. The Devouring of Divine Patterns. Cold, chaotic, torn. These were the only sensations that Kakarot experienced upon the return of his consciousness. He felt as if he were ensnared within the tempestuous core of a storm composed of a myriad of invisible blades. The frenzied spatial turbulence sliced through his chaotic light shield like a tangible razor, tearing and rending it apart. Each impact caused the barrier, forged from the essence of the bitter sea and the Tao rhythm of the blue lotus, to tremble violently, emitting a wail that teetered on the edge of shattering. Sizzle, creak. The sharp sounds of friction and energy annihilation filled the air. The surface of the light shield flickered erratically with dark golden and emerald hues, as if a candle flickering in the wind. Each collision reverberated through the shield, violently jostling his battered form. Puff! Another spurt of pale golden holy blood erupted, splattering upon the gray-white remnants of the steel that he clutched fiercely to his chest. The gentle surface of the steel absorbed the sacred blood, and the ancient, arcane Tao patterns seemed to pulse with increased vigor, faintly manifesting a resilient pull that marginally repelled the surrounding chaotic energy, alleviating a minuscule amount of pressure from the light shield. But this was merely a drop in the ocean. Kakarot's diminutive form curled within the heart of the chaotic light shield, resembling a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves. Within his sea of consciousness, the newly forged dark golden sea of suffering was currently surging with monstrous tides. The forceful eruption during the destruction of the altar was relentlessly battered by turbulent currents, depleting the essence of the sea, rendering the water somewhat thin, devoid of its original viscous weight. The ethereal glow of the emerald lotus petals had dimmed significantly, struggling to uphold the star core divine source heart, desperately siphoning the remnants of energy to maintain the integrity of the light shield. The star core divine source heart, once the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, brimming with boundless life essence, had now shrunk nearly 1/3. Its surface luster had also dulled considerably. This was his last bastion for survival. Excruciating pain, a pervasive agony. His bones groaned, his organs shifted, and his sea of consciousness trembled. The impact of the self-destruction of the altar and the continuous spatial turbulence inflicted immense pressure upon his ancient sacred body. Were it not for the unmatched strength of his sacred body, coupled with the life-sustaining divine source heart, an ordinary Saiyan would have been reduced to cosmic dust by now. He could not perish, absolutely must not perish here. In Kakarot's hazy pupils burned a flame of indomitable will. He forced himself to calm, akin to a young dragon lying in wait amidst despair. His thoughts delved into the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. The dark golden sea of suffering churned incessantly. The divine power of the fountain of life surged with a sense of frailty. Above the sea, apart from the emerald lotus petal phantom rooted in the void, there floated another object, something that naturally coalesced upon the sea when he forcibly manifested the miniature sea of suffering. It was a divine pattern, not one conjured by cultivators within the celestial system, embodying the Tao and laws, but rather a primal divine pattern imprinted at the core of the Wheel Sea's secret realm. Born from the fusion of his ancient sacred body's essence and his nascent comprehension of the chaotic green lotus Tao rhyme, alongside the forced eruption of the Sea of Suffering's burial enemy technique. This divine pattern was exceedingly intricate, presenting a profound dark golden hue. Yet the core bore the imprint of a delicate emerald lotus shadow, with chaotic energy flowing along its edges. It hovered above the Sea of Suffering like a miniature core engine, ceaselessly drawing from the surging primal energy below, exuding a peculiar wave of heaviness, obliteration, and a hint of creative Tao rhyme. It was the very foundation supporting his execution of the Sea of Suffering's burial enemy technique. Kakarot's consciousness fixated firmly on this primal divine pattern. The pattern, devour, replenish. A vague yet frenzied thought surged within him. The divine patterns of the celestial system were, at their essence, cultivators' preliminary understanding and application of the Tao, possessing the remarkable ability to refine energy and evolve divine techniques. His primal divine pattern contained portions of the ancient sacred body and the chaotic green lotus essence, boasting an elevated tier. Theoretically, it should possess even greater devouring and refining capabilities. Yet at this moment, he was grievously injured and weakened, the Sea of Suffering turbulent. Forcing the pattern to consume the raging spatial turbulence posed tremendous risks. A single misstep could lead to the pattern's collapse, a backlash from the sea, and his immediate annihilation. With death inevitable, he resolved to take the risk. A glint of determination flashed in Kakarot's eyes. The instinct for survival eclipsed the rational warnings. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, that dark golden pattern adorned with emerald abruptly quivered. Under Kakarot's frenzied will, it broke free from its original hovering position, like a burning meteorite, boldly bursting forth from the boundaries of the Wheel C's secret realm, imprinting itself upon the chaotic light shield enveloping his body. "Give me devour." Kakarot's heart roared silently. Buzz. The pattern engraved upon the inner wall of the light shield erupted in a brilliant radiance. No longer merely a defense. It transformed into a voracious vortex. A formidable, unmatched pulling force erupted instantaneously from the center of the divine pattern. Its target was none other than the furious spatial turbulence that was mercilessly slicing through the light shield. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A miracle transpired. The chaotic spatial energies, capable of tearing apart battleship alloys, did not immediately obliterate the shield upon contact with the vortex of the divine pattern. Rather, it seemed to be drawn by some higher-order rule, forcibly pulled and consumed. The raging torrent of energy found its release, wildly surging into that diminutive divine pattern. Ugh! Kakarot emitted a muffled groan of excruciating pain. His body convulsed violently. To consume the spatial turbulence was infinitely more perilous than devouring divine source energy or ordinary energy. The frenzied, chaotic, and tearing attributes of the spatial energy pierced into his sea of consciousness like countless searing steel needles. Intense agony swept through his very soul. The previously calm, dark, golden sea of suffering once again roared in turbulence, unleashing towering waves. The waters of the sea, under the assault of the violent energy, threatened to boil and evaporate. The divine pattern itself trembled violently, its dark golden glow and emerald lotus shadow flashing erratically, the chaotic energy upon its surface becoming wildly disordered, as though it might burst at any moment. Destruction. This was inviting disaster, a path to self-destruction. Yet, at this critical juncture, Buzz, the gray-white remnant stone, which Kakarot had guarded against his chest, tainted with his faint golden sacred blood, seemed to be stimulated by the violent spatial energy and the aberration of the Wheel C. Erupting with an unprecedented intensity of light, the ancient and profound Tao patterns appeared to come alive, flowing forth from the stone. No longer gentle as when receiving information, they now bore an unparalleled majesty, capable of suppressing the heavens and sorting the chaos. These patterns did not attack. Instead, as if possessing sentience, they instantly entwined around the primal divine pattern that was frantically devouring the spatial turbulence. It was akin to reigning in a runaway engine. The gray-white Tao patterns intertwined, coiling, and permeating with the dark golden-hued divine pattern. An ineffable and profound Tao rhyme permeated the atmosphere. Once again, a miracle occurred. The originally chaotic and destructive spatial turbulence, upon entering the divine pattern ensnared by the gray-white Tao patterns, was forcibly organized and transformed. The chaos was smoothed, the tearing neutralized, leaving only the purest and most primal essence of spatial power. This transformed spatial power, now devoid of destructive qualities, instead bore a nurturing and stabilizing characteristic. Like a gentle rain, it began to pour continuously into Kakarot's precarious sea of consciousness. Boom! The dark golden sea of suffering, nourished by this pure spatial power, was akin to a parched land rejoicing in sweet rain. The tumultuous waves began to calm, the surface regaining its depth, viscosity, and weight at a visibly rapid pace. The depleted essence was swiftly replenished. Even the boundaries of the sea began to subtly extend outward. The divine power of the fountain of life also became more refined, pure, with a barely perceivable fluctuation of spatial attributes. Even more wondrously, the primal divine pattern at the core, after consuming and transforming a massive influx of spatial turbulence energy, and receiving the enhancement of the gray-white Tao patterns, underwent a metamorphosis. The dark golden body became even more profound and reserved. The emerald lotus shadow at its core clearer and more substantial, while the chaotic energy flowing along its edges acquired a hint of imperceptible silver sheen, a trace of the spatial power's refinement. The entire divine pattern became more stable and powerful, exuding an increasingly rich and profound Tao rhyme. It appeared to have morphed into an efficient transformation furnace, voraciously consuming the external chaotic spatial turbulence, while simultaneously, with the aid of the gray-white Tao patterns, converting it into pure primordial spatial power, replenishing the Wheel C and reinforcing itself. The excruciating pain that had engulfed Kakarot receded like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and strength. He tightly closed his eyes, his consciousness immersed in the earth-shattering changes within the Wheel C. The chaotic, luminous barrier enveloping his body, bolstered by the energy absorption and transformation of the divine patterns, became unprecedentedly stable. No matter how violently the external turbulence surged and crashed, the barrier merely rippled slightly, unwavering as a rock. The consumption of the star core's divine source heart had nearly ceased, and it even began to slowly regain its luster. From the brink of despair to a miraculous revival. A blessing in disguise. Kakarot understood that the key to all this lay in that enigmatic gray-white remnant steel. It was the ancient and profound patterns inscribed upon it that suppressed and organized the rampant spatial energy, guiding the transformation of the divine patterns. What exactly was the origin of this steel? A deeper question arose in Kakarot's mind. Not only did it bear the ancient legacy of the Wheel C secret realm, but it also had the ability to organize the turbulent spatial currents, which was far from ordinary. He instinctively directed more of his thoughts toward the remnant steel before him. Buzz. At the moment his thoughts made contact, an extraordinary transformation occurred, the patterns flowing upon the gray-white remnant steel, while guiding the divine patterns to consume and transform spatial energy, seemed to absorb a trace of the purified spatial essence that had been transformed. These energies were not absorbed by the steel itself, but, following those arcane trajectories, gradually traced and manifested upon the surface of the steel. A vague, incomplete, yet imbued with ineffable spatial diagram, ethereal diagram flickered into existence upon the remnant steel's surface. This diagram was exceedingly intricate, composed of countless fine silver lines interwoven to create twisted dimensions, folded spaces, and fragmented wormholes, as if depicting the most primordial veins and scars of the cosmic expanse. Though incomplete, Kakarot felt as though his consciousness was being drawn into it, lost within an endless labyrinth of space. A spatial Tao diagram. Kakarot's heart trembled violently. This remnant steel not only contained the ancient scriptures of the Wheel C, but also concealed an unparalleled diagram pertaining to the Tao of space. Just as his mind was captivated by this diagram, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire dimensional turbulence passage experienced an unprecedented and violent tremor without warning. It seemed as though some colossal entity had violently crashed into this dimensional crevice. The relatively calm area where Kakarot resided was instantly shattered. A torrent of destructive turbulence, tenfold, 100-fold more ferocious than before, surged forth from the depths of the passage like the roar of a cosmic behemoth. Crack! The chaotic luminous barrier covering his body was immediately riddled with spiderweb-like cracks under the sudden and terrifying impact. The divine patterns, which had just stabilized, emitted an unbearable hum of distress. This is not good. Kakarot's heart raced, jolted awake from the mysteries of the spatial Tao diagram. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his gray pupils piercing through the distorted luminous barrier, fixating intensely on the direction of the turbulent flood's assault. At the end of that chaotic energy storm, the spatial barrier shattered like fragile glass, inch by inch. A gargantuan spatial rift, its edges flowing with lava-like crimson light, was brutally forced open. Beyond the rift lay not the vastness of the cosmos, but a scene of apocalyptic devastation, ablaze with roaring flames, filled with the acrid scent of sulfur. Where the earth cracked and magma flowed, a torrid, brutal wave of heat, imbued with the essence of sulfur and destruction, surged forth from that rift, mingling with an even more ferocious spatial storm. The balance of dimensional turbulence was shattered. He was swept away by the tumult, on the verge of being cast into an unknown inferno of flames. Chapter 25. The Infernal Abyss, Moths Burning the Eight Desolations. The acrid scent of sulfur mixed with the charred aroma of incinerated matter lashed against the chaotic luminous barrier like a tangible whip. Kakarot, engulfed by the violent spatial turbulence, was akin to the detritus ejected by a monstrous beast, crashing down into a burning hell. Boom! Below him lay not solid earth, but a seething lake of scorching magma, rolling with dark red, viscous bubbles. The immense force of impact sent him plummeting like a meteor, splashing up scalding currents dozens of feet high. The chaotic luminous barrier trembled violently, emitting a groan of distress, its surface instantly coated with thick magma, sizzling and releasing dense black smoke and acrid white vapor. Roar! A deafening roar, filled with brutal ferocity, resonated from deep within the magma lake, accompanied by the stirring of a massive shadow, as if some terrifying creature dwelling therein had been disturbed. Kakarot's gray eyes narrowed, without the slightest hesitation. The resonance of the Wheel C surged within his consciousness. The divine power of his life spring gushed forth, forcibly activating the divine pattern vortex enveloping his body. Buzz! The silver radiance of the divine patterns flashed, and the power of devouring erupted. The viscous magma clinging to the luminous barrier was instantaneously stripped away and consumed. The frenzied and scorching fire poison, along with destructive energy, surged into the divine patterns. However, under the ancient Tao patterns flowing from the gray-white remnant steel at his chest, chaos and brutality were swiftly stripped away and suppressed, leaving only the pure and blazing essence of fire to be rain-fused into the Wheel C. Boom! The dark golden bitter sea absorbed this pure fire essence, not only escaping desiccation, but also igniting like a spark thrown into boiling oil. The waters of the bitter sea became increasingly viscous and scorching, and a faint dark golden mist began to rise above the surface, carrying the aura of annihilation. The divine power gushing from the life spring also took on a shade of fierce dark red. The divine patterns themselves, beside the core's verdant lotus shadow, quietly bore the imprint of a minuscule yet exceedingly refined scarlet gold Tao pattern. In the face of despair, a crucible for body tempering and spirit refining emerged. The ancient holy body was adapting at an astonishing pace, even beginning to draw strength from this infernal realm of flames. Seizing the opportunity, Kakarot forcefully leaped off a still-floating magma boulder, his body soaring into the sky like a released arrow. Narrowly avoiding the sudden emergence of a massive maw filled with fangs and flowing lava from the magma lake below, he landed upon the cracked, charred earth, radiating intense heat. Looking around, he beheld a world drenched in a dim crimson hue. The dark red sky hung low, resembling congealed blood, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only heavy, roiling clouds ablaze with sulphurous flames. The ground was riddled with bottomless fissures, red-hot magma coursing through like the veins of the earth, emanating temperatures capable of melting steel. The twisted and charred rocks stood strangely erect, resembling the skeletal remains of a dying behemoth. The air was thick with the suffocating scent of sulfur and ash, each breath scorching his lungs. This was a realm ruled by flames and destruction. Yet, at the very edge of this infernal wasteland, Kakarot's gray pupils suddenly constricted. On the horizon, the outline of an unimaginably majestic mountain pierced through the burning sky. The mountain exuded a profound, weighty dark golden hue, as if forged from the primordial divine iron of antiquity, standing resolutely against the surrounding inferno, the rampaging lava, radiating an aura that suppressed the 8 desolations and stabilized the universe. Its height was unfathomable, its peak hidden amidst the boiling sea of sulfur clouds, faintly shrouded in chaotic energies. Merely gazing from afar, Kakarot felt a stirring deep within his soul. The aura emanating from that mountain bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Tao patterns flowing from the gray-white remnant steel in his consciousness. It was a primordial and archaic essence that transcended the river of time, enduring through countless tribulations. Roar! Another roar shattered Kakarot's contemplation. This time, it did not emanate from the magma lake, but from the shadows of the charred rocks. Several beasts resembling gigantic lizards, their bodies covered in dark red scales and exhaling sulphurous flames, fixed their greedy and fierce gazes upon him, this outsider from beyond the heavens. Kakarot's eyes were cold, devoid of fear. The ancient holy body was instead ignited into a stronger ferocity in this extreme environment. He exerted force beneath his feet, causing the charred ground to explode. His small figure charging forward rather than retreating, rushing directly toward the leading giant lizard beast. Without invoking divine power, he relied solely on the physical strength of his body, tempered by the fire essence after the preliminary opening of the Wheel Sea's secret realm. A fist adorned with faint chaotic patterns tore through the searing air, striking fiercely upon the scaled head of the colossal lizard. The sound erupted like a thunderous drum, resonating with a deep, resounding boom. The fierce visage of the beast resembled that of an ancient deity struck by a divine hammer, its resilient scales caving in and shattering instantaneously. The ferocious force penetrated its very being, sending its massive form hurtling backwards, spewing not flames, but dark crimson blood mingled with shredded entrails. It crashed heavily into a pool of magma, letting out a brief, mournful cry before submerging, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. A swift annihilation. The remaining beasts paused, instinctively revealing a primal fear in their eyes, low growls escaping as they slowly retreated. This seemingly diminutive creature before them harbored a terrifying power that sent shivers through their very souls. Kakarot shook his fist, feeling the surging force within his flesh and bones. A power capable of tearing asunder all that stood in its path, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his gray eyes. The initial formation of his sacred body had already displayed its might. However, the ominous premonition within him intensified rather than waned. A faint yet densely packed rustling sound, akin to the tide of death, emanated from all directions, swiftly approaching and drowning out the tumult of the bubbling magma and the growls of the beasts. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Beneath the burning canopy of the heavens, amidst the charred crevices of the mountain rocks, it seemed as if a gateway to hell had been flung open, unleashing a swarm of ominous clouds that darkened the sky. These were not clouds. They were insects, moths, each the size of an adult's palm, their wings exuding a bizarre and fragile translucent sulfur hue, while their abdomens glowed with a dark crimson light. reminiscent of a volcanic core ready to erupt. Their compound eyes were blood red, their mandibles sharp, and as their wings fluttered, they scattered a phosphorescent powder imbued with a pungent sulfuric scent. The sulfur moths. Their numbers were infinite. They converged into a deathly, overcast cloud, spanning miles, greedily devouring even the sulfurous flames wafting through the air. Their target was unmistakably clear, locking onto Kakarot, who radiated an overwhelming vitality and foreign presence. The piercing shrieks of the moths coalesced into a terrifying wave of sound. The swarm, having detected their prey, pivoted like a school of piranhas sensing blood, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent of sulfurous hue, diving towards Kakarot. Their speed far surpassed that of the previous beasts. The rapid flapping of their wings sliced through the air, producing a high-frequency hum that heralded death. Kakarot's pupils constricted. The threat posed by these strange moths overshadowed that of the magma beasts. He could distinctly sense that within each moth resided an unstable, terrifyingly explosive fire poison. Should he come too close and be caught in their self-detonation, or inhale too much phosphorescent powder? Get back! Kakarot barked, unleashing the power of the Wheel of the Sea for the first time in this realm. Not for offense, but for defense. He crossed his arms before his chest, and the innate divine pattern in his mind, an emblem adorned with dark gold and emerald, radiated with brilliance. A heavy, condensed layer of chaotic energy enveloped him, as the hemispherical shield of dark gold divine light and crimson fire patterns sprang forth, securing him within. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of diving sulfur moths crashed into the shield like suicide bombers, with no hesitation, only the most extreme annihilation. Their self-detonations erupted in blinding sulfurous flames. Each moth's explosion rivaled that of a high-explosive grenade. More alarmingly, the blasts unleashed not merely shockwaves, but viscous, corrosive, and terrifyingly high-temperature fire poison. The surface of the shield was instantly coated in this noxious fire oil, corroding and burning fiercely. Acrid smoke billowed forth. The divine patterns whirled frantically, at maximum capacity, attempting to absorb and transform the destructive energy, yet the sheer number of moths was overwhelming. They surged forward, undeterred by death. The shield trembled violently, its brightness dimming at a visible rate. The purified essence of fire surged into the Wheel of the Sea, causing the sea of suffering to boil and expand, but the influx could scarcely keep pace with the rate of external destruction and consumption. Kakarot stifled a groan, his body swaying slightly. The burden of the divine pattern's absorption was immense. The chaotic and tumultuous energy of the fire poison battered against the Wheel of the Sea. Were it not for the continuous flow of Tao rhythms from the gray-white remnants, stabilizing and suppressing the energy, the shield would have surely shattered by now. He could not remain passive. Such a defensive stance would inevitably lead to exhaustion against the relentless onslaught of the moths. A fierce glint flashed in his gray eyes. Kakarot clenched his right fist tightly, channeling the power of the Wheel of the Sea, the divine strength of the life spring, alongside the pure fire essence he had just absorbed, all converging frantically towards his right arm. The chaotic patterns enveloping his arm seemed to come alive, emitting a deep, resonant hum. If he could not extinguish the sea, then he would incinerate this sky. He roared, driving his right fist forward toward the moths that blotted out the sun, striking with ferocity. This was not a manifestation of the sea of suffering, but a pure explosion of power. A fist technique, honed to perfection, entwined with dark gold divine light and destructive crimson flames, tore through the air like a meteor through hell, crashing into the swarm of moths. The impact reverberated, as if the very fabric of space had been seared. Hundreds, even thousands of sulfur moths failed to detonate in time, vaporizing instantly under the terrifying force of the dark gold divine light and crimson flames. The momentum of the fist did not wane, cleaving a vacuum passage hundreds of meters long through the dense swarm. Moths not directly hit were still shattered by the shockwaves and the searing heat radiating from the passage's edges. The might of a single punch obliterated thousands of moths. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming swarm, it was but a drop in the ocean. The remaining sulfur moths, enraged, emitted sharper, more frenzied shrieks, akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, surging forth with even greater fervor. The suicide charges became ever more concentrated. Kakarot's heart sank. This could not continue. Though his strength was formidable, the swarm's numbers were nearly infinite, and engaging in a war of attrition was unwise. He must break through. His gaze became electric, swiftly locking onto a relatively weaker flank of the swarm, one that approached the massive dark gold divine mountain exuding an aura of primordial essence. The mountain's overwhelming Tao rhythms seemed to instill a primal fear in the frenzied moths, resulting in a slightly diminished assault density. That was the way. Kakarot surged forward, pushing against the exhausting shield, like a meteor swimming against the current. charging toward the vulnerable side of the moths. Alternating punches carved paths before him, as he relentlessly pulverized the obstructing sulfur moths into dust. The divine pattern shield braced against the countless self-detonations from the sides and rear, struggling to navigate through the inferno and toxic smoke of destruction, just as he was on the verge of breaching the deathly cloud of moths. A subtle, yet overwhelmingly pure and formidable energy wave abruptly emanated from a relatively intact blackened mountain ahead. Following this was a series of suppressed gasps, infused with incredulous rage. Not good. The sulfur moths were in revolt. They had been drawn here. Damn it. In that direction, there were others? Outsiders. How dare they attempt to draw calamity toward the sanctuary of the holy mountain? As Kakarot burst forth from the moth swarm, his gray eyes gleamed sharply like blades, piercing through the swirling sulfur smoke and ash. He beheld, several hundred yards ahead, a cluster of rudimentary stone huts constructed from massive dark gold rocks. Surrounding the huts were several crude totemic stone pillars etched with ancient flame patterns, emitting a faint yet stable glow, barely forming a primitive protective barrier. Within the barrier stood shadowy figures, a dozen or so in number. Their forms bear a striking resemblance to that of humans, yet they are generally more towering and robust. Their skin exhibits a deep crimson hue, a testament to their prolonged existence in a sweltering environment, while they don rudimentary garments woven from some heat-resistant animal hides and minerals. At this moment, they wield crude stone spears, bone knives, or peculiar crystals that emit a faint glow, their faces etched with expressions of fury, fear, and a resolute determination in the face of their homeland's violation. Leading them is an elder, his hair and beard wild and untamed, with a visage marked by the ravages of time. He clutches a bone staff, the tip adorned with a scarlet crystal, resembling a scepter. His murky eyes fixed intently upon Kakarot, who bursts forth from the swarm of moths, hurtling toward their sanctuary. His gaze is filled with the rage of betrayal and a madness that seeks to annihilate. You harbinger of calamity, halt or perish. The elder's hair bristles as he lets out a fierce, albeit aged, roar, thrusting his staff into the ground with conviction. A resounding hum reverberates. The scarlet crystal at the staff's apex erupts with blinding brilliance. Behind the elder, several equally formidable warriors, their bodies adorned with flame totems, simultaneously roar, channeling their pure flame energy unreservedly into the elder's form. The elder's withered arms swell with muscle, as if molten lava coursed beneath his skin, gripping the staff tightly. He directs his wrath toward Kakarot, fueled by the collective might of his kin, vowing to protect their homeland. Burn the heavens, seal them. A deafening explosion follows. The elemental fire energy in the air is instantly siphoned away. An enormous hand, composed purely of a dark crimson, almost tangible flame, materializes above Kakarot's head. This colossal hand spans 100 paces, its grooves as distinct as the earth's fissures, exuding a terrifying pressure that threatens to incinerate all and confine space itself. The very air surrounding the hand distorts and blurs in the face of such overwhelming heat. Before the hand descends, the searing temperature, capable of melting essence into molten iron, has already scorched the earth beneath Kakarot's feet to a crisp, cracking and liquefying it. The divine pattern shielding his body emits a piercing wail, its radiance dimming rapidly. With the colossal hand blocking his path and the swarm of sulfur moths relentlessly pursuing him, Kakarot finds himself ensnared in a deadly trap. In his gray eyes, coldness and battle intent ignite simultaneously. He fiercely guards the gray-white fragment before his chest with his left hand, while his right hand gradually clenches into a fist. Deep within the wheel's sea, a verdant lotus phantom stirs without a breeze, as the dark golden sea of suffering surges into a titanic wave. At the core of the divine pattern, the newly imprinted scarlet gold flame pattern and a glimmer of silver space radiate brightly. At this critical juncture, the gray-white fragment he clutches bursts forth with an unprecedented, resplendent light, as if summoned by some supreme entity. Ancient and arcane patterns swirl as if alive, resonating strongly towards the towering dark golden divine mountain, crashing into Kakarot's consciousness like the tolling of a great bell. That mountain calls to the fragment. Chapter 26. The Divine Mountain's Pressure, the Sacred Blood's Guidance. The colossal hand of fire blots out the sun. Purely destructive flames coalesce into a tangible form, their patterns resembling the earth's fissures, radiating a terrifying aura that can imprison space and incinerate all as they bear down upon Kakarot. The air distorts under the extreme heat, groaning under the burden. The charred earth beneath Kakarot's feet melts away, transforming into bubbling magma. Behind him, the moths swarm, darkening the skies, screeches like vultures sensing blood. Their cries becoming a sharper, more frenzied cacophony as they dive with increased velocity. The suicidal onslaught detonates against the divine pattern shield. unleashing a continuous barrage of dark red flames, shaking the shield violently, cracks spreading, teetering on the brink of collapse. With death looming ahead and pursuers closing in from behind, Kakarot's gray eyes blaze with an icy resolve and indomitable fighting spirit, like molten rock surging forth. Deep within the Wheel Sea, the dark golden sea of suffering churns violently, the verdant lotus phantom radiating divine light. He clenches his right fist, gathering the essence of divine power, the source of the sea of suffering, the newly refined flame energy. In a flicker of silver space, all converging in a frenzy, the chaotic patterns encasing his arm seem to come alive, resonating with a deep hum that transforms into a tangible sonic boom. He prepares to clash head-on with this fiery strike, fully aware of the potential cost. Yet, at this critical moment, the gray-white fragment he protects so fiercely erupts with an unparalleled divine light. This brilliance is not blinding, but carries a profound weight that penetrates the soul and suppresses the ages. The ancient, cryptic patterns flow from the fragment as if awakened, no longer gentle in their energy harmonization, but radiating an unparalleled majesty that commands the wilderness. The instant this majesty manifests, the colossal hand, forged with the Elder's utmost effort, trembles violently as if encountering its nemesis. The refined flames constituting the hand begin to uncontrollably disintegrate and collapse, as if confronted by a higher will of flame. Daring not to transgress, the Elder, at the forefront, feels as though struck by a heavy blow. The scarlet crystal atop his bone staff dims instantly, splintering with cracks. He spews forth a mouthful of scalding blood, his vitality waning, his eyes filled with boundless shock and disbelief. The warriors behind him, like victims of divine retribution, stagger backward, their strength rebounding upon them, their faces draining of color. The aura of the sacred mountain. No, it is older, more venerable than the sacred mountain. The Elder fixates on the radiant fragment in Kakarot's possession, an indescribable shock and a flicker of primal fear and fervor erupting in his murky gaze. This overwhelming majesty not only intimidates the colossal hand, but also sweeps through the sulfur moth swarm like an invisible tempest. The sharp insectal cries morph into fearful, desperate wails. The once fearlessly aggressive swarm, akin to a ravenous predator, disintegrates into chaos upon encountering their most dreadful foe. Their wings, once of vibrant sulfur hue, dull rapidly, and the dark red glow in their swollen abdomens becomes unstable. Moths within 100 paces of Kakarot explode as if crushed by an unseen giant hand, dispersing into foul dark red miasma. The remaining swarm retreats in a frenzied tide, desperately fleeing toward the burning horizon, no longer daring to approach. A mere fragment's release of pressure instantly reverses the lethal situation. The colossal hand shatters, and the sulfur moths flee in disarray. Kakarot's gray eyes flicker with astonishment. Yet his understanding of the fragment's mysterious power deepens. He remains vigilant, power still coalescing within him, his icy gaze sweeping over the terrified members of the Fire Clan huddled among the stone huts. However, the fragment's peculiar activity is far from over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instead of retracting, the brilliance of the fragment intensifies after exerting its pressure. The ancient and arcane patterns upon the fragment ignite, flashing fiercely in resonance. A clear and powerful current, as if traversing the annals of time, erupts from the depths of the fragment, forcefully penetrating Kakarot's consciousness. Its target is the distant, towering dark golden divine mountain, more specifically, the summit shrouded in surging sulfur clouds and chaotic mists. A potent yearning and call, originating from the very essence of existence, surges through the fragment, striking Kakarot's soul as if connected by blood. The call comes from the mountain's peak, and in that moment, Kakarot comprehends. This fragment is inextricably linked to the existence atop that divine mountain. The fragment yearns to return, and the mountain's essence beckons it home. This profound resonance and guidance even temporarily outweighs his vigilance toward the Fire Clan. The grayish, misty pupils pierced through the void, fixating intently on the ancient, dark golden summit of the mountain. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, as if in response to the call of the crumbling monument. The long-dormant dark golden divine mountain suddenly reverberated with an earth-shattering bellow. The entire fiery inferno of the land trembled in resonance. The surface of the mountain was illuminated as countless ancient runes, silent for eons, flared to life, radiating blinding dark golden brilliance. An ancient pressure, vaster and more profound than that emanating from the monument, descended with the might of a slumbering giant awakening, crashing down upon all. Crack, crack. The rudimentary barrier formed by stone pillars adorned with flame totems surrounding the Flame Clan's refuge shattered like fragile eggshells under the sudden, terrifying weight. The pillars themselves groaned under the unbearable strain, fissures appearing upon their surfaces. Thud, thud. Within the stone houses, every member of the Flame Clan, including the most powerful elder, fell to their knees in an instant, as though crushed by an invisible mountain. They could not withstand the awe and dread that surged from the depths of their bloodlines and souls. Regardless of age or strength, all were compelled to kneel heavily upon the ground, their foreheads pressed against the scorching earth, their bodies quaking violently under the overwhelming pressure. Losing even the courage to gaze upon the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain has manifested. Is it that object in the hands of the outsider that has stirred the holy peak? Oh, ancestors above, what is this? Fear, reverence, confusion, and disbelief echoed among the kneeling crowd, their voices trembling with trepidation. However, when this terrifying pressure, capable of forcing the entire Flame Clan to submit, installing the very fabric of space, bore down upon Kakarot, it elicited an entirely different response. Buzz. The gray-white monument at his chest flared with radiant light. Like a loyal guardian, it boldly confronted the vast, ancient pressure. The patterns inscribed upon the monument whirled with fervor, skillfully guiding and diffusing the oppressive force that could shatter stars. A portion was absorbed by the monument itself, deepening its internal glow, while another portion, like rivers flowing to the sea, was gently yet powerfully channeled into Kakarot's being. Boom! Kakarot's entire body trembled violently. His consciousness and spiritual realm surged with an unprecedented tidal wave. The ancient pressure did not bring destruction. Rather, it felt like the purest, most primal essence of the earth. Heavy and virtuous, it bore the weight of all things. Under this infusion, the dark golden sea of suffering expanded and deepened wildly. The waters of the sea became more viscous and burdensome, as if carrying the weight of the entire land. Each drop contained unimaginable power. Above the sea of suffering, a verdant lotus petal rooted in the void greedily absorbed this pure primordial essence, as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. The lotus petals became more substantial and lush, and faintly, new, smaller petals began to sprout at its core. The star core, serving as the source of divine energy, also received nourishment, its luster swiftly revitalizing, becoming even more translucent. Remarkably, the innate divine pattern, suspended above the sea of suffering and adorned with dark gold and emerald, etched with crimson fire patterns and silver gleams of space, revealed a minuscule dark golden rune at its core after being nourished by this pure primordial essence. The entire divine pattern became more stable and profound, as if establishing a mysterious connection with the earth beneath and the distant divine mountain. The Archaic Sacred Body, unparalleled in its physical form, with blood as fierce as a dragon, bore the essence of the path. At this moment, refined by the pure primordial pressure from the ancient divine mountain, it was akin to a parched sponge greedily absorbing water, undergoing a profound metamorphosis and elevation. Crack, crack. A subtle yet distinct sound of fracturing emanated from within Kakarot. It was not the breaking of bones, but rather the shattering of some invisible shackles by the overwhelming power. The chaotic patterns of light enveloping his body radiated brilliantly, becoming clearer and more profound. Flashes of faint golden sacred blood essence uncontrollably seeped from his pores, not from injury, but as the essence of life underwent a tumultuous transformation. This faint golden sacred blood essence, illuminated by the mountain's pressure and the monument's radiance, did not dissipate. Rather, it rose like a guiding beacon, faintly outlining a golden path leading to the summit of the divine mountain. The path shimmered amidst the swirling sulphurous mist and chaotic energies, its end pointing directly to the peak shrouded in chaotic aura. Guided by the mountain's pressure and illuminated by the essence of sacred blood, Kakarot's gray eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance. He distinctly sensed the power within him soaring, the secret realm of the spiritual cycle rapidly stabilizing and expanding. The call from the mountain's summit grew clearer and more urgent. The path has opened, he whispered, his voice tinged with restrained excitement. He no longer glanced at the kneeling, terrified members of the Flame Clan, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the faint golden path illuminated by his sacred blood essence. With determination, he surged forth. Boom! The charred, cracked earth beneath him exploded into a massive pit. His small figure transformed into a streak of dark gold and emerald light, racing along the path indicated by the sacred blood, disregarding the rolling magma below, the fractured ground, and the lingering terrifying heat in the air. Charging towards the dark golden divine mountain, the source of the call. His speed was so great that it left a long trail of burning faint golden sacred flames in its wake. He was charging towards the summit of the sacred mountain. The elder of the Flame Clan struggled to lift his head, his wrinkled face filled with profound shock and confusion as he beheld the defiant streak of light ascending. The manifestation of the sacred mountain, the weight of ages. Yet it paved the way for this outsider? This shattered their long-held beliefs. Sacred blood, guidance, what does it mean? Another totem warrior murmured, his eyes fixated solely on the faint golden trajectory that tore through the infernal canopy. The divine mountain loomed majestically, suppressing the realms. At its pinnacle, chaos surged, seemingly concealing the ultimate secret since the dawn of creation. In this moment, a Saiyan orphan, endowed with an otherworldly sacred body and wielding a mysterious monument, was ascending against the current, utilizing his sacred blood as a guide, striving towards that unknown pinnacle. Awaiting him was either the ultimate answer or a deeper destruction. Chapter 27. The Summit of the Divine Mountain. The Return of the Sacred Monument. Boom, boom, boom. Kakarot's figure transformed into a streak of light that tore through the infernal canopy, surging upwards along the path paved by his faint golden sacred blood essence. His velocity reached its zenith, creating a vacuum trail of burning faint golden sacred flames that violently dispersed the swirling sulfurous miasma and chaotic energies, igniting them. Below, the kneeling members of the Flame Clan could barely catch a glimpse of that fleeting trajectory, along with the terrifying pressure and sacred aura lingering in the air. A painful reminder to their very souls. Their faces were a blend of profound reverence, confusion, and a hint of unease stemming from their bloodlines. He truly ascended. The elder of the Flame Clan laboriously raised his head, his murky old eyes fixated on the chaotic region at the summit of the Divine Mountain. His voice dry and hoarse. The sacred mountain has manifested, and it paved the way for him. What is that monument? No one could answer. Only the ancient, unchanging weight of the Divine Mountain's pressure, along with the distant remnants of the sulphurous moths, filled with terror, echoed in the stillness of the inferno. The higher one ascended, the more terrifying the mountain's pressure became. It was not merely weight. It was a heavy will emanating from the primordial ancient times, suppressing all realms. The space here seems to have crystallized into a tangible mass of lead, with every inch of ascent demanding an exertion of colossal strength that tears through the very fabric of existence. The oppressive force, potent enough to pulverize even the mightiest of warriors into dust, has now transformed into the quintessential furnace for Kakarot's refinement of his sacred body. Buzz. The gray-white remnants of a monument pulsate with radiance upon his chest, functioning as the most loyal guide and protector. It not only adeptly channels and dissipates the majority of the overwhelming pressure, but also actively absorbs the pure, primordial essence, continuously infusing it into Kakarot's being. Boom. Within the Wheel Sea, the dark golden sea of bitterness surges with a tremendous wave. The seawater, viscous as mercury, holds within it the weight of mountains and the vast vitality of life. The expanse of the bitter sea expands and deepens at an astonishing pace, its boundaries shrouded in chaotic energies, as if new territories are being forged. Roar. A dragon's roar, originating from the depths of his bloodline, reverberates within Kakarot. It is the spine dragon's growl. The primordial secret patterns, initially imprinted upon his limbs and bones, which had begun to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, suddenly become clearer and more solid under the impact of this pure and mighty force from the primordial chaos. His limbs crackle and pop as if undergoing a trial by fire, and a sense of even greater power, closer to the pulse of the earth, surges forth. The divine patterns of the earth's veins and the initial transformation born from the confluence of the secret realm and the ancient sacred mountain's pressure are quietly inscribed deep within his bones. Above the bitter sea, a verdant lotus petal phantom greedily absorbs the primal essence, its petals unfurling, dripping with emerald hues, while the newly sprouted central phantom rapidly solidifies, hinting at the emergence of a third lotus petal. The heart of the star core radiates with intensified brilliance, not only fully restoring itself, but seemingly enlarging, incessantly nurturing pure life, force, and energy. The most pivotal change lies within the suspended, innate divine pattern, with a dark golden base, bordered in emerald, and interwoven with crimson gold fire patterns and silvery spatial glimmers. The newly emerged dark golden rune at its core stabilizes completely, exuding an ancient and immutable aura. It resembles the heart of the divine pattern, each pulse resonating with the divine power of the Wheel Sea, the sacred body as vitality, and the vast, overwhelming pressure from the primordial chaos. The divine pattern itself becomes denser and more refined, as if bearing the will of the entire sacred mountain. Kakarot's gray eyes flash with electric intensity as he senses the tumultuous transformations within him, his power surging like a flood breaching a dam. A mere flicker of thought causes the chaotic path diagram enveloping him to burst forth with radiant complexity, harmonizing with the ancient runes emitted by the sacred mountain. Speed increases further. Below, the rolling magma sea, the charred earth, and the billowing toxic mist rapidly dissolve into a blurred backdrop. in his field of vision. Only the increasingly colossal dark golden sacred mountain remains. The surface of the mountain, adorned with illuminated ancient runes, flickers like breath, emanating a formidable aura capable of suppressing the ages. Closer, even nearer, at the terminus of the pale golden bloodlight path. It pierces through the cloud of boiling sulfur and chaos. Boom. Kakarot suddenly bursts through the last layer of thick, viscous sulfur cloud. Before him, a vast platform unfolds, far more tranquil than anticipated, at the mountain's peak. The platform is composed of an extraordinary rock, neither metal nor jade, shimmering with dark golden sheen, incredibly hard. Its surface naturally inscribed with countless ancient and arcane runes that resonate with the essence of the entire mountain. However, this tranquility harbors an even more unsettling sense of oppression. In the center of the platform stands an immense stone monument base. This base, also forged from dark golden divine stone, towers 100 feet high, its fractured surface jagged, as if severed by some unimaginable force. On this fractured surface, traces of the same source as the remnants of the monument and Kakarot's grasp linger. Yet they exude an even more profound and overwhelming will of sorrow, defiance, and eternal suppression. Surrounding the base, the space exhibits a bizarrely distorted state. Dark spatial rifts appear like unsightly scars, intermittently manifesting, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. Further away, colossal bones, impossible to fathom, lie half-buried within the dark golden rocks. These bones, glimmering like jade, either entwined with unextinguished black flames or radiating an extreme cold that freezes souls, continue to exude a suffocating aura of terror. Even after eons of death, in life, they were undoubtedly beings of unimaginable dread. Yet, the most captivating sight lies directly in front of the base, where a swirling mass of dense, unyielding chaotic energy hovers. The cyclone spins slowly, and within its center, a vague silhouette of a seated figure begins to take shape. Its visage obscured, yet one can feel an ancient stillness, as if a monumental will lies dormant, yet ever on the brink of awakening. The potent call, originating from his bloodline and the remnants of the monument, emanates from the core of this chaotic cyclone. This is the place. A revelation dawns upon Kakarot. The gray-white remnants in his embrace shine with an intensity that reaches its zenith, emitting a deep yet joyous hum. Trembling violently, as if a long-lost wanderer has finally glimpsed home, it yearns to break free from Kakarot's grasp, soaring towards the fractured base. But Kakarot's gaze abruptly fixates on a spot not far beneath the base's fractured edge. There, embedded within the dark golden mountain surface, lies a vein of ore. Not mere gold or silver, nor ordinary energy stones. It is a crystal, exuding a pale golden hue, nearly transparent. Within the crystal, a liquid star river seems to flow, harboring unimaginable, exquisitely pure life essence and cosmic energy. Wisps of visible ethereal light rise from the crystal's surface, yet are firmly bound within this sacred area by the runes left on the base and the mountain's own oppressive aura, forming a small, divine mist of light. A divine source. Kakarot's pupils constrict sharply. The shape and essence of this crystal bear an uncanny resemblance to the divine source from the world of his memories. Though its purity and energy level may surpass the 40 million pounds he initially acquired, its primal essence is undoubtedly of the same origin. Moreover, the scale of this vein, while difficult to ascertain, suggests that even the exposed portion exceeds the 40 million pounds he first obtained. Deeper within, there must be even more. This is akin to a fortuitous windfall. For the cultivation of the ancient sacred body, what is most lacking is a vast reservoir of energy resources, especially high-quality divine sources. With these, the complete mastery of the Wheel Sea's secret realm, the assault on the Tao Palace's secret realm, and the stabilization of the four-polar secret realm will no longer be distant dreams. Just as Kakarot's mind is overwhelmed by the shocking revelation of the divine source vein, Buzz, the gray-white remnants in his embrace, can no longer suppress its yearning for return. It erupts with a divine light that pierces through the chaos. A gentle yet irresistible force gently nudges Kakarot's hand away. Whoosh! The remnants transform into a stream of gray-white light, carrying the weight of eons and sorrow. Akin to a fledgling returning home, unhesitatingly shooting towards the fractured dark golden base. Rumbling, the remnants align perfectly with the fracture. In an instant, the heavens and earth tremble. The entire dark golden sacred mountain erupts with an unprecedented roar. Above the base, the fractured arcane runes ignite instantaneously, reconnecting. A gray-white beam of light pierces upward from the base, tearing through the boiling sulfur clouds above, soaring into the depths of the universe. A vast, ancient, and majestic aura sweeps across the realms, as if a slumbering primordial giant has opened its eyes. The base itself begins to tremble violently, its surface alive with the frantic flickering of ancient runes, reconfiguring. A more complete and grand force of suppression begins to awaken and spread. Simultaneously, the swirling chaotic cyclone in front of the base accelerates suddenly. In the center, the indistinct silhouette of a sitting figure seemed to stir ever so slightly. An indescribable surge, as if born from the primordial will at the dawn of creation, swept gently across the mountaintop platform like the first ripples of awakening. Kakarot's body was enveloped in a shiver of trepidation. An unprecedented sense of foreboding seized his heart in an instant. The entity within the chaotic vortex was on the verge of awakening, and the realignment of the shattered stone tablet appeared to have accelerated this process. Chapter 28. Divine Source Tempering, Chaos Awakens. At the moment, the gray-white remnants of the tablet returned to their rightful place. The entire dark golden mountaintop platform seemed to be cast into a chaotic crucible. A thunderous roar erupted, as the towering gray-white beams of light from the base rent the clouds asunder, awakening the ancient, dormant runes that surged wildly across the fractured stone surface, reconnecting. A force of suppression, 100-fold mightier and 1,000-fold more condensed than before, crashed forth like a tangible tsunami. The distorted spatial rifts on the platform emitted piercing shrieks, forcibly compressed and sealed by this overwhelming power. The colossal skeleton, half buried in the dark golden rock, trembled violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain, as spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread across its jade-like bones, while the black flames and frigid energies entwined upon it were firmly subdued, dimming into obscurity. Kakarot was the first to bear the brunt. With a gasp, it felt as though he were struck head-on by an ancient divine mountain. His bones erupted with a cacophony, and the chaotic diagram enveloping his body flickered erratically, nearly disintegrating. A torrent of scorching, pale gold holy blood burst forth uncontrollably. In the instant his blood left his body, it defied the terrifying pressure, coalescing into burning golden stars that crashed heavily onto the dark golden ground, producing a resounding clang. Even with the formidable strength of the ancient sacred body, he felt as if his flesh were about to be ground into powder. The tumultuous sea of chaos was forcibly flattened under an invisible weight, halting its expansive momentum. The earth vein's divine patterns, freshly imprinted within his limbs and bones, shone fiercely, resisting the ancient, more savage force that emanated from the same root. This was not an attack. It was merely the natural ebb of the energies released upon the full revival of the stone tablet. It was the proclamation of this divine mountain reclaiming its supremacy over the 8 realms after an eternity of silence. Kakarot's gray eyes gleamed with a fierce golden light, a testament to the indomitable fire of his sacred essence igniting under extreme duress. A beast-like growl erupted from his throat, and he forcefully planted his right foot backward. With a resounding crack, the hard, dark golden ground yielded beneath him, cracking into a deep pit adorned with spiderweb fissures. He struggled to stabilize his form, which threatened to collapse, his spine arching like a mighty dragon, defiantly straightening. The chaotic diagram flickered back to life with great difficulty, swirling upon his body as it desperately absorbed the suppressive might that shared its origin, as if refining both its path and bones. However, a more profound terror emerged from the spiraling chaotic vortex. The grand tremor triggered by the tablet's realignment acted like a key, violently shattering the last barrier. The rotation of the chaotic vortex abruptly halted. Time and space seemed to lose all meaning at that moment. Following this, within the center of the vortex, the indistinct silhouette of the seated figure stirred ever so slightly, yet with remarkable clarity. It was not a grand movement, merely a subtle lifting of its head, as it slowly inclined towards Kakarot's direction. With that slight motion of raising its head, an indescribable wave of chaotic pressure descended like the first breath of will at the dawn of creation. This pressure transcended the weight of the divine mountain, surpassing the vastness of the shattered tablet, imbued with an absolute coldness and grandeur that disregarded the ages, casting its gaze upon the rise and fall of epochs. It ignored distance, it ignored space, flooding every inch of the mountaintop platform in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. At the edge of the platform, a colossal, crystalline skeleton entwined with undying black flames shattered into countless fragments, as fragile as glass, under the sweep of this pressure. The adjacent skeleton, exuding an aura of extreme cold, silently transformed into a cascade of icy dust. The remaining skeletal remains, radiating terrifying energies, deteriorated as if ravaged by the ultimate erosion of time, their surfaces dimming, crumbling, and emitting mournful cries of imminent disintegration. The very fabric of space groaned under the unbearable strain, and the spatial rifts that had just been forcibly sealed by the suppressive force now erupted into deeper, darker fissures like mirrors shattered by boulders. Destructive void currents roared forth, revealing their heads. Kakarot's blood felt as though it had instantaneously frozen. His heart was gripped by an invisible, chaotic hand. The primal instincts of the ancient sacred body sent forth an unprecedented, soul-rending warning of death. This alarm surpassed even the moment he faced Frieza's death beam on Planet Vegeta. At the instant the chaotic pressure bore down upon him, the chaotic diagram upon his body flickered not even once, dissolving and disintegrating like thin ice thrown into boiling water. The newly imprinted earth vein divine patterns within his limbs and bones shattered inch by inch. Deep within the sea of chaos, the dark golden abyss solidified under this will, transforming into a weighty mass of dark golden adamant. The emerald lotus petal illusions swayed violently, their radiance dimming to the utmost, as if they would extinguish entirely in the next moment. The heart of the stellar core, the divine source, flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. Kakarot's throat emitted a sound akin to a wind-blown bagpipe, as pale gold holy blood flowed uncontrollably from his 7 orifices. His bones cracked with a sound as dense as popping beans. Countless capillaries on the surface of his skin burst, instantly dyeing him into a pale golden figure of blood. The shadow of death loomed, more real and frigid than ever before. It felt as though, with a mere thought from the being within the chaotic vortex, he would follow in the footsteps of those ancient titans, reduced to inconsequential dust upon this mountaintop. He could not die. He must not perish here. Deep within his soul, the unyielding combat spirit of the Saiyan bloodline intertwined with the ancient sacred body's unquenchable desire for transcendence, roared like a cornered beast in a frenzy. This roar ignited the last remnants of power not yet completely frozen within the sea of chaos, that core marked with dark golden runes of innate divine patterns. Buzz. The innate divine pattern erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Dark golden at its core, adorned with emerald edges, crimson fire patterns and silvery spatial gleams flickered wildly. The dark golden rune at its center, representing the will of the divine mountain, pulsed vigorously, as though issuing a humble yet defiant cry towards the being gazing down from within the chaotic vortex. In the moment the divine pattern's radiance exploded, Kakarot's consciousness, nearly crushed by the chaotic pressure, seized upon the faint glimmer of hope closest to him, the pale gold divine source vein, flowing with liquid starlight, embedded within the fractured surface of the dark golden divine mountain. The rich essence of life, so dense it seemed unbreakable, mingled with the quintessence of the universe, was firmly suppressed beneath the surface of the vein, forming a misty haze of radiance. It was the only lifeline capable of resisting this destructive pressure, a lifeline to replenish his nearly exhausted essence. Open for me. Kakarot's eyes blazed with a fierce gold, as he forced a shattered roar from his throat. He disregarded the excruciating pain of his shattered bones, ignored the fear of his soul being torn apart, and poured every last bit of his will and strength into his right fist. Upon his arm, the light of the innate divine pattern blazed with unprecedented intensity, forcibly drawing upon a thread of power from the frozen, dark golden, adamantine sea. Boom! With no embellishments, bearing the resolve to annihilate all, he struck fiercely against the dark golden ground beneath him. The target was the very edge of that divine source vein. This punch contained all the power he could muster at that moment, the last divine strength drawn from the forcibly stirred sea, the burning essence of his sacred body. The resonance of the innate divine pattern, even infused with a trace of the divine mountain's residual pressure. Crack! The impenetrable dark golden divine stone, etched with ancient runes, shattered under the force of a single punch, creating a fissure half a foot deep. At the edges of this rift, several fist-sized crystal blocks, pulsating with a delicate golden liquid akin to a celestial river, were violently dislodged by the overwhelming power. Success! Almost instantaneously, as the crystal blocks broke free from their mineral constraints, the rich and potent source of life energy, long suppressed by the chaotic pressure, erupted forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. The pale golden radiance surged, intensifying tenfold, transforming into a visible torrent of energy as viscous as liquid gold, irresistibly drawn into Kakarot's being by the dark golden runes at the core of his innate divine pattern, akin to fledgling swallows returning to their nest, wildly surging within him. The velocity was so tremendous that it conjured a fleeting energy vortex in the air. At the moment the divine source energy entered his body, Kakarot emitted a primal, agonizing roar. This energy, so exquisitely pure, now surged into him like a searing river of magma, violently rushing into his nearly desiccated and crumbling meridians and spiritual sea. Excruciating pain, a tearing agony. Yet alongside this torment came the frenzied nourishment of long-awaited relief and a forceful breakthrough. Boom! Within the spiritual sea, the dark golden stubborn iron, once solidified by chaotic pressure, was suddenly breached by the violent torrent of divine source energy. The once stagnant sea of suffering erupted into towering waves, expanding at an unprecedented speed under the frantic infusion of energy. The waters thickened, becoming denser and darker, transitioning from dark gold to an even more profound hue, reminiscent of chaos itself, capable of swallowing light. Above the sea of suffering, the nearly extinguished emerald lotus petals were infused with boundless vitality. 3 petals solidified in an instant, dripping with verdant hues, radiating divine light. At the core, the 4th and 5th petals grew at a visible pace, solidifying rapidly. The 5 petals unfurled, lifting the central star core of divine essence, which greedily devoured the incoming divine source energy, swelling in size and radiance, yielding even purer power in return. The primordial divine pattern at the core hungrily absorbed the dual refining of divine essence and chaotic pressure. The essence of the divine pattern became increasingly refined and substantial, the core's dark golden runes solidifying completely, like the foundation of a mountain. The crimson golden fire runes blazed fiercely, the space shimmering with silver light, alive with verdant energy. A profound, encompassing, and alchemical resonance of all things began to gestate deep within the divine pattern. Even more astonishing transformations occurred within Kakarot's limbs and bones. Crack, crack. The dense sound of bones fracturing within him was no longer the prelude to destruction, but rather the overture to rebirth. Under the vast infusion of divine source energy and the extreme tempering of chaotic pressure, the fractured bones were forcibly mended and reshaped. The newly formed bones were no longer merely pure white, but exhibited an extraordinary texture of dark gold intermingled with jade. Their surfaces naturally adorned with intricate and complex divine patterns resonating with the laws of the earth's pulse. His limbs rose like pillars of heaven, imbued with the strength to shake mountains and rivers. The 4 cardinal realms had reached completion. Boom! A force far more formidable than before, mingled with pale golden sacred blood radiance, erupted from Kakarot's battered form like a volcano suppressed for eons. The wounds on his body rapidly healed, scabbing over and shedding to reveal tougher skin shimmering with dark golden hues. The chaotic diagram enveloping him reformed, more intricate and mysterious than ever, subtly resonating with the complete stone tablet's flowing patterns on its pedestal. The eruption of this aura ignited a stubborn sacred fire upon the desolate chaotic ice field. Although faint, it intrusively pierced through the perceptions residing within the chaotic vortex. At the instant of Kakarot's aura explosion and forced breakthrough, the center of the chaotic vortex slowly raised ahead, completing a minute change in angle. The rotation of the chaotic vortex came to a complete halt. Time itself seemed to be paused by an unseen hand. Then, within the dense chaos, at the heart of the vortex, an eye silently opened, drawn by Kakarot's erupting aura. There was no movement of eyelids. It seemed to have existed there since time immemorial, now finally perceived by an observer. This was no ordinary eye of flesh and blood, but a concentrated, swirling, chaotic vortex that consumed all light and perception. At its center lay a darkness purer than the deepest void of the universe, a blackness so profound that it froze the very soul, leading it to despair. Yet within that boundless darkness, a faint purple light flickered, so weak, yet seemingly capable of piercing through the eternal night, a remnant of the primordial chaos from the dawn of creation, embodying an absolute coldness that disregarded all life and judged the heavens with supreme authority. In the moment the chaotic eye opened, Kakarot's recently achieved breakthrough and erupting aura was instantly suppressed, solidified, like a candle flame extinguished in a tempest. He felt everything about him, his flesh, soul, spiritual sea, divine patterns, even the nascent thoughts, completely pierced and locked onto by this eye. A chilling terror, originating from the very essence of life, froze his limbs and bones in an instant. Their gazes met. One was ablaze with indomitable golden flames, housing the phenomena of the spiritual sea. The other was a chaotic vortex of an eye, consuming all and judging the heavens. Time and space, at the point of their intersection, came to a complete standstill. Then, a grand and indifferent voice, echoing as if it had transcended the eons since the universe's inception, resonated directly within the depths of the soul, ignoring the barriers of chaos and pressure, clearly penetrating Kakarot's consciousness. The successor. Chapter 29, Severed Fingers and Gifts. At the moment the chaotic eye opened, the concepts of time and space were utterly distorted. The eye, composed of a chaotic vortex, hovered within the boundless core of darkness, with a faint purple light resembling a frozen star from the dawn of creation, indifferently gazing down upon Kakarot. In that instant of their gaze crossing, Kakarot felt his soul, spiritual sea, flesh, and even the limbs newly imprinted with the earth's divine patterns from his breakthrough, thoroughly pierced analyzed, and frozen by an irresistible force. This was not a desire to kill, but rather a pure, transcendent examination of a minuscule existence, akin to a creator scrutinizing the structure of dust in their palm. The grand voice reverberated deep within the soul, each syllable imbued with the weight of ancient epics and universal laws. The successor. The voice echoed like the thunderous clash at the dawn of chaos, causing Kakarot's consciousness to churn, the recently breached spiritual sea teetering on instability. His muscles tightened to their utmost limits, every nerve crying out in near rupture. A metallic taste of blood lingered in his throat, pale golden sacred blood diffusing within his mouth. He gritted his teeth, the chaotic diagram laboriously circulating on his skin, resisting the absolute pressure originating from the essence of life. The indomitable golden flame within his gray eyes flickered violently under the chaotic gaze, but did not extinguish. He waited, awaiting the continuation of this chaotic will. Was it destruction? Was it judgment? Or perhaps a glimmer of hope so faint that it was nearly non-existent? At the center of the chaotic vortex, that indifferent I seemed to perceive the golden flame burning deep within Kakarot's gray eyes, observing the core dark golden runes within him. The innate divine pattern tenaciously absorbing the essence of the divine source, and the newly coalesced Earth's divine patterns resonating with the sacred mountain within his limbs. The gaze appeared to linger for a fleeting moment at the spot on his chest, now devoid of substance, yet still exuding the remnants of the gray-white stone tablet's aura. Then, that grand and indifferent voice, imbued with an almost imperceptible fatigue and scrutiny that seemed to transcend the endless passage of time, resonated once more. Bear the shards of my monument. The voice paused, as if to confirm something. The entire space atop the mountain trembled in response, while the dark void fissures surrounding the pedestal writhed violently, emitting silent howls. Awaken the essence of the divine mountain. This time, the voice seemed to carry a hint of astonishment, faint yet discernible. The dark golden rune at the core of Kakarot's innate divine pattern pulsated suddenly, as if summoned, and the connection to the divine mountain beneath his feet and the fractured pedestal became 100-fold clearer. A more refined and substantial primordial aura was forcibly guided and infused, washing over his limbs and bones, allowing the newly birthed earth vein divine pattern to become even more condensed. Endure my fragment of chaotic will and remain unvanquished. This proclamation struck Kakarot's mind like a heavy hammer. In that instant, he comprehended the nature of the chaotic pressure that had nearly brought him to death. It was not an attack. It was merely a wisp of will that naturally emanated upon the awakening of this existence. Just a wisp. Had it not been for the divine source or vein nearby, and had the holy body not broken through the four extremities' secret realm under extreme duress, he would have already followed in the footsteps of those ancient behemoths whose bones lay scattered. The monumental voice paused for a moment, and within the center of the chaotic vortex's eye, that faint hint of purple seemed to flicker. The gaze ultimately settled upon Kakarot, more precisely, upon the innate divine pattern within him that merged the will of the divine mountain, the essence of the holy body, the power of fire, the force of space, and the quintessence of divine source. Moreover, bear the seed of variables. The tone of the voice, which had previously been scrutinizing, now softened slightly, replaced by an indescribable complexity. It felt as if, within the endless cold stream of time, a stone of uncertainty had unexpectedly fallen in. With the utterance of this final sentence, the terrifying chaotic pressure that enveloped the mountaintop, capable of freezing souls and crushing stars, dissipated abruptly, as if the tide had receded. Kakarot's body jolted violently, as if a weight of immeasurable heaviness had been lifted. The tumultuous blood and divine power within him instantly lost their suppression, surging and roaring through his meridians. He gasped for breath, greedily absorbing the rich divine source radiance in the air, while the chaotic diagram of the Tao shimmered, frantically repairing the subtle cracks formed under the pressure. The golden flames in his gray eyes stabilized once more, burning with a heart-stirring sense of survival and deeper vigilance. The chaotic will did not directly respond to his inquiries, but merely stated the facts and rendered some form of judgment. What did the seed of variables refer to? Was it his soul from another realm? The fusion of the ancient holy body with the Saiyan bloodline? Or the innate divine pattern within him that amalgamated numerous powers? Just as Kakarot's mind was in turmoil, racing with thoughts, a hum resonated. Before the pedestal, the chaotic vortex that had ceased its rotation began to shift once more. At the center of the vortex, the indistinct outline of a seated figure slowly raised one of its arms. The movement was stiff and sluggish, as if it were tugging at the dust and shackles of eons. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, no laws tearing through space. Merely the act of raising an arm caused Kakarot's recently steadied heartbeat to halt once again. His entire perception heightened to the extreme. He fixated on the outline of the raised arm. The elevation of the arm was exceedingly limited, merely lifting away from the position of the knees before coming to a halt. Then, as Kakarot's pupils constricted, the indistinct arm outline crafted from chaotic energy. At the tip of its index finger, silently fractured. It did not shatter nor dissipate. That segment of the index finger, composed of rich chaotic energy, seemed to gain substance. Detaching from the arm's main body, and slowly floated away. It separated from the center of the vortex, suspended between Kakarot and the chaotic spiral. This severed finger, approximately 3 inches long, was entirely made of the most refined and pure chaotic energy, its surface flowing with incomprehensible primal Tao patterns, as if encompassing the very cycle of the cosmos. The break was not a clean cut, but bore a peculiar, energy-vanishing trace akin to the annihilation of stars, leaving behind faint yet haunting purple wisps. The severed finger hovered, emanating a weighty pressure capable of collapsing the void. More restrained yet purer, and more primal than the previously dissipated chaotic will. It was as if this small severed finger was a fragment of chaos itself. Kakarot's heart raced. What did this signify? A gift? Or perhaps a trial of sorts? Before he could react, that suspended chaotic severed finger seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, transforming into a concentrated stream of grayish-purple light, disregarding the distance in space, and instantly merging into Kakarot's body. There was no impact, no explosion. The chaotic severed finger manifested like a phantom projection directly within his Wheel C secret realm. Boom! The entire Wheel C erupted in a frenzy. The dark golden sea of bitterness surged with an unprecedented and terrifying tsunami. The waters of the bitter sea spun violently, forming a massive whirlpool that sought to engulf this sudden foreign entity. Above the bitter sea, the 5 emerald-green lotus petals, which had just solidified and unfurled, swayed violently. Divine light erupting as they intertwined to form a verdant net of light, attempting to suppress it. The star core's divine source heart radiated with immense brilliance, pouring forth a boundless source of life and energy, striving to assimilate. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The chaotic severed finger remained suspended in the center of the Wheel C, unmoving. The heavy pressure it exuded, like a divine needle stabilizing the sea, easily quelled the raging whirlpool of the bitter sea. The interwoven net of emerald lotus petals dimmed and retreated the moment it made contact with the chaotic energy flowing over the surface of the severed finger. Like snow melting away, the torrent of energy from the star core's divine source heart struck the severed finger, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Unable to create even a ripple, it simply hovered there quietly, as if it had existed in Kakarot's Wheel C since time immemorial. The chaotic aura and primal Tao patterns it emitted began to slowly, yet inexorably, infect and assimilate everything around it. The dark golden waters of the bitter sea began to take on a grayish hue of chaos around the severed finger. The ethereal green petals revealed subtle chaotic patterns along their edges. Even the innate divine pattern, marked by dark golden runes, seemed to be drawn by some supreme law. Slowly revolving around the chaotic severed finger, its surface of crimson fire runes, silvery space light, emerald edges, and even the core's dark golden runes greedily absorbing the faint, yet fundamentally profound chaotic Tao rhythm emanating from the severed finger. What astonished Kakarot even more was that the residual purple essence at the severed end of the chaotic finger resonated with a point deep within his consciousness. A point originating from the depths of the Saiyan bloodline, having been refined by the essence of the holy body, representing pure combat will and potential for annihilation, creating an extremely faint yet undeniably real resonance. A tremor from the very core of life whispered to him that this chaotic severed finger was not merely a lifeless object. It contained some form of incomprehensible, fragmented will and power. Its entry into his Wheel C felt more like a form of habitation or perhaps a higher level of observation and waiting. At the very moment the chaotic severed finger submerged into the Wheel C, triggering internal upheaval, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire dark golden divine mountain emitted an unprecedented and violent rumble, more ferocious and thorough than when the shattered monument had been restored. The surface of the mountain was ablaze with all the ancient runes ignited, flashing wildly and erupting into piercing dark golden columns of light. Crack, 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 crack. The sulphurous clouds, heavy as lead and shrouded in mystery, have burned for countless millennia around this sacred mountain. Yet, under the tremendous force of its eruption, they shattered like fragile eggshells, instantly marred by intricate fissures. Blinding dark golden radiance erupted from these cracks, illuminating the scorched and fragmented earth below, where magma flowed like a turbulent river. At the foot of the mountain, the sanctuary of the Flame Tribe, composed of stone dwellings, trembled. Boom! The totemic stone pillars, already riddled with fractures, crumbled to dust under the overwhelming power of the mountain, disintegrating into a cloud of stone powder. The rudimentary barrier vanished in an instant. Gasping, the wounded elder of the flame tribe spewed forth blood once more, his body hurled like a rag doll by an invisible shockwave, crashing against the wall of a stone dwelling, which then collapsed. The remaining members of the flame tribe, kneeling in despair, were tossed about like leaves in a tempest, tumbling into disarray. The sacred mountain. The sacred mountain had fully awakened. The heavens split apart. The sulphurous clouds were collapsing. Was it that outsider? Had he angered the very essence of the sacred mountain? Despairing cries and horrified screams echoed amidst the chaos. However, a more unsettling transformation transpired at the summit of the mountain. As the chaos severed its finger, the vibrant vortex of energy dimmed slightly. At the vortex's center, the indistinct silhouette of a seated figure, while retracting its outstretched arm, lowered its head with a deliberate slowness and weightiness. As the head descended, the recently opened eyes of the chaotic whirlpool, which had scrutinized the heavens, began to gently close. In the moment when the last vestige of the all-consuming chaos vanished from view, buzz, a surge of monumental and purer sealing will erupted from the completed stone tablet at the base, where the runes had been seamlessly inscribed. This will was no longer merely a suppression. It bore the essence of eternal slumber and guardianship. The sealing will swept over the entire summit like an invisible tide. Before the base, the chaotic vortex, now devoid of its severed finger and with its head bowed, was enveloped by this will. As if a pause button had been pressed, its rotation ceased, collapsing inward, solidifying into a more refined and profound gray stone egg, adorned with intertwining dark golden and chaotic runes. The surface of the stone egg displayed a prominent crack, faintly tinged with purple, resembling an eternal scar. The sealing will did not relent. It spread across the summit like quicksilver, instantly covering the entire platform. The menacing rifts in space were smoothed and mended as if by an invisible hand. The remnants of ancient titans, partially buried in rock and on the verge of disintegration, were reduced to dust, merging into the dark golden stone after being swept by this will. Furthermore, this will acted as an unseen barrier, instantly isolating Kakarot from the gray stone egg. A gentle yet irresistible force pressed against Kakarot, attempting to expel him from the core of the mountain's tumultuous upheaval. In that moment, Kakarot understood. With the tablet returned to its place and the chaotic will briefly awakened, the very essence of the sacred mountain sought to re-encase everything. It aimed to plunge the chaotic will back into slumber. The upheaval at the summit triggered a chain reaction throughout the fiery abyss. Boom, boom, boom. Freed from the absolute restraint of the sacred mountain's might, the earth below erupted with the cataclysmic power accumulated over millennia. Terrifying columns of magma shot skyward, tearing the cracked ground asunder. Violent energy currents rampaged across the shattered terrain, birthing countless energy storms. The concentration of sulfurous gas in the air surged, reeking with corrosive potency. Quick, reinforce the stone dwellings. Raise the totems. The elder of the flame tribe struggled to rise, his voice hoarse with the dread of impending doom. The surviving members of the flame tribe scrambled to muster their remaining strength, desperately holding their ground amidst the storm of destruction. Meanwhile, at the foot of the sacred mountain, the once quiet, charred plain, long suppressed by the mountain's weight, now boiled like a cauldron. Boom. The earth trembled violently, as countless enormous fissures spread like a spider's web. Deep within these cracks did not flow molten lava, but rather surged forth thick, dark red columns of gas, suffused with intense mental pollution and the stench of sulfur. Within these columns, a horde of sulfur moths, grotesque and ferocious, erupted like a legion of awakened demons, shrieking as they ascended. They were larger, their compound eyes glowing with a frenzied crimson, while their wings bore patterns of burning sulfur. More terrifying still, within the thickest of the dark red columns, formidable and distorted shapes emerged, as if composed of burning sulfur, exuding an aura far surpassing that of the previous moth swarm, the mother nest of sulfur moths. Awakened prematurely from its slumber deep within the earth's veins due to the loosening of the sacred mountain seal. Screech. The shrill cacophony of their cries converged into a wave of annihilation. The horde of sulfur moths, newly liberated from the earth's grip, locked onto their targets with the instinct of a bloodthirsty swarm, the tottering stone dwellings of the flame tribe, and Kakarot, plummeting from the heavens. Behind him, the awakened chaotic will resided in the severed finger, while the sacred mountain's sealing essence sought to plunge the stone egg back into slumber. Beneath him lay a world gone berserk, transformed into an infernal realm, alongside the overwhelming tide of sulfur insects that obscured the sun and radiated malice. As Kakarot fell from the sky, his gray eyes reflected the chaotic sea of destruction below and the surging cloud of insects. The weightlessness of his rapid descent and the stench of death that rushed towards him did not instill fear. Rather, they ignited the most primal fury within his Saiyan bloodline. Within the whirlpool, the chaotic severed finger remained suspended, exuding a heavy and chilling aura, indifferent to the imminent peril. It resembled a transcendent observer, dwelling here, awaiting something. Yet Kakarot had no time to heed it. In the face of life and death, the power he had recently unlocked, tempered by the divine essence and chaotic pressure, erupted like a volcano suppressed for a millennium. Roar! A roar, emanating from the very essence of the holy body and the bloodline of battle, erupted from his throat. The once dim chaos Tao diagram on his surface suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. The intricate patterns of the Tao flowed and shifted, mysterious and unfathomable, resonating faintly with the sacred mountain beneath his feet and the suppressed rhythm of the complete stone tablet, forming a resilient membrane of chaotic light around his body, temporarily warding off the corrosive miasma and chaotic energies. Within the wheel sea, the dark golden sea of suffering churned with furious waves. 5 solid emerald lotus petals radiated divine light, supporting a star core source heart that swelled like a miniature sun. A torrent of life essence and pure energy surged forth, wildly infusing his limbs and bones. Within his limbs and bones, the grand earth vein divine patterns that had just been imprinted were fully activated. The bones, infused with dark gold and jade hues, erupted with a deep rumble, as his limbs became like colossal pillars supporting the heavens, resonating in a strange, intensely predatory rhythm with the rampaging land of destruction beneath him. The overwhelming aura of the earth veins and chaotic energies was forcibly drawn upon and absorbed, transformed for his own use. His surface muscles bulged, the dark golden sheen beneath his skin growing ever more profound. At the core remained the innate divine pattern suspended above the sea of suffering, with a dark golden base and emerald edges, intertwined with crimson fire patterns and silvery spatial glimmers. The dark golden rune at its center, representing the will of the sacred mountain, radiated an even more brilliant light. It served as a nexus of power, greedily absorbing the energies of the star core source heart, the divine might of the wheel sea, the blood of the holy body, the fierce energy of the earth veins, and the rampant sulfuric fire poison omnipresent in the air. Indeed, the sulfuric fire poison, as the dark red toxic mist, laden with a strong aura of corrosion and spiritual pollution, surged forth with the insect tide. A fierce glint flashed in Kakarot's gray eyes. He did not evade. Instead, he suddenly spread his arms wide as he descended. Come to me, devour. The crimson fire patterns of the innate divine pattern erupted with dazzling brilliance. A powerful suction force erupted from him. The sulfuric toxic mist, like rivers returning to the sea, was forcibly drawn in and consumed. The poison and fiery energy surged into his body, instantly igniting excruciating pain in his veins and corroding his soul. The terrifying toxin that would bring death upon ordinary strong beings now became nourishment for the crimson fire patterns within the innate divine pattern. Sizzling sounds echoed as the crimson fire patterns, having absorbed a vast quantity of pure sulfuric fire poison, deepened in color, shifting from crimson to a dark golden hue imbued with the essence of destruction and toxicity. The flames transformed into a thicker, more violent form, akin to flowing molten lava. This newly birthed poison fire divine pattern, infused with the essence of sulfur, surged with unparalleled power. The aura of the entire innate divine pattern took on a hint of annihilating ferocity. All these transformations occurred in the blink of an eye. When Kakarot was less than 100 feet from the tumultuous sea of insects below, his plummeting momentum abruptly halted. It was not due to external forces, but rather the terrifying power erupting from beneath his feet. Boom, boom. His foot, covered in the chaos Tao diagram, struck hard against the void. The air beneath him exploded with a thunderous roar, creating 2 visible rings of white energy. Utilizing this violent rebound force, Kakarot not only halted his descent, but also, like a cannonball, rocketed diagonally downward toward the densest concentration of the insect tide, which was also the direction of the fiery clan's stone huts. His target was the thick, dark red columns of gas erupting from the earth's cracks, continuously spewing forth new moths. That place was the source of the insect tide. Stop him. The elder of the fiery clan, struggling to rise from the ruins, was nearly driven to madness. Though he was astonished by the phenomenon of Kakarot invoking the sacred mountain, the surging insect tide posed a far greater threat to the tribe. He would not allow this interloper to direct calamity toward their clan. Grasping his broken bone staff tightly, he slammed it into the ground, uttering ancient, mournful syllables. In the name of the fire ancestor, bind with the fiery desolation prison. Behind him, several totem warriors, enduring their injuries, spat blood onto their bone spears. Instantly, the tips of the bone spears ignited with a ghastly green flame. Together, they thrust the burning spears forcefully into the ground. A massive illusionary cage, formed of ghastly green flames, suddenly manifested in the path of Kakarot's charge. The flames twisted, emitting an eerie aura that confined space and burned souls. This was the fiery clan's ultimate technique for ensnaring enemies. Yet, Kakarot's forward momentum showed no signs of slowing. In his gray eyes, there was only the source of the surging insect column. "Get out of my way." A chilling voice rang out. His right fist clenched tightly. The Chaos Tao diagram enveloping his arm suddenly contracted and solidified, transforming into the most formidable gauntlet. Upon the edge of his fist, the innate divine pattern. Now fused with the will of the sacred mountain, the essence of the holy body, the quintessence of the divine source, the fierce energy of the earth veins. And the newly absorbed sulfuric fire poison erupted with an unprecedented radiance. No longer a singular hue, it became a chaotic, misty divine light reminiscent of the dawn of creation. Within this divine light, dark golden runes solidified like mountains, emerald edges pulsed with vitality, dark golden poison fire threatened annihilation, and silvery spatial glimmers tore apart any restraints. This punch was devoid of flamboyance, consolidating all the power he could muster at that moment. It was the ultimate fusion of the divine power of the Wheel Sea, the blood of the holy body, the fierce energy of the earth veins, and the might of the poison fire. Moreover, it was his initial step towards integrating his own path, delivering a blow that bore the weight of myriad laws upon the divine pattern. Divine pattern transcends to ruin. Boom. His fist struck fiercely against the newly formed ghastly green fiery desolation prison. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-stopping obliteration, wherever the misty divine light touched. The ghastly green flames, as if encountering their nemesis, emitted a mournful hiss, dimming, disintegrating, and vanishing in an instant. The runes that constituted the prison of flames crumbled away under the onslaught of divine light. The bone spears in the hands of the totem warriors snapped with a crack, sending them soaring backward, enveloped in the backlash of misty energy, writhing in agony. The elder of the fiery clan staggered back as if struck by lightning. His eyes filled with disbelief and horror. The fiery desolation prison had been obliterated by a single punch. The momentum of his fist was unyielding. Rumble. The misty fists, like a chaotic flood breaching a dam, surged forth after shattering the prison, plunging mercilessly into the roiling sea of insects below. Thud, 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 thud. Where the fist passed, the space seemed to carve out a true vacuum passage. Moth-sized sulfuric insects, regardless of how tough their shells or how fierce their poisonous mists, disintegrated into nothingness like fragile soap bubbles upon contact with the misty divine light. Not even a trace of ash remained. The fist ultimately crashed down upon the base of a thick, dark red gas column that was currently spewing forth moths. Boom. The earth trembled violently. That column, akin to a giant python severed in two, abruptly halted. The torrent of spewing moths was instantly interrupted. The ground at the base of the gas column exploded, creating a massive pit from which viscous, dark red liquid mixed with shattered insect eggs and slime erupted, exuding a nauseating stench. At the bottom of the pit, a massive, pulsating flesh sac, covered in dark red veins, could be vaguely seen. The surface of the sac was riddled with numerous holes, serving as the passage for the moths to emerge. At this moment, the sac contracted violently, emitting a painful and furious shriek. One of the sources of the insect tide, the nest of sulfuric moths, had been struck from its very core by Kakarot's fist. Hiss! The sea of insects erupted in fury. The pain and anger inflicted upon their nest sent the remaining moths into a frenzy. They abandoned their assault on the crumbling stone huts, like an enraged swarm of bees, redirecting their onslaught into two streams of devastating dark red torrents, bearing with them sulfuric fire and a storm of corrosive madness, charging toward Kakarot, who hovered in midair with his fist just retracted. The sheer number of them blotted out the sun, sealing off all avenues of escape. Simultaneously, boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath several other thick, dark red gas columns rose violently like a drumhead. The hardened, charred rock layers shattered like fragile eggshells. The three colossal entities, exuding an oppressive and malevolent aura, slowly emerged from the shattered depths of the earth's veins. Their forms were grotesquely contorted, the principal mass arriving. Massive sac encased in a thick layer of sulfurous crystalline armor. From this sac extended countless tentacles, each measuring dozens of yards in length, composed of burning sulfur. The tips of these tentacles were not suckers, but rather grotesque maws lined with razor-sharp teeth, incessantly spewing forth a viscous dark red venom and swarms of freshly hatched moths. At the core of the sac lay an immense dark red compound eye, reminiscent of a hellish lava pit. Within this eye flowed pure destruction, insatiable greed, and madness. The mother of sulfur moths, the sovereign that begets endless swarms of insects. A terrifying existence awakened prematurely due to the loosening of the divine mountain seal. As the three mothers broke through the earth, that immense compound eye instantly fixed its gaze upon Kakarot, who was ensconced amidst a sea of insects in midair, as well as the remnants of the Flame Clan's stone dwellings behind him, left standing amidst the storm of annihilation. Such was the delectable feast of blood. With a piercing screech that could rend the fabric of space, a cacophony of a billion moths' cries converged into three terrifying spiritual howls, striking Kakarot's mind like invisible hammers. Simultaneously, three gargantuan tentacles, ablaze with sulfurous venom, lashed towards him with the force to shatter the earth and the potency to incinerate souls. Cleaving through the air towards Kakarot's head, other tentacles, resembling greedy serpents, coiled fiercely towards the stone dwellings of the Flame Clan. Surrounded by a million-strong tide of insects in front and the lethal intent of the three mothers behind, the shelter of the Flame Clan was perilously close to obliteration. Kakarot, suspended in midair, felt the chaotic diagram of the Tao swirling within his gray eyes, as the innate divine patterns on his fists exuded a dim, annihilating light. He had just unleashed a punch upon the Mother's corporeal form, a display of overwhelming might, yet it had drawn forth calamity. The Mother's compound eyes, akin to chasms of molten rock, reflected his diminutive figure, and the descending tentacles, entwined with soul-searing sulfurous flames, sealed off all avenues of retreat. Below, the elder of the Flame Clan gazed at the terrifying tentacles advancing towards the tribe and despairingly closed his eyes. Chapter 31. Divine Patterns Burn the Heavens. The sacred mountain holds a steel. Three colossal tentacles, ablaze with hellish fire, tore through the storm, wielding the power to shatter mountains as they lashed down towards Kakarot. Suspended in the air, the space around him compressed, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Before the tentacles could reach him, the soul-consuming sulfurous flames and the terrifying pressure capable of crushing steel had already descended. Below, the dark red sea of insects composed of billions of moths went utterly berserk, akin to boiling oil being splashed into flames, forming a vortex of destruction that sought to completely engulf and disintegrate the prey at its center. In a moment of desperation, the elder of the Flame Clan, eyes wide with horror, beheld the fierce tentacles coiling towards the tribe, a shadow of despair enveloping his heart. He could even see the grotesque maws at the tips of the tentacles, dripping with viscous venom, illuminated by the glimmering, greedy red light of countless compound eyes of the tiny moths within. No, a young totem warrior let out a heart-wrenching roar, disregarding his injuries, seizing a broken bone spear, and charging towards the nearest tentacle with a fervor that resembled a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. It was a futile endeavor, yet none could halt this desperate charge. In Kakarot's gray eyes, the chaotic diagram of the Tao swirled violently, reflecting the overwhelming shadow of the tentacles that blotted out the sky and the surging tide of destruction below. The three terrifying spiritual howls from the mothers pierced his mind like heated steel needles. Excruciating pain tore at his soul, as visions of chaotic blood and the sulfurous hell filled his sight. The wheel of fate churned violently, and the cold, silent segment of chaos above the sea of suffering remained unmoved, as if it scoffed at the attack capable of shattering stars. Retreat? There was nowhere to flee. Evade? The space had been entirely locked down. There was only one option: fight. To shatter the heavens with his fists. To incinerate the seas with fire. A roar erupted from the very depths of his sacred essence, overpowering the cacophony of a billion moths' cries and the mother's spiritual howls. This roar was imbued with indomitable will, the ancient sacred body's arrogance, and a hint of madness, driven to the brink of desperation, willing to perish alongside the world. Within him, the violent power unleashed by a single punch had yet to subside, now ignited with ferocity. Within the wheel of fate, the dark golden sea of suffering surged angrily, and 5 emerald lotus petals of divine light swelled, lifting the star core's divine essence as if it were a spark thrown into boiling oil, erupting in an unprecedented blaze of brilliance. A torrent of pure life essence and energy was frantically extracted as the perfected divine patterns of the earth groaned under the strain, forcibly drawing in the chaotic and violent aura from the rampaging earth beneath. The dark golden light upon his bones flickered erratically, as if they might shatter at any moment. At the core, the innate divine pattern, dark golden at its base and bordered with emerald, interwoven with red gold and silver rays, trembled violently, resembling a powder keg filled to the brim. Kakarot abruptly brought his hands together at his chest. The chaotic diagram of the Tao enveloping his arms suddenly constricted, channeling all his power frantically into the innate divine pattern between his palms. Not enough. Far from sufficient. His gray eyes reddened. He could sense the oppressive power levels of the three mothers. With only his own divine power, the sacred essence of his body, the Earth's malevolent energy, and the potency of the venomous flames, he could not withstand their assault. He would be crushed into dust in an instant. He needed fire, sacred flames to incinerate all, to purify the filth. His gaze pierced through the chaotic storm and the swarm of insects, locking firmly onto the center of the ruins of the Flame Clan's tribe below, where stood an ancient stele, exuding a solemn and ancient aura. The surface of the stele bore dim flame patterns that flickered amidst the storm of destruction, like a candle flickering in the wind. This was it. The innate divine pattern between Kalo's palms suddenly erupted with a terrifying pull. This force was not aimed at material energy, but rather at the laws, the will. He forcibly connected with the stele. He reached out to the ancient will that lingered within the stele, belonging to this sacred mountain. He sought to commune with the flame's essence. Revered by generations of the Flame Clan, symbolizing protection and purification. Ignite for me. His spiritual will surged forth like an invisible bridge, crashing against the stele. Buzz. As if a dormant volcano that had slept for eons was suddenly ignited, the silent stele quaked violently. The dim flame patterns on its surface erupted into a towering column of pure white divine fire. This flame was not scorching, but instead carried a cold and sacred essence that pierced through eternity, incinerating all illusions. It instantly broke free from the stele's confines, transforming into a pure beam of light. Disregarding the distance of space, crossing the storm of annihilation, and accurately infusing itself into the innate divine pattern between Kalo's palms, which was on the verge of explosion. As the white divine fire of the sacred mountain surged into him, Kalo let out a cry of agony, where pain and power reached their zenith. The laws contained within this flame were far too ancient and grand, infused with the will of the sacred mountain, far beyond what his current state could easily wield. The innate divine pattern between his palms was immediately dyed a blinding white. The emerald borders were suppressed, the dark golden venomous flames forcibly purified, and the silver light of space twisted and dimmed, while the core, representing the sacred mountain's will, emanated brilliant light, greedily absorbing the sacred fire of the same origin. The divine pattern lamented, swelling, teetering on the brink of uncontrollable explosion. At this moment, the destructive tentacles of the three mothers were upon his head. The sulphurous flames had already begun to scorch the chaotic diagram that shielded Kalo, sizzling ominously. The vortex of destruction formed by billions of moths was also on the verge of closing in. Now was the moment. Kalo clasped his palms together, carrying the innate divine pattern that had absorbed the sacred fire of the mountain, converging all his strength into it, burning fiercely like a miniature sun, and thrusting it towards the three colossal tentacles above and the vortex of destruction below. The divine pattern ignited the heavens. Boom! The world fell silent. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A column of pale fire, dazzling and destructive beyond verbal description, erupted from the palms of Karo. Initially as thick as an arm, it expanded instantaneously into a cataclysmic torrent that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Incineration. Wherever the pale fire passed, space was not merely distorted, but utterly obliterated, leaving behind stark black fissures. The sulphurous tendrils, capable of shattering mountains and incinerating souls upon contact with the pale fire, disintegrated as swiftly as snow before a red-hot iron, crumbling to nothingness without even a cry of despair. Three horrific tentacles, easily capable of annihilating planets, appeared as fragile as paper before the pale column. The fire surged upward with relentless force, driving toward their very cores. The three colossal sulphurous matriarchs that had just emerged from the Earth's crust, exuding an aura of unfathomable menace. Purity. Below, the maelstrom of destruction was illuminated by the pale flames. The dark red torrent composed of countless sulfur moths froze in place upon encountering the residual waves of the pale fire, as if cast into the purifying holy pool. Their hardened exoskeletons, the burning sulfur patterns, and the noxious mists they exhaled, all silently disintegrated and dissipated under the pale light. There were no explosions, no screams. Only the most thorough purification and erasure. Centered around Karo, a vast, expanding pale void manifested amidst the sea of insects. Stability. The core of the pale fire column harbored the primal will of the sacred mountain. When it forcefully penetrated the massive, lava-flowing dark red compound eyes of the matriarchs, their gargantuan forms stiffened abruptly. They emitted an unprecedented, piercing wail, a cacophony infused with the despairing cries of countless beings. This wail was no longer an attack, but rather a manifestation of terror, a primal fear stemming from the instinct of life, in the face of a power that transcended their understanding. The pale sacred fire of the divine mountain surged forth, like a heated steel rod piercing through butter, instantly penetrating the matriarch's vast, fleshy sac. Where it passed, writhing flesh was purified into nothingness, and the thick crystalline exoskeletons shattered inch by inch. The dark red compound eyes, symbols of pollution and destruction, hissed under the scorching flames, their radiance fading rapidly. Thick, foul-smelling liquid, viscous as blood, gushed forth from the gaping wounds, only to be instantly vaporized by the flames. A chilling cry. The three matriarchs emitted a dying, agonizing wail that echoed throughout the realm of destruction. Their colossal bodies writhed in a frenzy, desperately attempting to burrow back into the depths of the earth. Yet the pale sacred fire, like a relentless parasite, spread ferociously along their wounds, burning and purifying. They were no longer harbingers of annihilation, but rather, three immense torches struggling and wailing amidst the pale flames, illuminating this desolate land of doom. The tide of insects collapsed instantaneously. The surviving moths, bereft of their matriarch's command, were utterly terrorized by the pale holy fire that consumed all, scattering like headless flies, no longer daring to approach the pale flames even by a hair's breadth. Below, the tendrils that had coiled toward the clan's stone dwellings lost their strength the moment the matriarchs were gravely injured, collapsing like dead serpents and crashing heavily at the tribe's edge, stirring up clouds of dust, yet no longer posing a threat. Within the ruins of the stone dwellings, a profound silence reigned. All the surviving members of the Fire Clan, be they severely wounded warriors or women and children sheltered in corners, gazed in stupefied awe at the scene unfolding in the sky, reminiscent of divine retribution. They beheld the three terrifying matriarchs, once harbingers of doom, now writhing in agony, burning and shrinking within the pale sacred fire, and the figure suspended at the source of the pale fire column, swirling with chaotic symbols, resembling a deity or demon. The elder's bone staff had long since fallen to the ground. His cracked lips trembled, his murky old eyes fixated intently on Karo, then abruptly turned to the central stone tablet, its radiance yet to fully dissipate, from which all these calamities had stemmed. He croaked a sound, ultimately transforming into an incredulous whisper, imbued with boundless shock and confusion. The ancestor of fire manifests? The pale fire column gradually dissipated. Karo hovered in midair. The resplendent chaotic symbols surrounding him dimmed momentarily, becoming nearly transparent. His complexion turned ashen as paper, his body swayed slightly, and a trickle of dark golden blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The innate divine pattern upon his palms lost its luster, fading to an exceedingly dull hue, with the core dark golden runes even exhibiting the faintest cracks. The strain of forcibly wielding the sacred fire of the divine mountain, far beyond his own realm, was devastating to his body. In the sea of cycles, the star core shrank significantly, its radiance dimmed, and the 5 lotus petals wilted. Below, the massive forms of the three matriarchs had shrunk by more than half, charred and emitting thick, acrid smoke, with the immense wounds still smoldering with remnants of pale flames, slowly burning and purifying. Their breaths plummeted to depths of silence, no longer exuding their previous menace. The remaining sulfur moths had long since vanished without a trace. The storm of destruction continued to rage, magma erupting, yet the horrific pressure at the core battlefield had suddenly vanished. Was the crisis temporarily averted? Karo's gray eyes scanned the darkened remains of the three matriarchs below, then shifted to the distant stone dwellings of the Fire Clan swaying in the storm, and finally, his gaze returned to the summit of the sacred mountain, to the ancient stone tablet that had precipitated all these upheavals. At the moment his gaze fell upon that tablet, boom! At the summit of the sacred mountain, the fragment of the stone tablet that had once suppressed the chaotic severed finger, having lost its restraint, could seemingly no longer bear the terrifying pressure that had accumulated within. Suddenly, it erupted. Fragments of stone flew. A beam of chaos, indescribable in color, suffused with the breath of primordial antiquity, shot forth like a dragon long imprisoned breaking free, erupting from the shattered base of the tablet. The beam pierced through the heavy sulfuric miasma of the sky, even briefly tearing apart the chaotic energy storm in the sacred mountain region, shooting straight into the cosmic void. A pressure more ancient, purer, and more soul-chilling than the matriarchs engulfed the entire sacred mountain area like an invisible tsunami. Karo's pupils constricted. In the sea of cycles, the long silent chaotic severed finger trembled for the first time, sensing the ascendant beam of chaos and its accompanying pressure. Chapter 32. Chaos Unbound. The remnants stir. Boom! At the summit of the sacred mountain, the fragment of the stone tablet exploded. The indescribable beam of chaos pierced the heavens, tearing through the sulfuric miasma and the storm of destruction, shooting into the cosmic void. It was not merely an explosion of energy, but but rather a manifestation of a principle, a personification of will, infused with the vastness of creation's dawn, the ferocity of the primordial cataclysm, and the fury unleashed after eons of confinement. Buzz. The invisible pressure crashed down as if myriad sacred mountains were collapsing simultaneously, ruthlessly sweeping across the entire sacred mountain region. The space wailed, the earth groaned. Columns of violently erupting magma were abruptly choked, shrinking by half. The chaotic energy storm was forcibly subdued and torn apart. Even the remaining rudimentary protective halos of the distant Fire Clan's stone dwellings flickered like candle flames in the wind, as if they could be ground to dust at any moment by this pure, ancient, and transcendent force. Puff. The elder of the Fire Clan bore the brunt. His already wounded body struck as if by a heavy hammer, spitting forth a mouthful of dark red blood, his breath instantly waning to the extreme. The clansmen behind him staggered, those of lesser strength collapsing unconscious, their eyes filled with the utmost terror in the face of the cataclysmic forces of nature. Kakarot hovered in the air, his body plummeting suddenly. It felt as though countless stars had descended upon his shoulders. The already dim chaotic symbols around him flickered violently, emitting creaking sounds on the verge of shattering. He groaned softly, dark golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth once more, yet he forcibly steadied himself. His gray eyes locked onto the beam of chaos that pierced through heaven and earth, a tempest of emotions roiling deep within his pupils. The oppressive force was utterly terrifying, far surpassing the previous mother insect, even exceeding the aura he sensed from Frieza during the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It was ancient, vast, chaotic, and violent, imbued with an eerie essence that seemed neither alive nor dead. Merely gazing upon it caused his spiritual sea to churn violently, his consciousness to ache, as if his very soul were being drawn into the chaotic beam of light, destined to dissolve into nothingness. Within the spiritual sea, an abrupt transformation occurred. The chaotic severed finger, which had remained suspended like a lifeless object above the sea of suffering, trembled for the first time, responding to the ascending chaotic beam of light and pressure. Buzz. The surface of the severed finger, adorned with dim and indistinct chaotic runes, suddenly ignited with brilliance. Although still incomplete, it exuded a longing, greedy sensation, akin to a creature that had caught a whiff of an exquisite delicacy. It was no longer merely a foreign entity. It resembled a predator awakening, endowed with faint instincts. A faint yet exceptionally pure chaotic aura emanated from within the severed finger, resonating intensely with the chaotic beam of light piercing the heavens. This resonance was not friendly. It resembled a form of positioning and attraction. The external chaotic beam seemed to sense the call from the severed finger within the spiritual sea, abruptly halting its trajectory. The core of the beam, awash in indescribable colors, surged violently as if alive, subtly differentiating into an extremely fine, yet exquisitely condensed thread of chaotic light. This thread disregarded spatial distance and the storm of destruction, piercing through the feeble chaotic diagram defenses of Kakarot's body with uncanny precision, instantly embedding itself into his forehead. Ugh! Kakarot felt as though struck by lightning. His entire spiritual sea was suddenly submerged in an abyss of chaotic colors. Countless fragmented, chaotic, and terrifying images of destruction and rebirth assaulted his consciousness. Stars were born and extinguished. Continents rose and fell. Gods and demons bled. A torrent of complex information from the ancient past surged forth, potent enough to shatter his soul. This was not a legacy. It was a contamination. It was an assimilation. Grant me strength. Calm. Kakarot's eyes widened in sheer desperation. His mental will erupting like a solitary vessel amidst a furious sea, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Within the spiritual sea, 5 wilted green lotus petals swayed violently, striving to release a feeble source of life to protect the core of his consciousness. The heart of the star core also ignited with a fierce blaze, providing the last vestiges of energy support. Simultaneously, the chaotic diagram on his body, on the brink of shattering, erupted with its final radiance, attempting to obstruct the encroachment of the chaotic light thread. The diagram flowed, its profound patterns clashing with the chaotic light thread, producing a sizzling sound akin to cold water splashing into boiling oil. Just as Kakarot's spiritual sea teetered on the brink of being entirely submerged by the chaotic tide, and his will approached collapse. Buzz. The severed chaotic finger within the spiritual sea quaked violently. An even stronger suction force erupted. The invading chaotic light thread, as if summoned by a higher existence, forsook its assault on Kakarot, forcibly extracting itself from his spiritual sea and transforming into a streak of flowing light. Merging back into the chaotic, severed finger, the chaotic runes upon the finger's surface flared with renewed brilliance. Though still incomplete, they seemed to solidify slightly, The essence of longing and greed became even more distinct. Karo felt as if granted a reprieve, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking through his tattered garments. The lingering chaotic illusions within his spiritual sea dissipated rapidly like a receding tide, leaving behind a searing pain and the heart-pounding sensation of surviving a calamity. He gazed in horror at the severed finger in the spiritual sea. This entity had not been destroyed by the chaotic beam, but instead had consumed it as a supplement? Outside, the chaotic beam piercing the heavens, after having birthed that thread of light devoured by the severed finger, seemed to lose a certain target. Or perhaps had completed an initial release, as its terrifying pressure gradually receded like a tide. The beam itself began to destabilize, its colors swirling violently, until, with a resounding thud reminiscent of the rupture of the world's membrane, boom, it exploded entirely. Countless shards of light, infused with destructive chaotic energy, scattered in all directions like celestial maidens dispersing flowers, tearing apart the very fabric of space, carving deep chasms into the earth, and annihilating the lingering toxic sulfur in an instant. Among them, the thickest stream of chaotic light plummeted directly toward the 3 dying remnants of the mother insect, ensconced in pale sacred flames below. This is bad. Karo's heart screamed with alarm. He instantly understood. The chaotic beam had broken free. Its essence was not life, but rather a frenzied, masterless conglomerate of rule energy. It required a vessel. It sought release. It craved destruction and rebirth. And the 3 remnants of the mother insect below, though gravely wounded by the sacred flames of the divine mountain, contained a vast reservoir of life essence and chaotic filth energy, making them the perfect breeding ground for this chaotic stream of light. Retreat. Karo roared hoarsely towards the direction of the stone houses of the Fire Clan, exerting every ounce of strength. His voice pierced through the chaotic storm. The elder of the Fire Clan also witnessed the cataclysmic descent of the chaotic stream, his aged face turning pale. He had no time to ponder. Instinctively grasping the fallen bone staff and thrusting it into the ground, uttering his final drop of blood, ancestral spirits, protect us. Buzz. In the center of the dilapidated stone houses, the complete stone tablet that had just released pale, sacred flames flickered to life again, barely sustaining a thin layer of light barrier, enveloping the nearby clansmen within. Yet this barrier was as fragile as a soap bubble in the wake of the chaotic stream's residual force. Everything transpired in an instant. Boom! The thickest chaotic stream crashed down upon the largest remnant of the mother insect with a force akin to a falling star. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a bizarre and terrifying fusion. The chaotic stream instantly merged into the charred, smoke-emitting remains of the mother insect. The massive, lifeless carbonized shell expanded violently, akin to a balloon being inflated. The charred exterior cracked inch by inch, revealing the inner, writhing mass of viscous flesh flowing with chaotic hues. Within the flesh, countless tiny chaotic whirlpools, resembling eyes, opened and closed frantically, swirling. Gurgle, gurgle. The chilling sound of viscous movement filled the air. From the gigantic core wound of the mother insect's remains, scorched by the pale sacred flames, a torrent of viscous chaotic flesh surged forth, coalescing and twisting, no longer resembling compound eyes, but instead forming a colossal, continuously rotating vortex composed of pure chaotic energy. At the vortex's center lay a depth that seemed to connect to the ultimate void of the universe, emanating a terrifying pull that could devour all. The other 2 remnants of the mother insect appeared to be stimulated, their remaining tainted life essence ignited by the chaotic energy, initiating their own frenzied distortion. Their remains likewise expanded, cracked, and birthed chaotic flesh. Although they did not form a central vortex, their surfaces sprouted countless twisted, octopus-like tendrils composed of chaotic energy. The tendrils flailed wildly, whipping through the air with piercing shrieks. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 massive, twisted masses of flesh, forcibly awakened by chaotic energy, slowly rose from the charred earth. Their forms were no longer insect-like, but instead grotesque abominations composed of charred remnants, viscous flesh, and flowing chaotic energy. The central creature, with its chaotic vortex mouth, loomed large and terrifying, its massive vortex mouth slowly rotating, locking onto Karo in the sky and the faint protective glow of the distant stone houses of the Fire Clan. A chaotic energy even more tumultuous and violent than the previous pure chaotic beam, filled with twisted life and insatiable hunger, spread like a plague. This sacred mountain of scorched earth had utterly transformed into a breeding ground for the birth of chaotic monstrosities. Hiss, roar. 3 resounding voices amalgamated into a piercing shriek of the mother of insects, a chaotic roar, and a terrifying howl of insatiable hunger, tore through the storm, heralding the arrival of an even more desperate calamity of chaos. Carrot's expression turned grave, his gray eyes fixated on the three-headed chaotic monstrosity, particularly the central creature with its vortex-like maw. He could sense that deep within the vortex, a horrifying gravitational force capable of obliterating everything was brewing. Meanwhile, the chaotic severed fingers within his body, having absorbed a glimmer of light, seemed sated and fell silent once more, yet their insatiable instinct grew ever clearer, as if urging him to devour the chaotic beasts below. Chapter 33. The Holy Body Devours Demons, the Inferno of Desperation. Three blasphemous roars reverberated across the land as the three horrific creatures, grotesquely fused from the remains of the mother of insects and infused with chaotic energy, stood tall like a nightmare materialized upon the scorched earth of the divine mountain. The creature with the massive chaotic vortex in the center emanated the most menacing aura, its deep, swirling maw seemingly capable of swallowing stars, firmly locking onto Kakarot in the sky. The other two tentacled monstrosities emitted sharp hisses, brandishing tentacles composed of chaotic energy, replete with viscous flesh and eerie eyes, anxiously lashing against the ground, leaving behind corrosive furrows. An invisible pressure crashed down like a tangible tsunami, assaulting the nerves of every survivor. The thin light shield enveloping the stone dwellings of the Flame Clan fluctuated violently under the horrific aura emanating from the beasts, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The Grand Elder's face turned ashen, his hand trembling violently against his bone staff, his eyes filled with utter despair. This was no mere insect plague, it was a harbinger of world annihilation. Hiss roar. The devourer of source struck first. Its colossal body, comprised of charred remains and writhing flesh, lunged forward, and the massive chaotic vortex at its core began to spin with alarming speed. An irresistible, space-warping gravitational force erupted, targeting Kakarot directly. Boom! Kakarot's body plummeted as if seized by an invisible giant hand, violently yanked toward the abyss-like vortex. The chaotic diagram inscribed upon his body, already on the brink of shattering, emitted a piercing wail, instantly covered in cracks. More terrifying was the sensation that his divine power, which had just subsided within the wind, was being forcibly pulled away by that gravitational force, threads of vitality dissipating toward the swirling chaotic abyss. Damn it! Kakarot's pupils constricted, a fierce glint flashing in his gray eyes. This gravitational force could not only consume material energy, but could also directly siphon the essence of life. He could not afford to fall into it. Break free, he bellowed, his star core heart pulsating wildly, extracting the last remnants of divine power. Simultaneously, the Lunho roared. The sea of suffering surged with towering waves, and 5 emerald lotus petals, despite their wilting, struggled to blossom with life essence to protect the core. Clenching his fists tightly, he ignited the last remnants of thin golden, holy flame surrounding him and struck fiercely at the void before him. Heaven-burning fist intent burst. Boom! The fist strike, embodying his final will and divine power, collided with the gravitational field ahead with the remnants of obliterating intent, akin to a heated iron plunged into solid ice. The piercing sound of annihilation rang out as the invisible gravitational field was forcibly torn open. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Kakarot darted like lightning, narrowly skirting the chaotic eddies of the vortex. A few strands of hair and the tattered edges of his garments, torn asunder by the gravitational pull, vanished silently into the vortex, dissolving into nothingness. Roar! With its attack thwarted, the devourer of source let out an even more furious roar. The chaotic vortex spinning with renewed ferocity, the gravitational pull expanding once more. Simultaneously, the two tentacled monstrosities sprang into action. They emitted shrill screams, countless viscous, twisted chaotic tendrils slashing through the air like awakened venomous serpents, bearing filth-laden chaotic energy and terrifying physical force, sweeping towards Kakarot in a deluge. Surrounded and outmatched, divine power depleted, body grievously injured, Kakarot found himself plunged into an unprecedented dire predicament. Like a storm-battered seabird, he struggled to evade and parry amidst the ferocious gravitational pull and the onslaught of chaotic tendrils. Each collision with the tentacles produced a dull thud, golden holy flame clashing violently with chaotic energy, sparking blinding flashes. His wounds tore further with every intense movement, dark golden blood splattering like stars. Puff! In a moment of inadequacy, a hefty tentacle struck Kakarot's back with tremendous force, the chaotic energy seeping into him, delivering a crushing blow that made him cough up blood. Staggering in his stance, within the light from the 5 lotus petals flickered perilously, the sea of suffering roiling uncontrollably, and the star core heart dimmed to its utmost, signaling an imminent exhaustion. No, continuing like this would undoubtedly lead to death. At this critical juncture between life and death, deep within the Lunha, the chaotic severed fingers, having been momentarily silent, sensed the overwhelming chaotic energy from the outside world. The greedy instinct to devour intensified to unprecedented levels. They even began to tremble, emanating a compelling thought, akin to a ferocious beast starved for eons, issuing a silent roar at the blood-soaked feast within reach. Devour them. Consume that chaos. It is yours. The supplement. The intent of the severed fingers struck Kakarot's will with primal temptation. Yet simultaneously, a profound sense of crisis arose. What consequences would arise from consuming this tainted, distorted chaotic energy? Would he gain power, or would he be thoroughly assimilated, becoming the next chaotic monstrosity? Were these severed fingers a boon or another deeper trap? A flicker of struggle flashed in Kakarot's eyes. Retreat? The Flame Clan was right behind him. They could not withstand another assault from the beasts. Escape? With his divine power exhausted, his speed drastically reduced. He could never outrun that terrifying gravitational pull and the myriad of tendrils. Fight. What could he use to battle? The remnants of divine source and power barely sustained a decent counterattack. There was no choice. Damn it. You want to feast, do you? I'll let you gorge. A glint of madness and resolve crossed Kakarot's eyes. Rather than being slowly drained to death, he would seize this unknown glimmer of survival. He no longer suppressed the stirring of the chaotic severed fingers within the land. Instead, he actively plunged his consciousness into the land, summoning the severed fingers. Buzz. As if granted permission by its master, the chaotic severed fingers erupted with an unprecedented grayish light. The fractured runes upon its surface flickered wildly, and a devouring power, purer, older, and more domineering than that of the devourer of source, suddenly exploded forth from deep within Kakarot, piercing through. This devouring power did not target matter, but rather aimed directly at the essence of energy, especially the chaotic essence. Roar. Just as the devourer of source prepared to unleash its gravitational pull once more, it suddenly faltered, the spinning speed of its core chaotic vortex momentarily disrupted. For the first time, its consciousness, composed of chaotic energy, felt a primal fear stemming from the instinct of life. It was as if it faced a natural enemy. Kakarot, undeterred, forged ahead, braving the onslaught of thrashing tendrils, like a meteor ignited by the last golden flame, charging towards the devourer of source. His right hand, fingers aligned like a sword, was no longer purely engulfed in golden holy flame, but entwined with a layer of enigmatic, grayish chaotic energy. The manifestation of the severed fingers' devouring power. Devour for me. Swoosh. Kakarot's finger, imbued with the grayish devouring power, plunged fiercely into one of the thick tentacles of the devourer of source. There was no explosion, no violent clash of energy, only silent annihilation and plunder. The tentacle pierced by his finger withered like ice thrown into a furnace, visibly fading and shriveling at an alarming rate. The internal, tainted chaotic energy, the essence of flesh and blood, and even a faint fragment of the chaotic laws were ruthlessly extracted and devoured by the murky currents, surging violently along Kakarot's fingers and flooding into his being, ultimately converging into the wheel of abyss, where it was greedily absorbed by the severed finger of chaos. A horrific, distorted wail erupted from the tentacle puppet as the devoured appendage instantaneously turned to ash. It frantically attempted to retract the remaining tentacles, yet Kakarot pursued like a shadow, the gray light at his fingertips akin to a maggot burrowing into flesh, once more striking towards another tentacle. Meanwhile, the immense chaotic vortex of the devourer demon lord sensed the impending threat, abandoning its long-range tugging, and the vortex's center violently expelled a concentrated, space-annihilating beam of chaotic death light. The target was none other than Kakarot. With icy gray eyes, Kakarot thrust his left hand forward. This time, his palm no longer bore a defensive diagram, but instead blazed with the last remnants of his golden holy flame and a surge of furious power forcibly extracted from the recently devoured chaotic energy. Heavenly incineration, annihilation, boom. An unprecedented energy beam, a dazzling confluence of golden flame and ferocious gray light, erupted fiercely from Kakarot's palm. It transcended mere holy flame, embodying the indomitable will of the holy body, the residual divine power, and the forcibly harnessed chaotic might in a desperate counterattack. The intertwining gold-gray beam collided thunderously with the chaotic death light in midair. There was no tremendous roar. Only the soul-shuddering hissing sound emitted as space was obliterated by the extreme energy. Two fundamentally distinct, yet terrifyingly potent energies clashed and annihilated each other, creating a transient vacuum of energy, where even light was distorted and consumed. A standoff. A deadly standoff. Kakarot bled from his 7 orifices, his body trembled violently, and his left arm emitted agonizing creaks under the unbearable strain. Within the wheel of abyss, the severed finger voraciously consumed the energy of the tentacle puppet, barely sustaining the output of this life and death strike. Yet the intake was insufficient. His body resembled a torch on the verge of extinguishing, teetering on the brink of collapse under the dual pressures of consumption and output. Meanwhile, the chaotic death light of the Devourer Demon Lord appeared inexhaustible. The colossal vortex slowly rotated, providing a seemingly endless supply of energy. Just as Karo was about to run dry, completely engulfed by the death light, a hum resonated. Deep within the wheel of abyss, that severed finger, which had been madly consuming the energy of the tentacle puppet after absorbing a sufficient amount of nutrients, suddenly caused an exceedingly dim rune on its surface to flicker, albeit faintly, yet completely. A stream of chaotic source power, purer by 100-fold and ancient in essence, surged forth like nourishing rain from the flickering rune, instantaneously coursing through Karo's nearly desiccated limbs and bones. Karo emitted a low growl, more beast than man, as the flickering gray in his eyes erupted with terrifying brilliance. The intertwining gold-gray beam in his palms surged as if infused with frenzied fuel, the gray chaotic power skyrocketing, overpowering the golden holy flame, imbued with a more primal and domineering will of annihilation, charging forward with great force. Boom! The chaotic death light was gradually shattered. The gold-gray beam, with the might to uproot and obliterate, surged upward, crashing violently into the cavernous maw of the Devourer Demon Lord's immense chaotic vortex. Roar! A roar, filled with agony, astonishment, and annihilation, reverberated throughout the scorched earth of the Divine Mountain. The colossal form of the Devourer Demon Lord trembled violently. The core chaotic vortex being forcefully punctured, chaotic energies spilling forth like a breached dam. Chapter 34. The Demon Lord weeps blood, the holy body disintegrates. Roar! The roar of the Devourer Demon Lord, a blend of pain, disbelief, and destruction, echoed like the lament of a billion dying stars, shaking the very fabric of the scorched earth. Its massive body, composed of charred remains and writhing flesh, convulsed violently, expanding. At its core, the enormous chaotic vortex was brutally torn through by Karo's conflated beam of holy flame and chaotic power, creating a horrifying gash. This was not merely a physical injury. It was a fatal blow to the very essence of the chaotic core. Boom! The chaotic energies, now in utter disarray, broke free from the vortex's constraints. Akin to a cosmic storm unleashed from a punctured airbag, erupting from the Demon Lord's body in a frenzied torrent. These energies were no longer pure loss, but a volatile tide of chaos, tainted with the filth of the mother of insects, the essence of flesh and blood, and violently torn fragments of chaotic laws, exhibiting a ferocious and destructive chaotic tide. Dark, gray-white, dark red, various twisted colors surged and exploded across the surface of the Demon Lord's body. The charred remnants and viscous flesh that composed it began to peel away in large chunks, vanishing entirely. Each explosion triggered violent tremors in space, tearing open more intricate black fissures. Hiss! The two tentacle puppets, partially devoured by Karo, let out a final, brief wail, akin to marionettes with severed strings, as the core of the Devourer Demon Lord was wounded, and the tidal wave of energy erupted. Their distorted forms could no longer hold, dissolving rapidly under the onslaught of chaotic energy, collapsing into two pools of steaming, viscous chaotic pus, completely devoid of threat. The Devourer Demon Lord was on the brink of death, yet this dying demon's retaliation was far more terrifying than anticipated. Gurgle, gurgle. The thick, chaotic blood, akin to boiling magma, surged madly from the edges of the gaping wound in the core vortex. This demonic blood did not drip, but swirled rapidly around the wound, coalescing. A wave, chilling to the soul and imbued with ultimate destruction and chaos, brewed frantically, centered around the Demon Lord's residual form. Its massive consciousness, composed of chaotic energy, had gone utterly mad, no longer driven by the greed of predation, but by a vengeful desire for mutual destruction. It sought to detonate all remaining chaotic essence, along with this colossal form infused with the filth of the Divine Mountain and the essence of the mother of insects, turning this space, along with the ant that had inflicted such devastation, into mere dust of chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The speed of expansion of the Devourer Demon Lord's remaining form accelerated abruptly. Blinding chaotic light burst forth through the fissures of its surface, resembling a supernova on the verge of explosion. The vortex of demonic blood at the core spun faster and faster, radiating terrifying energy waves capable of annihilating stars. The space groaned under duress, as larger black fissures began to spread. Self-destruction. Not good. It sought to obliterate its own source. Karo's pupils constricted, his scalp prickling. An unprecedented sense of mortal peril seized his heart. more immediate and lethal than when confronting the chaotic beams and death light. The destructive power of this creature's self-detonation could utterly erase him along with this divine mountain region. Flee. He must escape at once. However, just as Kakarot's thoughts ignited, yearning to unleash the last remnants of his power to tear through space and flee, a hum resonated. Deep within the wheel of abyss, that severed finger, which had just bestowed upon him chaotic source power, igniting his assault upon the demon lord, suddenly erupted with a greed far more intense than when it had consumed the puppets. This pulsing was no longer a mere urging, but a command, an undeniable while emanating from a higher, more ancient existence. The chaotic runes on the severed finger flickered wildly, the grayish light flooding the entire wheel of abyss. A force of devouring might, more tyrannical and unyielding than before, surged forth from Kakarot's body like a torrent unleashed. The target of this formidable force has shifted. It is no longer the dissipated chaotic energy, but rather the core wound of the devourer demon lord, where the chaotic essence is frantically coalescing on the brink of detonation. Additionally, there is the chaotic demonic blood that is seeping forth, imbued with shattered laws. Kakarot let out a scream of excruciating agony. The devouring power unleashed by the severed finger far exceeded the threshold of endurance for his severely injured body at that moment. His right arm bore the brunt of it. With a sizzling sound, the tattered sleeve enveloping his right arm instantaneously disintegrated into ashes. The skin and flesh of his entire right arm, under the relentless onslaught of the ferocious devouring force, were stripped away, as if being mercilessly scraped by countless invisible blades, inch by inch, until they were utterly annihilated. The dark, golden holy blood had just begun to ooze out when it was assimilated and consumed by that grayish devouring force, revealing the bones beneath, which gleamed with a dull metallic luster. Yet these bones were undergoing a bizarre transformation. The once translucent and jade-like holy bones, shimmering with dark, golden divine radiance, were now rapidly being tainted by a layer of lifeless ash gray under the erosion of the chaotic devouring power and the onslaught of the demon lord's primal energy. The surface of the bones even began to manifest extremely dim, distorted, chaotic runic phantoms. A chilling and violent aura, neither alive nor dead, began to emanate from deep within the bones. The severed finger of chaos, in its quest to consume the impending detonation of the chaotic essence, was forcibly extracting and incinerating Kakarot's holy blood and flesh as fuel and conduit. The cost was horrendously steep. Roar. The near-death devourer demon lord seemed to sense this even more terrifying devouring lock-on. The swirling vortex of condensed demonic blood suddenly faltered, momentarily interrupting the process of self-detonation. Its remaining chaotic will emitted a more frenzied roar, instinctively attempting to resist this predation originating from a higher echelon. But could the devouring of the severed finger be resisted? Come to me, devour. Kakarot's eyes burned crimson, the corners of his eyes cracked open, spilling dark golden tears of blood. The intense pain nearly tore his will asunder. Yet he knew that if he relinquished his resistance to the severed finger's will, allowing it to run rampant and consume him entirely, he would be drained in an instant. The sole path to survival lay in proactive cooperation. He gritted his teeth against the agony of his flesh being stripped away and his bones being eroded and transformed. Channeling all his remaining will into the right arm that was rapidly undergoing disintegration, morphing into a chaotic bone blade. No longer did he attempt to flee, but rather, like a moth drawn to a flame, he resolutely charged towards the vortex of the impending explosion of the chaotic core. Burn chaos! Kakarot screamed, his left fist clenched tightly. The last flicker of golden holy flame within him flickering under the pressure of the chaotic force, akin to a candle in the wind, yet stubbornly illuminating the final vestiges of his will. Boom! His figure, accompanied by a right arm that was in the throes of flesh peeling away, bones turning ash gray, and the front end faintly coalescing into a chaotic edge, crashed violently into the frenzied, swirling vortex of demonic blood at the core of the devoured demon lord. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a jarring sound reminiscent of the universe's membrane being forcefully torn apart. The front end of Kakarot's grayish-white skeletal arm, entwined with chaotic runes, plunged into the very heart of the vortex of demonic blood like the most avaricious of suction cups. The devouring power unleashed by the severed finger found its optimal passageway. The chaotic light that had been surging wildly across the vast body of the devourer demon lord abruptly dimmed, as if its heart had been gripped. Its swollen form suddenly ceased expanding, then began to rapidly wither and shrivel. The charred remnants constituting its shell turned to ashes, while the viscous flesh swiftly lost its luster, becoming ashen. The vortex of demonic blood at the core, which contained the power of annihilation, ruptured like a burst bubble, with all its energy, essence, and fragments of laws being brutally extracted and consumed by that grayish-white bony arm. A low, desperate wail escaped the lips of the devourer demon lord. As the light in the vast chaotic vortexes I extinguished completely, its once terrifying shell crumbled as if weathered by countless epochs, disintegrating into a cloud of immense, deathly gray ash that drifted away. The devouring was complete. Meanwhile, Kakarot hovered at the site where the demon lord once stood. He was drenched in blood, the left half of his body barely maintaining its human form, flickering with a faint golden flame. However, from his shoulder down, his entire right arm's flesh had entirely vanished, leaving behind a chaotic bony arm, entirely lifeless and gray, its surface adorned with twisted and dim chaotic runes, exuding an aura of cold brutality. At the end of the bony arm, 5 claw-like phalanges writhed, faintly exuding chaotic edges. The severed finger of chaos, having consumed the core essence of the devourer demon lord, radiated a contented yet somber gray light amidst the sea of chaos, with a particular rune on its surface appearing to solidify further. However, that cold, inhuman will became increasingly distinct, imprinting itself upon Kakarot's consciousness. Cough. Kakarot spat out another mouthful of blood, this one tinged with a peculiar gray mist. He felt the right half of his body grow cold and numb, as if it no longer belonged to him, while a chaotic, violent, and destructive thought surged along the grayish-white bones, relentlessly battering against his mind. In the sea of chaos, the 5 emerald lotus petals light was firmly suppressed, while the sea of suffering roiled with dark, gray waves. The core of the star's source heart was enveloped by a layer of gray mist, emanating a mournful cry. The cost of disintegration was only just beginning to manifest. This chaotic bony arm was both a source of power and a shackle of erosion. Just as Kakarot struggled to endure the agonizing corruption and sought to stabilize himself. "Kakarot, my lord," a distant voice called out. The weak yet euphoric cry of the elder of the Flame Clan pierced through the deathly gray ashes that enveloped the scorched earth of the Divine Mountain. Within the shattered light barrier, the surviving members of the Flame Clan, witnessing the annihilation of the chaotic demon lord, were moved to tears, gazing at the bloodied figure suspended in midair with the utmost reverence, akin to a totemic worship. It was he, like a legendary deity descending upon the world. He had torn asunder the calamity of their annihilation. However, Kakarot had no time to respond to this fervent adoration. Gasp, cough. His throat emitted a strained, winded rasp. The remaining dark, golden, holy essence in his left side flickered weakly, resisting the encroaching corruption. However, the right half of his body, adorned with a chaotic skeletal arm entirely composed of ashen white, bears the grotesque imprints of distorted, dimly pulsating runes of chaos, emanating a frigid and malevolent aura, akin to a living, avaricious serpent, tightly coiling around him. The price of his transformation transcends the mere loss of flesh and blood. The chilling and chaotic will originating from the severed finger of chaos relentlessly surges through this bony arm, striking against his consciousness with increasing ferocity. Countless blasphemous whispers, illusions of destruction, and an insatiable hunger that devours all coalesce like myriad icy steel needles, mercilessly piercing his soul. Each assault plunges him into a darkness, his awareness spiraling into a vortex of chaos, teetering on the brink of utter oblivion. Even more terrifying is the insidious erosion. The ashen aura of chaos creeps along the juncture of the skeletal arm and shoulder, like a maggot burrowing greedily towards his still intact torso. Beneath the skin of his left arm, a pallid hue faintly glimmers, while the muscles of his chest, as the gray mist sweeps by, are seized by waves of excruciating pain, as if stripped of life. In the wheel of fate, the sea of suffering churns with gray-black murky waves. The 5 emerald lotus petals' radiance suppressed as if shrouded in thick dust, transmitting a mournful, fragile lament. The core of the star's divine essence is ensconced in a layer of viscous gray mist, each heartbeat appearing excruciatingly laborious, signaling an impending extinguishment. This skeletal arm serves as a vessel of power, a key to the abyss of chaos. It is assimilating. It is consuming its master. Kakarot's left eye is fixated on the center of the scorched earth below, where the remnants of the devourer lord lie, resembling shattered crystalline mirrors. At the core of this crystalline structure, a faint, pure, and ancient glow of chaos hovers, akin to a dormant star embryo, quietly suspended. Its aura resonates subtly with the chaotic severed finger in the wheel of fate, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of stability. Simultaneously, the allure emanating from the depths of the crystal pointing toward the core of the divine mountain below becomes increasingly distinct, as if silently beckoning. It serves as a coordinate pointing towards a path of survival. Below, something awaits, Kakarot. Gritting his teeth against the tumult in his consciousness and the numbing invasion of his body, fixes his gaze, interwoven with shades of gray and dark gold, upon that crystalline structure. His instincts scream in alarm. Should he linger here, he will soon be entirely consumed by this chaotic skeletal arm, transforming into the next puppet of chaos. The attraction from deep within the crystal is the only variable. Move. He clenches his jaw, extracting the last vestige of power from the core of the star's divine essence and the remaining sanctified vitality of his left half, transforming into a flickering stream of light as he plunges toward the crystalline structure below. Be careful, my lord, the Grand Elder gasps, sensing Kakarot's reckless charge towards the eerie crystal. With his vast experience, he can discern that Kakarot's current state is dire. The aura emanating from his right arm sending shivers through his very soul. Is that crystal a blessing or a curse? In an instant, Kakarot's figure vanishes into the shattered mirror-like crystalline space. Contrary to his expectations, he does not experience the sensation of spatial rending. Rather, it feels as if he has passed through a viscous and warm curtain of water. The scene before him shifts dramatically. No longer does he behold the charred surface of the divine mountain, but instead, a vast underground cavity torn asunder. The scale of the cavity exceeds imagination, as if some great force has violently excavated it from the mountain's core. The walls of the cavity do not consist of rock. Instead, they present a dark red crystalline structure, smooth as glass, formed from high-temperature melting and rapid cooling, riddled with enormous, claw-like fissures exuding remnants of sulfur and destruction. Clearly, this was once the core battlefield where the three-headed mother worm was initially sealed or attempted to break free. At the center of the cavity, contrary to the anticipated ancient altar or sealing core, lies a cocoon, an enormous cocoon, nearly indescribable, entirely composed of pale flames. These flames do not burn. Instead, they flow like solidified liquid crystal, entwining to form an elliptical cocoon nearly 100 meters in height. The flames are icy, devoid of warmth, yet radiate a sanctity and purifying power sufficient to freeze the soul. The surface of the cocoon is adorned with countless intricate and arcane ancient runes that flicker in and out of visibility with the flow of pale flames, constituting a vast and complex sealing system. The atmosphere of destruction and filth enveloping the entire cavity is silently purified and dispelled as it approaches this pale flame cocoon. However, at this moment, the colossal pale flame cocoon appears to be in a dire state. Its surface is marred by horrifying, massive cracks. These fissures plunge into the abyss, their edges stained with viscous dark green ichor and shattered exoskeleton fragments, clearly the wounds inflicted by the mother worm's claws. Through the cracks, one can glimpse the interior of the cocoon, which is not solid matter but a surging, boundless expanse of pure white, sacred fire essence. Yet, at this moment, this essence is violently turbulent, leaking away. Like a water bag pierced by countless holes, pristine energy streams continuously from those fissures, transforming into wisps of pale mist that merge into the dark red crystal walls, seemingly struggling to maintain some semblance of balance. The core of the sacred fire of the divine mountain. It has been gravely injured by the mother worm and is continuously weakening, leaking away. Kakarot's gaze is instantly drawn to what lies beneath the flame cocoon. Just beneath the pale flame cocoon, approximately 10 meters above the ground, hovers a piece of irregular polyhedral crystal no larger than a human head. This crystal exudes a profound hue, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, neither black nor white, encompassing all while annihilating all. It is the very essence of the chaotic source light within the crystalline structure. At this moment, this pure chaotic source light emits a faint yet stable glow. It extends countless delicate strands, resembling threads of law, deeply embedding themselves into the core of the enormous pale flame cocoon above, as if drawing sustenance, or perhaps maintaining. An ineffable, ancient aura filled with contradictions and balance emanates from the connection between this chaotic crystal and the pale flame cocoon. Buzz. The instant Kakarot steps into this core cavity, the chaotic severed finger that had lain dormant after devouring the source of the demon lord erupts with unprecedented fervor. No longer is it the cold greed, but rather a longing to return, a yearning for wholeness. This pulsation targets the suspended chaotic crystal. Almost simultaneously, Kakarot's right arm, that lifeless, ashen skeletal arm, appears to have been infused with a frenzied catalyst. A resonant hum reverberates. The dimly distorted runes upon its surface suddenly blaze with blinding gray light. An insatiable will to consume and assimilate, far exceeding previous levels in coldness, ferocity, and greed, surges forth like a flood, violently assaulting Kakarot's consciousness. Kakarot emits a piercing shriek, his form struck as if by an invisible hammer, suddenly kneeling upon the ground. His left eye is instantly overtaken by ashen white, with only a flicker of dark gold desperately struggling. The gray-white in his right eye deepens, as if a chaotic vortex is forming within the depths of his pupil. The speed of erosion escalates dramatically. The ashen aura spreads like a plague, ravenously encroaching upon his neck and heart. The skin of his left arm begins to lose its luster, revealing a grayish pattern. Heart-devouring, this skeletal arm, spurred by the chaotic crystal, seeks to utterly consume his will and seize his sanctified body. No, get away. The remnants of Kakarot will roar defiantly as his left fist ignites with the last flicker of golden flame, striking fiercely against his right shoulder. He attempts to awaken clarity through pain, to halt the encroachment. Boom. The collision of golden flame and gray-white aura produces a sizzling sound of annihilation. Yet the effect is minimal. The gray-white aura merely pauses momentarily before surging forth with even greater ferocity. Lord Kakarot. A hoarse and resolute roar echoed from the cavern's entrance. The Grand Elder of the Flame Clan. Against all odds, he dragged his battered and nearly extinguished form, accompanied by a handful of resilient warriors capable of movement, as they forcefully traversed the crystalline barrier of space and plunged into the core void. They witnessed the horrifying sight of Kakarot being eroded by the skeletal arm. Writhing in anguish, the Grand Elder's murky, aged eyes instantly locked onto the colossal pale fire cocoon, as well as the core position at its base, penetrated by the chaotic crystal's roots. A fervent light akin to martyrdom erupted in his gaze. The ancestral sacred fire, the source, exhaustion. His voice bore the weight of blood-curdling lamentation. Chaos, a poison, yet also an anchor? So it is, so it is. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of it all. Raising his cracked-boned staff with a sudden fervor, and with the last remnants of his strength, he plunged it fiercely into his own chest. Splurt, scalding. Golden red blood gushed forth, splattering onto the bone staff. With my frail body, with my clan's blood, summon the ancestral sacred fire. Purify the corruption of chaos. Protect the seed of the sacred body. Boom. The Grand Elder's battered form and the bloodied staff ignited in pale flames. This fire did not originate from the outside, but blazed forth from the deepest recesses of his being. Born from the lineage of the Flame Clan that had endured through countless generations. This was the fire of life, the fire of inheritance. This feeble yet profoundly pure flame, imbued with the will of sacrifice and protection, surged forth like a moth drawn to the flame, unhesitatingly racing towards the core position at the base of the immense pale fire cocoon, where the chaotic crystal's roots extended deep. Grand Elder. The surviving Flame Clan warriors cried out in heart-wrenching agony, yet without hesitation, they pounded their chests, expelling their life essence in the form of weak blood flames. Following the Grand Elder's fire of life. Buzz. As the sacred fire, born of the Grand Elder, collided with the base of the fire cocoon. The enormous and frail pale cocoon trembled violently. It was as if a long drought had met a refreshing rain, like a candle on the verge of extinguishment being replenished with fresh oil. The pale flames flowing over the cocoon's surface suddenly flared with brilliance. A sacred purification force, far clearer and purer than before, imbued with the will of protection, surged along the countless chaotic beams rooted within, rushing upward with relentless vigor. It crashed violently against the human head-sized chaotic crystal. Sizzle. Like scalding holy oil poured over ice, a piercing sound of annihilation resonated throughout the cavern. The profound, light-absorbing surface of the chaotic crystal trembled violently for the first time. The previously stable, swirling chaotic hues erupted into disordered ripples, as the pure chaotic source light clashed wildly with the surging pale sacred fire, annihilating each other. The countless law beams extending from the crystal, embedded in the fire cocoon's core, quivered and twisted under the impact of this frenzied purification backlash, even showing signs of minute fractures. Roar. Almost simultaneously with the purification force's counterstrike against the chaotic crystal, Kakarot's right arm, that lifeless, gray-white chaotic skeletal limb, erupted with a piercing shriek. As if seared by a scorching iron, the twisted runes etched upon its surface flickered erratically, gray light dimming and brightening chaotically, an overwhelming will of chaos, pain, and extreme ferocity surged forth, striking Kakarot's faltering consciousness like millions of glowing needles. Ugh! Kakarot emitted a beast-like wail, his body crumpling as if struck by an invisible hammer, twisting violently on the ground. The gray-white corruption on his right side spread with the fury of an enraged serpent, rapidly encroaching upon his neck, left chest, and even half of his face, which soon became marred with lifeless gray patterns. The last remnants of dark gold in his left eye were nearly submerged. Same source. The chaotic crystal and the skeletal arm share the same origin. Purifying the crystal equates to scorching the essence of the arm. Yet, just as this ultimate agony and chaos threatened to completely engulf Kakarot's last shred of awareness. Buzz, deep within his wheel of fate, that dormant chaotic severed finger sensed the tumultuous impact of the purification force upon the chaotic crystal, causing ripples in its source. It erupted with an unprecedented, pure desire and instinct to devour. No longer merely resonating passively, it transformed into a torrent of domineering will, instantly overwhelming the chaotic impact wrought by the skeletal arm, forcefully integrating into the core of Kakarot's consciousness. Consume it. Devour that crystal. It is the part one am missing. It is the key to my return. This will cold, ancient, and unquestionable, resounded like a decree of the highest law. Meanwhile, the vast purification sacred fire, in its fierce consumption, inevitably released a portion of its essence. These dispersed, extraordinarily pure purification flames fell like unclaimed rain upon Kakarot's curled, chaotic corrupted body. Hiss, like cold water poured over a red-hot iron. Intense white steam erupted. The areas of Kakarot's body, particularly the remaining dark gold sacred flesh on his left side, reacted fiercely upon contact with this dispersing divine fire. The gray-white essence was scorched and purified, emitting a sizzling sound that brought forth excruciating pain. Yet simultaneously, this pure life-purifying force, like the most potent of remedies, forcefully injected itself into his parched wheel of fate, stimulating his nearly depleted star core and those 5 tightly suppressed emerald lotus petals. Pain. Excruciating pain. On one side, the chaotic skeletal arm's essence was being scorched in chaotic agony, while on the other, the sacred fire's purifying encroachment forcefully infused vitality, tearing him apart. Kakarot felt as though both his body and soul were cast into the most merciless of furnaces. On one side, the cold chaos of the abyss tugged and devoured, while on the other, the fire that incinerates all things forged and purified. His consciousness, caught in this dichotomy, was like a small vessel amidst a raging tempest, on the verge of complete disintegration at any moment. I cannot die. I cannot succumb. The blood feud of Planet Vegeta remains unavenged. The path of the sacred body has yet to reach its conclusion. My companions on Earth are still waiting, Bulma. Countless fragmented images from past and present flashed frantically within his shattering awareness. A thirst for power, an obsession with protection, an exploration of the unknown. All the resentment, fury, and yearning in this fleeting moment are utterly ignited and fused by the boundless agony, transforming into an indomitable will to survive that transcends all limits and reaches the pinnacle of purity. A roar, unlike that of any human. A blend of the Saiyan battle cry and the defiant roar of the sacred body erupts explosively from the depths of Kakarot's throat, within the depths of his left eye, which is nearly consumed by a pallid gray. A faint yet tenacious dark golden light flickers to life, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, suddenly bursting into flames. This is the moment. The remnants of Kakarot's will, sharp as the most precise blade, seize the chilling and pure intent of devourance emanating from the chaotic severed finger, finding the sole opportunity to briefly converge with his unyielding will to survive in the crucible of suffering. No longer resisting the instinct to be consumed by the severed finger, he instead embraces it. He channels all his remaining strength, the last vestiges of sacred blood energy burning within his left half, the faint life force struggling to bloom from the 5 lotus petals in the wheel of life, the final divine energy extracted from the heart of the star core, and the indomitable heart fire ignited and tempered by agony, which melds the Saiyan bloodline with the will of the sacred body, all as fuel, frantically pouring into the chaotic severed finger that yearns to devour. With my body, with my soul, with my indomitable battle blood as a guide. Devour. Boom. Within the wheel of life, the chaotic severed finger suddenly erupts with an unprecedented gray divine light, a symbol on its surface, already slightly solidified from devouring the essence of the demon lord, now shines forth in clarity and completeness. An overwhelming, pure, and domineering force of chaotic devourance transforms into a meticulously condensed gray beam of light, disregarding spatial distance, and fiercely shoots from his brow, striking with unerring precision at the chaotic crystal, which is currently being fervently purified by sacred fire and undergoing violent fluctuations of its essence. This devouring beam is no longer the chaotic erosion of before. It embodies a higher-grade plunder, as if a king were reclaiming his lost power. Hiss! The gray beam instantly pierces through the tumultuous force field where the frenzied sacred fire and chaotic source light intertwine, violently penetrating the core of the chaotic crystal. Hum! The chaotic crystal emits an unprecedented, mournful tremor. Its surface, in its primal chaotic hue, surges wildly, attempting to resist this higher-level devourance. But under the dual onslaught of the purifying sacred fire, its resistance appears utterly futile. The pure, ancient chaotic essence is brutally extracted and plundered by that gray beam, transforming into a torrent of chaotic source energy that frantically rushes back into Kakarot's wheel of life, greedily absorbed by the severed finger. The brilliance of the severed finger grows ever more radiant, with symbols on its surface lighting up and completing. A more complete, profound, and terrifying aura of chaos begins to permeate the air. However, as the essence of the chaotic crystal is ravenously consumed by the severed finger, its connection to the vast white fire cocoon above is forcibly severed. Without the peculiar anchor of the chaotic crystal, the white sacred fire essence, already on the brink of collapse due to the mother worm's devastating blow, trembles violently, as if it has lost its last support. Boom! On the surface of the massive fire cocoon, the horrific cracks torn by the mother worm instantly spread at a visible speed, expanding wildly. The vast, unbound white sacred fire essence erupts like a starry river breached, violently spewing forth from countless fissures. No longer a mere continuous leak, but a complete disintegration and release. At last, it is liberated, a grand, ancient thought laden with endless weariness and a hint of relief, akin to a final sigh, sweeps across the entire void alongside the surging sacred fire essence. This torrent of sacred fire essence, now devoid of target and restraint, with its destructive purifying power, instantaneously inundates the chaotic crystal below, which is being drained of its essence by the severed finger. It also engulfs Kakarot, who is enduring dual suffering and guiding the devourance entirely. Boom! An indescribable brilliance erupts at the core of the divine mountain. The colors of white and chaos intertwine, annihilating everything. The entire vast void shakes violently, with the dark red crystalline walls shattering inch by inch. A cataclysmic energy storm sweeps through all. Kakarot's figure vanishes in an instant at the heart of the destructive torrent of white and chaos. Only his gray-white chaotic bone arm remains, flickering in and out of visibility within the torrent, half engulfed in the frenzied flames of sacred fire and half in the greedy consumption of chaos. Within the wheel of life, the chaotic severed finger, while consuming the essence of the crystal, is also ruthlessly scoured by the raging torrent of sacred fire essence. The severed finger trembles, gray light and sacred fire fiercely clash. The surface symbols, just lit and completed, begin to slowly, passively merge into Kakarot's own wheel of life's secret realm under the baptism of the sacred fire. They intertwine with the 5 emerald lotus petals, the sea of bitterness, and the fountain of life in an ineffable fusion. The heart of the star core wails under the violent energy impact, its cracks spreading everywhere. Yet it is also forced to madly absorb the dissipating divine-level energy, the torrent of destruction, the dual baptism of devourance and burning. The chaotic severed finger and the sacred fire essence undergo a double cleansing. The remnants of the sacred body and the wheel of life's secret realm stand on the brink of shattering, welcoming an unknown transformation. Chapter 37. Ashen Rebirth, Chaotic Sacred Embryo. Destruction. A pure, all-consuming torrent of annihilation sweeps through every corner of the core of the divine mountain. The essence of the white sacred fire, having lost the peculiar anchor of the chaotic crystal, erupts completely like a furious ocean unleashed from its last restraint, carrying the accumulated purifying might of eons and the wrath of disintegration. The last remnants of essence left after the chaotic crystal was devoured evaporate in an instant within this frenzied torrent of sacred fire. At the very center of this storm of destruction, Kakarot endures an unprecedented dual baptism. External refinement. The vast, boundless essence of the white sacred fire, like countless red-hot hammers, fiercely washes and forges his shattered form with the sacred will to purify all. The lifeless gray-white chaotic bone arm bears the brunt of it. The distorted symbols burned into the surface of the bone arm emit a piercing lament in the flames of sacred fire, the gray light being forcibly suppressed and stripped away. The chaotic, dead bones constituting the bone arm, like impurities thrown into a furnace, are gradually incinerated under the purifying flames, the lifeless gray gradually fading to reveal a deeper, more introspective hue, akin to the primordial chaos of the universe. The form of the bone arm transforms under the shaping of the sacred fire, evolving from grotesque finger bones into a more fluid and combat-suited shape, a dim metallic sheen subtly flowing within its depths. More crucially, the gray-white chaotic aura that had been eroding Kakarot's body along the bone arm swiftly dissolves and vanishes like snow exposed to the scorching sun. Under the relentless cleansing of the purifying sacred fire, the previously eroded gray pallor of his left chest, neck, and cheek is rejuvenated, radiating the dark golden light of the sacred body. Though the process is akin to scraping bones to cure poison, inflicting soul-rending agony, the erosion is forcibly halted and reversed. Internal refinement. Within the wheel of life, the scene is even more tumultuous. The severed finger that has consumed the essence of the chaotic crystal is now enveloped entirely in a gray chaotic divine light, resembling a miniature cosmic embryo. Exuding an ancient and terrifying aura, its surface, once marred by incomplete symbols, is now not only completely illuminated and completed, but also flows with profound chaotic rhythms. Yet, this terrifying severed finger is far from placid. The raging torrent of sacred fire essence does not merely act upon its surface. The vast purifying power penetrates flesh and blood, directly charging into Kakarot's wheel of life's secret realm, violently colliding with the brilliantly radiant chaotic severed finger. The severed finger trembles violently, instinctively resisting. Amidst the tumultuous clash of gray, chaotic divine light and the pure, pale holy fire, an annihilating force erupted, causing the entire Wheel Sea secret realm to tremble violently. The bitter sea surged with towering waves, and the divine power of the life spring became a chaotic torrent. Yet, in the midst of this cataclysmic confrontation, an unexpected transformation occurred. On the surface of the severed finger, several recently ignited and most complete chaotic runes, under the relentless and furious onslaught of the holy fire, began to lose their absolute independence. Strands of pure chaotic principles, akin to molten gold, started to peel away from the runes, flowing forth. These liberated chaotic principles did not dissipate. Rather, they were swept away by the violent currents of holy fire, akin to sparks flying from a blacksmith's forge, fiercely branding and melding into Kakarot's own Wheel Sea secret realm. Boom! The bitter sea boiled, as the fragments of chaotic principles fused. The originally dark golden waters deepened in hue, and faint glimmers, reminiscent of stardust, began to emerge, exuding an aura that harmonized both inclusivity and annihilation. The boundaries of the bitter sea seemed to stretch ever so slightly with the incorporation of the chaotic principles, a subtle yet profound evolution. 5 emerald lotus petals swayed fervently. The overwhelming life-purifying power brought forth by the holy fire nurtured them best, as their waning brilliance rapidly revived, growing even more lush and vibrant. The assimilated chaotic principle fragments acted as the most domineering catalyst, igniting a qualitative transformation in the life essence inherent within the petals. The edges of the petals began to manifest a dim, chaotic golden outline. Life and chaos, seemingly opposing forces, commenced a painstaking symbiosis within the crucible of holy fire. The life spring erupted. The divine power was no longer a pure golden hue, but instead was mingled with wisps of chaotic gray mist. This gray mist did not erode the divine power. Rather, it imbued it with the weight of heavy gravel, making it denser and more destructive. The star-core divine source heart wailed under the impact of the dual torrents. Its surface was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, seemingly on the verge of complete shattering. Yet, it remained the core of the divine source that enveloped the world, containing the most primordial essence of heaven and earth. On the brink of annihilation, it was compelled to unleash its final potential. It voraciously absorbed the divine source-level energy diffusing within the torrents, while simultaneously forcing the wisps of chaotic principle fragments, tempered by the holy fire, along with the immense life-purifying force, into a fusion. It struggled in its fragmentation, metamorphosing amidst destruction. At its core, a singular, purer, and more reclusive point of light, embodying both chaos and life essence, was laboriously gestating. Kakarot's consciousness, amidst this terrifying baptism of dual destruction and rebirth, transcended the limits of pain, entering a peculiar state of chaotic void. He felt as though he had transformed into a speck of dust from the dawn of the universe, drifting amidst the tides of chaos. At times, he was torn by the frigid currents of chaos, his consciousness sinking into boundless nothingness. At others, he was enveloped by the warm luminescence of holy fire, as if returning to the womb. Fragments of memories from past and present, the primal imprint of the holy body, the Saiyan warrior bloodline, and the cold will of the chaotic severed finger were all repeatedly forged, melded, and refined in the crucible of chaos and holy fire. An indistinct, entirely new silhouette began to coalesce with great difficulty deep within this chaotic void of consciousness. Time became irrelevant. Whether it was a fleeting moment or an eternity mattered not. Within the hollow core, the cataclysmic flood of white holy fire finally subsided. The enormous fire cocoon vanished entirely, leaving behind only a smoothly refined, dark red glassy pit, still radiating a faint warmth. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped this space. At the center of the pit stood a cocoon formed of ashes and still warm glass crystals, quietly erect. Crack. A faint sound of cracking resonated. A fissure spread across the cocoon's surface. Soon after, a second and a third followed. With a crash, ashes and glass shells fell away, revealing a figure rising from within. It was Kakarot. He stood bare, his well-proportioned and muscular form covered by a thin layer of ash, akin to a birth membrane, which slipped away to reveal a rejuvenated body beneath. His skin was no longer a mere dark golden hue, but instead radiated a warm, ancient jade-like luster, with dark golden and faint gray auras swirling beneath the surface, brimming with power and resilience. The previously rampant wounds had vanished without a trace, leaving only faint, battle-like markings. Most striking was his right arm. The deathly gray-white chaotic bone arm had vanished. In its stead was an intact arm adorned with bizarre bone armor. The armor displayed a profound chaotic hue, neither metal nor stone, with dim runes flowing across its surface as if alive, extending to the shoulder, seamlessly merging with the normal skin of the left arm without a hint of awkwardness. His fingers were elongated, joints distinct, with tips wreathed in an almost imperceptible grayish sharpness that could absorb light. The entire arm no longer exuded a cold, aggressive aura. Instead, it contained a weighty, ancient power, as if capable of crushing stars. Kakarot slowly opened his eyes. His left eye, with a pupil as deep as dark golden stars, burned with indomitable fighting spirit and the divine radiance of the holy body. In contrast, his right eye harbored a swirling abyss of chaotic starlight, cold and indifferent, yet containing a profound essence that could devour all. He lowered his gaze to his hands. His left fist clenched, dark golden vitality surged beneath his skin, emitting a low rumble like distant thunder. The fist covered in bone armor slowly closed, devoid of vitality flow, yet causing the surrounding space to emit a faint, strained groan. Within the wheel sea, the scene had dramatically transformed. The bitter sea was vast and profound, its dark golden waters intermingled with flecks of chaotic stardust, creating a grand spectacle. 5 verdant lotus petals floated atop, their edges traced with chaotic golden outlines, brimming with life essence that was both vigorous and subdued. The divine power surging from the life spring resembled a star river woven from dark gold and gray mist, dense and weighty. Meanwhile, the star core divine source heart, though still marred by cracks and slightly diminished in size, pulsated steadily at its core, radiating an even purer and more refined energy wave. The most significant change came from above the bitter sea. The severed chaotic finger had vanished. In its place floated a chaotic rune, suspended in the center between the bitter sea and the lotus petals. This rune was complex and profound to the utmost degree, seemingly composed of countless shattered stars and obliterated laws, slowly rotating and emanating a chaotic aura that, while derived from the former severed finger, was now more complete and deeper. It was no longer an alien entity but rather the core nexus of the Wheel Sea secret realm, intricately linked with the bitter sea, life spring, lotus petals, and divine source heart, with threads of chaotic principles naturally flowing through every corner of the realm, becoming an inseparable part of it. The ancient holy body Wheel Sea secret realm had assimilated the chaotic principles, forging a chaotic holy womb. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. This strength far surpassed the pinnacle he had attained before opening the Tao Palace secret realm. It was not merely a quantitative enhancement, but a qualitative leap. His flesh, divine power, and life essence were all imbued with a touch of chaotic characteristics, rendering them more resilient, destructive, and indelible. Yet, beneath this newfound strength, the chaotic starlight in Kakarot's right eye subtly shifted, cold and rational. He acutely sensed that the assimilated chaotic principles acted as a double-edged sword. They brought forth power, but also deeper unknowns and shackles. That core chaotic rune was both a source of strength and potentially a deeper imprint. The Flame Clan. Kakarot's gaze swept across the edge of the vast pit. There lay only a few charred remnants of the Flame Clan warriors, alongside the traces of the Grand Elder's staff, now reduced to ashes. Their fiery essence, along with the shattered source of the sacred flames, had transformed into the very kindling that would forge him anew, purifying him as he underwent this rebirth. He remained silent, his hand, encased in bone armor, slowly raised. Fingers slightly splayed towards the remnants of the Flame Clan at the edge of the chasm. A faint yet pure force, embodying the qualities of chaotic inclusivity and sacred flame purification, flowed from his palm, gently enveloping the remnants like a delicate veil. The final vestige of destruction lingering upon them was quietly cleansed, leaving behind the purest trace of life's last breath. At that moment, a crack, crackle, crack, echoed from the depths of the pit. The dark red glassy floor, smoothed by intense heat, suddenly split open, revealing a vast fissure. Within its depths was no rock or magma, but an extremely unstable region emanating weak spatial fluctuations, a distorted zone. At the core of this distortion, a faint yet familiar pale spark flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to leap forth. It was the last remnant of the sacred flame's essence, a true seed of divine fire that had somehow evaded complete annihilation, now flickering uncertainly as the spatial rift expanded, on the verge of being entirely consumed by chaotic spatial currents. Simultaneously, at the fissure's edge, a palm-sized fragment of dark red stone, cracked and battered, was being drawn into the chaotic forces of the space, perilously close to plunging into the abyss. The fragment bore several ancient runes, pulsating with a faint resonance akin to that of the guardian stone from the sacred mountain, the legacy of the Flame Clan. Karot's right eye, the chaotic star sphere, began to rotate, while his left eye's dark golden pupil abruptly constricted. Chapter 38. The Legacy of the Flame, the Return to the Void. At the pit's bottom, the spatial rift expanded like a monstrous maw, rapidly widening. The chaotic spatial currents sliced through the surrounding glassy surface with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Deep within the fissure, the distorted region bubbled like a boiling pot, violently tearing apart everything in its vicinity. That faint pale spark, akin to a firefly amidst a storm, flickered uncertainly in the tumult of spatial currents, swaying as if it might extinguish at any moment. It was the last remnant of the sacred flame, the sole ember remaining after the brutal sacrifice, and the final hope for the continuation of their legacy. The cracked fragment of the dark red stone, caught in the chaotic forces of space, tumbled like a leaf in a storm, spiraling towards the destructive vortex of the rift. The ancient runes on the fragment emitted a weak yet resilient pulse, as if silently recounting the sealed past and the oaths of protection of the sacred mountain. Deep within Karot's right eye, the swirling chaotic star sphere suddenly accelerated. The cold calculations and instinctual spatial perceptions swept over the fissure. Time was running out. The rift's collapse was imminent. Whether he rushed in directly or attempted to utilize divine power to retrieve it, he could not catch up to the rapidly descending stone fragment and the soon-to-be-extinguished spark. The ferocious spatial currents were capable of shredding any conventional means. A cold snort escaped Karot's throat, imbued with the inherent indifference and dominance of the newly born chaotic sacred vessel. Without the slightest hesitation, he abruptly raised his right arm. With fingers spread wide, he directed his hand towards the rapidly collapsing spatial rift and clenched it fiercely. Buzz! In the midst of the ocean of chaos, the suspended core chaotic runes suddenly illuminated. An arcane and formidable force erupted, as if capable of stabilizing the void itself. The chaotic divine ability, Void Restraint. Rather than directly confronting the violent spatial forces, it aimed to solidify. By invoking his own chaotic principles, he forcibly disrupted and delayed the spatial laws governing the target area. A bizarre scene unfolded. The rapidly expanding, tumultuous spatial rift visibly slowed, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button. The spreading cracks at the rift's edge became lethargic, and the swirling chaotic currents within diminished their speed. The entire rift area seemed to be immersed in a viscous, chaotic mire, though unable to entirely halt the collapse. This momentary delay was sufficient. Just as the fissure was forcibly stilled by the power of Void Restraint, Karot's left eye exploded with dark golden brilliance. The move secret. His body transformed into an elusive afterimage, transcending spatial barriers, instantly appearing at the edge of the delayed rift. Swiftly, he was there, as if it were his destined place. His right hand, still outstretched, reached for the tumbling stone fragment. Buzz! An invisible force, imbued with the primal gravity of chaos, enveloped the stone fragment. The fragment's descent abruptly halted, as if caught by unseen threads, and it swiftly reversed course, settling securely into Karot's armored palm. The fragment felt slightly heavy, its touch icy, and the ancient runes upon it transmitted a faint sense of sorrow and guardianship. Meanwhile, Karot's left hand, with fingers poised like a sword, gathered a delicate, unique energy that fused chaotic inclusivity with sacred flame purification, an essence exclusive to his newly born sacred vessel. He moved with grace yet swiftness, his fingertip, imbued with the will to protect, precisely touching the flickering pale spark amidst the delayed chaos. There was no thunderous clash. That faint yet pure energy encased the dancing pale spark like the gentlest of vessels, containing it. The spark, akin to a fledgling bird returning to its nest, sensing the familiar will of guardianship, ceased its struggles and nestled quietly upon Karot's fingertip, emanating a weak yet stable warmth. Having completed this act, Karot did not spare a glance at the fissure below, which was on the verge of breaking free from the constraints of Void Restraint and erupting entirely. His form transformed once more into an afterimage as he activated the move, Secret, retreating to the relative safety at the edge of the vast pit. Boom! Almost as he vacated his original position, the effects of Void Restraint, were completely shattered by the violent forces of space. The immense rift, like a volcano pushed to its limits, erupted with a deafening roar. An even more terrifying torrent of spatial chaos surged forth, instantly obliterating the very ground he had just occupied, devouring it into a realm of chaotic void. The violent shockwaves swept toward him, rustling Kakarot's garments violently. He stood at the edge of the storm, the runes on his right arm glowing faintly, effortlessly negating the impact. With his left hand cradling the pulsating pale spark and his right hand gripping the cold stone fragment, his gray eyes calmly surveyed the newly born, ever-twisting ruins of space below. The core of the sacred mountain had, at last, come to a definitive end. The mother of insects, the demon lord, the sacred flame. The Flame Clan, all enmities dissolved into dust. It is time to depart, Kakarot whispered. The spatial structure in this place had been utterly shattered, and the violent spatial fluctuations acted like a beacon in the night, likely to attract unwelcome scrutiny at any moment. He needed to swiftly locate a secure refuge, to assimilate the gains from this rebirth, and to ascertain the purpose of these two relics. He closed his eyes, the runes of the chaotic core at his brow swirling, his formidable consciousness spreading out like mercury, merging with the surrounding chaotic spatial fluctuations. The newly birthed chaotic sacred vessel possessed an enhanced perception of space. The chaotic currents, in his awareness, transformed from mere destructive disorder into a discernible pattern, like the turbulent undercurrents beneath a raging river. He swiftly discerned a relatively tranquil spatial current leading to a stable spatial node at the periphery of the ruins of the Divine Mountain. With his eyes wide open, Kakarot's right eye, the chaotic star sphere, locked onto the intangible entrance of that passage. No longer hesitating, he cautiously stowed away the pale ember in his left hand, while his right hand firmly grasped a fragment of the stone tablet. Dark gold and gray divine energy swirled around him, enveloping him in a chaotic battle attire. With a single step forward, his figure was instantly engulfed by the formless spatial current. The scenery before him transformed abruptly. No longer was he amidst the shattered core of the Divine Mountain, but rather within a bizarre, color-distorted void passage. The violent force of space assailed him like countless invisible blades, frantically slicing and compressing the divine energy shield encasing Kakarot. Had this occurred earlier, he would have needed to exert every ounce of divine power and even resort to the Tao diagram to barely withstand it. Yet now, possessing the chaotic holy fetus, his resistance to space had increased manifold. The divine energy swirling around his body was infused with strands of gray chaotic essence that flowed autonomously, acting as the most resilient buffer, quietly dismantling and annihilating the majority of the turbulent spatial tearing force encompassing it. Only a fraction of that power made its way through, easily diffused by the dark gold divine energy. As he traversed the passage, he felt the pressure yet remained as steadfast as a mountain, moving at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a ferocious and greedy roar echoed from the depths of the distorted light and shadow. A colossal, menacing apparition resembling a gigantic shark, formed from pure spatial turbulence, opened its gaping maw made of spatial fragments and lunged toward Kakarot. This creature, born of the chaotic spatial currents, survived by devouring spatial energy and unwary souls. Kakarot did not even pause. His right eye, the chaotic star sphere, subtly rotated as his cold will zeroed in on the approaching void beast. With a casual lift of his arm, clad in chaotic bone armor, he directed a grasping motion at the advancing giant shadow. There was no grandiose display, only annihilation. The massive void beast that had come near was as if seized by an invisible chaotic hand. The turbulent spatial currents constituting its body instantly froze and collapsed. Before it could emit even a mournful cry, its enormous form was crushed and compressed under an irresistible chaotic might, ultimately transforming into the most primitive particles of spatial energy, silently dissipating within the passage. The entire process was as swift as brushing away a speck of dust. Kakarot did not falter, nor did he spare a glance at the obliterated void beast, continuing to race along the spatial current. The newfound power surged within him, so potent that it filled him with an unfamiliar indifference. Uncertain of how long he had traversed the bizarre passage, a stable exit emanating the scent of sulfur finally came into view. Kakarot stepped forth. His feet met solid ground. Before him lay a desolate expanse, severed by dark red rivers of lava, littered with colossal skeletal remains. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and a profound aura of death. In the far distance, the remnants of the Divine Mountain's collapse loomed, resembling the jagged spine of a colossal beast. Here was the periphery of the Divine Mountain's ruins. Kakarot surveyed his surroundings, confirming temporary safety. He sought refuge in a natural cave formed by enormous bones and swiftly entered. Seated cross-legged, he did not immediately examine the ember or the stone tablet fragment, but instead plunged into the sea of suffering, introspecting within himself. The chaotic core runes spiraled slowly above the sea of suffering, serving as a stabilizing anchor, commanding the entire secret realm of the sea. The depths of the sea were profound, with chaotic stardust in the dark gold waters resembling a miniature universe. 5 verdant lotus petals thrived, their edges swirling with the mysterious resonance of chaos. The divine power surging from the fountain of destiny, intertwined in dark gold and gray, was dense and substantial. Though the heart of the stellar core bore cracks, the point of chaotic life pulsated steadily, emanating waves of high-level energy. The most significant transformation was in his physical form. Every inch of his being seemed to have undergone relentless forging through chaos and sacred fire, brimming with explosive power, and his affinity and resistance to space reached unprecedented heights. The chaotic bone armor on his right arm felt like an integral part of his body, with thoughts translating seamlessly into unfettered power. The chaotic holy fetus. The ultimate perfection of the sea of suffering. No, it transcended the pinnacle of perfection, entering a realm of aberration. Karoti's heart enlightened. At this moment, his sea of suffering realm, in both quality and quantity, far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the pinnacle of the sea of suffering, even brushing against the threshold of the Tao Palace's secret realm. This was entirely a qualitative transformation brought about by the fusion of chaotic principles. Yet this power, as his right eye, the chaotic star sphere, revolved, his cold reason scrutinized himself. The integration of chaotic principles resembled a double-edged sword. It bestowed upon him greater strength and potential, but also buried deeper unknowns. Was the core rune a blessing or a curse? He sensed that his mastery over chaotic power remained rudimentary, largely driven by instinct. And within the depths of the runes, it seemed that a larger, more dangerous fragment of will lay dormant. Suppressing his thoughts, Karoti turned his attention to the fruits of this journey. With a flick of his mind, the pale ember manifested in his palm. It burned quietly, exuding a faint yet pure aura of purification and life, within which lingered a trace of the tragic will of the elder from the Flame clan at the moment of sacrifice. The sacred fire, true spirit. A legacy of the Flame clan, Karoti gently touched the ember with his fingertip, attempting to infuse a strand of his essence, merged with chaos and life, into it. A hum. The ember quivered slightly, as if awakened. A weak yet distinct intention surged forth, not in words, but as an instinctual yearning to take root, to endure, to protect. Simultaneously, a fragmented and extremely vague image surged into Karoti's mind, an ancient altar ablaze with pale sacred fire, at the center of which seemed to be something enshrined, but the image was too fragmented to discern clearly. It appeared that to truly understand its secrets, or even to allow it to flourish once more, he needed to find a suitable place or medium. Karoti pondered. He returned the ember to the sea of suffering, allowing the lotus petals to continue nurturing it. Next, he retrieved the dark red fragment of the stone tablet. The fragment was cold to the touch, riddled with cracks, and several ancient runes emitted a faint pulse. Karoti concentrated divine energy at his fingertip, cautiously probing one of the runes. A hum. The rune suddenly blazed to life. A surge of intent, far stronger than before, crashed into him. No longer was it sorrowful, but rather, it conveyed a warning and a direction. The fragmented image flashed once more, an infinite star domain ablaze with flames of every hue, a dark red star bound by colossal chains, lifeless and silent. Deep within the star, something seemed to be calling? No, it felt more like a resonance originating from the same source as this fragment of the stone tablet. The image shattered. The final remnants of intent pointed toward a vague star chart coordinate deep within the star domain, along with the imprint of a name: Purgatory, Flame Star. Core Steel. Purgatory Flame Star? Steel? Karoti's right eye, the chaotic star sphere, slowly revolved as he etched that vague star chart coordinate deep into his consciousness. This fragment seemed to be merely a part of a larger stone tablet. Its main body lies at the core of the Purgatory Flame Star. This was evidently a clue pointing toward a distant future. The name alone suggested that the Purgatory Flame Star was far from benevolent. The immediate priority was to leave this planet, restore his strength, and ascertain his current time and location. Karoti stowed away the stone tablet fragment, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. He needed to find a spaceship or a sufficiently powerful energy source to execute a long-distance spatial jump. Rising to his feet, he exited the cave. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the deathly wasteland surrounding the divine mountain. His right eye, adorned with a swirling chaos star, keenly pierced through the fabric of space, instantly detecting several powerful auras racing towards him from a great distance. These auras were rife with chaos, bloodlust, and avarice, converging upon his location. It seems the stirrings of this rebirth have attracted some oblivious entities. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Carrot's lips. as he slowly clenched his right fist, encased in chaotic bone armor, emitting a low, resonant hum of space. Just in time. He would utilize these unwitting prey to test the edge of his newly forged chaotic sacred embryo. Chapter 39. The Gobi's Trial of Sharpness, the sacred embryo's first cry. The winds of the sulphurous Gobi, laden with heat and the scent of death, whipped up dark red sand, crashing against the colossal skeletal cavern with a mournful wail. Kakarot stood like a monolith at the shadowy entrance of the cave, his right eyes swirling chaos, star penetrating the swirling dust, coldly locking onto the distant figures. Five formidable auras, saturated with chaos, bloodlust, and greed, approached rapidly from three directions, akin to hyenas catching the scent of blood. Their trajectories were cunning and synchronized, subtly forming an encirclement, clearly indicating their training, far superior to the instinct-driven monsters found within the ruins of the Divine Mountain. Were they cosmic mercenaries? Or perhaps the minions of the Frieza Force? Thoughts flickered through Kakarot's mind as he tightened his fist, the dimly glowing runes on his bone armor pulsing rhythmically like breath. The newly born chaotic sacred embryo yearned for a thrilling battle to affirm its power following rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. Three figures broke through the sandstorm, crashing heavily 100 meters in front of Kakarot, stirring up clouds of dust. The foremost figure towered nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a humanoid beast. His skin bore a dull iron-gray hue, covered in a rough layer of keratin. Most striking was his left arm, replaced by a massive, glinting multi-barrel energy cannon. Its mouth gaped darkly, exuding an aura of searing heat and annihilation. Slung over his shoulder was a gigantic chainsaw battle axe, stained with dark red, dried blood, while a pair of crimson electronic eyes fixated on Kakarot, emitting a buzzing scanning sound. Codename, Anvil. To the left stood a diminutive, ghostly creature, hovering half a foot above the ground, draped in a tattered black cloak, with only 2 flickering points of eerie green flame visible beneath the hood. Lacking a physical form, it appeared as a continuously twisting shadow, radiating a chilling psychic aura that sent shivers down the spine. Codename, Shade. To the right was a cyborg, half human, half machine. Its lower body was supported by reverse-jointed mechanical legs, while its upper body was muscular yet exposed, revealing pulsating energy conduits and metallic components glowing with blue light. In its hands were 2 high-frequency vibrating curved blades, with 3 metallic shuttles hovering behind, rotating ominously and emitting a low hum. Codename, Razor. The other 2 auras lagged slightly behind, but were more sinister, lurking like venomous serpents behind the sand dunes, evidently poised to ambush or cut off retreat. Anvil's crimson electronic eyes scanned Kakarot, particularly fixating on the inhuman chaotic bone armor encasing his right arm, emitting a shrill electronic voice. Scanning, high-energy reaction, unknown life signs. Suspected core product of Divine Mountain anomaly, value, extremely high. Engage. No mercy. Roar. In the instant the command was issued, Anvil's massive multi-barrel energy cannon swung upward with ferocity. The barrels spun at blinding speed, producing a deafening roar. Boom, 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 boom. For energy beams, as thick as barrels, erupted like roaring dragons, tearing through the air with destructive heat and shockwaves, instantly engulfing the area where Kakarot stood. A horrific explosion sent flames soaring skyward, shattering the skeletal cavern's entrance and engulfing it in dust. The eerie green flames beneath Shade's hood flared violently. Invisible, needle-like psychic spikes surged forth like an unseen tide, silently piercing through the explosion's smoke and flames, ruthlessly targeting Kakarot's vicinity. Their aim was to shatter his very will. Razor's figure vanished the moment the explosion erupted. Only a blurred afterimage remained. Utilizing the terrifying speed of his mechanical legs, he swiftly circled to the side. The 2 high-frequency blades sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, glinting with the sharpness capable of cutting through battleship armor, striking at Kakarot's neck and abdomen from both sides. Simultaneously, the 3 metallic shuttles behind him shot forth like venomous snakes, aimed at Kakarot's spine, knee, and temple. A coordinated assault. A direct onslaught of technological firepower. An invisible psychic assassination. A mechanical enhanced close-quarters kill, perfectly synchronized and ruthlessly lethal. This was the art of slaughter honed through countless hunts on the fringes of the cosmos. Amidst the smoke and flames, Kakarot's figure vanished. No, he did not disappear. He moved with such swiftness it seemed he transcended reality. Just as the energy cannon was about to strike, and the psychic spikes and blades locked onto him in an instant, a dark golden light exploded from his left eye. Move secret. His body seemed to merge with space itself, transforming into an elusive distortion of light, moving with a terrifying efficiency that surpassed Razor's mechanical speed. Slipping through the gaps between the energy beams, evading the psychic spikes lock, and escaping the encirclement of the blades in a blink. Only the shattered entrance of the cavern and deep gorges remained. What? Razor's blades cut through empty air, his blue eyes flashing in disbelief. His speed sensors had failed to capture how his opponent had moved. Be careful. Anvil's electronic eye flickered wildly. The cannon's mouth swung around, attempting to lock onto the spectral figure appearing at his flank. But Kakarot was faster. His figure appeared as if teleporting above Shade's floating position. This soul-targeting assassin had almost zero physical defense. Kakarot did not even utilize his right arm's bone armor. He merely hovered high above, his left eye ablaze with an indomitable will, and unleashed a deep, authoritative roar that resonated on a soul level towards the twisted shadow below. Begone! Boom! Like the tolling of a great bell echoing in the depths of the soul. The will of the chaotic sacred embryo, tempered in the fires of sanctity and forged in chaos, was profoundly resilient. This was not a psychic attack, but a pure exertion of willpower. The eerie green flames beneath Shade's hood flickered like a candle in a tempest, dimming and swaying. The twisted shadow emitted a mournful, inhuman psychic wail, as if seared by a red-hot iron. Its psychic field collapsed instantly, its form exploding like smoke struck by a heavy hammer, scattering into countless dissipating black threads that frantically fled, losing all combat capability in an instant. One strike, neutralizing the psychic assassin. Damn it! Anvil's roar, accompanied by the screech of metal against metal, echoed as his massive chainsaw battle axe swept towards Kakarot with the sound of air being torn apart. Simultaneously, his multi-barrel cannon roared again, unleashing energy beams that sealed off all of Kakarot's escape routes. Razor reacted swiftly, the two high-frequency blades striking like fangs, coordinated with the three shuttles that shot forth from another angle, prepared to ensnare him. Kakarot's gaze was icy. This time, he would neither dodge nor evade. Facing the sweeping chainsaw axe, he unleashed the terrifying power and annihilation properties of his chaotic bone armor-covered right arm, striking out with an open hand, targeting the high-speed rotating teeth capable of shredding alloy. Seeking death, Anvil grinned savagely, as if envisioning the scene of Kakarot's arm being ground into pulp. Swoosh! A jarring sound erupted, akin to a dull blade scraping across glass. The anticipated carnage did not materialize. The invincible teeth of the chainsaw, upon making contact with the palm of the chaotic bone armor, abruptly halted its high-speed rotation, as though ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Subsequently, the resilient alloy composing the saw teeth dissolved at a visible rate, akin to metal subjected to a potent acid, before the incredulous gaze of the anvil, evaporating into fine metallic dust. What in the world is this? The electronic eyes of the anvil seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets. Kakarot clenched his right arm. Crack! The colossal chainsaw battle axe, along with the anvil's metallic cannon arm, was crushed into mere fragments by the 5 fingers of the chaotic bone armor, which harbored the essence of annihilation. Metal shards and the splintering blue light of energy conduits erupted in all directions. The anvil emitted a piercing scream, its massive form staggering backward, sparks flying wildly from the severed arm. Simultaneously, Kakarot's left fist was clenched tightly. Dark gold and gray divine power surged forth. Chaotic holy fist, bereft of flamboyant techniques. It was merely the raw explosion of power. With a single punch unleashed, the air groaned under the burden of its force. Energy beams racing towards him met an intangible barrier, instantly twisting and dissipating upon impact. Moreover, the 3 high-frequency projectiles that shot towards him were as if they had collided with celestial bodies, distorted and deformed by the ferocious force as they struck the outer edge of his punch, crying out as they were sent hurtling back, embedding deep into the distant skeletal rock wall. The side's pupils constricted, attempting to retreat, but it was already too late. Kakarot's figure appeared like a relentless specter, activating the walk, secret technique to instantaneously materialize before him. The bone-clad right hand, exuding an aura of annihilation, disregarded his feeble attempt to block with a short blade, piercing through as though it were mere tissue, and precisely seized his mechanical throat. No, spare me. Desperation and terror filled the side's eyes. Kakarot's right eye, the coldly rotating chaotic star, exerted a slight force with his fingers. Crack! The neck, a grotesque amalgamation of metal and flesh, was effortlessly crushed like decaying wood. The blue light in the scythe's eyes extinguished in an instant, its body slumping lifelessly. The anvil, witnessing this scene, was gripped by terror, its remaining right hand slamming against a button at its waist. Detonate. Let them all perish. Boom, boom, boom. The last 2 mercenaries, lurking behind the dunes, detonated their heavy energy bombs remotely. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed Kakarot's location, the shockwave sweeping across the entire Gobi. Dust and smoke filled the air. Did the anvil perish? A scorpion-like mercenary, armed with a venomous tail, cautiously poked his head from the edge of the explosion, filled with trepidation. Another mercenary, encased in thick armor resembling an armadillo, nervously focused on the epicenter of the blast. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure stood unharmed at the edge of the crater formed by the explosion. Surrounding Kakarot was a shield of divine power radiating dark gold and gray, acting as an impenetrable barrier that effortlessly kept the flames and shockwaves at bay. The surface of the shield pulsed with chaotic energy, silently dismantling the violent forces. Not even the hem of his clothing bore any damage. With a casual toss of his right hand, the scythe's lifeless body fell like a ragged sack before the anvil. Is this all you are capable of? Kakarot's icy gaze swept over the three remaining mercenaries. A trace of metallic debris on his bone armor dissolving into the gray light. Monster! The scorpion mercenary was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee into the sands. Attempting to escape, Kakarot's right eye, the chaotic star, locked onto the target, his bone-clad right arm grasping the air. Void restraint. Buzz. The space surrounding the scorpion mercenary became impossibly dense. His frantic digging in the sand halted, frozen in place, terror flooding his eyes. In a flash, Kakarot's figure flickered, activating the walk, secret technique to appear behind him. His right hand, covered in bone armor and entwined with a shadowy edge of annihilation, gently prodded his vulnerable back. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The scorpion mercenary's hardened exoskeleton and robust physique imploded instantaneously under the force of annihilation, collapsing like a punctured balloon, ultimately transforming into a wisp of ash that scattered with the wind. Defense. The armored mercenary, aghast, curled into a spiked ball, the energy aura swirling around his shell, pushing his defenses to their utmost limit. This was his prized survival ability. Kakarot did not spare him a second glance, his left fist clenched tightly. Dark gold divine power surging forth, launching a punch at the curled mass of iron. Chaotic holy fist. Crash. Boom. The concentrated force of the punch rent the air, carrying the will of shattered space as it struck the heavy shell. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of shattering echoed. The thick shell, reputed to withstand the bombardment of a battleship's main cannon, fractured like an eggshell under a mighty hammer, instantly marred by spiderweb-like cracks. The terrifying power penetrated deeply. A muffled explosion and a brief, anguished cry emanated from within the sphere. The defensive orb trembled violently, viscous green blood seeping from the fissures, before it lost all its luminescence, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At last, Kakarot's cold gaze fell upon the remaining anvil and the barely coalesced shadow. The anvil's massive form trembled violently from its severed arm and fear, its crimson electronic eye flickering madly. The shadowy figure of the specter flickered like a candle in the wind, its eerie green flames dancing erratically. Tell me, Kakarot's voice was as chilling as ice, imbued with an undeniable will, your identities, your objectives. And where is the ship to leave this planet? A strand of shadowy annihilation flickered at the tip of his finger, locking onto the anvil's head. The anvil's electronic voice trembled with despair. We are the Blood Skull mercenary team, hired by the black market broker Old K, to search the ruins of the Divine Mountain for high-value aberrations or ancient relics. The ship. He abruptly pointed towards an inconspicuous massive skeleton at the edge of the gobi, beneath the camouflage bunker under the giant lizard's bones. The coordinates are. Good. Kakarot's annihilative aura at his fingertips receded slightly, but his final question remained. Have you heard of the Purgatory Flamestar? The Purgatory Flamestar? A flicker of confusion passed through the anvil's electronic eye. That is the legendary realm of flames, exiled by the gods, burning for eons. In the deepest part of the Furnace Star domain. A place of no return. The coordinates, only the oldest space pirates and outlaws might know. The Furnace Star domain. Kakarot's chaotic star turned slightly, imprinting the name into his memory. He glanced at the pale spark of fire at his fingertip, sensing a faint resonance with this name, a primal instinct yearning to take root and continue. The value has been extracted, Kakarot declared coldly. No, you said. The anvil's electronic voice was filled with desperate pleas. Sizzle, sizzle. Two beams of shadowy annihilation pierced through the anvil's head and the core of the specter in an instant. There was no scream, only the swift embrace of annihilation and nothingness. The wind howled, the scent of blood permeated the air. Kakarot stood amidst the desolation of the gobi, his chaotic bone armor's right arm untainted by blood. His gaze turned towards the direction indicated by the anvil, the ship, the starting point of his return. With a swift motion, he surged towards the colossal skeleton of the giant lizard. In the whirlpool of chaos, the core runes slowly revolved, casting reflections upon the fragmented stone tablet that pointed towards the infernal flame star, alongside the flickering pale flame nestled within his palm. Chapter 40. The Secret Repository of Bones. The starship set sail. The winds of the sulphurous wasteland swept through, carrying the stench of blood and dust, wailing as they passed over the devastated battlefield. Kalo's figure melded seamlessly with the tempest, racing toward the direction indicated by the anvil's dying breath, where the colossal remains of a giant lizard lay sprawled like a mountain at the edge of the wasteland. These skeletal remains were unimaginably immense. Even after countless years of decay, the residual frame still exuded an unnerving aura of menace. Its darkened bones were riddled with enormous bite marks and claw prints, whispering tales of its fierce struggles in life. The skull of the creature lay deeply buried in the gravel, forming a natural depression. Kalo's right eye, the Chaos Star Wheel, subtly rotated, its formidable spatial perception penetrating through the thick layers of sand and bone. Soon, he pinpointed his target, deep within the ribcage of the giant lizard. Nestled beneath the spine was a square entrance camouflaged by a special force field, perfectly blending with the surrounding sand and stone. Scattered nearby were several inconspicuous energy crystals, evidently the apparatus maintaining the disguising force field. It appeared the blood skull had operated on this planet for quite some time. Kalo understood this well. His figure flickered, and he activated the Saiyan secret, instantly appearing above the concealed entrance. His fist, covered in chaotic bone armor, descended with casual ferocity. Boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion. As his fist struck the sand and the disguised energy field above the entrance, a surge of annihilating chaotic power erupted instantaneously. The energy nodes constituting the force field shattered silently like fragile glass. The heavy layers of sand and the small rocks atop were effortlessly swept away, instantly reduced to powder, revealing a gleaming alloy hatch below, shimmering with a metallic cold light. The hatch was substantial, its surface emblazoned with the blood skull mercenary corps menacing, blood-dripping skull insignia. Beside it, a biolock glimmered with a crimson hue, accompanied by a physical dial. Troubling. Kalo's brow furrowed slightly. He had no knowledge of the spacecraft's password and no desire to decipher it. The simplest and most direct method would suffice. Swoosh. He raised his right arm. Fingers spread wide, palm directed at the alloy hatch. The chaotic core runes swirled in the whirlpool, and a concentrated, grayish chaotic beam shot forth in an instant. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The half-meter-thick specialized alloy hatch, upon contact with the chaotic beam, disintegrated rapidly, as if immersed in a caustic acid, quickly becoming gray and soft, then silently dissolving into a smooth-edged, 2-meter-wide, gaping hole. The cut's edges bore the marks of high-temperature melting followed by rapid cooling, emitting faint wisps of gray mist. A foul stench, mingling the scents of machine oil, energy fluid, low-quality tobacco, and sweat, wafted from the opening. Unfazed, Kalo's form flickered, and he leaped through the melted aperture. Inside lay a vast subterranean chamber supported by an alloy framework, evidently an enhanced natural cavern beneath the giant lizard's remains. In the center of this space, a fearsome, ruggedly designed starship lay silently docked. The vessel measured approximately 40 meters in length, its surface cloaked in dark matte armor, marred by traces of repairs and splashes of dark red graffiti. Several turrets jutted out from the sides and top, their hefty barrels radiating an ominous aura despite being retracted. The ship's rear engine exhaust ports were massive, signifying its formidable power. This was a typical mercenary warship, a Razor Shark-class assault vessel, renowned for its durability, ferocious firepower, and harsh internal environment. Scattered around the ship were various maintenance tools, energy batteries, a few empty bottles, and several corpses clad in tattered mercenary uniforms. The bodies bore gruesome wounds, seemingly crushed instantaneously by a tremendous force. It appeared that the personnel left behind by the Blood Skull Squad perished in the spatial storm or energy shock triggered by the battle between Kalo and the Mother Worm, the Demon Lord. Kalo disregarded the corpses, his gaze fixating directly on the ship's entrance, an open decompression door on the starboard side. Evidently, the mercenaries had departed in haste. He strode into the decompression chamber. The door sensed his life signs, emitting a piercing alarm, its red lights flashing, attempting to close the inner door. Kalo waved his right arm, adorned in bone armor, nonchalantly. Buzz. An invisible chaotic force enveloped the control panel instantaneously. The intricate components of the circuitry, disrupted by the chaotic principles, overloaded in an instant, igniting. The shrill alarm ceased abruptly, and the inner door slid open feebly with a groan as the hydraulics failed. A stronger, more pungent odor assailed him. The interior of the ship was cramped, the passage narrow. The walls were smeared with grease and indiscernible stains. An exposed piping flickered with unstable light. The air circulation system appeared malfunctioning, creating a stifling and murky atmosphere. Kalo proceeded directly to the bridge. Along the way, he passed by sleeper pods, an armory, a small medical bay, and even a diminutive combat training cage. a quintessential den of desperate rogues. Pushing open the heavy bridge door, a suffocating blend of cigar smoke, sweat, and low-grade energy liquid enveloped him. Slumped in the captain's chair before the control console was a corpse clad in the attire of a mercenary lieutenant, blood oozing from its orifices, still clutching a half-burnt cigar. The immense impact had shattered his innards. Kalo's gaze swept over the complex control panel, replete with buttons, levers, and flickering screens, ultimately landing on an embedded central light brain requiring identity authentication. Its screen pitch black. Identity authentication. Kalo approached the captain's seat and unceremoniously discarded the corpse aside. He attempted to inject a trace of divine power into the light-brain interface, but there was no response. The barrier between technology and the arcane was starkly evident at this moment. His right eye, the Chaos Star wheel, rotated, its cold while scanning the control panel once more. Soon, he identified his target, an emergency physical interface protected by a metal cover beneath the console, marked with the indication for main energy emergency access. Energy activation required. Kalo thought to himself. He settled cross-legged in the captain's seat, his mind immersing in the whirlpool. At the heart of the whirlpool's secret realm, the star core divine source. Riddled with cracks and nurturing chaotic life sparks, pulsed slowly. Although severely damaged, as the purest divine source core of the world. Its energy tier was beyond what this mercenary ship's engine could rival. Kalo carefully guided a thread of energy, more delicate than a hair, pure and gentle. From the divine source. This energy thread shimmered with a faint dark gold hue, intermingled with extremely weak chaotic stardust. He maneuvered this energy, akin to the most precise probe, slowly injecting it into the emergency physical interface. Buzz. At the moment the divine source energy was infused, the entire ship trembled violently. All the extinguished screens on the control panel erupted with blinding white light, as if infused with frenzied vitality. Countless indicator lights flashed erratically, emitting a dense electronic buzzing sound. From deep within the engine came a low, rumbling roar, akin to the awakening of an ancient behemoth. The dim emergency lights within the ship instantly blazed bright as day. Warning. Unknown ultra-high purity energy source detected. Energy level, unable to assess. Exceeds safety threshold. Core engine overload risk. Energy transmission system overload risk. Main control light brain, rebooting. A mechanical synthetic voice echoed urgently within the bridge, filled with incredulous panic. The entire control panel of the bridge seemed to come alive. The data streams on the screens refreshing wildly like a waterfall. The main control light brain screen, which previously required complex authentication, crumbled before the dimensional assault of the divine source energy, all firewalls and identity locks collapsing as if made of paper. On the immense main screen, the skull emblem of the Blood Skull Mercenary Corps flickered erratically, distorting like a poor signal before vanishing entirely, culminating in a complete blackout. Moments later, the screen reignited, devoid of any intricate operating system interface, showcasing only a remarkably simplistic, endlessly rotating dark golden emblem of the chaotic star spiral. It was a simplified projection of the core rune from the Kakarot Sea. Command authority has been acquired. Identification, Supreme Authority Holder. The electronic synthesized voice resonated once more, adopting an unusually docile tone, akin to a tamed beast. Please designate a name for the new control system. Kakarot gazed at the slowly rotating chaotic star spiral on the screen, his right eye mirroring the same spiral deep within. Return to the abyss. Naming confirmed. Main control AI. Return to the abyss. At your service, Supreme Authority Holder. The synthesized voice replied, imbued with an indescribable sense of reverence. Detection of the spacecraft Blood Skull indicates moderate structural damage. Weapon systems operational at 67 efficiency. Engines in good condition, yet conventional energy reserves are below 10. The currently accessed divine source energy is of an excessively high tier and cannot directly power conventional systems. Shall energy adaptation conversion be initiated? Convert. Kakarot succinctly commanded. Command confirmed. Initiating energy adaptation matrix. Constructing, simulating the principles of chaos, merging divine source characteristics. Conversion efficiency estimated at 378. Completion. Energy adaptation for conventional systems of the spacecraft is complete. Divine source energy pool established. Current divine source reserves, 00001. Data streams flickered across the screen, and a small dark golden energy pool icon appeared in the corner. Scan the spacecraft database for all information regarding the Hellfire Star, the Furnace Star Domain, the Flame Tribe, and the relics of the Divine Mountain, as well as the current cosmic star map coordinates and time node. Kakarot issued his command. Command confirmed. Database scanning in progress, retrieving keywords, Hellfire Star, matching records, 0. Furnace Star Domain, matching records, 3. Flame Tribe, matching records, 0. Relics of the Divine Mountain, Matching records, several local logs. Integrating star map information, time node calibration in progress. Calibration complete. On the main screen, a complex mercenary star map unfolded, with a red light flickering at the edge, marking the ruins of the Divine Mountain. An exceedingly distant dashed line, crossing several large star domains, pointed towards an area marked as high risk. The Death Star domain, indicated by a burning flame icon, was the Furnace Star domain. According to the star map calculations, the Furnace Star domain is approximately 1.7 billion light-years away from the current location, separated by the Karen and Nether River Star domains. The estimated travel time at the spacecraft's maximum conventional curvature speed cannot be calculated. Return to the Abyss reporting. Time node. Current universal calendar. Year 742 of the EL era. Standard cosmic time. 22nd cycle of the star rotation coordinates. In the year 742 of the EL era, Kakarot's right eye's chaotic star spiral subtly rotated. This time frame coincided with the destruction of Planet Vegeta in the year 742. This implies that 5 years have elapsed since Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta. Moreover, Goku's adoptive father had been crushed to death by the rampaging, giant ape Goku. Enough. A cold glint flashed in Kakarot's eyes. 5 years' time, with his current strength and this spacecraft, afforded him ample opportunity to accomplish much. Retrieve local logs related to the relics of the Divine Mountain. He commanded further. The screen displayed several snippets of text and blurred visual recordings. Abnormal energy explosion from the Divine Mountain. Suspected revival of ancient relics. Target value exceedingly high. Encountered an attack by unknown giant insectoid life forms. Suffered substantial losses. Requesting support. Spatial storm. Damn it. Retreat. Temporarily evacuate to the periphery. Discovered primitive tribes of the Flame Tribe. Suspected guardians of the relics. Potential for capture and research. The records abruptly ceased. It appears the Bloodskull team had not delved deeply into the core before being buried by the insect mother and subsequent calamities. Supreme Authority Holder. Detection indicates that the spacecraft's external communication array has received an encrypted relay signal from deep space. The signal source is marked as Old K. Shall it be received? Return to the Abyss, suddenly prompted. Old K. Kakarot recalled the black market broker mentioned by the anvil. Play. A processed, blurry black silhouette appeared on the screen, revealing only a pair of cunningly glimmering electronic eyes. A raspy voice, altered by a voice modulator, resonated. Bloodskull, mission progress report. The anomalies of the Divine Mountain have attracted multiple parties' attention, including reconnaissance vessels from the Frieza Force. The value of the cargo has escalated, but the risks have surged. A deadline of 3 cosmic days is set for the submission of an initial exploration report and high-value samples. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a mission failure, with consequences at your own risk. Old K. The mention of the Frieza Force caused Kakarot's right eye's chaotic star spiral to abruptly constrict. A chilling intent instantly enveloped the entire bridge. Although it was merely a reconnaissance vessel, it signified that Frieza's tendrils had already reached the fringes of this star domain. Old K. Frieza. A cold smile curled at the corners of Kakarot's mouth. Splendid. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. He concentrated his thoughts, and the pale spark nurtured by the lotus petals manifested in his left palm. The spark burned quietly, emitting a faint aura of purification and life. Return to the Abyss. Scan and analyze the characteristics of this energy entity. Attempt to match it with the database or star map environment. Seeking potential star domains or special environments that may facilitate its recovery or routing. Kakarot brought the spark closer to a scanning sensor. A gentle beam enveloped the spark. Scanning in progress. Energy characteristics. Highly pure life. Purification. Essence of order. Faint wool residue. Extremely weak. Requirements. Stable order environment and high-quality life. Nourishment from flame energy. Matching degree analysis. Matching result 1. Namek. Matching degree. High. Distance. Extremely far. Matching result 2. King Kai's realm. Matching degree. Extremely high. Coordinates. Unknown. Matching result 3. Furnace star domain. Matching degree. Abnormal fluctuation. Warning. This star domain environment is extremely chaotic and dangerous. Order is in collapse. Abundant destructive energy exists. Matching results are questionable. The furnace star domain resonated. Kakarot observed the flickering spark in his palm, then gazed at the burning star domain icon on the main screen, as well as the coordinates indicated by the shattered stone tablet pointing to the Hellfire Star. It seems this journey to the furnace star domain is unavoidable. He concealed the spark, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Return to the Abyss. Yes, Supreme Authority Holder. Erase all Bloodskull-related data and identifications. Eliminate all external traceable information from this vessel. Change the spacecraft's designation to Ember of Flame. Command confirmed. Data erasure in progress. Identifiers removed. Designation updated. Ember of Flame. Set initial course. Direction of the Furnace Star Domain. Initiate engines. Preheat curvature drive. Scan for nearby stable jump points. Course established. Direction of the Furnace Star Domain. Engine preheating initiated. Curvature core charging. Scanning nearby spatial nodes. 3 stable jump points identified. The nearest point. Coordinates XXX. Distance 0. 3 light years. Estimated conventional travel time. 12 standard hours. Depart. Kakarot settled into the pilot's seat, his gaze penetrating through the viewport, observing the crumbled silhouette of the divine mountain beyond the Gobi and the deeper, vast cosmic starry sky. Yes, Supreme Authority Holder. The Ember of Flame set sail. The spacecraft's massive engine exhaust ports erupted with a cerulean torrent of blazing light. The powerful recoil gently propelled the vessel upwards. The sand and stones above the concealed hangar were swept away by the fierce airflow, revealing the menacing dark hull beneath. The Ember of Flame tore through the oppressive air of the Gobi like a beast freed from its cage. Surging forth with the nascent chaotic holy fetus and the ancient spark of legacy, plunging into the atmosphere of the divine mountain planet, shrouded in sulphurous clouds. Setting sail towards the cold and uncharted cosmic ocean. On the bridge's main screen, the dark golden chaotic star spiral continued its slow rotation, reflecting the profound starry navigation route. Above the star map, the fiery insignia of the Furnace Star Domain stands as a blood-red beacon, both alluring and perilous. Chapter 41. The Stardust Pursuit of the Fugitive Curvature. On the vast canvas of the cosmos, cold stars are scattered like diamonds, breaking free from the sulphurous and death-laden gravity of the divine mountain planet. The vessel Phoenix Flame resembles a dark spear plunged into the boundless deep sea, its rear engines exhaling a ghostly blue flame as it glides swiftly through the profound silence. The bridge is deliberately dimmed, with the only illumination emanating from the slowly rotating dark gold chaos star sphere on the main control screen, casting a stable, gentle light that reflects upon Kakarot's tranquil profile. Seated in the captain's chair, his mind is deeply concentrated. Part of his consciousness immerses in the swirling sea, refining the power of the newly birthed chaos holy embryo, attuning to the rhythmic flow of the chaos core runes, and to the pale spark, nourished by lotus petals, pulsating faintly like a heartbeat. The other part of his awareness transforms into intangible tendrils, enveloping the entire ship through the ruins AI, monitoring every fluctuation of navigational parameters and spatial dynamics. The curvature core has completed its charging, maintaining a conventional cruising speed of 0.7 times the speed of light. The distance to the nearest stable jump point, the Dust Serpent Path, remains at 0.21 light years, with an estimated arrival time of 8 hours and 47 minutes. The electronic synthesized voice of ruins punctuates the silence. Within Kakarot's right eye, the chaos star sphere rotates languidly. The Furnace Star Domain lies 1.7 billion light-years away. This mercenary vessel, classified as a razor shark, possesses limited conventional navigation capabilities, relying heavily on the scattered natural or artificial stable jump points throughout the cosmos for spatial folding. Each jump poses a severe test to the ship's performance, navigation, and energy reserves. Although the Star Core's divine power level is high, its total capacity is limited and in a state of repair, necessitating meticulous resource management. Time flows in absolute silence. Outside the porthole, only streaks of starlight race by. Suddenly, a piercing alarm, reminiscent of metal being torn asunder, erupts without warning. The entire bridge is instantly engulfed by blinding red light. Warning: high-intensity spatial curvature disturbance detected. Location rear. Distance 0.5 light-years. Quantity 1. Speed exceedingly fast. Rapidly approaching. The voice of ruins carries an unprecedented urgency. On the main screen, the chaos star sphere diminishes to a corner, replaced by an alarmingly magnified star map. A scarlet triangular cursor, denoting an extremely high-energy reaction, carves a straight, oppressive trajectory behind the Phoenix Flame at a terrifying velocity far exceeding that of the vessel's conventional cruising speed, akin to the scythe of death slicing through the starry expanse. Analyzing energy characteristics. Kakarot's gaze sharpens like a blade, his aura solidifying. Energy characteristic analysis yields a match ratio of 89.7. Frieza Legion Standard Reconnaissance Ship. Viper-class fast assault vessel. The report from ruins strikes like a bucket of ice water. The Viper-class is equipped with efficient curvature engines and short-range spatial jump devices. Standard armament. Dual-mounted heavy particle cannons, high-speed tracking missile arrays, threat level, extremely high. Estimated contact time, 15 minutes. Old K, Frieza's hound, is remarkably swift. Kakarot realizes in an instant. That black market broker, Old K, is indeed formidable. It is likely that while issuing the ultimatum, he sold the intelligence at a high price to the Frieza Legion. This outer reconnaissance vessel is akin to a hyena drawn by the scent of blood. Immediately calculate the optimal evasion plan. Activate all active interference systems. Maximize engine power. Target, Dust Serpent Path, jump point. Kakarot's voice is cold and resolute. A direct confrontation holds no hope of victory. Only by utilizing the jump point's spatial folding can there be a slim chance of escape. Command confirmed. Engine overload initiated. Energy output at 120. Active interference foil, full frequency noise blockage, simulated signal sources, deploy. Ruins reacts with lightning speed. The ghostly blue flame at the tail of the Phoenix Flame surges instantaneously, transforming into two blinding pillars of light. The ship emits a strained metallic groan, its speed catapulting upwards. Simultaneously, the vessel's sides scatter a multitude of glimmering metallic foil clouds, and the powerful electronic interference noise surges backward like an invisible tsunami. Several simulated energy characteristic decoy signals are activated, fleeing in various directions. Evasion plan calculation underway. Trajectory to Dust Serpent Path corrected. Estimated contact time, 12 minutes. Warning. High-energy weapon lock detected. Ruin's warning has barely concluded when the scarlet cursor on the star map flashes ominously. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three colossal dark purple particle beams, exuding a sense of annihilation, pierce through the void as if they were judgment spears from the abyss, disregarding the vast distance. Leaping forth from the dark expanse behind, they penetrate the interference cloud and decoy signals with pinpoint accuracy, directly targeting the Phoenix Flame's engines and bridge. Phase jump particle cannon. Lock-on equals hit. Evasion. Kakarot's pupils constrict, instinctively roaring. Evasive maneuver. Energy shields at maximum. Ruin's electronic voice pierces sharply. The massive body of the Phoenix Flame executes an almost impossible extreme roll and descent in the void. The hull emits a grating metallic distortion. Simultaneously, a thick layer of energy shield, swirling with dark gold and grayish hues, instantly activates on the vessel's surface, a new shield reinforced by Kakarot's chaos holy power. Two dark purple particle beams narrowly graze the hull, the terrifying energy's residual shockwaves striking the shield, creating violent ripples, the shield's glow dimming momentarily. However, the third beam fails to evade. Boom! The thick, dark purple beam, like the fingertip of death, brutally strikes the mid-rear section of the Phoenix Flame's port side. The reinforced shield withstands less than half a second before shattering under the particle cannon's terrifying penetrating obliteration properties. Residual energy violently penetrates the hull. A blinding explosion ignites on the port side. Large armor plates are torn away and hurled. The horrendous sounds of twisted and broken internal structures cry out like a dying lament. The entire ship is battered as if struck by a colossal hammer, violently rolling and trembling. Lights on the bridge flicker madly, instruments explode with dazzling sparks, and alarms blare in unison. Portside sectors C7 and C12 suffer severe damage. Auxiliary engine 3 offline. Energy transfer conduits ruptured. Conventional energy leakage rate at 17. Shield system overloaded and damaged. Curvature core stability has plummeted to 75. Ruin's damage report descends like an avalanche. Damn it. A fierce glint surges in Kakarot's eyes. Amidst the violent tremors, he remains as steadfast as a rock. His right arm, clad in chaos bone armor, slamming onto the console. A surge of pure chaos divine power is forcibly injected into the damaged circuitry core of the ship. Buzz. The erratic flickering of the bridge lights and screens stabilizes instantaneously. Exploding sparks are suppressed and extinguished by an invisible force. The turbulent energy maelstrom calms temporarily under the influence of the chaos divine power. Ruins. Calculate the remaining journey. Status of the jump point. Kakarot's voice carries an undeniable edge of command. Distance to Dust Serpent Path jump point. 0.08 light years. Estimated conventional arrival time, 7 minutes. Jump point spatial parameters stable. Ruin's electronic voice, infused with a strained breath, announces, but the Viper ship's contact time corrected. 3 minutes. It is recharging for a second strike. On the main screen, the scarlet cursor inches closer with ominous persistence. Even more alarming is the rapid ascent of the Viper ship's weapon system energy readings. A second, more lethal strike is imminent. 3 minutes, 7 minutes. Kakarot's right eye, the chaos star sphere, spins frantically, his cold calculations reaching their zenith. There is no time. Conventional navigation cannot possibly reach the jump point before the second strike. Can the engines endure another overload? Kakarot glances at the main engine status diagram, noting that the core temperature has soared into the danger zone. Engine core temperature critical. Forcibly overloading at 140. Estimated sustain time no more than 90 seconds. Core meltdown risk, 98. Ruins delivers the chilling verdict. A desperate sprint of 90 seconds cannot erase the 4-minute gap. We are cornered. Kakarot's gaze was firmly fixed on the blue cursor on the star map, representing the path of the dust serpent. Suddenly, his right eye, the chaotic star sphere, detected a faint anomaly, an unusual spatial fold clinging to the edge of the main navigation route, nearly obscured by spatial fluctuations. Scan that area. Coordinates XXX. Kakarot abruptly pointed at the star map. The scan revealed a high-intensity spatial distortion, suspected to be the entrance to an abandoned, unstable natural curvature tunnel. The structure was extremely fragile. The internal spatial parameters were chaotic. The risk of entry was unaccessible. Survival probability, below 0.01. The voice of the abyss echoed with incredulity. Supreme authority. That is a dead end. A dead end more terrifying than the Poison Bee ship. A dead end? Kakarot's eyes were locked on the rapidly approaching crimson cursor on the screen, then shifted to the distorted space fold beside the main route, which represented annihilation. Within the depths of his right eye's chaotic star sphere, a spark of madness and resolution ignited. Abyss. Now. Engine overload at 140. Target. Entranced to the abandoned curvature tunnel. Kakarot's voice was resolute. Command acknowledged, confirming. The electronic voice of the abyss momentarily faltered before executing with utmost priority. Engine overload at 140. Course correction. Target locked. Abandoned curvature tunnel. Boom. The remaining 2 main engines at the rear of the Ember ignited with an unprecedented roar, akin to a dying beast. The ethereal blue flames instantly transformed into blinding white light. The entire ship trembled violently, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. The speed was forcibly pushed to its limits, teetering on the brink of death. Madman, what does that wretched ship intend to do? On the bridge of the Poison Bee, the lizard-like commander observed the Ember's sudden maneuver on the radar, its engines erupting with a dying brilliance. His compound eyes filled with uncertainty. It was suicidal, charging towards the edge of the main route, into the extremely unstable red zone that symbolized spatial annihilation. It wants to dive into the nest of the dust serpent. Entering means certain destruction. The lieutenant screamed. Desperate struggle. Lock on. Maximum power to the main cannon. Annihilate it. The lizard commander sneered as he slammed down on the launch button. The bow of the ship's main cannon ignited once more with a devastating dark purple glow. However, just as the Poison Bee's main cannon was about to finish charging for a lethal strike, the 2 blindingly white engine flames at the rear of the Ember erupted like 2 supernovas simultaneously. At the critical point of engine core meltdown, they unleashed one final frenzied thrust. Boom. The massive hull, riddled with gaping wounds and the flames of self-destruction, plunged headlong into the wildly distorted and grotesquely colored entrance of the abandoned curvature tunnel, like a moth to the flame or an arrow shot towards the depths of hell. Space, akin to a viscous mire into which a boulder had been thrown, collapsed and rotated inward with ferocity. A colossal vortex formed instantaneously, composed of countless shattered spatial fragments and tumultuous energy currents, swallowing the Ember's battered form whole. Virum. Almost simultaneously as the Ember was engulfed, the Poison Bee's maximally concentrated dark purple beam roared forth. Yet it merely grazed the edge of the frantically spinning, rapidly shrinking spatial vortex, tearing a gaping, unhealable black scar into the void. Damn it! The lizard commander slammed his fist against the console, fury blazing in his compound eyes. It went in. How dare it enter? Commander, the spatial parameters of the nest of the dust serpent are utterly chaotic. Energy readings exceed detection limits. That ship has no chance of survival. The radar officer's voice trembled. They got off easy. Record, target vessel, Blood Skull, has been forced into the spatial turbulence of the nest of the dust serpent. Confirmed destruction. Return to base. The lizard commander ordered reluctantly. That area was one even the most advanced warships under King Frieza would not dare to enter. The Poison Bee changed course, its ethereal blue engine flames flickering before vanishing into the ripples of curvature travel, leaving behind the slowly rotating, ominously pulsating spatial vortex, a grotesque scar upon the cosmos. Inside the nest of the dust serpent, this was not navigation. This was being thrust into the most ferocious maw of the universe, enduring endless tearing, crushing, and annihilation. The thunderous roar, indescribable in its enormity, assaulted consciousness without respite. Outside the porthole, the stars had vanished, replaced by a chaotic whirl of colors, as if a paint bucket had been overturned, mixed with shards of glass. Scarlet, indigo, sickly green, and putrid purple, extremely unstable hues boiled, collided, and were annihilated within the violent currents. Massive, translucent spatial fragments rolled and collided like shattered mountains. Invisible spatial folds sliced through everything like countless sharp razors. Warning: hull experiencing high-intensity spatial shear forces. External armor loss rates: 38, 45, 61. The Abyss's electronic voice pierced through the violent tremors and energy howls in a disjointed manner. Warning: energy shield generator overloaded and damaged. Energy transfer conduits ruptured in multiple locations. Routine energy leakage rate: 89. Warning: portside structure integrity compromised. Compartments 3, 4, and 5 depressurized. Isolation failure. Warning: engine core has melted down. Completely offline. Power failure. Warning: main control brain, core processor, suffering from severe spatial radiation interference. Logic module: error, error, error. The shrill alarms were drowned out by the more violent sounds of hull ruptures and energy explosions. The Ember was like a rag doll tossed into a meat grinder, emitting heart-wrenching groans. The hull twisted and rolled madly within the turbulence. Large sections of armor were torn away by invisible forces, shredded into powder. Internal conduits exploded like ignited firecrackers, sparks flying like fireworks of death. The acrid stench of burnt coolant and molten metal filled every inch of air. Kakarot was firmly anchored in the pilot's seat, his right arm, covered in chaotic bone armor, deeply embedded in the console. The surface of the armor glowed with dim runes that flickered wildly, and a grayish chaotic force field barely enveloped a cubic meter around him, resisting the ravaging spatial turbulence and violent radiation capable of vaporizing alloys. Protecting the entire ship? Absolutely impossible. His left eye burned with indomitable will, while his right eye, the chaotic star sphere, coldly calculated every node of the hull's impending collapse. Within the sea of chaos, the runes of the chaotic core trembled violently as turbulent waves surged. 5 emerald lotus petals swayed wildly, releasing life force to protect the core. The cracks of the divine core were sprawling. The flickering point of chaotic life within the core throbbed wildly, desperately converting the violently chaotic spatial energy being forcibly drawn into the sea of chaos to maintain its supply. Abyss. Report status. Kakarot's voice thundered amidst the cacophony. Main structure support expected to collapse. Countdown: 37 seconds. The Abyss's electronic voice was disjointed and chaotic, as if on the verge of silence. Navigation: failure. Positioning: failure. Energy: depleted. 37 seconds. Kakarot's gaze swept across the apocalyptic scene outside the porthole. Deep within the violent turbulence, peculiar crystalline formations occasionally glimmered with faint light. Their shapes varied, resembling shattered diamonds or twisted crystal clusters, bobbing amidst the chaos. Emanating pure, yet utterly chaotic spatial fluctuations, they formed the skeletal structure of the abandoned tunnel, the nodes of the most violently energetic spatial essence. Spatial energy crystals, containing the most primal and ferocious essence of space. A wildly audacious thought struck Kakarot's near-exhausted consciousness like a lightning bolt. Abyss. Abandon all non-core systems. Channel all remaining energy, including the divine source pool, directly into the interface of my right arm's bone armor. Kakarot roared his command, yanking his bone-armored right arm out of the console with fervor. Command confirmed. Energy transfer. The Abyss's voice weakened, the dark golden glow of the chaotic star sphere on the main screen dimming, nearly extinguished. Virum. A faint yet pure energy flow surged wildly into the right arm's bone armor along the designated pathways. The dim runes on the armor erupted into blinding gray light. Like a surge of adrenaline. Give me everything. Kakarot unleashed a bestial roar. He poured all of his will and strength into his right arm, which was adorned with chaotic bone armor. The core chaotic runes of the Wheel C radiated brilliantly, and the tyrannical power of devouring, originating from the holy fetus, was pushed to its zenith. With a fierce thrust, his right arm extended, the 5 fingers of the bone armor splayed open, targeting a colossal spatial energy crystal outside the viewport, akin to a small mountain, emanating a blinding blue-white light, and he grasped it fiercely from afar. Chaos devouring the heavens. A resonant hum echoed as a beam of meticulously condensed gray light shot forth from the palm of the bone armor, disregarding the tumultuous spatial barriers, and instantly struck the massive spatial crystal with precision. There was no explosion. Only annihilation and plunder. That ferocious spatial energy, capable of tearing apart battleships, collapsed and disintegrated upon contact with the gray beam as if it had encountered its nemesis. The pure, chaotic primordial energy contained within the crystal was brutally extracted and devoured by the gray beam, transforming into a torrent that surged back into Kakarot's right arm bone armor with reckless abandon. Kakarot emitted a pained howl. The primordial spatial energy was far too chaotic and violent, exceeding even the chaotic demonic energy and crystals. Despite the cushioning transformation provided by the chaotic bone armor, the terrifying impact felt like millions of burning steel needles piercing into his right arm and shoulder, shaking the Wheel C. The runes on the surface of the bone armor ignited, bursting forth with unprecedented gray light. The chaotic dead bones that comprised the armor groaned under the onslaught of the violent energy, their surface textures deepening and becoming increasingly intricate, with faint signs of new, more profound runes flickering and coalescing within the depths of the armor. The entire bone arm, infused with energy, seemed to undergo a painful process of tempering and metamorphosis. Within the Wheel C, the chaotic core runes spun wildly, striving to guide and refine the surging violent spatial energy. The turbulent sea roiled, and the chaotic stardust within the dark golden seawater was forcibly ignited and restructured. The edges of the 5 lotus petals glowed with chaotic golden light, desperately stabilizing the foundation of the secret realm. The star core's divine source felt as if it were being hammered by a colossal force, new light erupting from the cracks. As the tiny point of chaotic life greedily absorbed the pure spatial essence, becoming even more solidified. Devour, temper, transform. Kakarot became a furnace, with the chaotic bone armor as the vessel and the chaotic holy fetus as the core, forcibly consuming and refining the most violent energy of the universe. The ship's structure began to collapse, the countdown commencing. 10, 9, the faint voice of the abyss resounded like a death knell. Boom. Crack. The Saiyan finally reached its limit. The main keel emitted a final, desperate wail before fracturing. The entire vessel was as if it were being snapped in two by an invisible hand. Blinding flames erupted from the rupture. The forward section of the bridge, along with the area where Kakarot resided, was violently swept away by a raging stream of spatial turbulence, vanishing in an instant into a kaleidoscope of colors. The rear section of the ship was engulfed by another current, torn into countless burning fragments, utterly obliterated. Warning. Primary structure. Completely lost. Core data. Transferring to chaotic runes. The voice of the abyss ceased abruptly in the final moment before the bridge was consumed, carrying an odd sense of calm. The dark golden chaotic star jewel on the main screen transformed into a streak of light at the moment the screen shattered, merging into Kakarot's chaotic core runes that were violently spinning within the Wheel C. Kakarot felt a colossal, cold data stream and information deluge belonging to the Abyss AI surge into his consciousness like a flood breaching a dam. Countless spaceship parameters, fragments of star maps, navigational logs, and even portions of the Abyss's underlying logic code poured in frantically. The violent information shock nearly rendered him unconscious. Ugh, he let out a muffled groan. Dark golden blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His consciousness felt as if it had been bombarded, a searing pain overwhelming him. He clung fiercely to his spirit with his formidable will. Chapter 42. The Drift of Star Skeletons. The furnaces, shore. Cold. Desolate. An absolute void. Kakarot floated in the frigid depths of the universe, like abandoned dust. Each faint breath tugged at the excruciating pain from the severed part of his right arm. In the vacuum, the dark golden blood of the holy body had crystallized into dark red ice at the fracture, covering the gruesome gray-white chaos bone remnants. Resembling a brutally torn metallic edge, radiating a chilling and violent aftertaste. Blood loss, intense pain, severe internal injuries caused by the spatial turbulence, and the backlash from forcibly devouring the spatial crystal felt like countless venomous serpents gnawing at his body and will. Within the Wheel C, although the chaotic core runes spun slowly, suppressing the immense information flow from the abyss, they also conveyed a heavy burden. The 5 emerald green lotus petals glowed dimly, barely maintaining the cycle of the core's life essence. Beneath him lay a massive whirlpool, slowly rotating and composed of countless shattered star skeletons. A faint gravitational pull, like an invisible hand, dragged his broken body gradually toward that graveyard of death. Should he fall in, the severely injured chaotic holy fetus would likely be torn apart and devoured by the violent star skeleton currents. He could not fall. Deep within his left eye, a flicker of dark golden indomitable will burn stubbornly like a candle in the wind. He struggled to summon the nearly exhausted divine power within the Wheel C, especially the dark golden vitality still present in his left arm, attempting to resist the pull of gravity and stabilize his form, even if only to delay his descent. However, such efforts were in vain. His body continued to slide slowly, yet resolutely toward the edge of the star skeleton whirlpool. The view before him, a vast graveyard composed of shattered planets, wrecked ships, frozen gases, and dust, grew increasingly clear, emanating a sense of desolation that was utterly despairing. Just as his consciousness began to blur from the excruciating pain, a faint yet distinct resonance unexpectedly emanated from the depths of the Wheel C. It did not originate from the lotus petals nurturing the fire seed, nor did it come from the chaotic runes suppressing the abyss. Rather, it stemmed from the fragment of chaotic bone armor lost in the nest of dust, severed by the spatial turbulence. More precisely, It was from a tiny spatial rune deep within the armor, recently coalesced but not yet stabilized, following the absorption of the spatial crystal. This resonance transcended the chaotic spatial barriers, akin to the most resilient thread, piercing through the violent turbulence. Clearly pointing toward the depths of the star skeleton whirlpool, a massive dark red metallic remnant resembling a small asteroid. That remnant was the vessel to which the fragments of the stone tablet from the Divine Mountain had clung before their final loss. The stone tablet, fragments. Kakarot's spirit surged with vigor. This faint resonance was like a beacon in the darkness, providing a glimmer of direction. Approaching it might allow him to reclaim the lost fragments. That was the key to unraveling the mysteries of the infernal flame star. His will to survive ignited instantly. He ceased his futile struggle against the gravitational pull of the entire whirlpool and instead directed all remaining strength toward adjusting his falling posture and trajectory. Like a drowning man in a swift river, he endeavored to steer toward the rock indicated by the resonance. The gravitational pull of the star skeleton whirlpool intensified. Countless small fragments, ice crystals, and metallic shards whizzed past him like bullets, leaving white marks on the resilient skin of the chaotic holy fetus. An immense pressure squeezed from all directions, the wheel sea roiling, bones creaking. Closer, even closer. That enormous dark red metallic remnant loomed larger in his vision. It resembled the severed hull of a colossal ship, its surface marred by impact craters and molten scars, with jagged edges interlocking at the break. The source of the resonance lay deep within its fractured surface. Kakarot gritted his teeth, and just as his body was about to be completely captured by the whirlpool's gravitational pull and collide with the remnant, his left arm shot out, igniting the last vestige of dark golden vitality, and fiercely grasped a protruding twisted metallic edge. Sizzle! The sound of sharp metal scraping echoed silently in the vacuum. The tremendous impact caused his left arm to tremble violently, splitting his palm, yet he held onto the edge with a death grip. His body swayed like a kite severed from its string amid the violent gravitational vortex and the impact of debris. Steady. He endured the agonizing pain, using this fleeting anchor point to laboriously pull his body closer to the surface of the remnant. The cold metallic sensation enveloped him. He clung tightly to the colossal wreckage, akin to a barnacle clinging to a reef, momentarily evading the fate of being engulfed and pulverized by the core. Yet, the omnipresent gravitational forces and turbulent energies relentlessly gnawed at his feeble strength, much like maggots devouring flesh. Within the swirling sea, the resonance with his severed arm's bone armor grew distinctly pronounced. The chaotic star gem in Kakarot's right eye whirled, its cold perception piercing through the heavy metallic shell, pinpointing the resonance core, situated about 100 meters deep within the wreckage, in a relatively enclosed and damaged chamber. There, Kakarot took a deep breath and began to ascend with great difficulty along the jagged fissures and passageways of the wreck. Each movement tugged painfully at his myriad injuries, with sharp agony coursing through the site of his severed arm. The absence of the chaotic bone armor not only diminished his offensive and defensive capabilities, but also shattered the balance of his strength, rendering his movements extraordinarily sluggish. The interior of the wreckage resembled a labyrinth, with twisted conduits, severed wiring, and frost coating every surface. In this weightless environment, mobility was an arduous task. Kakarot struggled like an ant trapped in the carcass of a colossal beast, relying on the strength of his left arm and the faint spatial perception granted by the walk, secret technique, inching closer to his objective. Time became an indiscernible concept. When Kakarot finally pried open a severely deformed alloy hatch and squeezed into the target chamber, he was nearly exhausted. The chamber was small, engulfed in frost. In the center, a grayish-white forearm of bone armor, adorned with profound chaotic runes, floated silently in the weightless space. The jagged severed end of the forearm matched the wound on Kakarot's right arm, emanating a chilling resonance. Within the clenched fingers of the bone armor, a fragment of a dark red steel, marred by fractures, emitted a faint yet steady ancient oscillation. He found it. A flicker of relief flashed in Kakarot's eyes. He extended his left hand, cautiously retrieving the severed arm and the steel fragment. The moment the cold edge of the bone armor made contact with the stump of his right arm, a surge of primal attraction erupted. The severed bone frantically writhed, striving to regenerate and reconnect. But a formidable force of spatial annihilation lingered at the severed end, acting as an invisible barrier, staunchly obstructing the regeneration process. The curse of spatial turbulence darkened Kakarot's expression. The severed arm could not be reattached for the time being. He could only store the bone armor forearm and the steel fragment within the swirling sea, temporarily suppressed and nurtured by the chaotic core runes. Just as he prepared to seek a stable corner to rest and tend to his wounds, a sudden, jarring buzz echoed. The shrill, unnatural energy fluctuations surged from outside the wreckage without warning. This was swiftly followed by a powerful tremor that penetrated the thick metallic hull. Kakarot's chaotic star gem in his right eye contracted sharply. His heightened perception instantly pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction. Outside the wreckage, at the edge of the star debris vortex, an ugly, grotesque ship, resembling a stitched monster, was slowly approaching. The hull was crudely patched together from various wrecked ship parts, cloaked in thick, spiky dark armor, with a blood-dripping shackle emblem emblazoned on the bow. Enormous mechanical arms extended from either side of the ship, their tips glowing ominously with energy, equipped with cutting claws and adhesive pads. A slaver scavenger ship, scanning for high-energy life signs. Right within that massive lizard-like wreckage. We've caught a big fish. Prepare for capture. Move swiftly. The gravitational field in this accursed place waits for no one. Of course. Greedy roar reverberated through the waves of space. The belly hatch of the slaver ship thunderously burst open, and several landing craft, resembling metallic fleas, shot out with blazing exhaust, deftly evading the debris of the vortex, racing towards the colossal wreck where Kakarot was hiding. The landing craft were armed with menacing slave-capturing forks and energy net launchers. Glinting ominously, Kakarot's heart plummeted. Misfortune seldom comes alone. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he had unwittingly encountered the most avaricious and cruel hyenas of the cosmos. He pressed against the cold hull, clenched his left fist tightly, the dark golden divine power struggling to circulate within the nearly depleted swirling sea. At the severed edge of his right arm, the bone fragments flickered with a dangerous gray hue in response to his fury. Within the chaotic core ruins, the data streams of the abyss remained eerily silent, sensing the impending crisis with a slight tremor. To hide. In this enclosed wreckage, he would ultimately be unearthed. To fight? In his current state, against the fully armed capture team. The roar of the landing craft engines reverberated like the drumbeat of death, piercing through the metallic hull, growing ever closer. Within Kakarot's gray eyes, beneath layers of exhaustion and weakness, a feral ferocity ignited, as if he were a pale wildfire roaring to life. Chapter 43. The Beast's Blood Sacrifice in the Wreckage. The metallic shriek of tearing echoed through the thick hull, akin to the grinding of hell's whetstone against his ears. The landing craft's thick cutting beams sliced into the alloy walls of the chamber, where Kakarot concealed himself, as if a red-hot knife were plunging into butter, mercilessly burning and melting through the outer layer. Blinding red light and billowing metallic steam surged into the chamber through the cutting aperture, illuminating the frost-covered interior like a hellish inferno. Hurry, move faster. The little treasures inside are growing impatient. A coarse, greedy roar reverberated through space, resonating with unmasked cruelty and excitement. Kakarot leaned against the frigid wall, his left fist clenched, nails digging deep into his palm, offering a fleeting pain to counteract the dizziness from blood loss and excruciating agony. The divine power within the swirling sea was nearly depleted, akin to a parched riverbed. The grayish-white bone fragments at the severed arm twitched slightly under the vibration of the cutting beams, while the residual force of spatial annihilation clung like a parasite, hindering regeneration and delivering waves of agonizing soul-rending pain. The chaotic core runes spun heavily above the swirling sea, suppressing the vast information flow of the abyss. As if bearing the weight of a mountain, the 5 lotus petals dimmed, barely sustaining the feeble circulation of the core's life source. That faint pale holy fire flickered weakly at the center of the petals, conveying an instinctual sense of alarm. There was no escape, no retreat. The cutting beams of the landing craft suddenly faltered. A hole, approximately 1 meter in diameter, with molten crimson metal flowing along its edges, appeared abruptly in the hull. With a pop, several fist-sized metallic orbs, shimmering with unstable red light, were first hurled inside. The moment they landed, they emitted a dull thud. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding white light erupted alongside high-frequency noise. A dual assault, aimed to instantly blind, disorient, and shatter the will of the prey. The frost within the chamber vaporized in an instant. The air trembled violently. High-frequency noise and piercing white light filled every inch of space, powerful enough to rupture the eardrums and nerves of an ordinary person. Kakarot stifled a groan. His left eye was brutally stabbed by the blinding light, rendering his vision a stark white. The buzzing in his ears resembled a swarm of bees. Even more terrifying was the invisible pulse of mental interference, piercing like countless steel needles into his already crumbling consciousness. The swirling sea roiled violently, the chaotic runes trembled, and the 5 lotus petals swayed desperately, striving to withstand the tumultuous onslaught. Act now. Outside the opening, a burly man clad in heavy, spiked black power armor, wielding a massive chainsaw blade, roared with a menacing grin. Behind him, 3 equally armed slaver team members lunged forward like hungry wolves. One brandished a metal net gun crackling with blue arcs, aimed directly at Kakarot. Another held a weapon resembling a large-caliber shotgun, emanating a terrifying pull, an energy suppression gun. The last one brandished a neurosurgical drill, its tip spinning and emitting a high-pitched hum, aimed squarely at Kakarot's spine. A standard slaver tactic. Strong control, suppression, paralysis, coordinated with lethal precision. Just as the blinding light and noise erupted, the chaotic star gem deep within Kakarot's right eye suddenly unleashed a chilling radiance unlike anything he had ever experienced. This was not mere sight, it was pure spatial perception. The blinding light and noise had negligible effects on his chaotic vision. Void ban. With his left eye tightly shut, Kakarot locked onto his target using only his right eye. His right shoulder, covered by the chaotic bone armor's severed edge, trembled violently. A faint yet exquisitely refined chaotic force field erupted instantaneously, not enveloping the entire chamber, but rather precisely solidifying a space of less than 1 cubic meter around the foremost slave-capturing enforcer wielding a net gun. Buzz. The enforcer's forward motion was abruptly halted, as if the pause button had been pressed, leaving him suspended mid-air. His grotesque grin froze, and his eyes were filled with incredulous astonishment. The net gun in his grasp had just ignited with a blue glow, the electric arc yet to be unleashed. This momentary stasis shattered the perfect rhythm of the slave-capturing team's coordinated assault. What in the world? The chainsaw-wielding captain's pupils contracted sharply. Kakarot had moved. Guided by the cold clarity of the chaotic star in his right eye, he disregarded the blinding light and cacophony, slipping through the air like a specter, just narrowly evading the terrifyingly attractive wave of energy emitted by the suppression gun. Simultaneously, his left fist clenched tightly. The remnants of dark golden vitality and the last strand of divine power extracted from the wheel, igniting in a furious blaze. Chaotic holy fist crashed. There was no grandiose display, only a cataclysmic explosion of concentrated power. The fist, infused with the will to shatter space, struck fiercely against the rotating neuro drill aimed at his back. Boom! The fist collided violently with the rapidly spinning drill. The ear-piercing screech of twisted metal and the agonizing shrieks of energy annihilation erupted in an instant. The enforcer felt an irresistible force, akin to a celestial body colliding, surge through the drill. The alloy armor on his arms twisted and deformed instantaneously. The high-frequency rotating drill emitted a mournful wail, sparks flying as it was forcefully repelled back by Kakarot's punch. Uft! The reversed drill instantly tore through the enforcer's chest armor, brutally penetrating his ribcage. The drill, vibrating violently, wreaked havoc within him. Blood mixed with shattered entrails erupted through the seams of his armor. He could not even muster a scream. Life extinguishing from his eyes as his body was hurled like a rag doll, crashing against the wall of the chamber and sliding down limply. One strike. Instantaneous kill. Bastard. The chainsaw captain's eyes bulged with rage. The massive chainsaw cleaver, accompanied by a terrifying shriek that tore through the air, swung towards Kakarot, who had just retracted his fist and was still regaining his footing. The timing was exquisitely precise. Kakarot, having exhausted his old strength, had yet to summon new vigor. His left eye remained blinded by the stark light, leaving him reliant solely on his right eye. He suddenly twisted his body, shoulder-clad in chaotic bone armor, unwavering as he crashed into the high-speed saw teeth. Seeking death, the captain grinned malignantly, envisioning his opponent's shoulder being ground into pulp. Squeak! The horrifying sound of friction erupted. The anticipated carnage did not materialize. The alloy teeth, capable of shredding through battleship armor, encountered the chaotic bone armor's edge as if striking the universe's hardest substance. The momentum of the high-speed rotation abruptly faltered. Blinding sparks erupted. The saw teeth, visibly fracturing, dulled, and melted away. The resilient alloy that formed the teeth, under the chaotic bone armor's residual annihilation properties, melted like snow. Impossible. The captain's eyes were filled with sheer horror. In that instant of mental shock, Kakarot's left eye snapped open. Although still stinging, it had barely regained a flicker of vision. His eyes burned with a frenzied ferocity. His left fist clenched once more, disregarding the agonizing pain of the wheel C, extracting the last vestiges of divine power. Even invoking a thread of violent spatial energy suppressed beneath the chaotic runes of the wheel C. Die. The punch was not aimed directly at the captain, but rather slammed fiercely into the cold metallic deck beneath him. Boom. The punch, infused with chaotic divine power and furious spatial energy, struck the deck with tremendous force. The metal structure, already weakened from cutting and combat, crumbled like brittle cookies. The captain and the remaining slave-capturing enforcer, armed with the energy suppression gun, were caught off guard, the ground beneath them giving way, plunging into the unfathomable depths filled with unknown dangers. No. The captain's roar and the enforcer's terrified scream were instantly swallowed by the darkness below. At the moment the deck collapsed, Kakarot's left arm seized a protruding fragment of a broken metal beam. His body dangled at the edge of the collapse, gasping violently, dark golden blood trickling from his lips. Forcing himself to harness power, he summoned spatial energy, exacerbating his injuries as the wheel C felt as if it were being sliced by countless dull blades. Yet, the crisis was far from over. At the opening, the last remaining enforcer stationed at the landing craft, tasked with providing fire support, reacted swiftly. Witnessing his comrades plummet into the abyss and his captain's life in jeopardy, fear and madness instantly replaced his composure. "Monster, die!" he roared, the multi-launch rocket launcher on his shoulder belching forth deadly flames. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For high-explosive armor-piercing rockets, trailing long tails of fire, tore through the air, hurtling towards Kakarot, who dangled precariously at the brink of collapse, with no means of support. Kakarot's pupils dilated sharply. At this moment, he was utterly drained, with no new strength to draw upon, suspended in midair at his most vulnerable. These 4 rockets possessed the capability to obliterate him and the debris with him. Evade was impossible. Block was futile, just as the moment hung in the balance. A resonating hum erupted. Deep within the wheel C, a fragment of a dark red stone tablet, nurtured by the chaotic core runes, erupted with an unprecedented, blazing ancient resonance. A grand, mournful fragment of intent, imbued with an endless will to protect, surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, shattering the runic bindings and forcefully penetrating the brink of Kakarot's unraveling consciousness. The sacred mountain, eternally tranquil, untainted, undying, the fragmented vision crystallized instantly, a colossal ancient altar, flowing with pale holy fire. At the altar's center stood the complete dark red stone tablet, inscribed with countless arcane runes. Atop the tablet rested a massive rune, akin to a burning star. This rune radiated an overwhelming holy might capable of suppressing all evils and purifying all filth. This vision and intent were not an attack, but rather a protection. The sacred mountains will instinctively erupted upon sensing the fragment of inheritance facing obliteration. Kakarot's suspended body trembled violently, almost instinctively. He poured all remaining willpower, along with the protective might transmitted from the stone tablet fragment, into his right shoulder, covered by the chaotic bone armor's edge. Roar! A roar, blending the indomitable spirit of the sacred body with the guardianship of the sacred mountain, erupted from the depths of Kakarot's throat. His suspended left arm's muscles bulged, his body taut as a drawn bow, surging upward. Simultaneously, his right shoulder collided fiercely against the 4 incoming rockets. This time, the point of impact was no longer the bone armor itself, but rather above the jagged edge of his right shoulder, at the junction of the gray-white chaotic bone remnant and the dark golden sacred flesh. An indescribable torrent of energy, merging chaotic annihilation, sacred mountain guardianship, and Kakarot's indomitable will, erupted like a volcano suppressed for eons. Instantly, before his right shoulder, it coalesced into a rapidly spinning micro-vortex shield, interwoven with fragments of shattered space and pale holy fire. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 rockets slammed into the gray-gold vortex shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only annihilation and purification. The frenzied armor-piercing energy and high explosives, upon contact with the vortex shield, were as if cast into the cosmic void. They were frantically disintegrated and annihilated by the gray chaotic force. Simultaneously, strands of pale holy fire entwined with the exploding flames, forcibly purifying and quelling them. A colossal blaze erupted upon the surface of the vortex shield, expanding yet constrained as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to unleash its full fury. Ultimately, amidst the frenzied rotation and annihilation of the gray-golden vortex shield, the energy was forcibly compressed and consumed, morphing into 4 distorted streams of chaotic energy, dissipating before Kakarot. It held fast. With a violent gasp, Kakarot expelled a torrent of dark golden blood, tainted with the faint essence of decaying chaos. By forcibly channeling the power of the shattered stone tablet, merging his chaotic sacred embryo with the will of the mountain guardian, he thwarted this lethal blow. But at a tremendous cost. The sea of cycles trembled violently, the glow of chaotic runes dimmed, and fine cracks appeared on the 5 lotus petals. The jagged bone protruding from his right shoulder flickered with a ghostly light, threatening to shatter at any moment. His suspended body could no longer endure, plummeting into the abyss of darkness below. Monster, monster! The lone surviving slaver at the cave's entrance gazed upon this horrific spectacle that defied comprehension, his soul nearly fleeing his body. With a frantic shriek, he scrambled back into the landing craft, shouting wildly, "Retreat! Retreat at once! Notify the blood shackles!" The target is exceedingly dangerous. Request orbital fire coverage. Level this wreckage. The landing craft's engine emitted a piercing wail, akin to a startled rabbit, hastily fleeing the colossal debris towards the distant Blood Shackles slaver ship. Kakarot's body plummeted rapidly into the darkness. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Agony, weakness, and cold surged through him like a relentless tide. Is this the end? His consciousness began to blur, just as he was about to plunge into the deeper, more violent maelstrom of star debris. A cold hand, encased in a rough metallic glove, suddenly emerged from the darkness below, firmly grasping his ankle. Kakarot's descent abruptly halted. Gritting his teeth, he strained to look down. Amidst the collapsed metallic ruins below, the figure of the leader, brandishing a massive chainsaw sword, was still alive. Half of his body pinned beneath a twisted metal beam, his powered armor severely damaged, one leg contorted at an unnatural angle, and the helmet shattered, revealing a bloodied and grotesque visage. His chainsaw sword was long gone, but his remaining right hand clutched Kakarot's ankle with a ferocious grip, his eyes ablaze with bestial madness and vengeance. "You little bastard, you killed my brother. Trying to escape?" he roared, blood frothing from the gaps in his shattered armor. "Let's go to hell together." With a final surge of strength from his right hand, he yanked violently. Simultaneously, an inconspicuous device at his waist illuminated with a blinding red light. High explosive bomb. Mutual destruction. Kakarot's pupils constricted. His body was yanked downward. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. No, absolutely not. In the sea of cycles, that pale spark of sacred fire seemed to sense its host on the brink of annihilation, leaping forth with vigor. A faint yet pure force of purification surged into Kakarot's consciousness, bringing a glimmer of clarity. Concurrently, within the chaotic core runes, amidst the silent data streams of the chaotic void, a fragment of information regarding the weakness of the Blood Shackle slaver ship's power core flashed through Kakarot's mind like lightning. "Get away from me!" Kakarot unleashed a death-defying roar. His left leg struck the leader's arm, which gripped his ankle like a steel whip. Crack! The arm guard shattered. The sound of bones breaking was distinctly audible. The leader let out a pained scream, involuntarily loosening his grip. In that instant of release, a fierce glimmer ignited in Kakarot's eyes. Summoning his last vestige of will, he infused the remaining divine power from the Sea of Cycles, along with a faint guardian force drawn from the shattered stone tablet, directly into the tip of his left finger. With his fingertip aimed at the flickering red bomb at the leader's waist, and deeper still, at a critical point of the massive wreckage's supporting structure, he unleashed the chaotic sacred finger to break through calamity. A slender energy beam, honed to perfection and entwined with gray-golden light, pierced through the leader's remaining form, striking the bomb with unerring precision, and continued unabated into the energy conduit nexus supporting the colossal wreckage. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the depths of the wreckage. The leader's body was instantly engulfed in flames. Then, a chain reaction ensued. The struck energy nexus ignited like a powder keg, triggering a catastrophic explosion of the long unstable high-energy fuel and munitions stored within the wreckage. Boom, boom, boom. The immense dark red metallic debris erupted like a super firework, layers upon layers of destructive flames bursting forth from within. The violent shockwave, mingled with metal fragments and chaotic energy, surged like a tempest, instantly engulfing the entire collapsed area. Kakarot's body was violently hurled by the terrifying shockwave. Like a withered leaf in a raging sea, he was propelled away from the core of the star debris vortex. The tremendous force rendered him unconscious in an instant. In the final moment before losing consciousness, his blurred vision caught sight of the burning, disintegrating wreckage, and in the distance, the Blood Shackle slaver ship, desperately maneuvering to avoid the explosion's shockwave. The bloodied Shackles emblem on the ship's hull appeared particularly sinister against the backdrop of the explosion's flames. Then, there was boundless darkness. Propelled by the explosion, his body traced a chaotic trajectory through the swirling metallic debris and energy dust, ultimately crashing onto a relatively tranquil beach composed of fine ice crystals and dust within the star debris. This beach lay far from the turbulent vortex core, at the edge of a vast star graveyard. Nearby, the eternally burning dark red nebula radiated an aura of relentless chaos and searing heat, the Forged Star Domain. The chaotic gravitational field of the Forged Star Domain enveloped the unconscious Kakarot like a warm tide. In the Sea of Cycles, that pale spark sensed the essence of this star domain for the first time, actively pulsing with clarity. Chapter 44. The Forged Star Dust Sacred Fire Ignites. Cold, lifeless, as if submerged in the depths of an eternal night. His consciousness drifted like shattered ice upon an endless sea of darkness, rising and falling. Intense pain radiated from every part of his body. The tearing sensation at the severed right arm, the exhaustion and pressure from the depths of the Sea of Cycles. The aftershocks of chaotic data streams, weaving a web of torment that bound his soul tightly. Kakarot felt as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss, devoid of the strength to struggle. At that moment, a faint yet remarkably resilient warmth, akin to a firefly in the dark, quietly ignited in the depths of his consciousness. It was that pale spark of sacred fire. Residing in the center of the 5 verdant lotus petals of the Sea of Cycles, it pulsed weakly. At this moment, it seemed to sense its host nearing total obliteration. For the first time, it actively detached from the nurturing petals, transforming into an exceedingly slender yet pure strand of pale fire. It surged upward, penetrating the barriers of the Sea of Cycles, breaching the fleshly confines, and overcoming the suppression of chaotic runes. Like the gentlest of tendrils, it delicately reached into Kakarot's near-fractured consciousness. There was no violent infusion of power, only a pure, gentle flow of life, imbued with ancient protective intent. This stream flowed like a clear spring, traversing the arid and cracked landscape of his consciousness. Wherever it passed, the chaotic tempest of information was slightly soothed, the tearing agony gently alleviated, and the cold, numbing despair was replaced by a faint yet tangible warmth. It was not healing, but rather awakening the dormant essence of the ancient holy body deep within Kakarot's bloodline and soul. A feeble groan escaped from Kakarot's tightly pressed lips. His heavy eyelids felt as though glued together, laboriously parting to reveal a sliver of light. His vision was blurred and swayed. The first sight that met his eyes was a low ceiling, fashioned from twisted metal and rough stones, with faint, sulfur-tinged dark red light filtering through the crevices, reminiscent of the furnace star domain. The air was stifling, saturated with the acrid scent of low-quality fuel, metal corrosion, sweat, and the complex aroma of some peculiar plant roots. He lay atop a relatively soft bed of hay, fragrant with the essence of dried plants, while the cold metallic ground lay beneath him. Upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a remarkably crude and cramped chamber, resembling a forcibly partitioned corner of some vast, forsaken structure. The walls were constructed of rusted metal plates and rough stone blocks, with gaps poorly sealed by a viscous black substance exuding faint energy fluctuations. In one corner lay a haphazard collection of seemingly useless scrap parts and tools. This was not the Starbone Whirlpool. Was it a sanctuary? Kakarot strained to turn his neck, a sharp pain causing him to gasp. He discovered that his tattered garments had been replaced with a similarly coarse but bleached gray cloth. His right arm, severed at the elbow, was meticulously wrapped in clean gray strips of cloth, dark red blood oozing from the bandages. Though rudimentary, the care taken by the bandager was evident. Who could it be? He attempted to summon a fragment of divine power for introspection. The Sea of Chaos remained in disarray. The chaotic core runes revolved heavily, suppressing the information streams of the ruins, the remnants of shattered bone armor and fragments of stone tablets, their radiance dimmed. The waves of the sea of suffering were faint. 5 lotus petals languishing, their edges even bearing fine cracks. The flicker of chaotic life emanating from the core of the star nucleus remained stable. Yet the energy it conveyed was exceedingly weak, barely sustaining the most basic of life functions. The most significant change was the flicker of the holy fire spirit. It hovered above the lotus petals, still faint but exuding a purifying and life-giving aura, clearer and more vibrant than before, as if nourished by some unseen force. At that moment, a series of exceedingly soft, timid footsteps approached from outside the room, halting at the makeshift door crafted from worn metal plates. Creak. The metal sheet was cautiously pushed open to reveal a pair of clear, crystalline eyes, reminiscent of the rare pure waters of the furnace star domain, peering through the gap. The owner of those eyes seemed taken aback upon realizing Kakarot had awakened, and when their gaze met his weary yet sharp gray eyes, panic flickered for an instant, akin to a startled fawn, before retreating abruptly. "Grandfather, he has awakened." A clear, childlike voice, tremulous and innocent, called from outside the door. Soon, a heavy and hurried footfall echoed. The metal door was swung wide open. A tall, albeit slightly stooped, elder appeared at the threshold. He was clad in a similarly bleached gray coarse cloth, with a rudimentary vest crafted from some dark red beast hide draped over him. His exposed skin resembled dried bark, marked with wrinkles and burn scars. Most striking was his left hand, replaced by a crude mechanical prosthetic composed of metal pipes and gears, currently gripping a metal spear adorned with a dark red crystal at its tip. His face bore the marks of time and vigilance, his murky eyes fixed on Kakarot with a hawk-like intensity, brimming with caution and scrutiny. At the elder's side, the little girl who had peered in earlier now hid, clutching his pant leg. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, also dressed in gray cloth, her small face dirty yet retaining a certain charm. She tightly grasped the elder's trousers, revealing only half of her small visage, her pure, large eyes filled with curiosity and a lingering hint of fear as she surreptitiously observed Kakarot. Outsider. The elder's voice was hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper's rasp, tinged with a heavy accent. Where do you hail from? Why were you found unconscious in the bone shatter? His gaze swept over Kakarot's bandaged arm, the mechanical limb tightening around the spear. How did you sustain this injury? Kakarot remained silent. He sensed the elder's aura, honed by the harshness of his environment, as unyielding as rock, coupled with an unmistakable wariness. This small tribe, surviving on the fringes of the Furnace Star Domain, had surely faced tremendous challenges. He needed to evaluate his circumstances and regain his strength. I encountered a spatial storm. Kakarot's voice was hoarse and dry as he opted for a vague, yet plausible explanation. My ship was destroyed, I drifted here, and was caught in the blast. He glanced at his severed arm. The elder narrowed his murky eyes, evidently skeptical. A spatial storm? While common on the fringes of the Furnace Star Domain, such a phenomenon should not have severed an arm of such evident prowess. His gaze swept over Kakarot's frail, yet imposing presence and the remnants of his clearly extraordinary garments. Grandfather, he bled a lot. It was me and Aji who dragged him back. The little girl timidly spoke, seemingly attempting to defend Kakarot. The elder glanced down at his granddaughter, his fierce gaze softening slightly, yet still retaining its caution. I am Scarred-Face Rog, the head scavenger here. This is Little Belle. He gestured toward the girl, his mechanical limb still clutching the spear. Regardless of where you came from, in this place, you must abide by the rules. Once you are healed and regain your strength, you will work in exchange for food and water. We do not harbor idlers, nor do we entertain troublemakers. Rog, Little Belle. Kakarot nodded, his voice still weak. I am Kakarot. Your kindness in saving me will not be forgotten. I understand the rules. He attempted to shift his body, but the pain contorted his brow, cold sweat beating at his temples. Seeing Kakarot in such agony, a flicker of sympathy crossed Little Belle's eyes. She gently tugged at Rog's clothing. Grandfather, he seems to be in great pain. Should we offer him some Grerut soup? Grerut soup? Kakarot thought, realizing it was likely the source of the peculiar plant scent in the air. Rog hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded to his granddaughter. Little Belle immediately darted away like a cheerful little bird, soon returning with a chipped metal bowl. Inside was half a bowl of murky liquid, exuding a faint bitterness and a weak life essence. Drink, it will help a little. Little Belle carefully placed the bowl beside Kakarot before swiftly retreating behind Rog. Kakarot gazed at the murky soup, then at the pure intentions reflected in the little girl's innocent eyes. After a moment of silence, he lifted the bowl with his still-functioning left hand and drank it in one gulp. The liquid was bitter, reminiscent of earth and flora, yet upon entering his stomach, it released an exceedingly faint warmth, slightly alleviating his body's chill and pain. The Grerut evidently contained some rudimentary life energy, which might be effective for ordinary individuals. But for his holy body injuries, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Thank you. Kakarot set down the bowl, looking at Little Belle, his tone softening. Little Belle seemed encouraged, her large eyes crinkling in a shy smile. At that moment, a commotion and heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Rog, something's wrong. A sturdy man, similarly clad in rags and bearing fresh burn marks on his face, burst in, panic evident in his demeanor. The Blood Shackles patrol craft has appeared on the edge of the Ashen Plains. They seem to be searching for something. Buck has been captured. They claim he was hoarding high-energy crystals. What? Rog's complexion shifted dramatically, a fierce light igniting in his murky eyes. The Blood Shackles. Those damned hyenas. Buck, he suddenly turned to Kakarot, suspicion and fury flooding his gaze. Is it you? Did you bring them here? Kakarot's heart sank. The Blood Shackles had not given up after all. Unable to locate the remnants of the destroyed vessel and the body of Kakarot, they commenced a search in the nearby star debris region. The scavenger named Buck, alas, seems to have fallen victim to a calamitous fate. Grandfather, it's not his fault. Little Belle suddenly summoned her courage, positioning herself protectively in front of Kakarot, her small face flushed with determination. Uncle Buck found that glittering stone over there, in the old tin can. He wasn't awake at that time. She pointed towards a pile of discarded parts in the corner of the room. A glittering stone? Both Rog and Kakarot turned their gazes towards the corner. Deep within Karot's right eye, a target was swiftly locked in. Beneath the heap of scrap, there lay a fist-sized, irregularly shaped crystal, emanating a faint blue-white glow, as if liquid coursed within it. It was precisely the fragment of the spatial energy crystal he had previously consumed in the serpent's nest, imbued with a hint of pure spatial primal energy. It was evident that it had been displaced here by the shockwave of the explosion. An energy crystal. Rog inhaled sharply, his eyes instantly aflame with avarice, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a deeper dread. Damn it, that fool Buck dared to pick up something like this. It's a death sentence. Just as Rog's mind reeled, caught in the dilemma of whether to flee with the crystal or devise a means to rescue others, a low hum resonated. A subtle yet terrifying spatial fluctuation, akin to invisible ripples, swept across the entire scavenger camp. Warning: high-precision life detection scan initiated. Source: direction of the Ashen Plains. Target locked within this area. A hoarse voice emanated from outside, the lookout of the camp. It's the Bloodshackle's hounds. They've discovered us. Panic spread through the small camp, like a contagion. Cries, curses, and the clattering of metal erupted into chaos. Rog's complexion turned as pale as parchment. His mechanical prosthetic trembling around the spear he gripped tightly. Faced with the armed-to-the-teeth slaver patrol boat, these scavengers were as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Little Belle, stricken with fear, clutched Rog's pant leg, her pure, wide eyes brimming with tears of terror. A suffocating atmosphere of despair enveloped the dilapidated room. In that critical moment, the pale sacred fire spirit, floating within Kakarot, seemed to sense Little Belle's pure and intense fear. Suddenly, it pulsated vigorously. A thought more vivid and proactive than before surged forth. No longer merely a nurturing presence, but a guardian. An instinctual will to protect pure benevolence and the weak. Emanating from a sense of order. With a hum, a strand of pale fire, more solid than before, surged forth from Kakarot's chest, disregarding his frail form. This time, instead of entering Kakarot's consciousness, it transformed into a faint, almost imperceptible stream of pale light, effortlessly embedding itself into the small hand of Little Belle, which was tightly gripping Rog's pant leg. Ah! Little Belle gasped softly, instinctively loosening her grasp, staring blankly at her palm. In her hand, an exceedingly tiny, ancient rune mark composed of pure white flame flickered and vanished. Simultaneously, a weak yet unmistakably warm aura of reassurance and protection radiated from Little Belle, spreading like ripples and instantly enveloping the entire tiny room. This aura brushed against Rog, washing away much of his panic and despair as if cleansed by a clear spring. It flowed through the outside, where the frightened scavengers' chaotic cries remarkably diminished. Even the terrifying spatial scanning waves outside seemed to experience a brief delay and disruption upon encountering this faint aura of protection. Like a speck of dust tossed into a storm, though powerless to quell the tempest, it miraculously fostered a fleeting moment of serenity within a confined space. Rog abruptly turned to Little Belle, disbelief and astonishment flooding his murky eyes. Then, he swiftly glanced at Kakarot. Even he, in his dullness, comprehended the extraordinary nature of this foreigner. He possessed something that could influence his granddaughter. Kakarot too was astonished, gazing at the vanishing rune mark in Little Belle's palm. The sacred fire spirit could actively detach and protect others. Furthermore, it seemed that Little Belle's constitution had an innate affinity for this sacred firepower. Just then, the roar of engines and the piercing wail of a loudspeaker approached from outside. Scavengers inside, surrender the concealed energy crystals and all outsiders. Otherwise, we shall cleanse the camp in blood. The patrol boat of the Bloodshackle had arrived. Rog's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. He glanced at the corner where the alluring yet lethal energy crystal lay, then at Little Belle, whose pallor had briefly abated due to the recent phenomenon. Finally, his gaze settled on the weak, yet seemingly harboring unknown potential Kakarot. A frenzied and resolute thought surged within him. Chapter 45. Crystal as bait, sacred flame consumes the vessel. Surrender the crystal and outsiders. Otherwise, we shall cleanse the camp in blood. The chilling, brutal electronic roar reverberated outside the camp's dilapidated metallic barriers. Akin to the countdown of death, the engine's growl sounded like a beast's breath, causing the rusted walls to tremble. The menacing silhouette of the Bloodshackle patrol boat became increasingly discernible, its massive cannons and slave-catching forks glinting ominously. The air within the cramped quarters grew thick. The scavengers' faces turned ashen, despair coiling around their hearts like a frigid vine. Rog's facial creases were etched as deeply as if carved by a blade. Bloodshot eyes glistening with desperation. He fixated on the corner where the deadly, tempting blue-white crystal fragment lay, then abruptly turned to the frail Kakarot, who leaned weakly against a pile of straw, and finally fixed his gaze upon his granddaughter Little Belle, whose wide eyes still reflected lingering fear, yet shone with a peculiar calmness due to the fleeting rune on her palm. Grandfather, Little Belle's voice quivered with tears, her small hand clutching Rog's pant leg tightly. Time was running out. The last flicker of hesitation in Rog's eyes was overtaken by madness. He bent down abruptly, his mechanical arm seizing the cold fragment of the spatial crystal. Upon grasping it, a torrent of chaotic spatial energy surged through his arm, causing a numbing pain to ripple through half his body. Yet he paid it no heed. Foreigner. Rog's voice rasped like gravel grinding, imbued with a desperate resolve. I do not know who you are, nor what cursed thing you conceal. But if you wish to survive, you must heed my words. Karo raised his gray eyes slightly. Though weakened, they remained sharp as a blade. He said nothing, merely gazing intently at Rog. AJ, old cripple, Rog shouted towards the door, gather all the able-bodied men. Arm yourselves. Set an ambush in the western tin maze. At the sound of explosions, hurl incendiary cans with all your might. Create chaos. Boss. The blood shackles cannons. AJ's trembling voice echoed from outside. Forget the cannons. Follow my orders. Rog bellowed, interrupting. Little Bell, you must stick with this foreigner. Do not leave his side. He cast a deep, complex glance at Karo, filled with warnings, entrustments, and a kind of wild trust that risked everything. Foreigner, protect her well. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Without granting Karo a moment to respond, Rog thrust the spatial crystal forcefully into the inner pocket of his leather shoulder cape, turned, and charged into the chaos and smoke outside, akin to a wolf driven to the brink. Grandfather, Little Bell cried, attempting to chase after him, only to be seized by Karo with his remaining left hand. Do not move. Karo's voice, though low and frail, carried an undeniable strength. Deep within his right eye, the chaotic star gem re-emerged, and a chilling sense of spatial awareness instantaneously radiated outward. Outside the encampment, the Bloodclaw patrol vessel had already landed, its hatch flung open. 7 or 8 members of the slave-capturing squad, clad in obsidian power armor and wielding energy weapons, surged forth like demons arisen from the depths of hell, led by an exceptionally tall, muscular man bearing a multi-barreled rocket launcher, as they violently herded and shoved the scavengers gathered at the camp's entrance. Rogue's figure moved against the tide, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, staggering yet resolutely sprinting towards the western section of the camp. A metallic labyrinth resembling a graveyard of steel. As he fled for his life, he deliberately tore open the beast-hide shoulder guard containing the crystals, allowing the blue-white glimmer to flicker tantalizingly in the dim light. He was there. The crystal was upon him. Capture him. The Bloodclaw captain's crimson electronic eye locked onto the enticing blue light emanating from Rogue. Greed swiftly overwhelmed reason. He grinned wickedly, directing the massive rocket launcher towards Rogue's fleeing form. Pursue. Do not let him escape. The rest of you, keep an eye on these vermin. Not a single one must slip away. Boom, boom. 2 high explosive rockets shrieked through the air, crashing violently into the metallic debris ahead of Rogue's escape route. Explosive flames shot skyward. Smoke billowed forth. Rogue's form was momentarily lifted by the shockwave of the explosion, yet he stubbornly rose to his feet, continuing his desperate flight. More slave capturers howled, resembling hyenas scenting blood, as they chased after Rogue, leaving only 2 to guard the terrified scavengers. The crystal served as bait. Drawing the tiger from its mountain lair, Carlo understood Rogue's mad, yet heroic plan in an instant. He had made himself the lure, diverting the majority of the enemy to grant a slim chance of survival for the camp and for Carlo and the others. The price, perhaps, would be his own life. Grandpa. Little Bell gazed at her grandfather's staggering silhouette amid the explosions, her small face pale as tears surged forth, her body trembling violently. A massive dread once again seized her tender heart. Just as this fear reached its zenith, a low hum resonated. Within Carlo's wheel of fate, the pale sacred flame's spirit flickered anew, burning more intensely than before. An indescribable will of protection mingled with Little Bell's pure fear, crashing against Carlo's feeble resolve like a flood breaking its dam. This time, it was no mere transmission of power, but a fervent yearning. A yearning for strength. A yearning for protection. Ugh, Carlo grunted, his consciousness feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer. The protective will of the sacred flame's spirit and Little Bell's fear acted as the most potent catalyst, igniting the heavy, swirling chaotic core rune within his wheel of fate. The furious spatial energy and the information flow of stillness that had been suppressed within the rune were forcibly stirred by this surge of protective will. A faint yet exquisitely pure energy, merging the properties of chaotic annihilation and sacred flame purification, uncontrollably seeped from the wheel of fate, coursing through the connection with the sacred flame spirit, and surged once more towards Little Bell. Ah! Little Bell uttered a soft gasp. This time, the fleeting protective rune in her palm did not materialize, yet her entire body was instantly enveloped in an almost imperceptible, pale flame-like illusion. This flickering visage bestowed upon her a faint, yet unmistakably sacred and inviolable aura. More importantly, Carlo felt his consciousness synchronizing with Little Bell's fear, connected through the sacred flame spirit. He seemed to perceive the Bloodclaw captain, the demon-like figure wielding the rocket launcher, within Little Bell's eyes. That massive, grotesque weapon exuding an aura of destruction. Protect, Grandpa, punish the wicked. Little Bell's voice trembled with tears, her subconscious murmurs resonating like the most direct command. exploding within Carlo's consciousness. Now was the moment. Carlo's eyes flashed with fierce determination. He no longer suppressed, but actively guided. He infused the sliver of chaotic spatial energy stirred by the will of the sacred flame into the very tip of his left finger along with the last remnants of his will. The target of his fingertip was the energy core of the multi-barreled rocket launcher gripped by the Bloodclaw captain, as seen through Little Bell's fearful vision. Chaotic sacred finger, ignition. Swoosh. A beam of gray-gold light, more refined than before. Barely the width of a chopstick yet compressed with the ferocity of spatial annihilation and a hint of the pale sacred flame. Silently pierced through the dilapidated metal walls of the hovel. Ignoring the distance of space, it struck with the precision of death's sigh, hitting the energy transmission nexus exposed on the back of the rocket launcher on the captain's shoulder. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The Bloodclaw captain, grinning wickedly as he prepared to aim again at the fleeing rogue, suddenly felt his shoulder-mounted rocket launcher tremble violently. Buzz. An indescribable gray-gold brilliance, filled with the will of annihilation and purification, erupted instantaneously from the energy nexus of the rocket launcher. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only silent disintegration and incineration. The sturdy alloys and energy conduits composing the energy nexus, upon contact with the gray-gold beam, disintegrated as if cast into an unseen furnace. Without a sound, they crumbled into ash, softening, and then dispersing as fine metallic dust. Even more terrifying was the faint pale sacred flame, like a maggot burrowing into bone, surging up the energy conduits, igniting the high-energy fuel stored within the rocket launcher in an instant. Boom. This time, it was a cataclysmic detonation. The Bloodclaw captain had no time to scream. His upper body, along with his beloved rocket launcher, was instantaneously engulfed and disintegrated by the gray-gold radiance, transforming into a gigantic sphere of destruction composed of metallic dust and pale flame. The horrific shockwave, intermingled with chaotic energy torrents, swept forth like a tempestuous sea. Captain. No. The two closest slave capturers, caught in the blast, bore the brunt. Their sturdy power armor was torn asunder before the gray-gold brilliance, disintegrating instantly. Their bodies melted away like wax figures tossed into strong acid, disintegrating under the purifying flames, leaving not a trace. Even the more distant slave capturers were violently thrown back by the ferocious shockwave. They crashed against the heavy armor of the patrol vessel like discarded sacks, emitting dull, cracking sounds. The entire patrol vessel was pushed back several meters by the explosion's force, its hull armor severely deformed, groaning in agony. The engines emitted an abnormal wail. The scavengers, who had been kept captive, were momentarily stunned by the sudden and terrifying explosion. But soon after, they erupted into cries of relief and jubilation. "Rogue, Grandpa!" Aji's frantic shout echoed from the ironclad labyrinth to the west. Following that came the whistling sound of countless incendiary canisters being ignited and hurled. Boom, boom, boom. The rudimentary incendiary canisters exploded amidst the metallic debris, their power limited, yet instantly igniting vast swathes of oil and discarded materials. Thick smoke billowed, flames leaping high. The already chaotic scene was thrown into further disarray. Retreat. Quickly retreat. There's an ambush. The surviving slave capturers, thoroughly terrified by the eerie gray-gold radiance and the captain's instantaneous obliteration, fled in a panic. They abandoned the capture of scavengers and any thought of energy crystals, scrambling towards the heavily damaged patrol vessel, desperate to escape this terrifying realm of death. As the patrol vessel belched black smoke, its engines emitted a feeble roar, shakily lifting off, wailing in terror as it fled from the camp engulfed in flames and chaos, disappearing into the horizon. Within the camp, the scavengers who had narrowly escaped erupted into cries and cheers of survival. Aji burst forth from the ironclad labyrinth, his visage marred by soot and singe, his eyes ablaze with a tumultuous blend of ecstasy and trepidation. Within that humble and dilapidated chamber, Karo, after unleashing that fateful infernal gesture, seemed to have expended the last vestiges of his soul. The light of the chaotic core runes within the sea of turmoil had dimmed completely, akin to extinguished stars. The 5 lotus petals drooped languidly, their edges fraying. The heart of the stellar divine source emitted a mournful wail of exhaustion. That pale sacred flame spirit, after its eruption, had succumbed to a profound frailty, its radiance flickering perilously close to extinction, gently drifting amidst the center of the lotus petals. A profound weariness and backlash surged forth like a tide of darkness, utterly engulfing him. His body slackened, and the world around him faded into an abyss of black, toppling him forward. Big brother, Xiao Lingbell cried out, instinctively extending her arms, using her diminutive form to catch Karo's collapsing frame. The weight bore down upon her, nearly causing her to stumble, yet she gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to support Kakarot, preventing him from crashing to the ground. She gazed at his pallid, unconscious face, then glanced at her small hand that had just guided the way, her pure, wide eyes filled with concern, gratitude, and a bewildered astonishment. At that moment, Rog stumbled back into the scene. He was caked in dirt, his face bearing scratches, the beast-skin shoulder guard torn apart by the explosion, revealing charred skin beneath. Scorched by the energy of spatial crystals, yet he was alive. In his grasp, he clutched tightly the blue-white shard of crystal. Shaolin Bell. Rog rushed into the humble abode. Witnessing the unconscious Kakarot supported by the little girl, and glimpsing the burning ruins outside along with the fleeing shadows of slave-catching vessels, instantly grasping the entirety of the situation. "Grandpa, big brother, he fainted to save us," Shaolin Bell exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion. Rog observed the furrowed brow of Kakarot, still clenched in unconsciousness, and the dark red blood crust seeping from the severed arm, then turned his gaze to his granddaughter's eyes, pure and untainted, coupled with the faint yet genuine aura of sanctity that lingered around her. His hands, scarred and calloused, trembled as they reached for Kakarot. This time, it was not with vigilance, but imbued with an indescribable reverence and gravity. "Aji," Rog bellowed towards the entrance, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Bring in a few strong hands. Lift him to my lair. Be gentle. Do not jostle his wounds." "Scarred old man," Aji murmured, his gaze flickering between the unconscious Kakarot and the wreckage and burning ruins left by the patrolling vessels, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Do as instructed," Rog commanded sharply, his murky eyes scanning the startled scavengers in the camp. "Today, if anyone dares to breathe a word of this, I'll thrust this dangerous shard of crystal into his mouth and let him embrace his own annihilation." The scavengers fell silent, glancing at the unconscious Kakarot and the crystal shard in Rog's hand, their eyes filled with dread and awe. Rog paid no further heed to them, carefully taking the unconscious Kakarot from Shaolin Bell's embrace. The weight felt akin to that of a mountain. He lowered his gaze to Kakarot's pallid face, then to Shaolin Bell, nestled at his side, her small hand clutching the hem of Kakarot's garment. In a raspy voice tinged with a complexity of emotions, he murmured, "Let us return home. Our true home lies within the Iron Anvil Canyon." Chapter 46. The sanctified remnants of the Iron Anvil Canyon. Unconsciousness enveloped him like a heavy mire, consciousness ebbing and flowing within it. Boundless darkness and searing pain alternated in a relentless assault, akin to ceaseless torment. Kakarot felt like a derelict vessel, utterly devoid of propulsion amidst a tempest, dragged inexorably towards an icy abyss by unseen currents. Time lost all meaning as a continuous stream of heat, reeking of sulfur and singed flesh, coursed over his senses like coarse sandpaper. Simultaneously, a dull, rhythmic thud, reminiscent of an ancient beast's heartbeat, penetrated the barriers of his awareness, gradually pulling him from the depths of his stupor. With a suppressed, raspy groan, Kakarot struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. The first sight to greet him was no longer the low, dilapidated metallic ceiling of the scavenger camp, but rather a towering, steep cliff, glimmering with a dark metallic sheen. This cliff was not hewn from natural rock, but rather composed of countless immense, rusting battleship hulls, fractured and twisted skeletal structures, and solidified remnants resembling blackened metal slag. Brutally piled, pressed, and forged together, its surface bore the scars of colossal impacts, gaping rents, and traces of molten metal that had cooled and solidified. Enormous, serpentine energy conduits and ventilation shafts protruded from the crevices of the cliff, exposed to the air, emitting faint residual energy fluctuations and streams of scorching air. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, metallic dust, and the distinctive heat of a blazing furnace. He lay upon a relatively flat platform, hewn from some dark red heat-resistant rock, situated against the towering metallic cliff at the base of this immense metal canyon. Beneath him, thick pelts, exuding the dry, fragrant aroma of plants, cushioned his body, far more comfortable than the previous straw. His severed arm had been meticulously rewrapped in cleaner gray cloth, the blood crust carefully tended to. Iron Anvil Canyon. In an instant, Kakarot comprehended his whereabouts. This was indeed the true home that Rog had spoken of. A sanctuary concealed at the edge of the furnace star domain, formed through the relentless collision, melting, and accumulation of countless colossal starship wrecks over eons. Emerging as a natural metal fortress, the dull thuds, akin to a heartbeat, reverberated from deep within the canyon. Following the sound, he beheld several furnace-like structures, transformed from enormous engine nozzles, towering like small hills at the canyon's center. The furnaces glowed a deep crimson, radiating a terrifying heat. Thick conduits converged from various points within the canyon, continuously supplying metallic refuse, energy ores, and even some peculiar lava flows collected from the star wrecks into the furnace's maw. Fiery red light burst forth from the furnace's observation ports, casting a crimson glow across the canyon's floor. Countless scavengers busied themselves around the furnaces, akin to industrious worker ants, manipulating rudimentary mechanical arms to channel molten metal into molds, forging them into crude weapons, tools, or metal ingots. Each tremendous hammer's strike upon the glowing metal blank resounded with a heartbeat-like thud, accompanied by sparks flying and the mournful cries of metal. This was a kingdom forged on the precipice of destruction and rebirth, rugged, searing, infused with primal strength. Big brother, you finally awoke. A clear, jubilant voice rang in his ears. Karo struggled to turn his head. Xiao Bell knelt beside him on the rocky surface, her little face flushed by the furnace's light. Her pure, wide eyes fixed upon him, brimming with unadulterated joy and relief. In her hands, she cradled a chipped ceramic bowl, half filled with warm, slightly bitter-scented herbal soup. You have been unconscious for 2 whole days. Grandpa feared you might never wake. It terrified me. Xiao Bell exclaimed, her eyes glistening once more, cautiously bringing the bowl to Karo's lips. Quick, drink some soup. Grandpa said it would do you good. Gazing into the genuine concern reflected in the little girl's eyes. A ripple stirred within Karo's icy heart. He nodded slightly, accepting the bowl with his still-functioning left hand, and drained the warm broth in one go. The bitterness lingered. Yet the faint warmth did indeed soothe his parched inside somewhat. He endeavored to summon a flicker of divine power, yet the vortex remained as parched as a cracked riverbed. The core runes of chaos dim and lifeless, the 5 lotus petals languid, and the energy transmitted from the heart of the stellar core was feeble. The sacred flame spirit hovered quietly at the center of the lotus petals, its radiance seemingly more stable than before his unconsciousness, yet still frail. The gravest concern lay with the segment of the chaotic bone armor, its severed limb and fragments of the stone tablet, which now exuded a peculiar agitation, as if provoked by the chaotic energy and searing heat permeating the gorge. What of Rog? Kakarot queried, his voice hoarse. Grandfather is over by the old furnace, keeping watch. He responded. He mentioned that the area outside the gorge has been tumultuous. Although the hyenas of the blood shackles have fled, the ruffians of Black Forge and the Skull Crusher gang are lurking nearby. Little Bell pointed towards the tallest and most fervent furnace deep within the gorge. Grandfather said he wishes to speak with you when you regain your strength, regarding the sacred flame. Sacred flame? Kakarot's pupils constricted. Yes. Little Bell nodded vigorously, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her pure eyes. She instinctively touched her abdomen and whispered, "It's the warm essence I felt within me that day." Grandfather said it symbolizes the sacred lineage, the flame of guardianship. Sacred lineage? Flame of guardianship? A tremor coursed through Kakarot's heart. Rog, indeed, possessed knowledge of something profound. At that moment, heavy footsteps resounded. Rog's towering silhouette appeared at the edge of the platform. He wore a relatively intact vest crafted from dark red beast skin and metal plates, his bare arms muscular, adorned with burned scars and dark flecks left by metallic debris. A rough mechanical prosthetic dangled at his side while he wielded a spear, its tip embedded with a larger dark red crystal. Weariness etched on his face. Yet murky eyes ignited with sharp intensity upon seeing the awakened Kakarot, akin to a hawk. Little Bell, assist Aunt Aji with the furnace temperature, Rog commanded, his voice gravelly and authoritative. Oh. Little Bell replied obediently, casting a concerned glance at Kakarot and then at her grandfather's stern countenance, before reluctantly descending the platform. Glancing back thrice as she vanished into the bustling crowd, Rog approached Kakarot, settling cross-legged beside him, resting the spear across his knees. He did not speak immediately but instead grasped a rough metal flask nearby, taking several gulps of a potent, acrid liquid before exhaling a long plume of scorching white vapor. Outsider, no. Kakarot, Rog finally addressed him, his murky gaze fixated on Kakarot. The essence within Little Bell, the force within you, what is it truly? Kakarot remained silent. The chaotic astral pearl within his right eye gradually surfacing, coldly scrutinizing Rog. He was assessing whether this scavenger leader was worthy of trust. Pondering the true implications of the sacred lineage and the flame of guardianship he spoke of, Rog appeared to pierce through Kakarot's wariness, revealing a bitter smile, exposing his yellowed teeth. Do not regard me with such suspicion. I have toiled in this forge for nearly 60 years. From my grandfather's grandfather. The Rog family has scavenged amidst this heap of scrap. We have witnessed many meteoric figures streaking across the furnace star domain, leaving not even a trace behind. You are formidable, extraordinarily so, almost inhuman. Yet in this cursed place, mere strength will not suffice for longevity. He paused, the metallic fingers of his prosthetic unconsciously tapping against the spear shaft on his knee, producing a dull thud. The day you fell unconscious, I examined your wounds. That severed arm, and the cold chaos within you, a power that unnerves the soul at a mere glance. is undeniably not of the furnace star domain. It resembles more the essence of ancient demons, those exiled and sealed at the universe's edge. Kalat's gaze sharpened. Rog's intuition was astute. Yet, Rog shifted his tone, a complex light igniting in his murky eyes. That force within Little Bell, that warmth, that purity, infused with the intent of guardianship. I recognize it. My grandfather exhibited a similar essence just before his demise. Though fleeting and faint, it was identical. That is the sacred flame, the final echo of our forgotten sacred lineage. Sacred lineage? Kalat finally spoke, his voice low. Indeed. Rog's excitement surged, his voice trembling. We are not mere scavengers. Our ancestors were once the rulers of this star domain, guardians of the eternal sacred flame. Our homeland, that infernal flame star bound by chains, burns in the depths of the furnace, the very source of the sacred flame. Like thunderclaps, Rog's words reverberated in Kalat's mind. The infernal flame star. The coordinates indicated by the fragments of the stone tablet. The source called forth by the sacred flame spirit. It was indeed the homeland of Rog and these scavengers. Long ago, so long that even legends have grown faint, Rog's voice turned somber and mournful, as if reciting an ancient elegy. An unimaginable calamity descended. The sacred flame extinguished. Guardianship collapsed, and the infernal flame star was shackled by terrifying chains, dragged into the deepest recesses of the furnace star domain, enduring the relentless burn and torment of chaotic energy. Our ancestors, those fortunate enough to escape the sacred lineage, became exiles among the starry seas, ultimately establishing the Anvil Gorge at the edge of this graveyard of star remains, barely surviving. The power of the sacred flame in our bloodline waning with each generation. Until it nearly extinguished, he suddenly turned to Kalat, eyes brimming with hope and a hint of madness. Until you appeared. Until that cold, ancient demonic power within you. And that sacred flame capable of resonating with Little Bell's bloodline. Tell me, Kalat, where do you hail from? Is the sacred flame within you from the infernal flame star? Has it not yet been entirely extinguished? The infernal flame star. The eternal sacred flame. The sacred lineage. All clues converged in that moment. Kalat gazed into Rog's eyes, which were nearly ablaze with a mixture of despair and the final flicker of hope. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his left hand, a faint yet pure pale flame flickering at his fingertips, dancing silently. The flame's glow was not fierce, yet it exuded an indescribable aura of ancient purity and guardianship, instantly dispelling a hint of chaotic essence from the surrounding sweltering air. Rog's eyes widened in shock. His breath caught in his throat. He stared, transfixed, at the flickering pale flame, his body trembling violently. Old tears, unbidden, streamed from the corners of his scarred eyes. He extended his calloused hand, marked by the toil of years, yearning to touch the flame, yet hesitated just shy of its reach, as if afraid to disturb this sacred glimmer. It is it, truly it, the embers of the eternal sacred flame, Rog choked, his voice quavering, tinged with weeping yet also elation. The prophecy, the ancient prophecy, is true. When the last spark returns, when the bloodline of the sacred lineage is reignited, the chains shall be shattered. He suddenly raised his head, his tear-streaked face filled with an unprecedented fervor and resolve, addressing Kalat as if in the presence of a deity. He prostrated deeply, bowing low. Messenger of the sacred flame, I beseech you, let us home. Bring us back to the infernal flame star. The extinguished sacred flame needs to be rekindled. Our homeland, shackled by chains, needs liberation. Rog the anvil shall serve as the spear in your hand. For the sacred flame, I shall burn until my last drop of blood. Thud. The heavy sound of his bowing echoed upon the searing platform, intertwining with the distant roar of the furnace hammer, composing a tragic and mournful prelude to their homecoming. Kalat watched as Rog knelt in supplication, then gazed at the flickering yet resilient pale flame in his palm. While the chaotic astral pearl within his right eye turned slowly. Deep within the furnace star domain, the infernal flame star shackled by chains. The summons of the sacred flame altar, the agitation of the chaotic severed limb and stone tablet, and the looming shadow of the Frieza army. The path ahead was destined to be paved with blood and tears. Chapter 47. The return of the forged saint of the crucible. Ragna's heavy and fervent prostration struck the air like a hammer against molten metal, creating invisible ripples in the searing atmosphere. Deep within the canyon, the roar of the furnace persisted, the rhythmic clang of the hammer seeming to sound a drumroll for this tragic vow. The scavengers, no, the remnants of the sanctified, paused their labors, gazing with uncertainty towards the elevated platform, towards the scarred-faced leader kneeling before them, and the figure upon the platform, who sat upright, a faint pale flame dancing in the palms of his hands. Kakarot remained silent. The flicker of the holy flame within his grasp burned quietly, illuminating his pale, profound gray eyes. Ragna's words acted as a key, unlocking a heavy door long sealed with blood and lament. The infernal flame star, the eternal holy fire. The chains of bondage, the exiled sanctified. All these elements wove together in a bizarre tapestry alongside the guidance of the stone tablet on the divine mountain. The call of the true holy flame, and the chaotic path of his own sacred womb, intertwining in an uncanny fashion. Arise. Kakarot's voice, though still hoarse, resonated with an undeniable strength. His fingertips twitched, and the pale flame extinguished silently. Ragna's body trembled, slowly lifting his head. The murky tears coursed through the scars on his face. However, the despair and madness that once resided in his eyes had been replaced by a fervor and devotion akin to that of a martyr. Messenger, call me Kakarot, he interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the ragged, emaciated figures below, their eyes ignited with a flicker of uncertain hope sparked by Ragna's actions. To reignite the holy fire and shatter the chains is not achieved through supplication and prayer. He glanced at his right arm, wrapped in gray cloth. The chaotic bone beneath emanating a cold, restless aura. I require strength. The strength to restore. Ragna followed Kakarot's gaze, understanding dawning within his eyes, which then transformed into a more resolute gleam. Messenger, Lord Kakarot, everything in the Iron Anvil Canyon, including this old life of mine, belongs to you, as long as it aids you in regaining your strength and returning to the Flame Star. He abruptly stood, his mechanical limb pointing towards the tallest furnace at the heart of the canyon, the Old Furnace. The Old Furnace is the heart of our Iron Anvil Canyon. It burns with the most ferocious core of the star's ashes. The stardust steel forged there is among the hardest metals in this star domain. Its core temperature is sufficient to vaporize battleship armor. Madness flickered in Ragna's eyes. If you do not refuse, the fire of this furnace may assist you in tempering your body. Tempering my body? Kakarot's right eye, the chaotic star wheel, spun, and his icy perception pierced through the space to lock onto the roaring old furnace. Resembling a small mountain, the furnace body glowed dark red, radiating an aura of terrifying heat. The energy fluctuations at its core were violent and chaotic, imbued with the unique essence of destruction and searing heat from the furnace star domain, yet intertwined with an exceedingly faint but exceptionally pure essence of the Earth's fire. This essence resonated subtly with the aura of the true holy flame. The risk is immense, yet the opportunity is equally great. This ferocious core fire of the furnace might just be the catalyst needed to awaken the chaotic sacred womb, temper the chaotic bone armor, or even attempt to reconnect the severed arm. Very well. Kakarot rose without a hint of hesitation, his body still weak, yet his spine stood straight, like a sword poised to be reforged in the flames. Lead the way. Ragna's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance, and he nodded vigorously, yes. The old furnace lay at the deepest part of the canyon, adjacent to the towering furnace walls forged from the remnants of countless massive engines. The closer they approached, the more terrifying the waves of heat became, distorting the air and blurring their vision. The acrid scent of sulfur and the metallic tang of molten metal nearly suffocated them. Enormous energy conduits resembled roaring veins, continuously feeding the red-hot metal solution into molds. Each hammer strike resonated like colliding stars, shaking the earth and showering sparks like a torrential downpour from dozens of meters above. Ordinary remnants of the sanctified could only toil at the periphery, clad in rudimentary, heat-resistant gear, operating rusted mechanical arms. Only Ragna and a few of his strongest warriors could approach the core area for brief moments. Ragna guided Kakarot along a narrow metal walkway, scorched by the intense heat, step by step towards the observation platform at the heart of the old furnace. Little Ling, under Ragna's stern command, was left in a safe area far behind, her petite face etched with worry, her pure eyes closely following Kakarot's figure. Stepping onto the observation platform felt akin to stepping onto the surface of the sun. The horrifying heat wave instantly curled and charred the coarse gray cloth of Kakarot's garments, searing his skin with intense pain. Were it not for the foundation of the chaotic sacred womb, an ordinary person would be reduced to cinders in an instant. Below, the enormous furnace mouth resembled the entrance to hell, churning with molten gold and white lava. The blazing flames licked the furnace walls as if alive. At the core, a fiery crystal the size of a small house, glowing like a burning diamond, hovered at the center of the lava, exuding a soul-chilling heat and ferocious energy. Kakarot's right eye, the chaotic star wheel, spun wildly just to catch a glimpse of the core. This is it. Ragna's voice, drowned by the deafening roar, sounded like a mosquito. He pointed at several enormous observation windows crafted from special high-temperature resistant crystals embedded in the furnace walls. The core flow is right below. My lord. You step back. Kakarot interrupted him, his voice remarkably clear amidst the heat wave. He approached the central observation window, peering down at the churning gold and white hell below. The chaotic bone remnants at the severed end of his right arm trembled and throbbed violently under the intense heat and chaotic energy, as if a famished beast had awakened. The dim runes on the surface of the gray-white bone fragments flared to life, erupting in a blinding gray light. An insatiable and violent instinct to devour surged through the severed arm, assaulting Kakarot's will. Simultaneously, the pale holy flame spirit in the sea of chaos also stirred with unprecedented vitality. It pulsed with fervor, emanating a longing essence. As if the raging lava below contained the nutrients it desperately needed. Come forth, Kakarot inhaled deeply, the scorching air searing his lungs. He no longer suppressed the devouring instinct of the severed bone, but actively invoked it. His right shoulder, covered by the chaotic bone armor, trembled violently. Buzz! A formidable and unparalleled chaotic devouring force surged forth, akin to an invisible maw, instantly penetrating the thick high-temperature crystal observation window, plunging fiercely into the roiling gold and white lava below. Boom! Like boiling oil splashed into cold water. The entire old furnace shook violently. The enormous fiery crystal at its core erupted in dazzling brilliance. The ferocious lava churned like an enraged beast, roaring. A torrent of gold and white molten rock, imbued with terrifying heat and destructive energy, was brutally extracted and pulled by the chaotic devouring force, transforming into a thick pillar of flame, rushing upward, and crashing violently against the observation window. Crack! The high-temperature crystal observation window, capable of withstanding the bombardment of battleship main cannons, groaned under the immense strain as it made contact with the more violently condensed lava flow, guided by the chaotic force. Spiderweb-like cracks spread instantaneously. "My lord, be careful," Ragna exclaimed in horror, wanting to rush forward to pull Kakarot back. But Kakarot did not retreat. He pressed forward. His left eye blazed with indomitable will, while his right eye, the chaotic star wheel, spun coldly, forcibly guiding the raging gold and white lava flow attracted by the devouring force, not directly striking himself, but directing it toward the severed end of his right arm. A non-human howl of pain erupted from Kakarot's throat. The moment the gold and white lava flow, infused with the core's violent energy, made contact with the gray-white bone remnants at the severed end, it felt as if millions of burning steel needles pierced the marrow simultaneously. It was akin to casting one's soul into the heart of a star. Annihilation, decomposition, scorching, destruction. The tumultuous energy and matter that constitute lava are forcibly disintegrated and plundered under the annihilative properties of the chaotic bone armor. However, the shock and agony accompanying this process are sufficient to shatter even the most resolute steel will. The gray-white bone fragments tremble violently under the relentless assault of the lava, the surface runes flickering erratically, greedily consuming the pure energy, while the bone fragments themselves grow ever more profound, with new, intricate runes subtly glimmering along the edges of the fractures, coalescing. The barrier at the break, the force of annihilation that hinders regeneration, begins to slowly dissolve under the intense anguish and energy shock, as if the unyielding ice were meeting the molten lava. Within the cycle of the abyss, the chaotic core runes blaze with newfound brilliance. They resemble the most avaricious of gorgers, fervently refining and absorbing the surging, frenzied lava energy. The sea of suffering boils. The dark gold waters now tinged with a searing crimson glow, as the chaotic stardust within the waters ignites, reconfiguring, becoming ever more resplendent. The 5 wilted lotus petals sway violently under the onslaught of raw energy, the cracks at their edges seemingly mending. As the essence of life draws forth new beginnings from the destruction, the heart of the stellar core pulsates as if cast into the crucible. Radiant light erupting from its fissures, while the chaotic spark of life greedily absorbs the pure essence of the primordial earth fire, growing denser and more formidable. Meanwhile, the sacred fire spirit, akin to a long-lost kin discovering its family, willingly releases strands of exceptionally pure pale fire, probing into the directed flow of molten lava, precisely capturing and drawing forth the exceedingly faint essence of the earth fire that shares its origin. With each strand absorbed, the radiance of the sacred fire spirit stabilizes and even intensifies. Destruction and rebirth, pain and metamorphosis. In this frenzied inferno of the ancient furnace, Kakarot is undergoing an unprecedented tempering. Outside the furnace, Rog and the robust warriors, including Aji who rushed to the scene, stand agape at this godly spectacle. They witness Kakarot standing before the crumbling observation window, his right arm severed, the gray-white glow intertwining and clashing with the gold-red lava. They observe the deepening cracks spreading across the observation window. They see Kakarot's body tremble violently in excruciating pain, yet remain steadfast like a rock rooted in the lava. The messenger of the sacred fire, consuming the flames of the furnace, Aji's voice trembles with unparalleled awe and reverence. It's the sacred fire guiding him, Rog murmurs, tears welling in his murky eyes. But this time they are tears of excitement and ecstasy. At that moment, a sudden transformation occurs. A thunderous roar, resounding like a cataclysm from the depths of the earth, erupts from beneath the ancient furnace. The entire gorge trembles violently. The enormous fiery crystal core of the furnace explodes with unstable brilliance. The pipes channeling the lava emit a piercing shriek. The furnace walls quake violently, and more cracks emerge. Not good. The furnace core is under pressure imbalance. It's going to explode. A distressed, old survivor monitoring the furnace screams. "Sir, stop it at once," Rog shouts, his face pale with terror. Should the furnace explode, the entire anvil gorge would be reduced to rubble. Kakarot senses this sudden, catastrophic surge of energy. Deep within the furnace core, a more violent energy, akin to an awakened ancient beast, is brewing wildly. His forceful consumption of lava seems to have shattered the fragile energy equilibrium of the core, triggering a chain reaction of collapse. Humph. A fierce glint ignites in Kakarot's eyes. He does not halt. Instead, he amplifies the force of his absorption to its zenith. At the same time, he clenches his left fist. The flicker of divine power just restored in the cycle of the abyss igniting fiercely, invoking the strength of the chaotic core runes. "Submit to me." A resounding hum erupts. An invisible force field imbued with the will of chaotic annihilation explodes outward from Kakarot, not as an attack, but as a forceful suppression, like an unseen giant hand. It presses down on the impending eruption of the furnace core energy. Boom, boom, boom. The tumultuous energy within the furnace core collides violently with Kakarot's chaotic force field. The entire ancient furnace emits a mournful cry as it teeters on the brink of disintegration. The cracks in the observation window widen instantaneously, and golden white lava erupts like a dam breaking, scorching waves sweeping across the platform. Kakarot's 7 orifices bleed, his body swaying violently. Forcing the suppression of the impending explosion of the furnace core consumes far more than mere absorption. The cycle of the abyss churns once more. The recently restored power rapidly depleting. In this precarious deadlock of life and death, Master Kakarot. Catch this. Rog suddenly roars. His mechanical prosthetic arm has somehow detached, revealing a hidden metallic box glowing with a dim red light. He expends all his strength to hurl the box towards Kakarot. The box feels heavy and cold in his grasp, its surface intricately engraved with ancient flame patterns reminiscent of the sacred mountain stone tablets. A faint yet exceptionally pure protective will emanates from within the box. The ancestral relic, the last heart of flame. May it lend you strength. Rog's voice is nearly drowned out amidst the explosive din. In an instant, Kakarot comprehends. Without hesitation, he channels his final reserves of power, along with the protective will imparted by the heart of flame, directly into the severed end of his right arm. The intermingling radiance of gray-white bone fragments and gold-red lava surges explosively. The force of absorption, combined with the protective will, acts like a potent stimulant, violently crashing into the furnace core. A thunderous, earth-shattering boom erupts. The volatile energy core of the furnace, caught between the dual forces, is forcibly pushed back, as if a volcano were being thrust back into the Earth's crust. The uncontrollable energy surges forth like a tamed wild stallion, coursing through the established channels. The tremors of the furnace quickly subside, and the spouting lava gradually recedes. Though the furnace walls bear numerous scars, the catastrophic explosion has been averted. The platform is in disarray, lava flowing and waves of heat rolling forth. Kakarot kneels on one knee, gasping heavily, dark golden blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, sizzling upon contact with the searing metal platform. Yet, the annihilative force of the barrier to regeneration at the severed end of his right arm has completely vanished. The gray-white bone fragments emit a warm and restrained chaotic luster, and between the flesh and bone fragments at the break, countless fine, dark golden and gray-white energy threads, reminiscent of nerves and blood vessels, writhe frantically, connecting and growing. The severed arm is regenerating. Within the cycle of the abyss, the chaotic core runes stabilize, seemingly shrinking in size, but becoming more refined and profound. The ocean of suffering is vast and tumultuous, the dark golden waters swirling with glimmers of crimson light. The 5 lotus petals are lush and vibrant, their chaotic golden edges sharper than before. The fissures in the heart of the stellar core have nearly healed, the core's chaotic spark of life pulsating like miniature stars, stabilizing in its rhythm. The sacred fire spirit has also grown, quietly hovering and emanating a reassuring aura. More importantly, once the heart of flame fell into Kakarot's hand, it transformed into a red light, melding into his palm and subtly connecting with the essence of the sacred fire spirit. Master, Rog, disregarding the scorching ground, crawls over, his voice trembling. Kakarot slowly raises his left hand, indicating he is unharmed. He gazes at Rog, then looks down at the survivors who have narrowly escaped disaster, their eyes reflecting a fervent faith akin to that reserved for deities, and finally, his gaze drifts beyond the gorge, deep into the furnace star domain, eternally ablaze with dark red nebulae. Prepare, Kakarot's voice, though still weak, carries a newfound depth of strength born from the fire of rebirth. Prepare the patrol vessel left by the blood shackles. Assemble all combat-ready personnel and gather every available resource. His right eye, the chaotic star wheel, spins as his cold will plunges into the cycle of the abyss. Return to the void. Analyze the connection between the heart of flame and the sacred fire spirit, and, in conjunction with Rog's knowledge of the star map, chart the optimal course to the infernal flame star. Calculate the necessary energy and risks. After a prolonged silence, the long-dormant ruins AI stirred to life, its glow faintly illuminating the depths of the chaotic core ruins. A cold, electronic voice resonated within Kakarot's consciousness. Command confirmed. Data integration in progress. Star map comparison. Energy requirement calculations. Risk model establishment. Optimal route planning underway. Estimated completion time, 12 standard hours. Kakarot rose to his feet, albeit slightly unsteady, yet the terrifying aura, forged in the crucible of chaos, began to permeate the steel canyon like a waking dragon. 3 days later, Kakarot's voice echoed clearly throughout the scorching gorge, imbued with undeniable resolve. Departure, homeward bound. Boom. Deep within the canyon, the ancient furnace seemed to respond with a deeper, more powerful roar. Chapter 48. The starship sets sail, the furnace takes on apprentices. The 3 days flew by amidst the deafening roar of the furnace and the urgency of preparations within the Iron Anvil Canyon. Kakarot sat cross-legged in a makeshift sanctuary constructed from heavy warship armor plates, nestled halfway up the furnace wall. This secluded haven offered relative tranquility, insulating him from the searing air outside. His eyes were gently closed, enveloped in a thin veil of dark gold and gray mist. The regeneration at the severed edge of his right arm was nearing completion. The dark golden sacred blood and gray-white chaotic bone armor intertwined like the most intricate loom. Countless strands of energy weaving together, merging, and taking shape. The outline of his newly formed forearm had become discernible, adorned with the deep and restrained chaotic bone armor. The fingers elongated and powerful, their tips shimmering with an ephemeral edge of annihilation. Although the strength of his new bone arm had yet to fully return, its cold texture and the latent, terrifying power rendered the entire space heavy and oppressive. Within the wheel sea, the chaotic core runes spun like stars tempered by the forge. Their size diminished yet more profound, exuding pure chaotic essence that nourished the entire secret realm. The tranquil surface of the bitter sea reflected the radiant glow of gold-red lava, perfectly fused within the dark golden seawater, while chaotic stardust sparkled like a miniature galaxy. 5 emerald green lotus petals, their edges adorned with chaotic golden threads, exuded the mysterious rhythms of life and order. The fissures in the heart of the star core had nearly vanished, with the core's chaotic life light pulsing steadily, radiating an endless supply of high-level energy. The pale sacred fire spirit had also nearly doubled in strength, hovering quietly above the lotus petals, emanating warmth and a resolute will for purification and protection. The flame heart box, offered by Rog, had fully integrated into the wheel sea, transforming into a minute rune mark, ablaze with pale flames, imprinted at the corner of the chaotic core runes, closely linked with the sacred fire spirit, transmitting ancient messages of protection. Has the route planning for the ruins been completed? Kakarot's voice resonated within his mind. Deep within the wheel sea, the dark golden data stream representing the ruins flickered to life, and the cold electronic voice responded, route planning complete. Based on the star map fragments within the flame heart box, the oral star route of the sacred progeny, and the current chaotic gravitational model of the furnace star domain, 3 viable routes have been plotted. On the main screen, a complex star map unfolded, composed of chaotic nebulae, gravitational whirlpools, and hazardous radiation belts. 3 pulsating dotted lines meandered through it. Route A, traversing the boiling blood nebula and the shattered bone asteroid belt, the shortest distance, but subjected to intense radiation impacts and dense meteor showers, with an 87 probability of encountering interstellar pirates. Route B, skirting the edges of the Ashen Corridor, utilizing stardust clouds for concealment, offering the best stealth, yet the path is convoluted, requiring passage through several unstable spatial folds, with a 65 risk of encountering spatial turbulence. Route C, passing through the scorching or star cluster, allowing for the replenishment of high-purity energy ores along the way, yet necessitating a direct confrontation with the territory of the Black Furnace Fortress, with a 92 probability of hostile armed interception. Risk assessment and energy requirements. Route A. Estimated travel time, 15 standard days. Energy requirement, high. Survival probability, 41. Route B. Estimated travel time, 28 standard days. Energy requirement, medium. Survival probability, 58. Route C. Estimated travel time, 22 standard days. Energy requirement, low. Survival probability, 33. Deep within Kakarot's right eye, the chaotic star wheel rotated slowly, and the cold calculations swiftly completed their deductions. Concealment? In the shadow of the Frieza Legion and the chaos of the Furnace Star Domain, it bore little significance. Energy replenishment? The target was too large, making it susceptible to exposure. The only solution was speed. In the eye of the storm, one must be faster than the storm itself. Choose Route A, the shortest path. Kakarot's voice was resolute. What is the status of the blaze flame? Damaged patrol vessel reverse engineering repair completion, 82. Main structure reinforced. Engine system recalibrated to the original Razor Shark class maximum power of 120. Weapon systems, retaining the original twin-mounted particle cannons. With two newly added Sacred Progeny Furnace technology, modified magma flamethrowers. Shield system, replaced with Sacred Progeny Slag shield generator. Ship designation confirmed, Blaze Flame. Current energy reserves, 37. Estimated probability of sustaining Route A to its endpoint, 29. 29. Kakarot's gray eyes were icy. Sufficient. Lord Kakarot, all preparations are complete. Rog's voice rang from outside, brimming with uncontainable excitement tinged with a hint of solemnity. Kakarot opened his eyes, and the fingers of his right arm, now covered in the newly formed bone armor, slowly clenched, resonating with a deep spatial hum. He rose and pushed open the heavy metal door. At the canyon floor, the atmosphere was both tense and fervent. The blaze flame, meticulously repaired and modified by the Sacred Progeny survivors, lay quietly docked in the makeshift clearing. The hull still bore signs of repair. A dark red paint covering the emblem of the blood shackles, while the bow was emblazoned with a new insignia composed of pale flames and shattered chains. Sacred fire returns. The robust cannon barrels and menacing magma flamethrowers exuded an air of danger. Gathered beneath the ship were all the Sacred Progeny survivors capable of wielding weapons, numbering less than 100, comprising both the young and old. They were clad in rudimentary thermal suits or makeshift armor, grasping rough spears, axes forged from stardust steel, and even massive wrenches used in the furnace. Their faces bore the marks of hardship, scorched scars, and grime, yet at this moment, every pair of eyes burned with a singular fervor, the fervor of returning home and the resoluteness to face death. Rog stood at the forefront, donned in a relatively complete set of aged armor embedded with dark red crystals, firmly gripping a spear adorned with larger gemstones. Beside him was Little Belle, securely sheltered behind him, clad in an obviously altered thermal suit, her small face taut, her once timid, pure eyes now filled with an unexpected tenacity befitting her age. Her tiny hand instinctively pressed against her abdomen. Aji and a dozen of the strongest warriors stood beside the door of the blaze flame, poised to be among the first to board. Sons and daughters of the Sacred Progeny. Rog's voice, though hoarse, resonated like a tolling bell, booming amidst the canyon's roar. Today, the sacred fire messenger, Lord Kakarot, shall lead us on the path homeward, back to our homeland, bound by chains, the infernal flame star. This road is destined to be intertwined with blood and fire, a journey fraught with peril. Tell me, are you afraid? Not afraid. The thunderous roar erupted from the chests of the gathered, a tragic determination overshadowing the furnace's roar. The spears clashed, the metallic sound ringing out like a solemn vow. For the extinguished sacred fire. For the imprisoned homeland. For home. Board the ship. Rog raised his spear high, under Aji's command. The warriors swiftly and orderly boarded the blaze flame. The women, children, and the elderly were assigned to relatively safe cabins. Rog took one last glance at the steel canyon where he had lived for decades, a complex glimmer flickering in his murky eyes before transforming into resolute determination. He took Little Belle's hand and followed closely behind Kakarot as they stepped through the hatch of the blaze flame. The hatch slowly sealed shut, isolating the crew from the searing heat and clamorous echoes of the canyon. Within the bridge, dim light enveloped the space. Kakarot settled into the captain's seat, his right hand, encased in bone armor, gently pressed against the control panel. Rog and Little Belle stood nearby, their expressions taut with apprehension. Return to oblivion. Start the engines. Destination, Course A. Maximum power. Kakarot's voice was calm and unwavering. Command confirmed. The engines ignited, the slag shield activated, and the course locked. Blood-boiling nebula. Curvature core. Maximum power engaged. The cold electronic voice of Oblivion resonated. Buzz. The engine of the blaze, reinforced with sacred technology, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of white light. The furious thrust erupted instantaneously. The hull groaned heavily, breaking free from the canyon's gravitational grasp, like a ferocious beast escaping its cage, resolutely tearing through the blistering air. Charging into the eternally burning crimson canopy of the furnace star region, the blaze had set sail. Outside the viewport, the colossal metallic silhouette of Iron Anvil Canyon rapidly diminished, ultimately consumed by the swirling dark red nebula. Ahead lay chaos, ferocity, and the perilous unknown of the starry sea. The initial days of the voyage were relatively tranquil. The blaze glided through the desolate belt of star debris like a crimson specter, speeding along the edge. Rog and Aji familiarized the warriors with the ship's weapon systems, engaging in rudimentary tactical drills. Meanwhile, Little Belle quietly lingered beside Kakarot, her innocent, wide eyes curiously surveying the intricate instruments and the bizarre nebula outside the viewport. Kakarot spent most of his time with his eyes closed, focusing on the complete integration and restoration of his right arm. The strength of the newly formed arm, encased in chaotic bone armor, steadily grew, and his mastery over the annihilation properties became increasingly adept. The sacred fire's true spirit became more active as it sensed the approach toward the infernal flame star. However, the tranquility was soon shattered. Warning. Entering the edge of the blood-boiling nebula. High-intensity gamma-ray bursts and unstable ion storms detected. Shield energy consumption escalating. The alarm of Oblivion blared within the bridge. Outside the viewport, the previously clear starry sky was abruptly replaced by an endless, churning nebula of crimson and murky yellow light. The violent energy turbulence clawed at the hull like an invisible giant hand. The surface of the slag shield rippled violently, emitting a hissing sound under the burden. Maintain course. Prioritize shield energy to engines and core. Kakarot commanded, his right eye glimmering with chaotic starlight, an icy resolve enveloping the ship, forcibly stabilizing its posture. The blaze was akin to a solitary vessel in a raging sea, struggling to navigate through the crimson energy tide. The hull was beset by violent tremors and the groans of twisted metal. Occasionally, tiny fragments of meteors were swept up in the turbulence, striking the shield like bullets and erupting into dazzling sparks. Starboard. 3 o'clock. High-energy reaction. It's a stardust conglomerate. Aji, on lookout duty, suddenly shrieked in terror. Before them, amidst the surging crimson nebula, countless tiny stardust particles were wildly gathering and compressing under the influence of the turbulent energy flow. In mere moments, they coalesced into a massive crimson serpent, hundreds of meters long, composed entirely of chaotic particles. This serpentine entity, devoid of physical form, radiated terrifying energy fluctuations capable of tearing apart small ships. Its scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the blaze, its immense body twisting violently with a roar of destruction. Lunging forward to devour. Particle cannon charging. Magma ejectors ready. Rog bellowed, his mechanical limb slamming down on the weapon control panel. Time was short. A fierce glint flashed in Kakarot's eyes. His armored right arm shot up, fingers splayed, facing the oncoming crimson serpent outside the viewport. And he clenched his hand fiercely in midair. Chaos void shatter. Buzz. An immensely powerful and refined chaotic force field erupted instantaneously. Rather than solidifying, it sliced through. An invisible blade imbued with the will of chaotic annihilation cut through the turbulent energy flow with unparalleled precision, severing the serpent at its vital point. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The crimson serpent, composed of high-energy particles, disintegrated as if thrust into an invisible grinder. The chaotic particle stream that formed its body instantaneously lost cohesion, collapsing silently like a burst bubble, vanishing into oblivion and reverting to primordial stardust, reintegrating into the boiling nebula. Silence enveloped the bridge. Aji and the others gaped, their mouths agape, staring at the vanishing monstrous entity outside the viewport. Their eyes filled with awe akin to that of reverence for deities. Continue. Moving forward, Rog's voice trembled slightly. The blaze continued to recklessly traverse the blood-boiling nebula. Kakarot's newly evolved bone arm revealed its potency, repeatedly thwarting the lethal threats posed by stardust conglomerates or energy vortices. Yet, the alarms from Oblivion grew increasingly frequent. Shield energy remaining, 21, 19, 17. Engine core temperature nearing critical levels. Curvature stability declining. Weak spatial jump signal detected from behind. Signature match. Blood chain class, slave ship. The shadow of vengeance loomed. Hatred ignited in Rog's eyes. Accelerate. Burst out of the nebula. Kakarot's voice was frigid. The specter of the Frieza Legion had yet to dissipate, and the pursuers aboard the blood chain were upon them once more. The blaze's engines roared in overload, trailing a blazing tail as it dove into the deepest, most turbulent regions of the nebula. This was their only path to survival. Yet, it was also the most perilous gamble. The violent turbulence and energy shocks caused the hull to emit a mournful cry, teetering on the brink of disintegration. The shield's glow dimmed to its utmost limits. Just as the shield was about to shatter, buzz, within Kakarot's consciousness, the pale sacred fire spirit pulsed violently upon sensing a peculiar energy fluctuation deep within the nebula. A powerful, yearning intent surged forth. Oblivion. Scan ahead. Coordinates XXX. Kakarot commanded instantly. Scanning. Abnormalities detected. High-purity spatial flame-mixed energy source. Form. Small crystal cluster. Floating amidst the violent energy flow. Outside the viewport. Deep within the roiling crimson energy turbulence, a faint, star-like, pure platinum glow flickered into view. The aura emanating from this light was pure, ancient, imbued with a peculiar sense of order, akin to that of the sacred fire spirit, yet even more primal. Teardrop of stardust. Rog exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes alight with incredulous ecstasy. The legendary artifact birthed from pure star cores and the embers of sacred fire under extreme conditions, almost simultaneously with the discovery of the platinum cluster. Warning. High-energy weapon lock detected. Source, behind. Bloodchain class slave ship's main cannon. The alarm of oblivion pierced through the air. A colossal, dark purple particle beam, radiating a sense of annihilation, tore through the churning crimson nebula like the decree of death, hurtling towards the blaze's fragile, nearly shattered shield. Chapter 49. Tear and Flame Convergence. The dark purple death beam rent the boiling crimson nebula, carrying the cold will to obliterate all, instantaneously crossing the void to pierce the blaze's gossamer thin, flickering slag shield. The surface of the shield erupted in blinding purple light, as if subjected to strong acid, emitting a distressing, grating sound as energy readings plummeted. Shield critical. 3, 2, 1, collapse. Oblivion's cold electronic voice echoed with piercing urgency. Boom. Like the shattering of glass, the slag shield transformed into a storm of dark red energy fragments, instantaneously devoured and annihilated by the particle beam. The column of destruction surged forth, unimpeded, striking the blaze's vulnerable hull with ferocity. No. Rog's eyes widened in despair, releasing a desperate howl. Aji and the other warriors turned pale, their gazes consumed by the all-devouring purple light. In this moment of imminent disaster, as the ship faced annihilation, a chilling grunt erupted on the bridge. Kakarot's figure materialized before the viewport as if teleporting. His right arm, encased in profound chaotic bone armor, remained poised, while his left arm shot forward, fingers splayed, palm directed at the roaring beam of destruction. Chaotic holy fist devour the universe. A hum reverberated through the air as the chaotic core runes in the Sea of Wheels suddenly erupted with an unprecedented grayish divine light. The sea of suffering churned, and the chaotic stardust within the dark golden waters spun wildly. A force of devouring power, originating from the sacred source, erupted with overwhelming might. Before Kakarot's left palm, a rapidly spinning micro-black hole vortex formed, constructed from countless fragments of shattered space and chaotic principles. Boom! The dark purple particle death ray collided violently with the grayish vortex. There was no explosion, only a silent obliteration and consumption. The ferocious energy constituting the particle beam was as if cast into the cosmic abyss, being frantically decomposed, torn apart, and devoured by that chaotic vortex. The blinding purple light writhed like a gigantic serpent being gnawed by an invisible maw, struggling and distorting, yet visibly diminishing, fading away. Ultimately, within mere meters of the Saiyan's hull, it was entirely consumed by the grayish vortex. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the bridge. Only the sharp whine of the overloaded engines and the heavy breaths of the crew filled the air. Rog and the others stood petrified, incredulously staring at the slowly dissipating gray vortex outside the viewport and the undamaged ship. He devoured the battleship's main cannon with his bare hands. However, Kakarot suddenly let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying violently. His left arm drooped weakly, palm charred, revealing dark golden bones beneath. The backlash from forcibly consuming such immense destructive energy was terrifying. Even with the support of the chaotic holy source, the Sea of Wheels trembled, and the glow of the chaotic runes dimmed significantly. Lord Kakarot, Xiao Lingling exclaimed, her pure, wide eyes filled with concern. It's nothing. Kakarot gritted his teeth to steady himself. His right eye, the chaotic star gem, spun wildly in agony, yet his cold gaze remained fixed on the flickering platinum light deep within the nebula. Abyss. Maximum thrust. Target locked. Stardust tier. The voice of the abyss rang with unprecedented urgency. The remaining engines at the tail of the Saiyan erupted with a dying, blazing roar, trailing a long tail of flame, like a meteor burning to its end, as it charged towards that point of platinum light, rushing recklessly. This is madness. That crystal cluster is at the center of the energy maelstrom. Entering means certain death. Aji gazed in horror at the tempestuous energy vortex ahead, resembling boiling magma. Silence. Execute the command. Rog bellowed fiercely, his bloodshot eyes fixed on that glimmer of hope. The Saiyan, like a fragile boat, crashed violently into the core of the turbulent energy vortex. The hull emitted a heart-wrenching metallic distortion. Countless crimson energy currents, like millions of heated scrapers, scraped mercilessly against the unshielded hull. Armor plates peeled away in large segments, melting. The internal structure wailed continuously. The roar of the engines transformed into a dying whimper. Hull structure damage rate, 45, 55. Engine core, melting critical. The damage report from the abyss resounded like a death knell. We're almost there. Xiao Lingling suddenly pointed at the viewport, screaming. That point of platinum light was nearly within reach. It was a crystal no larger than a fist, yet radiating a pure brilliance that stirred the soul. It floated serenely at the center of the raging vortex, like the eye of a storm, emanating a strange, calming power of order. Prepare to capture. Rog's voice trembled. However, just as the Saiyan extended its mechanical arm, about to touch the stardust tear, a hum erupted. The pure platinum light of the stardust tear surged. A force of rejection, powerful beyond resistance, erupted with thunderous intensity. It was not an attack, but an instinctive purification. Aimed at the chaotic energies lingering on the Saiyan's hull, the foul essence of the blood shackles particle cannon, and the cold, violent will of Karo's chaotic holy source. It unleashed an ultimate repulsion. Boom! The invisible repulsion field struck the Saiyan like a colossal hammer, the hull emitting a final, burdensome wail before violently rolling backward. Spiraling out of control, the mechanical arm, mere inches from the crystal cluster, was forcefully repelled. All was for naught. Despair once again enveloped them. No. Rog let out a beastly wail. Aji and the others' faces turned ashen. In this moment of utter hopelessness, within the sea of wheels, the pale sacred fire spirit, upon sensing the pure power of order from the stardust tear, erupted with an unprecedented desire and resonance. It pulsed violently, even actively separating a significant portion of its essence, transforming into a stream of condensed pale fire, surging fiercely against the barriers of the sea of wheels. Its target was none other than the stardust tear. At the same time, the stardust tear seemed to sense the weak yet familiar essence of the sacred fire spirit, and its repulsion field exhibited a slight, almost imperceptible wavering and hesitation. Now, madness and reason intertwined in Karos' eyes. He hesitated no longer. His right arm, covered in chaotic bone armor, shot upward, fingers spread wide, not to grasp the crystal cluster, but to plunge fiercely into his own chest, where the sea of wheels resided. Swoosh! The bone armor's fingertips pierced through skin and flesh like the sharpest scalpel, dark golden holy blood gushing forth. In the horrified gazes of Rog and Xiao Lingling, Karo forced the violently pulsing essence of the sacred fire spirit from the depths of his sea of wheels. With my body as the bridge, bring forth, tear of flame. Karo let out a soul-rending roar. He clenched the struggling mass of pure white flame in his right hand, exuding a protective will, while his left palm ignited with the last remnants of chaotic divine power, slamming toward the platinum light outside the viewport. Boom! The essence of the sacred fire spirit was forcibly propelled forth, transforming into a comet of pale flame, disregarding the turbulent energy currents and the faint repulsion field. Striking precisely at the core of the stardust tear, time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next second, buzz! An indescribable brilliance erupted at the core of the violent nebula. No longer pure platinum, nor merely the pale holy flame, but a dazzling tear of light infused with the holy flame of order. It resembled the first drop of divine tears falling at the dawn of the universe. The stardust tear and the essence of the sacred fire spirit merged perfectly. They transformed into a tear flame no larger than an infant's fist, radiating a purity capable of calming chaos and purifying all filth. At the moment of fusion, a torrent of warmth, pure and vast, containing the most primal order and protective will, surged along the trajectory propelled by Karo, defying the barriers of space, rushing back violently into the wound on his chest, flooding into his exhausted sea of wheels. Karo let out a scream of pain and relief intertwined. The power of the tear flame, fused with the stardust tear and the essence of the sacred fire, surpassed all expectations in its purity and vastness. It surged like the mightiest holy spring, instantly cleansing Karo's broken body and depleted sea of wheels. The charred wound on his left palm healed at a visible rate, rejuvenating. within the Sea of Wheels. The chaotic core runes greedily absorbed the power of the tear flame. Although their volume did not expand, they became more restrained and profound, with the surface patterns of principles clear as if engraved. The sea of suffering surged with towering waves, the dark golden waters tinged with a layer of pure platinum luminescence. And the chaotic stardust sparkled even more brilliantly. 5 lotus petals grew wildly, unfurling gracefully, the chaotic golden edges outlined by tears of flame, emanating a sacred radiance. The fissure in the core of the stellar divine source instantaneously sealed, as the chaotic life spark at its center, infused with divinity, transformed into a miniature star. Ablaze with platinum tears of flame. The sacred fire essence, hollowed of its origin, under the nurturing torrent of tears of flame, not only restored in an instant, but also multiplied in strength, blossoming into a quietly burning platinum flame lotus, suspended at the heart of the cosmic wheel. The most profound transformation emanated from his right eye. Deep within the eye, the swirling chaotic star sphere erupted with an unprecedented brilliance the moment the power of tears of flame surged forth. At the center of the misty vortex, a pure seed of order, ignited by the burning platinum tears of flame, was quietly birthed. Chaos and order, two opposing forces, at that moment, achieved a delicate symbiotic balance within his right eye. The chaotic star sphere continued to spin, yet it now possessed an ineffable aura of divinity and insight. Tears of flame insight. Within Carlo's right eye, the platinum tears of flame intertwined with the chaotic star sphere. The previously tumultuous energy currents of the nebula became instantly clear, as if an invisible hand had parted the mists. The weak points of the energy turbulence, the trajectories of the order field dissipated from the tears of stardust. All lay within his grasp. Return to the ruins. Assume control of the ship's posture. Target. Directly ahead. Weak point of the energy turbulence. Maximum power. Charge forth. Carlo's voice resonated with an unprecedented penetrating force. Command confirmed. The electronic voice of the ruins seemed to swell with exuberance due to this miraculous infusion of energy. Buzz. The engine of the ember flame, on the brink of meltdown, erupted with an incandescent white brilliance under the forceful infusion of tears of flame, surpassing all limits. The ship, as if infused with a frenzied vitality, surged through the tumultuous energy, tearing along the path briefly carved by the tears of flame's order field. Violently breaking free from the core vortex of the boiling blood nebula, the Crimson Nebula was left behind. Before him, a relatively tranquil expanse emerged, still shrouded in a dark red nebula. In the distant reaches, a star, bound tightly by countless massive, pulsating chains of dark red energy, loomed like a scar upon the cosmos, coming into view for all to see. The infernal flame star. Home was within sight. Yet, joy had not yet risen. Warning. Detection of ultra-high energy responses. Location, near-Earth orbit of the infernal flame star. Quantity, 3. Energy signatures match, Frieza's army. Ginyu Force. The alarm of the ruins resounded with unprecedented gravity. Outside the viewport, 3 ominous figures emanating a terrifying aura, each a different hue, slowly illuminated, like 3 cold stars. At the edges of the dark red outline of the infernal flame star bound by chains, a sense of mocking, overwhelming to the point of suffocation, enveloped the ember flame, which had just emerged from the jaws of despair. Jisus. Buddha. Raikum. The Ginyu Force has arrived. Chapter 50. The Special Forces descend. Tears of flame scorch the stars. The infernal flame star. A burning star ensnared by countless pulsating, blood vessel-like chains of dark red energy, radiating a suffocating despair and heat beneath the dark red sky. Home was so close, yet the shackles and tormented will emanating from those chains struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of every sacred descendant. However, before this despair could spread, an even greater terror froze it. 3 figures, akin to 3 cold stars, hovered in the near-Earth orbit of the infernal flame star, marked by bloodstains from the chains. They did not deliberately exude pressure, yet the absolute disparity in life levels, combined with the Ginyu Force's unique blend of mockery and cruelty, suffocated the battered ember flame, which had just surged forth from the boiling blood nebula. Inside the bridge, the air seemed to solidify into ice. Rog, Aji, and other sacred warriors felt as though they had fallen into an ice cavern, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, their bodies stiffened and unable to move. It was a fear that emanated from the depths of their souls, akin to ants gazing up at a collapsing sky. Little Belle's face turned pale, tightly clutching Carlo's clothing. Her pure eyes filled with instinctive terror. Had it not been for the residual sacred fire within her, instinctively protecting her mind, she might have already fainted. Jisus. Buddha. Raikum. Rog's voice was as dry as sandpaper, laden with profound hatred and despair. The Ginyu Force, Frieza's blade. Outside the viewport, the three figures became distinctly visible. On the left, stout and resembling an iron block, with a shiny bald head and deep blue skin. Clad in the Frieza Force's standard silver-gray combat attire, arms crossed, bearing an air of impatience and cold arrogance. Raikum. On the right, tall and slender, with purple skin and an exaggerated broom-like hairstyle, squinting with a playful smile, fingers crackling with dangerous arcs of purple energy. Jaisis. In the center, the largest figure, with pink skin covering bulging muscles, bald, wearing a combat scanner, and a cruel, excited grin, made a throat-slicing gesture towards the ember flame. Buddha? Ho ho ho. Look what we've caught. A little bug that crawled out of the boiling blood nebula? Buddha's coarse and mocking voice, unimpeded by the vacuum, resonated in everyone's minds, accompanied by a group of, Interesting. Are these the offspring of those stray dogs? Rug. You old fool. You haven't died yet. Lord Buddha. There is a high-energy response on that broken ship. Very special. Unidentifiable. And that one-armed fellow, his aura is very dangerous. The arcs of purple energy at Jaisis's fingertips danced faster, his narrow eyes fixed intently on Carlo at the helm. The combat scanner emitting urgent beeps, readings wildly fluctuating yet unstable. Dangerous? Ha ha ha. Raikum's deafening laughter filled the air, cracking his knuckles before the Jinyu Force. There are only corpses and toys. Buddha, Jaisis, don't waste time. The captain is waiting for us to clear out this trash and seize the core of the infernal flame star. Old rules. Who takes care of them first? I will. Buddha grinned maliciously, his massive body suddenly bending low. Let you see the speed of the universe's best. Super flash. Buzz. Buddha's figure vanished in an instant. Not high-speed movement, but true teleportation. The next moment, his colossal form appeared without warning in the void directly in front of the ember flame. Less than 100 meters from the bridge's viewport, his massive fist ignited with crimson flames, carrying the terrifying might to tear through space, crashing violently toward the fragile hull of the ember flame. The speed was such that even an afterimage could not be captured. Watch out. Rog's desperate scream pierced through the air. Aji and the others barely had time to react, just as that devastating fist was about to shatter the viewport, reducing the entire ship to cosmic dust. Within Carlo's right eye, the swirling chaotic star sphere suddenly accelerated. The seed of order, ablaze with platinum tears of flame, ignited fiercely. Tears of flame insight, stasis. Buzz. In Carlo's unique field of vision, Buddha's super flash, moving at unfathomable speed, its energy trajectory, the moment of muscle contraction. The nodes of spatial folding, all slowed down and were analyzed. It was as if viewed through high-speed photography in slow motion. That fist, capable of shattering stars, was filled with vulnerabilities in his eyes. Carlo didn't even leave his seat. His right arm, clad in chaotic bone armor, casually lifted, the tip of his index finger igniting a faint white platinum tear of flame. He aimed at a minuscule energy instability point created by spatial folding along Buddha's seemingly flawless punch trajectory, and gently tapped it. Sizzle. A beam of platinum tear flame, as fine as a single strand of hair, condensed to perfection, pierced through the fabric of space with the precision of a scalpel, instantaneously penetrating that almost imperceptible node. Bart, lost in the ecstasy of destruction, suddenly froze, his malevolent grin abruptly vanishing. He felt as if his super flash had collided with an invisible wall imbued with an extraordinary adhesive force, the power capable of shattering stars. Upon contact with that thread of platinum tear flame, was forcefully neutralized and delayed by an exquisite order of energy. The speed he prided himself on was, astonishingly, forcibly interrupted. Although the delay was a mere 0.01 seconds, it was more than sufficient for Kakarot. Return to the void. Hard to port. Ignite the planetary thrusters. Maximum power. Target, Bart. Kakarot's icy voice erupted on the bridge. Command executed. The response of the return to the void was instantaneous. The nearly disintegrated searing flame erupted with its final potential. The hull spun violently, accompanied by a piercing metallic groan. Simultaneously, the two grotesque planetary thrusters, modified with holy relic furnace technology, charged up in an instant. Boom, boom. Two colossal torrents of dark red energy, akin to rivers of molten lava, surged forth, carrying the unique violent temperature and destructive intent of the furnace star domain, like two enraged fire dragons, crashing mercilessly into Bart, whose form had momentarily stagnated due to the brief delay caused by the platinum tear flame. Bart let out a roar of astonished fury. He had never anticipated that his super flash could be interrupted. In a hasty reaction, he could only cross his arms to shield himself. The crimson flames erupted wildly. Boom, boom. The furious torrents of lava collided violently with Bart's flame shield. The deafening sound of annihilation and the explosion's brilliance engulfed him in an instant. The terrifying energy shockwave expanded silently in the vacuum of space. Bart's massive form was forcefully hurled away, akin to a ball struck by a massive hammer, tumbling towards a distant floating wreckage of a colossal star. His pink skin was scorched black in large patches. Bart, JIS and Lycom's mockery instantly froze, morphing into shock. Bart was actually sent flying by a decrepit ship. Bastard! How dare you harm Bart? Lycom's fury ignited in an instant, his deep blue skin flushed with rage. JIS, let's attack together. Tear them apart. How interesting. Jesus' gaze turned dangerous and focused, violet arcs of electricity flaring at his fingertips, the energy peculiar, yet ultimately. They are mere insects. Crushing orbs. JIS thrust his hands forward. Dozens of rapidly spinning purple energy spheres, emanating destructive cutting waves, instantly enveloped all evasion space of the searing flame like a swarm. Simultaneously, Lycom's massive form erupted with a terrifying wave of energy. He charged towards the searing flame like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, disregarding Jesus' attack range. With fists clenched, crimson flames coalesced into two gigantic energy gauntlets. Lycom's devastating strike. A double kill. Energy blockade and physical annihilation. The searing flame, ensnared by Jesus' crushing orb blockade, was like a moth trapped in a spider's web, with no escape. Meanwhile, Lycom's power, capable of shattering asteroids, rapidly approached, casting a shadow of death. Lord Kakarot, Rog despaired, watching the overwhelming purple energy spheres and the swiftly enlarging crimson gauntlet. Kakarot's gaze was as cold as eternal ice. The chaotic star orb in his right eye and the platinum tear flame spun wildly, instantly analyzing the energy structure of the crushing orbs and the power nodes of Lycom's punch. Return to the void. Concentrate shield energy at the bow. All remaining engine energy. Inject into the right arm interface. Kakarot's voice rang with determination. Warning. Forcibly injecting engine energy into a biological entity poses extreme risks, potentially leading to. The warning from Return to the Void was interrupted by Kakarot. Execute. Virum. The last remaining engine of the searing flame emitted a final mournful cry. The extracted ferocious energy surged chaotically into Kakarot's right arm, covered by the chaotic bone armor. The dim runes on the armor burst forth with blinding gray radiance. His entire arm glowed like a red-hot brand, emanating a terrifying heat and aura of annihilation. Intense pain furrowed Kakarot's brow. Yet, he paid it no heed. Raising his right arm, fingers spread wide, he faced the oncoming swarm of purple crushing orbs and Lycom's heavy punch, unwavering. Within his palm, the platinum tear flame and the gray chaotic divine power intertwined and compressed furiously. Chaotic tear flame, return to the void. Boom. An indescribable spiraling beam erupted fiercely from Kakarot's palm. The core of the beam was pure platinum tear flame, but its outer layer was entwined with the violent gray chaotic annihilation force. It roared forth like a chaotic star dragon, bound by the chains of the Order's sacred flame, carrying the terrifying will to annihilate all things and return to the void, crashing violently into Jesus' crushing orbs and Lycom's heavy punch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a symphony of annihilation that sent shivers through the soul. Jesus' purple crushing orbs, capable of slicing through warships, were instantly obliterated upon contact with the spiraling beam, like snow melting, devoured by the chaotic annihilation force of the outer layer. While the inner platinum tear flame precisely purified and neutralized the core laws constituting the energy spheres, dozens of crushing orbs disintegrated silently, as if thrown into a strong acid. Meanwhile, Lycom's earth-shattering crimson punch, upon entering the range of the spiraling beam, felt as though it had plunged into a thick cosmic swamp. The violent force was dissected layer by the chaotic power, annihilated. The platinum tear flame surged upstream against his fiery aura, burning fiercely, purifying his energy core filled with destructive intent. What the hell is this? Lycom roared in astonished fury. He felt as if his heavy punch struck against an ever-consuming void, and a sacred and searing energy was frantically eroding his aura. The crimson flames on his fist dimmed and dissipated at a visible rate. Boom. The spiraling beam, with unyielding momentum, struck fiercely against Lycom's crossed arms. Ugh! Lycom cried out as if struck by lightning. His deep blue arms instantly split open, charred black. The immense force propelled him away like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Bart, who had just struggled to rise from the wreckage of the star. Lycom! Bart shouted in anger, attempting to catch his companion, only to be scalded by the lingering chaotic tear flame energy on Lycom, letting out a cry as they collided together, tumbling helplessly. Impossible. Jesus' elongated eyes revealed disbelief for the first time. His crushing orbs had been silently annihilated. Lycom and Bart were repelled head-on. What kind of monster is this man with a severed arm aboard that decrepit ship? Carrot slowly retracted his right arm, the glow on the bone armor dimmed, and even exhibited a slight crack. The backlash from forcibly channeling engine energy to perform, return to the void, was immense. His complexion grew paler, and dark golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the platinum tear flame and chaotic star orb in his right eye burned brighter than ever. He gradually rose. His figure clad in chaotic bone armor stood tall before the bridge's viewport. His cold voice, transmitted through the ship's amplifier, defied the vacuum and resonated clearly in the ears of J.S., Bart, and Lycum, echoing like thunder in the sky above the infernal flame star. The Ginyu Force? Frieza's lackeys? Get lost. Or die. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped this star domain. Within the searing flame, the remnants of the holy lineage forgot their fear, gazing in awe at the figure resembling a deity, their eyes igniting with unprecedented, almost fanatical faith. Rog's tears streamed down his face as he murmured, "The messenger of the sacred fire, the messenger of the sacred fire." Little Belle clenched her tiny fists tightly, her pure eyes filled with pride and hope. In the orbit of the infernal flame star, the expressions of Jisoo, Bart, and Lycum transitioned from shock and fury to an overwhelming, unbridled rage and murderous intent. To be so provocatively challenged by a mere insect was an unparalleled humiliation for the Ginyu Force. "You bastard! You're courting death!" Bart and Lycum roared like wild beasts. Jisoo's eyes surged with violet lightning. "Very well. Insect, you have successfully enraged us. Prepare to face the wrath of the Ginyu Force." With a transformation of stance, 3 terrifying auras, each capable of warping space itself, erupted like supernovae in the frigid orbit of the infernal flame star. The final showdown was imminent. Chapter 51, Stance Liberation. The flame star weeps blood. Carrot's death declaration ignited the pin-up rage of the Ginyu Force, akin to a spark igniting a pool of oil. Being repelled, and even scorched by an insect aboard a derelict ship was a shame the renowned space elite had never before endured. With a shift in stance, Jisoo, Bart, and Lycum unleashed a simultaneous roar. A resounding hum reverberated through the air. 3 beams of energy, each distinct in color, yet equally terrifying, shot skyward. Gone was their previous mocking demeanor. They had fully entered a combat state, unleashing their energies in earnest. The ferocious aura crashed against the crumbling ship, the flare, like a tangible tsunami, causing the hull to groan under the strain, its shields flickering precariously, on the verge of collapse. Jisoo, the violet lightning no longer confined to his fingertips, now coiled around his entire being like a living entity. His form became indistinct, as if merging with the very fabric of space itself, his elongated eyes glimmering with a serpent-like coldness. The violet energy sphere coalescing at his fingertips was no longer a scattered orb, but rather compressed into a profoundly deep core. As if a miniature thunderstorm raged within, a core of destructive violet lightning. His speed, energy concentration, and aura of danger soared. Bart, beneath his pink skin, muscles expanded like a balloon, veins twisting like serpents. The charred spots seared by platinum flames were now enveloped by a new, more violent aura. He slightly bent his knees and leaned forward, adopting a stance for a rapid advance, his entire being resembling a taut bow, causing the surrounding space to warp under the pressure of his impending speed. The threat of superflash at full power sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld him. Lycum, the most straightforward among them, his deep blue skin glowed like a red-hot iron. The crimson flames no longer merely enveloping his fists, but instead engulfing his entire form like a volcanic eruption. His already bulging muscles swelled to an exaggerated degree, veins pulsating beneath his skin like small snakes. He abandoned all technical approaches, simply slamming his fists together in front of his chest. Boom! A sound resounded, so profound it felt capable of shattering souls, reverberating through the vacuum. The purest essence of power struck the flare like a tangible hammer. Insect, feel the terror of the Ginyu Force. Jisoo's voice dripped with icy malice as he unleashed the violet lightning storm chains. He thrust his hands wide open. The deep core of destructive violet lightning erupted instantaneously, transforming into myriad twisting chains of purple lightning, serpentine in their movement. These chains did not strike directly, but instead, as if imbued with life, disregarded physical trajectories, manifesting around the flare and weaving into a colossal electric net that covered every angle of evasion. At the heart of this net was Carrot, directly in the line of fire. The terrifying binding and annihilating force sought not only to completely restrain the flare, but also to directly refine Carrot. Die! Lycum's explosive fist followed closely. His massive form became a crimson comet, exuding a violent momentum that disregarded Jisoo's electric net, hurtling straight toward Carrot, ensnared by the web. The red energy sphere coalescing on his fists radiated a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the core of a small planet. Your life is mine. Bart's figure vanished in an instant. The universe's fastest speed erupted fully. He did not charge in a straight line, but instead, weaving through the gaps of Jisu's electric net and alongside Lycom's trajectory, left behind countless indistinguishable afterimages. Each afterimage carried a lethal threat, all aimed at a singular target, the heart of Kakarot. Time slowed to a near standstill as the trio of annihilation converged. The electric net restricted evasion and energy. Lycom's destructive punch. Bart's ultimate speed, a deadly ambush. The signature cooperative attack of the Jinyu Force, capable of eradicating the majority of cosmic powers in an instant. Inside the flare, the air became utterly still. The flickering hope ignited by Rogu and the others was extinguished in an instant by this terrifying onslaught, leaving only a chilling despair. They could scarcely perceive Bart's trajectory. Lord Kakarot, Little Belle cried out in a choked voice. A weak spark of holy fire within her instinctively flaring, yearning to act, yet being suffocated by the oppressive weight of terror. Kakarot's pupils constricted, his right eye, the chaotic star prism, spun wildly, the platinum flames burning at their peak. Tear flame insight, fully activated. To the ordinary eye, the triple assault was too swift to capture. Yet to him, it was forcibly deconstructed and analyzed. Jisu's violet lightning storm chains. The core was highly compressed destructive violet energy, possessing both binding and annihilating qualities. And he had pinpointed 3 relatively weak energy convergence points. Lycom's explosive fist, pure strength crushing down, energy concentrated in his fists, yet during his charge. A fleeting defensive gap existed in his torso due to the explosive force. Bart's ultimate flash charge, while his speed was indeed astonishing, under the tear flame insight. The minute ripples in space caused by his high-speed movements and the slight mental fluctuation upon targeting his victim provided the best guidance. His true form was behind the leftmost afterimage. In a split second, Kakarot made a decisive choice. To endure would mean death. A breakthrough was necessary. Return to the void. Energy shield. Shift the core to the rear engine bay. Detonate all backup energy. Kakarot's voice was cold and urgent. Command confirmed. Backup energy overload detonation procedure initiated. 3, 2. The electronic voice of return to the void carried a note of resolution. Just as Jisu's violet electric net was about to fully close in, Lycom's heavy fist was less than 10 meters from the viewport, and Bart's deadly claws were on the verge of piercing Kakarot's back. Boom! The rear of the flare, already overloaded and on the brink of collapse, detonated under the precise control of return to the void, akin to an ignited powder keg. Erupting with a thunderous explosion, a colossal sphere of destruction, mingled with metallic debris and frenzied energy, expanded instantaneously. This unexpected self-detonation far surpassed the power of a flamethrower. Moreover, the explosion point was exceptionally cunning, not at the center of the ship, but at the rear. The tremendous force did not disperse uniformly, but instead created a chaotic, directional thrust that violently propelled the entire flare, akin to being kicked by a giant, hurtling toward the surface of the infernal flame star, toward a pulsating crimson chain. What? Jisu's expression changed. His meticulously woven violet lightning storm chains were instantly disrupted by this chaotic, directionally erratic energy surge and the debris of the ship, tearing apart. Though not entirely destroyed, their binding power significantly diminished, becoming exceedingly unstable. Damn it! Lycom's explosive punch crashed into the turbulent energy and flying debris produced by the explosion. The anticipated sensation of shattering Kakarot was absent. Instead, he was momentarily stalled by the chaotic energy and shock waves. The energy in his fists was drastically depleted. Bastard! Bart was equally furious. He was the fastest, closest to Kakarot, and was on the verge of success. This sudden explosion and the ship's bizarre acceleration completely disrupted his rhythm and predictions. His speed, surpassing the limits of perception, had now become a burden. He charged forth with such velocity that he nearly collided headlong into the very core of the explosion. In a moment of desperation, he was forced to veer off course. Skimming perilously close to the violent edge of energy, his pink skin sizzling under the searing heat, completely shattering the momentum of his surprise attack. Meanwhile, Kakarot, in the instant the shockwave of the explosion struck his body, brought his chaotic bone armor-clad right arm crashing down upon the deck of the bridge. Boom! The sturdy alloy deck was breached, leaving a gaping hole. With his left hand, he swiftly seized the startled Little Belle and without hesitation cradled her in his arms. Plunging through the rupture into the compartment below, which had been torn apart by the blast, spewing flames and thick smoke, he deftly evaded the core of the explosion and the primary confinement of the JIS chains. Boom! The searing flame, now devoid of its tail and riddled with wounds from the explosion, resembled a burning meteor, trailing a long plume of black smoke and flames. It forcefully tore through the disrupted electric field of JIS, smashing forward with a tragic momentum towards the pulsating dark red energy chains that resembled gigantic veins on the surface of the infernal flame star. No. The descendants of the saints, led by Rog, let out heart-wrenching cries. They watched as the shackles of their homeland rapidly expanded in their sight. They beheld their last hope. The ship, hurtling towards the very embodiment of despair. Just as the wreckage of the searing flame was about to collide with the pulsating dark red chains, an anomaly occurred. Boom! The massive dark red chain, seemingly sensing an immense threat, erupted with an unprecedented blinding crimson light. A deeper, more ancient, and more brutal pain. A vengeful will to destroy, crashed like a tangible shockwave against the plummeting searing flame. Already on the brink of disintegration, the searing flame shattered explosively under the dual assault. Countless burning fragments scattered like meteor showers. Among them, the largest piece of the bridge wreckage, entangled with the desperate Rog and his fellow warriors, was struck mercilessly by the blood-red light that erupted from the chain, instantly reducing them to ashes. Not even a scream escaped their lips. Grandfather Rog, Uncle Aji. The little Belle, cradled in Carrot's arms as they plummeted, witnessed this horrific scene, her pure eyes instantly overwhelmed by boundless pain and tears. An indescribable grief and fury, rooted deep within her bloodline, erupted within her small frame like a dormant volcano. Her piercing cries resonated through the heavens. Not merely the cries of an ordinary child, but rather a lament infused with an ancient and sacred resonance. Buzz! The little Belle's body suddenly erupted with an incomparably pure and fervent platinum holy flame. This flame was no longer the faint glow that protected her before, but akin to a sun erupting forth. In an instant, it enveloped Carrot as well. This sudden surge of pure holy flame clashed with the vengeful crimson light erupting from the dark red chains below, creating the most extreme opposition, like cold water splashing into boiling oil. Hiss! The moment the holy flame met the blood light, it emitted a piercing sound of annihilation. The terrifying blood light that had obliterated Rog and the others was momentarily scorched, purified, and repelled by this unblemished platinum holy flame. As Carrot was enveloped by the holy flame that burst forth from the little Belle, his body trembled violently. Within him, the dormant, primal blood essence of the ancient holy body seemed to respond to the call of the purest sacred fire. It was as if it were also spurred by the endless pain and vengeful will emanating from the infernal flame star. The horrific scene of Rog and the others being reduced to ash struck him like a hammer upon the depths of his consciousness. Roar! An uncontrollable roar, reminiscent of a primordial beast, erupted from the depths of Carrot's throat. His eyes instantly transformed into a pure, violent gold, filled with boundless vitality. The chaotic bone armor that covered his right arm erupted with a thick, viscous golden blood essence, pouring forth uncontrollably. As soon as this golden blood essence emerged, it resonated wondrously with the little Belle's platinum holy flame. The holy flame seemed to find its core, becoming more refined and fervent, while the golden blood essence acted like fuel, allowing the holy flame to blaze even more brilliantly. The two merged, forming a peculiar golden-white flame imbued with divine authority and primal power. More crucially, this explosive golden blood essence and golden-white holy flame resonated with the core of the infernal flame star, which had been bound by heavy chains and lay dormant for countless millennia, creating a profound echo that transcended time and space, rooted in the same origin. Rumble! The entire infernal flame star trembled violently. It was as if an ancient beast, long asleep, felt the call and fury of its kin after ages of torment and confinement. The countless dark red energy chains entwined around the star surged in frequency to their limits. The blood light flickered violently, desperately attempting to suppress the core's uprising. What is that? Just as JIS, Bart, and Lycum had shaken off the explosive interference and were about to pursue. They were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden upheaval and the terrifying aura that surged upward, a blend of the divine and the primal. Jesus' expression changed drastically as he frantically pressed the detector. Impossible. The energy readings are off the charts. It's still rising, mixed with the planet's essence. And that little brat's and the one-armed man's. What kind of power system is this? Carrot, cradling the little Belle who had fainted from the explosion of holy flames, surrounded by the boiling golden white, holy flame, and golden blood essence, resembled a burning golden war god as he plummeted through the falling debris of the ship and the annihilating bloodlight, crashing down upon the desolate, cracked, and lava-flowing surface of the infernal flame star. He knelt on one knee, creating a deep crater, slowly lifting his head, his pupils ablaze with golden flames. He coldly surveyed the astonished Jinyu force in the sky, ultimately focusing on the tortured ground beneath him, pierced by chains and flowing with blood and fire. The bloodline of the ancient holy body roared. The Wheelsea secret realm accelerated its operation due to rage and sorrow. Frieza's deep voice, filled with endless murderous intent, echoed slowly, accompanied by the painful resonance from the depths of the planet's core. And you, mere lapdogs, are you prepared to welcome the wrath of the holy body?